In the small Wang San, Qingling never anticipated that she might meet her demise on the very first day of successfully channeling energy into her body. In her previous life, she had managed to live into her 20s. Yet in this life, she was destined to perish at the tender age of 6. Were both lives to be marked by such brevity? This profound injustice weighed heavily upon her, leaving her with no avenue to express her grievances. What had she done to deserve such a fate? Moments ago, she had been ensnared by a surge of spiritual power, which whisked her away before a figure cloaked in black. The enigmatic figure grasped her collar, saying, "Do not be afraid, little girl. Accompany me into the G family's bloodline barrier, and I assure you, I shall not harm you." Just as he was about to step forward, a vine shot forth, binding his left hand which held the girl. "Stop!" The figure in black turned to see a pair of individuals pursuing him, accompanied by a youth wielding a longsword. Poor Qingling dangled like a fledgling chick in the grip of the black-clad man, observing her parents and brother, who appeared terrified yet resolute in their defiance. Despite their cultivation at the Qi refining stage, they faced a formidable opponent at the Golden Core stage, fully aware that their efforts might lead to their demise. Yet they were determined to rescue her. At this moment, Qingling's family implored, "Elder, our daughter is innocent. We are powerless against this barrier. Please show mercy and release our linger. Please let go of my sister." The man in black snorted coldly, and with a light tap of his toes, he soared beside the barrier. "How can I ascertain without giving it a try? As long as you cooperate, I shall not harm any further souls in your village. Though you are members of the G family, how many spirit-refining pills has your family bestowed upon you over the years? You and your lineage have guarded this spirit tree in these deep mountains for generations, a tree that does not belong to you, and now you wish to fight for it?" Upon hearing his words, none of the crowd dared to counter the truth remained that the spirit tree and its fruits they so desperately protected had never granted them even a single pill. The man in black then seized Qingling and approached the boundary. With a swift motion, he sent her into the barrier, slowly passing through the seemingly intangible, transparent boundary. Qingling's head was the first to enter, and she felt something brush lightly against her face, causing an itch that prompted her to scratch. As her upper body crossed the threshold, the entire barrier suddenly flickered, and an overwhelming force propelled the two apart. Free from the confines of the barrier, Qingling hastily sat on the ground, checking from her head to her heels, relieved to find herself intact. For a fleeting moment, she feared she had been bisected. Such a demise would be more brutal than her previous life, where she had met her end under a falling object. On the other side, the man in black was thrown several feet away, groaning as he steadied his left hand, which was now charred and blackened. He had undertaken this mission solely because his family's mastery of barrier formations was unparalleled. If he could not penetrate this barrier, no one else in his clan could. As he rose, intending to advance, a long sword slashed toward him, forcing the man in black to evade. "My friend, may I inquire which sect you hail from? For centuries, this small Mount Wang has belonged solely to the G family of Tongcheng. Today, your intrusion means you wish to oppose us?" The fifth elder of the G family hastened to the scene, for it was the season when the family's spiritual tree bore fruit. He had come to reap the harvest, only to encounter a figure intent on forcefully breaching the G family's barrier. Gazing at the cloaked individual before him, the elder discerned that he was at the late stage of the Golden Core realm, and it was evident that this visitor bore ill intentions. With his own cultivation at the mid-stage of Golden Core, he found it exceedingly difficult to counter such a foe. "Huh! Today, I dare to come to your little Wang Mountain. Do you think I fear the G family? Have you forgotten that your nascent soul elder has long since passed into the void? What can you do against me?" The cloaked figure sneered, refraining from further chatter. He brandished a weapon, a violet whip emanating a fierce, murderous aura aimed directly at the fifth elder. The elder swiftly drew his long sword to defend himself in a clash between Golden Core cultivators. it was impossible to discern a victor in mere exchanges of strikes. Suddenly, a massive fireball erupted from the black-clad man's hand. The elder dodged just in time, but the fireball crashed to the ground, creating a vast crater. Flame palm, violet whip, Hong Tai. The elder recognized the identity of his opponent at once. The figure removed his mask. Ji Yuan Shan, it has been a long time. But enough of this. Once my Hong family takes this Wang Mountain, you will soon learn the consequences. Hong Tai, how audacious of your Hong family to brazenly intrude upon my Wang Mountain. Do you think your family can withstand the repercussions when this is reported to the city lord's office? A man who has lived for hundreds of years should not be compared to a mere child. Do you truly believe I came here without prior notice? Hong Tai scoffed. The fifth elder was momentarily taken aback. Did this imply that they had already informed the city lord's office? Yet the Ji family submitted 40% of their refined spirit elixirs to the city lord's office each year. Moreover, you may not be aware that my second uncle has recently advanced to the nascent soul stage, Hong Tai remarked, fixing his gaze upon Elder Wu. Upon hearing this, Elder Wu refrained from further comment, fully cognizant that ever since his family's nascent soul elder had passed away, other families had begun to harbor ambitions towards the Ji family. Now that the Hong family had produced a practitioner of the nascent soul, it was inconceivable that the Ji family would be allowed to monopolize the Qi Zhu tree indefinitely. The city lord's mansion likely promised even greater rewards. In this moment, further words seemed futile. Elder Wu raised his sword, striking towards Hong Tai with a blade imbued with immense light blue spiritual energy. The two engaged in a fierce aerial battle, while Qingling and the entire village remained powerless to intervene below. The highest cultivators in the clan were the village chief and Ji Qingshan, both at the late foundation establishment stage, leaving them with little opportunity to confront a golden core practitioner. Initially, they had hoped that Elder Wu's water-based spells would provide some resistance against fire-based techniques. However, the adversary's strength proved overwhelming. As Elder Wu began to be pressed by Hong Tai, the village chief hastily retrieved a talisman from his storage bag, infusing it with spiritual energy. The talisman shot forth from his hand, darting towards Tongqing. A golden arrow flew from his grasp, piercing directly into the opponent's chest. Everything transpired with startling swiftness. Elder Wu staggered back, clutching his chest, astonishment etched across his face. Hong Tai scoffed. Everyone knows I wield a long whip, yet they are unaware that my true magical artifact is this golden feathered arrow. Chapter 2. An enemy intrudes in the protective barrier. Ji Qingling felt an overwhelming sense of safety. The formidable Hong Tai could not breach the sanctuary. The only reason her parents and brother were not present was their distance from the battlefield, preventing them from seeking refuge here. She observed that the golden arrow in Hong Tai's possession had appeared in his hand instantaneously, inflicting grave injuries upon the fifth elder in mere moments, leaving no opportunity for him to react. Its swiftness was matched only by its lethal potency. Gazing at the fifth elder, now prostrate on the ground, she noted how the golden feathered arrow rose and fell with his labored breaths, crimson blood staining his once white robe. Fifth elder. Amidst the crowd, the village chief hurried to assess the elder's wounds, hastily placing a healing pill into his mouth. At the sound of this, Hong Tai's thoughts stirred, and the golden feathered arrow shot forth from the fifth elder's chest, hovering in his palm, surrounded by searing flames. Alas, this motion only exacerbated the elder's condition, causing his blood to surge forth more violently, seeping into the earth beneath him. Open this barrier. Hong Tai's intention was not to claim a life. He refrained from further assaulting the fifth elder, instead unleashing a formidable pressure upon the village chief. Senior, you have already attempted this before. This barrier is a bloodline seal established by the ancestors of the Ji clan, impenetrable to all except the bloodline descendants of the Ji family. The village chief, a foundation establishment practitioner, faced a core formation cultivator and dared not speak falsely, hoping that news had reached Tong City. The fifth elder was no longer capable of combat, and the remaining villagers would be easily crushed by their adversary. They yearned to resist the foreign threat. Yet their enemy was in the core formation stage, while their highest cultivation level was merely foundation establishment. Impulsive actions could cost the lives of the entire village. The formidable nature of the bloodline barrier was something Hong Tai had heard of before. Now, he could only activate the barrier in a different manner. He retrieved the ancient artifact, a secret treasure for breaking formations, which the clan leader had procured from the Lord's mansion, and ascended above the spirit tree barrier. With a resonant hum, the treasure transformed, enveloping the entire barrier securely. Qingling found herself trapped within, utterly bewildered. "Senior, please release my lingo from the barrier. Get lost." With a mere lift of the uninjured hand, Jilinhai was sent flying away. The power emanating from the treasure intensified, causing the barrier to quiver gradually. Qingling began frantically striking the wall of the cauldron. "Senior Hong, please let me out." However, the outcome was disheartening. Realizing her efforts were futile, she wrapped her arms around the trunk of the tree, pressing herself against it tightly. Now, she could only gamble on the hope that the individual would not harm the spirit tree. Once the barrier was shattered, she could escape. The runes on the inner wall of the barrier radiated a brilliant golden light, and an increasing number of cracks appeared before her, accompanied by tremors. The intense golden glow was blinding, making it feel as though it would soon explode. Just as she was engulfed in anxiety, she sensed movement beneath her feet. Looking down, she saw two long branches extending from the ground, lifting her whole being. Well, having been thrust from the modern world into the realm of cultivation, what circumstances could be deemed incomprehensible? Qingling grasped the branches tightly as she was drawn into the tree. Before her emerged the mesmerizing red pearl tree. Illuminated by bioluminescent light, its leaves swaying gently, producing a rustling sound. For some inexplicable reason, it brought her a sense of relaxation. "Do not fear. I shall protect you." Then, with a thunderous roar, the barrier exploded. The colossal wave generated by the explosion toppled everyone to the ground. Lingo. Chapter 3, Bloodline Barrier. Jilinhai, rising to his feet, dashed towards the Qiju tree. Yet, as the smoke dissipated, there was no trace of the tree, only remnants of shattered wood lay scattered about. The sacred tree that the Ji family had safeguarded for millennia was nowhere to be seen. Consumed by despair, Jilinhai frantically searched amidst the branches and trunks for Qingling, his heart heavy with regret. He had believed that the ultimate aim of Hong Tai was the Qiju tree, and that Lingo would be safe beneath its boughs. Had he known this, even in the face of defeat by Hong Tai, he would have fought fiercely to rescue his child. "Linger, Linger." Imo Sanyang cried out helplessly as she collapsed to the ground. "Cough, mother, I am here." Jilinhai and Jiqing Yuan halted their frantic searching, and Imo Sanyang fell silent. "I am here." The voice emanated from the roots of the tree. The group moved aside a hefty trunk, revealing a cocoon formed by intertwined branches. With a swift motion, they severed the branches, uncovering Qingling, tightly ensconced within. At the moment of the explosion, the sacred tree had unfurled its branches to shield her securely. After the explosion, the once vibrant spiritual energy surrounding her dissipated instantaneously, transforming into mere fragments like an ordinary tree. Meanwhile, Hong Tai gazed upon the ruins with a face as dark as ink, having anticipated that with the treasure of the city lord's residence, the divine wooden cauldron, breaching the barrier would be simple. To his astonishment, the Ji family's bloodline barrier had detonated. He held no interest in the others and promptly summoned his flying artifact to depart. This time, the Hong family would be unable to provide an explanation to the city lord's residence. Just as Hong Tai left, a cultivator approached on a flying sword from the distance. Third Elder, Third Elder." The village chief hurriedly welcomed the newcomer. What has transpired? The Third Elder, gazing at the disarray surrounding him, wore an expression of utter shock. It was Hong Tai from the Hong family, who had brought a magical artifact to breach the barrier in his quest for the spirit tree, only for the barrier to self-destruct unexpectedly. The spirit tree lay in ruins, and the Fifth Elder was gravely injured. At that moment, the Third Elder noticed the Fifth Elder lying in the distance. His injuries were indeed severe. Without immediate treatment, his life hung in the balance. Qingling observed as the Third Elder summoned a winged lion from his beast pouch, intending to carry the Fifth Elder away. "Third Elder." The village chief pursued them, for they were of the Ji family, entrusted with guarding the spirit tree, yet now it lay destroyed. The Third Elder pondered for a moment and instructed, "You shall remain in the village for now. The clan leader will make arrangements in due course." A group of villagers looked up as the Third Elder departed with the Fifth Elder from Little Wong Mountain, feeling an overwhelming sense of abandonment. Generations had devoted themselves to safeguarding the tree, only to meet such a tragic fate. The crowd surrounded a heap of broken branches and fallen leaves, lamenting their loss, with several women weeping softly among them. Some, like Qingling's family, had only arrived in the village in recent decades, while others, like the village chief, had inherited the duty of guarding the spirit tree for generations. The village chief knelt on the ground, clutching a broken branch, his heart a tumult of emotions. Ah! When the ancestor of the Ji family discovered the red pearl tree on Little Wong Mountain, our clan was merely a lowly family. That esteemed ancestor made significant strides in alchemy, transforming the red pearl fruit into a spirit-enhancing elixir. It was through this elixir that the Ji family of Tongqing flourished into what it is today. It was indeed the resources bestowed by the spirit-refining elixir that enabled that venerable ancestor to become the sole deity-transforming practitioner of the Ji family. The village chief, filled with nostalgia, reminisced about their forebear. It is said that during that era, the Ji family basked in unparalleled glory, with even the city lord's mansion compelled to yield. Alas, such splendid days were fleeting. That esteemed ancestor suffered grievous injury while venturing outside. From that moment on, the Ji family never produced another deity-transforming practitioner, and the number of nascent soul cultivators dwindled. The Ji family, once a formidable clan, began its gradual descent into decline. The entire fall from grace transpired in less than a century, as they sank from a prominent family to a second-rate one. Decades ago, the last nascent soul elder perished, leaving only the grand elder, who perpetually sought a breakthrough yet remained at the pinnacle of the golden core stage. Qingling had long heard from her father about the rise and fall of the Ji family. She harbored no fondness for the so-called Ji family of Tongqing. Over the years, she had listened to the grievances of her kin in the village, lamenting that the shares allotted to them were starkly inferior compared to those received by the clansmen of Tongqing. What they obtained was but a slight improvement over the meager offerings available to rootless loose cultivators. Each year, of the spirit-refining elixirs, only a portion was sold externally, while the remainder was distributed among the clan members for their cultivation. However, they had not laid eyes on a single elixir in Shawang Mountain. Lin Hai, is your Qingling unharmed? Finally, someone recalled the recent incident of Ji Qingling's abduction. Indeed, after such an explosion, the girl emerged unscathed? Ah, she must have been protected by the spirit tree. Indeed, I witnessed that person's magical treasure reduced to smithereens. Ling, my dear, have you witnessed any divine miracles within that barrier? Observing the villagers engage in animated discussions about her, Ji Qingling found herself at a loss for words. Should she speak the truth? It seemed there was little that could not be shared. After the cauldron descended, the barrier soon began to crack. And then the branches of the spirit tree ensnared me. Just before the explosion, I seemed to hear a voice say, "Do not fear. I shall protect you." And then the barrier shattered, leaving nothing to follow. The crowd fell silent, the village chief's eyes glistening with unshed tears. Our generations of guardianship have not been in vain. It appears that the spirit within the tree has manifested, watching over our children. He turned and bowed deeply to the spirit tree, with Ji Linhai pulling Qingling down to kneel beside him. The other villagers followed suit in silent reverence. This kneeling was imbued with both nostalgia for the past and uncertainty for the future. Over a month passed, and no one from the clan had come to inform them of what to do next. Thus, they convened to discuss matters as they had in the past, hunting beasts, gathering herbs, and cultivating their spirits. Chapter 4. The Ji family of Tongqing. Within the council chamber of the Ji family in Tongqing, a palpable tension hung in the air, as several individuals bore grave expressions. The head of the Ji family surveyed the elders on either side. Esteemed elders, the city lord's office has made its position clear. The destruction of the spirit tree is a private grievance between us and the Hong family, and we are to negotiate compensation with them ourselves. Is this not an outright neglect of our plight? What of the essence-quenching pills we supply to the city lord's office each year? Now that the Hong family is fortified by a nascent soul cultivator, we find ourselves at a distinct disadvantage. This compensation is but a hollow promise. Let us deliberate on how the Ji family should proceed. Upon exiting the lord's residence, the patriarch understood that the Ji family must swallow their grievances in silence. The family's primary assets, the crimson pearl trees and the black crystal mines, now felt as if a limb had been severed. After extensive discussions, they ultimately resolved to have the distribution for those in the Qi refining and foundation establishment stages. The assembly consisted solely of core formation elders, who swiftly reached a unanimous decision. Presently, the Grand Elder is in seclusion, striving to break through to the nascent soul stage. It is hoped that upon his emergence, the Ji family may welcome another nascent soul cultivator. Otherwise, the Ji family's presence in this city may soon vanish entirely. As the other elders departed from the conference hall, the third elder voiced his concerns. The remaining elders could only shake their heads in resignation. Patriarch, how shall we arrange matters for our kin at Shawang Mountain? The Ji family patriarch suddenly recalled the nearly forgotten group, his brow furrowing in worry. If there are cultivators among them, why not pursue their paths? It was evident that the patriarch was reluctant to concern himself with those relatives. The fifth elder, Sensing the patriarch's dismissive tone regarding the prosperous land, felt disappointment but had no intention of championing their cause. Third elder, please stay. The Ji family patriarch abruptly called out to him. During my visit to the Lord's residence, Master Tongming remarked on how charming and gentle Ji Rong appeared during his last visit. You are to instruct someone to prepare her. She shall be sent to the Lord's residence in 3 days. Master Tongming, residing at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, has yet to achieve a breakthrough. Rumor has it that he has been scouring for female cultivators to serve as his furnace mates for the purpose of advancing to the nascent soul stage. However, Ji Rong has recently been contemplating her own foundation establishment. The third elder refrained from voicing the fact that Ji Rong is, in truth, the granddaughter of your own uncle. Your very own niece. How could you possibly bear to relinquish her to that old scoundrel Tongming? That girl has been nurtured under my watchful eye. How could I possibly endure such a fate for her? Everything is for the sake of the Ji family. Once Tongming has birthed his offspring, we shall extend our goodwill. Do you believe he will still require it? Indeed, I shall make the necessary arrangements forthwith. She is your uncle's granddaughter, if you are willing. Who am I to oppose? Consequently, I dispatched someone to keep a close watch over Ji Rong, planning to deliver her to the city lord's residence in 3 days' time. With the spirit tree absent from Shaowang Mountain, the villagers predominantly chose to cultivate within their homes, biding their time for the city lord's directives. Today, Ji Qingling had just seen off her companion Ji Ming, the sole child among this round of spirit root assessments who possessed no spirit root at all. According to the customs of the cultivation world, he must be sent to the mundane realm. The lifespan of ordinary people is far too brief. Yet the Ji family possesses blood ties, even in the secular world. He shall enjoy a life of wealth and honor there. A far preferable fate than languishing in the cultivation realm awaiting death. Meanwhile, Ji Qingling must persist in her pursuit of the path to immortality. In her previous life, she fell victim to an unfortunate accident, struck down in her prime by a falling object. Now, in this world where cultivation is possible, it seems as though heaven seeks to compensate her for not having lived long enough to cultivate and perhaps live for a millennium or more, who knows. She might even ascend to the higher realms and become a deity. Chapter 5. Qi Refinement Stage 1. Ji Qingling relished the feeling of cultivation, drawing spiritual energy into her body, creating a cycle within her meridians, gradually completing a full circuit. Throughout this process, it is imperative to continuously refine and purify the spiritual energy, ultimately converging it into her dantian. Her current objective is to gather the spiritual energy within her dantian and condense it into a yuan dan. This will signify her true entry into the Qi refinement stage, allowing her to join the vast ranks of the cultivation world. Within the realm of Qi refinement, the primordial elixir within a practitioner's body is composed of gas. While after the breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage, this elixir transforms into a liquid state. In her previous life, having studied painting, she mused that this cultivation method resembled the act of filling colors in a canvas. The gentle strands of spiritual energy gradually filled up, saturating the ethereal, droplet-shaped energy sac starting from its base. Yet, refining that spiritual energy proved to be an arduous task. The energy that initially entered her body, upon purification and compression, amounted to but a mere thread when it reached her dantian. At last, she seemed to hear a faint chime from within her dantian. As the last vestige of emptiness was filled, if anyone were present in the room at that moment, they would undoubtedly witness the sight of the young girl seated on her mat, eyes closed, smiling like a fool. Indeed, it seemed that heaven had bestowed upon her the gift of longevity, or rather, immortality. Although Ji Qingling had yet to open her eyes, she realized that her consciousness could extend to perceive the sights and sounds of her courtyard. She could even see the dewdrops clinging to the blades of grass with crystal clarity. Though her perception was confined to the modest expanse of her own yard, it was enough to bring her a moment of joy. Yet, sharing happiness is far sweeter than solitude. Such fortuitous news must be shared with her family. Her parents had gone hunting in the mountains, leaving only her brother at home. Ji Qingyuan, hearing the door being knocked upon with fervor, guessed that the insatiable sibling was eager for a treat. There was food in the kitchen. She could fetch it herself. Ji Qingyuan, come out quickly. I have delightful news to share with you. Every time there was something to discuss, it was always her brother. When there was nothing, Ji Qingyuan was nowhere to be found. I want to listen, he retorted, suspecting her of trickery. The sound of knocking grew louder, echoing like thunder. Disturbed by the cacophony, I reluctantly opened the door, only to behold Qingling, her face smeared with grime, utterly unaware of her disheveled appearance, yet wearing a proud expression. It dawned upon me, has she finally reached the first level of qi refinement? Can you discern it? How impressive! Observing the way her little braid trembled precariously atop her head. I raised my hand and conjured a small mirror to place before her. Hasten to wash up. You reek. Although I scolded her, a smirk crept onto my lips. Seeing her own filthy countenance reflected in the mirror, Qingling could not help but chuckle. Her father had previously mentioned that upon entering the first level of qi refinement, spiritual energy would cleanse the body, expelling internal impurities. Given her state, she was rather fortunate. Since childhood, she had consumed rice infused with spiritual energy and meat from mystical beasts. Some mortals, upon commencing their qi refinement, expel a thick layer of filth that is truly unbearable. After cleansing herself, Qingling settled on the steps of the courtyard, closing her eyes as she reveled in the abundant spiritual power coursing through her. If only her parents were home. She yearned to learn a simple spell and could hardly contain her eagerness. Qingling emerged from the house, tossing her a jade slip. The 5 elements technique. We shall commence with the study of elemental spells. With their absence over the past few days, Qingling took the time to elucidate the intricacies of this technique. It became apparent to Qingling that her previous assumptions were overly simplistic. Merely possessing spiritual energy did not grant her the ability to wield spells. First, she needed to master the control of her spiritual energy to manifest water, flames, or vines. Allow me to teach you the incantation. You must memorize it first. Thus, an entire day passed, and at last, Qingling managed to conjure a drop of water at her fingertips. He discreetly licked it, only to find that it lacked the sweet flavor he had imagined. It tasted merely like ordinary water. Observing Ji Xiaomei's somewhat foolish expression, Qingling restrained the impulse to tug at her pigtails. He recalled that it had taken him 3 days to condense a droplet of water, and he could only conclude that his little sister possessed an extraordinary aptitude. On that day, she had successfully drawn in qi earlier than the other 2 children. At her age, he could hardly sit still to focus on his cultivation, and he had struggled to memorize the incantations. Upon reflection, he realized that as an elder brother, he indeed fell short of her achievements. In the past few days, with their parents away, his little sister had shown no signs of laziness, waking up late only in the mornings. Aside from practicing alongside Uncle Qishan, she had devoted herself to her training at home, exhibiting even greater diligence than he had. This time, the village chief had led the clansmen deeper into the mountains to hunt beasts. Traditionally, around this time of year, the spirit fruits would reach maturity, and after the elders returned from collecting them, they would deliver the supplies to the village chief. However, with the spirit trees destroyed and the 5th elder gravely injured, it was likely that the clan had forgotten these matters. The village chief decided to wait a little longer. After all, given the significant events that had transpired, it would be somewhat inappropriate to make demands now. He considered the fact that they no longer needed to guard the trees and could venture out more freely than before. Leaving Qinshan to watch over the home, he took the other clansmen who were in the mid-stage of qi refinement deep into the mountains. The harvest proved to be quite satisfactory. Even without the elixirs and spirit stones distributed by the clan, they should be able to sustain themselves for a while. Upon hearing Emo Sanyang's call, the 2 emerged from their rooms. After inquiring about their recent experiences at home and discovering that their daughter had achieved the first layer of qi refinement, they felt a profound sense of comfort. From a young age, my daughter has always exhibited a remarkable maturity, displaying an extraordinary ability to remain composed even during the most tedious of training sessions. Observing her innate understanding, it is evident that her progress has been commendable. Within a mere few days, she has advanced to the first level of qi refinement. After a brief exchange, we settled down to assess the fruits of our labor, most of which had been sold at the market by the village chief and his companions. Typically, we would have sold our catch, but this time, we were fortunate enough to have hunted 2 young 3-eyed spirit monkeys, which are sure to fetch a good price. Father, is this meat delicious? Qingling, accustomed to consuming the game from the mountains, had never heard her father express an intention to sell it. The fragrant misty aroma pig possesses exceptional meat quality. Not only is it delectable, but it also brims with rich spiritual energy, which aids in cultivation upon consumption. That evening, our family of 4 savored a sumptuous feast of roasted meat, truly a delightful experience. That night, after fully refining and absorbing the spiritual essence from the mystical meat, Qingling fell into a deep slumber. At last, she comprehended her father's eager expression when discussing the misty aroma pig. In her dreams, She lay sprawled on the grassy bank of a stream, with gentle waters flowing beside her and the warm sun casting its glow upon her. She felt as if every pore in her body opened to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy, enveloping her in a comforting warmth. Chapter 6, A Trial of Skills. A month swiftly passed. And today Qingling was filled with excitement as her father finally agreed to take her up the mountain to hunt beasts. Ever since she entered Qi refinement, her attempts to accompany him had been met with refusal, as her parents often cited her youth as a reason for their objections. At last, she had practiced the golden armor technique to their satisfaction, progressing from merely coating her fingertips with metal to enveloping her entire palm. In modern times, the golden armor technique can envelop an entire arm in metal, rendering it impervious to the feeble attempts of small beasts. Qingling, Xuanzu, stepped forward, called Uncle Qingshan. Huh? Qingling turned to her companion, having been lost in thought and unaware of what Uncle Qingshan had just said. He wants us to compete. Xuanzu tugged at her sleeve and, gripping her wooden sword, stepped out of the formation. It was a challenge for them to spar. However, was it truly appropriate for two 7-year-old girls to engage in combat before others? Facing her opponent, who sported a similar hairstyle, Qingling couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Although she often practiced at home with her brother, who teased her like a cat, she had never sparred with outsiders before. Uncle Qingshan, how shall we proceed? Having never fought in her life, she was at a loss for how to begin. Uncle Qingshan chuckled at the sight of the two girls. This year, among the 3 children, only these 2 had entered the first level of Qi refinement, while the third had only just begun to draw in Qi. They usually appeared quite clever, so why were they acting so foolishly now? Just as you practice at home, there is no need to be afraid. I will oversee the match, simply touch and go. Seeing that neither had moved, he prompted, Qingling, you may start. Very well, be careful, Susu. I shall commence. Qingling took a step back and hurled a water sphere toward her opponent. Susu sidestepped, countering with a small fireball. Qingling, accustomed to her brother's playful antics, was quite agile in evading. However, if this continued, their already scant reserves of spiritual energy would soon be depleted. Ahem, you may use weapons. JQNGSHN could no longer bear to watch. The 2 began to duel with their swords. After a considerable time, utilize all the spells you have learned. When will you both become single elemental practitioners? Alas, if he were a boy, JQNGSHN would have already kicked him. At last, a spike of earth materialized beneath JQNGLing's feet, and she stumbled, caught off guard. Seizing the opportunity, SS swiftly advanced with her wooden sword, only to be blocked by an arm enveloped in golden armor. As she marveled at the rapid development of her opponent's armor technique, JQNGLing pressed her wooden sword against SS's throat. With a triumphant smile, she declared, I have won. Indeed, you 2 need to practice more in the future. JQNGSH and offered praise, observing JQNGU and giving her a thumbs up, beaming with pride. JQNGLing rolled her eyes and turned away in disdain. I have my brother to practice with at home. You should come next time and let him train with us. Yes, that sounds good. QNGLing, your golden armor technique is quite impressive. Just a few words were enough to bring joy to SS. My father insists that I master it before he takes me up the mountain. How wonderful. I too wish to ascend the mountain, but my mother would surely disapprove. The following morning, JQNGLing began preparing for her outing. For basic survival, her father had provided her with a storage bag containing water, provisions, fruits, several talismans, and a handful of elixirs. Her weapon was a slender, long knife, once wielded by MSNNIing in her youth. For defense, she donned a protective armor piece from MSNNIing's childhood, and with her own mastery of the golden armor technique, she felt secure. Soon, she arrived at the foot of the mountain, where JLNHI turned to remind his daughter. Linger, this mountain is teeming with demonic beasts, although they are of a lower tier. They are not to be compared with ordinary mortal creatures. In the face of danger, do not panic. The foremost skill you must learn is self-preservation. Father, you have already repeated this thrice. The family team, led by Ji Linhai, who is at the first level of foundation establishment, marches ahead. Following closely is Ji Qingyuan with his father, and Ji Qingling, as the focal point of protection, takes her place in the 3rd position. Mo Sanyang, at the pinnacle of Qi refining, brings up the rear. The Ji family squad sets forth. It is springtime, and the forest is adorned with blossoms of myriad hues. Ji Qingling pays special attention to the surrounding flora, recognizing this spring outing as a rare opportunity for learning. Mother, is that the Yinluo grass? Indeed, That is indeed Yinluo grass. Observe its pale green roots, indicating a short growth period. Thus, there is no need for harvesting. The medicinal value of Yinluo grass only becomes significant after at least 10 years, when the roots begin to darken. Oh, then we shall refrain from harvesting for now. Along the way, Qingling deepens her understanding of spiritual herbs, integrating her knowledge from the spirit plant manual, just as she was about to pluck a white fortune flower, known for its hemostatic properties, and place it in her storage bag. Linhai halted and cautioned, "Be careful." Huh? In her moment of confusion, a long azure serpent lunged at her from the underbrush, its jaws agape. Despite her startled cry, her recent training kicked in, and she instinctively rolled to the side while swinging her blade at the serpent. Though she evaded its attack, her strike went awry. Steadying herself, she promptly invoked the golden armor technique, enveloping her left arm in metal as a shield in front of her, and once more swung her long knife at the approaching serpent. In the instant the serpent lunged at her, she finally severed it. Observing the severed green serpent writhing on the ground before finally coming to a halt, she exhaled a sigh of relief. Remain vigilant, Linhai continued to admonish. What? You think there might be more snakes lurking nearby? Qingling quickly gathered her focus, releasing her spiritual awareness to probe the surroundings. There is nothing here, right? She inquired, her uncertainty evident. It was then that Imo Sanyang approached with a smile, tidying the disheveled strands of hair resulting from the scuffle. You must remember, one must not let their guard down due to a fleeting victory. Until you are entirely certain that the environment is safe, you should maintain a defensive posture at all times. Oh, I understand, she replied. At that moment, Linhai joined them. Indeed, your swift reaction and decisive actions were commendable. Dad, the three of you were merely spectating. What if I had been bitten by the snake? She retorted. Was it merely a performance for your trio of onlookers? Did you not warn me beforehand? Qingyuan waved the serpent in front of her. You should step aside. Among our family of 4, you are the most reckless. As Qingyuan prepared to stow the serpent in his storage pouch, she protested. Alas, that is my trophy. Come now. A first-tier green radiant serpent without a demon core. Feel free to keep it as a memento. I had planned to prepare a serpent stew for you to savor later. Gazing at the serpent, which was as thick as her arm, Qingling repeatedly gestured for him to desist, stepping back. Forget it, just keep it. You prepare it, and I will partake. Qingyuan cast her a glance, indifferent to her presence. The group continued their journey, and this time she dared not be careless, releasing her spiritual awareness to observe. Chapter 7, The Goddess of Fortune. The 4 of them moved intermittently, gathering some spiritual herbs, and Qingling began to feel a tinge of boredom. After she had consumed 3 fruits, Imo Sanyang finally spoke up. Why don't we take a break here and have something to eat? With the availability of snake meat, no one wished to consume the dried jerky they had brought from home. Thus, they found a patch of relatively flat grassland, where Imo Sanyang planned to prepare snake soup. Assigning Qingling to forage for mushrooms, Qingyuan intended to catch a golden pheasant, and each person took on their respective tasks. Qingling wandered around for a while and eventually discovered some mushrooms beneath a low tree. Just as she was about to conclude her foraging, she noticed a herb of the same hue as the tree roots. Approaching it, she found it somewhat familiar, likely seen in a spiritual herb illustration. Carefully, she unearthed it, sensing the rich spiritual energy emanating from it, convinced it was a valuable find. Mother, what do you think this is? Imo Sanyang took it from her hand and examined it closely. Oh, this is spirit stargrass. It must be over 50 years old. She retrieved a jade box from her storage pouch and carefully placed the spirit stargrass inside. This herb detests light, often growing in shadowy corners, and naturally disguises itself to match the colors of surrounding flora, making it difficult to detect. It is frequently used in the concoction of healing elixirs. Will it change color again? No, it will not change color once harvested, Imo Sanyang replied, securing the jade box while preparing lunch and sharing insights about the characteristics of spiritual herbs with Qingling. What types of spiritual plants thrive in sunlight, and which ones flourish in shade? The maturity of a spiritual plant can be discerned once one has mastered the art of divination. It is a widely accepted principle in the realm of cultivation that one should not harvest immature spiritual plants, despite the fact that all flora are nurtured by the heavens and the earth. The greatest advantage of plants lies in their longevity. After millennia of growth, one can find numerous refined floral spirits deep within the vast mountains. In ancient times, there were several flower spirits and tree spirits that attained a humanoid form. They preferred tranquility and harmony and never engaged in the conflicts among human cultivators, demon cultivators, or monster cultivators. Qingling recalled the spiritual tree that saved her, likely harboring some woodland spirits within. If nurtured properly, perhaps it could also achieve a humanoid form in 10,000 years. Yet, how many beings truly ascend to the status of a true immortal in this world? Ultimately, most fade into dust, their lives extinguished. From a distance, he observed a mother and daughter, joyfully conversing around the campfire. He offered chicken to Mo Sanyang, curious about their merriment. Mo Sanyang placed a jade box in his hands, revealing that it was found by Linger. Qingyuan leaned in to see, Spirit Stargrass? Little sister Ji, what incredible fortune you have encountered. Linger's luck was indeed remarkable. Her first venture out led her to Spirit Stargrass, which could fetch a substantial amount of spirit stones. Really? Father, does that mean we are about to strike it rich? Perhaps the heavens have destined her to be the goddess of fortune. Upon reflection, it made sense. What other reason would the universe have to send her here if not to bestow a golden touch? While it may not lead to immense wealth, it could certainly allow for the acquisition of a lower-grade magical artifact. You currently lack an appropriate defensive artifact, so we shall take the opportunity to select one next time. For now, let us set it aside to save for a foundation-building pill for Mother. Qingling approached her father and whispered, Mo Sanyang is currently at the peak of chi refinement and requires elixirs to break through to foundation establishment. Our clan's supply of elixirs for our village is already limited, and foundation establishment pills are exceedingly rare. Even if they were to be distributed, it is uncertain whether they would find their way into Mo Sanyang's hands. Although they claim to be members of the Ji clan, the daughters-in-law who marry in cannot be compared to those of pure Ji blood. Generally, this is tolerable. But when it comes to precious elixirs like the foundation establishment pills, the village chief cannot maintain impartiality. Ji Linhai affectionately patted his daughter's head, assuring her, You need not worry about this matter. Focus solely on your cultivation. I will certainly procure a foundation establishment pill for your mother. At that moment, Mo Sanyang called the two of them over for a meal. The aroma of the meat was so enticing that it nearly overwhelmed Qingling's senses. She picked up a bowl and savored the soup, her eyes closing in delight. Truly delicious. Soon, the large pot of meat was entirely consumed by the four of them. After tidying up their belongings, the family, invigorated, set forth on their afternoon journey. Having had their fill, Qingyuan led Qingling ahead, while their parents followed at a comfortable distance. Qingyuan was familiar with the terrain, having accompanied Ji Ping'an on several occasions. I once hunted a first-tier gray wolf over there, at that time. Qingling observed her brother recounting his glorious exploits, her suspicions rising that he was embellishing the truth. Suddenly, a flash of white streaked past them at remarkable speed. What was that? So swift. A long-tailed silver fox. Quick. Let us pursue. Qingyuan was the first to chase after it, turning to glance at their parents, who maintained a respectful distance without any intention of assisting. Qingling had no choice but to abandon them and follow suit. Ji Xiaomei, it is hiding beneath a tree. Speak softly. Qingyuan crouched among the thickets, gesturing to her quietly as he began to devise a strategy. However, aspirations often remain too idyllic. The long-tailed silver fox slipped past them time and again. Qingyuan, are you even capable? After being ineffectively directed for an eternity, Qingling, exhausted, lost her patience and plopped down onto the ground, surrendering. Get up. Are you yielding already? Next time, you want to be allowed to accompany me to the mountains. You may be tired, but it too will soon tire out. Keep chasing. Watching Qingyuan dash off after leaving that remark, she had no choice but to rise and shout, You are so annoying. After voicing her frustration, she resumed the pursuit. Thus, they chased about for a good part of an hour, until they finally cornered the long-tailed silver fox against a cliff, with nowhere left to retreat. The little creature curled up into a ball, its large tail drooping to the ground. It emitted low whimpering sounds, seemingly pleading for mercy. The siblings exchanged glances and ceased their movements. Just then, the long-tailed silver fox suddenly leaped towards the bushes beside Qingling. Before its paws could touch the ground, a vine shot forth, binding it securely. Humph! Foxes are indeed cunning, attempting to feign helplessness to deceive us. Qingyuan felt a surge of elation and did not hold back in his praise. Ji Xiaomei, you performed admirably today. Only slightly less impressive than my own efforts back then. You should have some shame. Had it not been for your misguided commands, we would have captured it long ago. Had it not been for me, you would have given up half an hour earlier. Just as their quarrel reached its peak, Qingyuan suddenly recalled something. First, meditate to restore your spiritual energy. Otherwise, if a formidable first-tier demon beast arrives at this moment, we will be unable to escape. Qingling also settled down to regain her energy, murmuring to herself, now this seems to reflect a bit of brotherly demeanor. Meanwhile, the parents who had come for a spring outing finally approached. Chapter 8, Night Lodging in the Mountains. Imo Sanyang smiled. The fur of this long-tailed silver fox is remarkably exquisite, entirely snow white without a hint of blemish. It would certainly make a stunning leather armor for Linger. Beside her, Ji Linhai whispered, the leather armor, made from the hide of a gray wolf, is equally warm. And the required spirit stones are less than a third of what this long-tailed silver fox fur demands. What are you murmuring about? Imo Sanyang retorted. I agree that Lingo would look splendid in it. But don't think I didn't hear you. That gray wolf fur is drab and unattractive. Indeed, regardless of the world. A woman's innate desire for beauty remains unchanged. Qingling, seated in meditation, overheard their exchange clearly. She had no desire to wear gray wolf fur. It would be more fitting for Qingyuan. Father, you are truly stingy. Imo Sanyang shot her a glare. No distractions allowed. Startled, Qingling hurriedly closed her eyes again. Refraining from further comment, the couple took turns watching over their child, while one diligently prepared the long-tailed silver fox. After a while, the siblings concluded their meditation. Sister Ji, come here, Qingyuan called to her. What do you want now? Tell father and mother that we shall spend the night in the mountains today. Qingling was left speechless. She had no idea when she had become his shadow. Why don't you say it yourself? Though reluctant to heed Qingyuan's words, she found herself genuinely captivated. Having never spent a night atop the mountain, the mere thought of lying beneath the stars was exhilarating. Mother, she resolved to persuade the matriarch of the household, disregarding Qingyuan's smug smile beside her. Mother, let us spend the night in the mountains today and find a spot at the summit to gaze at the stars. No, how could you? A mere novice in the chi refinement stage, entertain such audacity to camp in the wilderness? There are wolves at night. Are you not afraid? We are cultivators, after all. My father has already reached the foundation establishment stage. The beasts of the mountain would steer clear upon encountering him. Right, father? Ji Linhai found it impossible to refuse his precious little daughter. Neither Yuan nor Qing had ever spent a night in the mountains. So why not let them experience it today? Seeing that Imo Sanyang had ceased to object, Qingling hurriedly clung to her arm, amused by her antics. Imo Sanyang could only shake her head. It was unclear from whom she inherited such a talent for bringing joy to others. Since there was no need to rush down the mountain today, the group meandered at a leisurely pace, gathering small treasures along the way. As dusk approached, they reached the summit just in time to witness the sun dip below the horizon. Qingling climbed atop a large rock, watching the sun descend gradually. Ji Linhai unpacked a tent from his storage bag and set it up on a cleared patch of ground. Qingyuan tended to the fire. Imo Sanyang prepared the food. While Qingling indulged in daydreaming, Qingyuan observed his little sister, who had always been this way. Before she began her cultivation, she would often sit alone in the courtyard, lost in thought. After embarking on her journey of cultivation, she would seclude herself in her room for hours on end. Little sister, what are you doing? He asked. Standing high allows one to see far. As night descended, the family gathered around the crackling fire, roasting meat. What is Tanqing like? What about the Ji family in Tanqing? Qingyuan felt a sense of curiosity about the Ji family in Tanqing, a sentiment shared by all the children in the village. Their grandfather, or perhaps their great-grandfather, or even their great-great-grandfather, had origins in Tanqing. However, most villagers remained oblivious to the direction the Ji family's door faced. Occasionally, when their ancestors were mentioned, a sense of yearning would stir within them. Ji Linhai had arrived here at the tender age of 10, accompanying Ji Liaoshan. At that time, Ji Liangshan's meridians had been damaged, rendering any further advancement nearly impossible. He faced exclusion within the family, feeling disheartened, and thus brought his wife and child to this place. I was also merely a child of 10 then, my memory's hazy. I recall the marketplace bustling with shops, some peddling spiritual herbs, others selling magical artifacts, arrays, talismans, and an array of intriguing trinkets. Along the streets, cultivators set up stalls, selling or trading items they no longer needed. The largest establishment in Tanqing was the Lord's Mansion, rumored to be home to several nascent soul cultivators. There were also other cultivation families akin to ours, such as the Hong family from which Hong Tai, whom you encountered earlier, hailed. Ji Linhai handed a piece of sizzling, succulent meat to his youngest daughter, Qingling. She received the roasted meat, blowing gently on it before gazing up at him with wide eyes. as if urging him to continue his tale. As for the Ji family, by the time I was there, the previous clan leader was nearing his limits, and encounters with him were rare. The children of the Ji family, much like those in the village, underwent spirit root assessment at the age of 6. Those without spirit roots were sent to the mundane world. Those possessing spirit roots, regardless of their aptitude, were collectively instructed within the clan. I recall that the children were divided into 3 factions based on their elders. Apart from the clan leader and the 3 elders, there exists a faction that remains neutral, akin to our own venerable lord. Back then, we were merely at the 2nd or 3rd tier of chi refinement, and as our sparring intensified, we resorted to employing both fists and feet. Our faces often bore the marks of our skirmishes, bruised and battered, which led us to endure countless scoldings from your grandmother. Speaking of his own mother, Ji Linhai wore an expression of nostalgia. Is the clan indifferent to this? Do they permit such behavior? Ji Qingyuan could no longer restrain himself and interjected. Within the Ji family, as long as one's cultivation is comparable and no lives are endangered, nor anyone's progress in cultivation is hindered, the elders of the household will not intervene. This has been a long-standing tradition. Conflicts among the clan's youth are to be resolved independently. Father, I have heard from the villagers that the medicinal pills and spirit stones allocated to us by the clan are significantly fewer compared to those given to the town. Ji Linhai handed the grilled piece in his hand to his wife, having discerned the indignation in his daughter's tone. Indeed, in recent years, Tongqing has treated our village with a semblance of injustice, providing scant resources. In truth, many hold grievances against the clan. The remarks made by that Hong Tai last time were not without merit. For generations, we have safeguarded the spirit tree. Yet how many have laid eyes upon the spirit-quenching pill? When the spirit tree was destroyed, neither the village chief, who possessed the highest cultivation, nor Qing Shan intervened. Although it was due to a vast disparity in cultivation levels, the silence from all parties was indeed. Ji Linhai's words were left unfinished as Mo Sanyang interrupted. What purpose does it serve to discuss such matters with children? They are still young and cannot comprehend these complexities. We must not confuse them. It is precisely because they are children that we ought to clarify these issues. Otherwise, when they venture out into the world, they might be easily swayed by the grand theories of others. Truly, sacrificing oneself for the family legacy is a folly of the highest order. Farah, Lingo, allow me to clarify. The Ji family has done nothing for you. The blood that courses through your veins is a gift from your parents. Do not place yourselves in peril or, worse yet, risk your lives for the sake of some family honor. Do not follow the path of your grandfather or maternal grandfather. Ji Linhai, Mo Sanyang chided softly. Observing the bewilderment of the 3, she rose to her feet. Rest early, we must rise at dawn. Ji Qingling was aware that her family never spoke of their maternal ancestors, and according to Ji Qingyuan, her maternal grandparents had long since passed. Ji Linhai recognized his indiscretion and shook his head at the 2, pulling out a formation plate to set up a defensive array. Once activated, this array would prevent low-level beasts from entering. He placed a spirit stone into the formation plate, which then emitted a radiant glow. The luminescence expanded to a diameter of 2 zhang before dissipating into nothingness. Chapter 9. The Heritage of Mo Sanyang. Noticing the awkward atmosphere, Ji Qingling felt compelled to intervene once more, employing a few light-hearted quips to elicit laughter from Mo Sanyang. At more than 30 years of age, having lived 2 lifetimes, she found it rather embarrassing to still indulge in childish antics to amuse her parents. She insisted on stargazing each night, refusing to sleep in a tent, and forbidding others from doing so as well. The thought of lying on the mountaintop with her family, gazing at the stars, was simply delightful. Consequently, the other 3 abandoned their tents, opting to lay on mats in the open air to marvel at the night sky. For a moment, silence enveloped them. The surroundings were tranquil. Only the serenade of insects could be heard, while overhead, the stars sparkled beautifully. Never had she witnessed such an immaculate expanse of starlit sky. At this moment, Ji Qingling felt an exquisite comfort, sensing a gentle spiritual energy penetrating her body and flowing into her meridians. She had no intention of focusing on her cultivation, unwilling to miss this beautiful moment, and simply gazed quietly at the stars. Just when she thought everyone was on the verge of slumber, Mo Sanyang suddenly spoke up, catching Ji Qingyuan off guard. Mother? It is of no consequence. I will share it with you in due time. The Mo family in Songshui City was founded by my grandfather, who was once merely an unanchored wandering cultivator. After my grandfather's demise, my father ascended to the position of family head, having only attained the mid-stage of golden core cultivation. My second uncle was even at the foundation establishment stage. The hardships they endured to preserve this family legacy are beyond words. Eventually, my father progressed to the great perfection of the Golden Core stage, and my uncle also advanced to the Golden Core stage, which caused those who coveted our family to restrain themselves somewhat. Wow, that is impressive. So, your maternal grandfather was a cultivator at the great perfection of the Golden Core stage. Ji Qingyuan refrained from interrupting. Mother, please continue. What happened next? It was said that a secret realm opened, and many sought to explore it for opportunities. Unfortunately, my uncle and his wife perished within that realm, leaving behind their young son, who is now the head of the Mo family, Mo Jitong. At the mention of Mo Jitong, it was evident that Mo Sin Yang's emotions stirred. Taking a moment to compose herself, she continued, Mo Jitong is 10 years my senior. He is my cousin. From a tender age, we grew up together, sharing a profound bond. My father treated him as if he were his own flesh and blood. Ji Qingling contemplated that whenever the phrase treated as one's own is mentioned, it often precedes a tale of betrayal. Mo Jitong possessed exceptional talent, arguably the finest among the Ji family, with dual spiritual roots, particularly excelling in his fire affinity. He could have easily entered a prestigious sect. Yet he felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude towards my father, choosing instead to remain by his side to safeguard the Mo family. My father, moved by his filial piety, favored him even more, almost bestowing upon him all the family's valuable resources for cultivation, to the detriment of his own progress, which lingered at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. Before long, he established his foundation in families of the cultivation world seeking to expand their lineage. Early marriages and offspring are customary. My father arranged a marriage for him with a young lady from the Zhu family, another minor clan in Songshui City. The head of the Zhu family had an only daughter, Zhu Zhuxia, who had just advanced to the foundation establishment stage. A ripple of curiosity swept through the room as everyone turned to glance at her. It's nothing, really. I just find the name Zhu Zhuxia rather unique. Mother, please continue. The head of the Zhu family was at the mid-Golden Core stage and shared a cordial relationship with my father, leading to a swift agreement and the arrangement of the marriage. Then Mo Sanyang paused here. Later it was said that in a certain secret realm, a powerful being left behind pills capable of aiding one in breaking through to the nascent soul stage. My cousin expended a considerable amount of spirit stones to ascertain the location. Was it there that our grandfather met his demise? Yes, on that fateful day. Perhaps it was a mother-daughter connection, for I remained restless, unable to calm my mind for cultivation. Mo Sanyang hesitated once more, and an eerie silence enveloped the family. Mother Ji Qingling rose and nestled beside Mo Sanyang, embracing her tenderly. Mother, it has been many years since those events transpired, and during that time, I was engulfed in sorrow and sadness. Every matter within the household was dictated by my cousin and his wife. If it were merely a matter of assuming the role of head of the family, it would be understandable. My cultivation was insufficient, and I lacked the capacity to manage a clan. Gradually, the supply of elixirs and spiritual stones necessary for my training diminished, and the steward of the household began to treat me with increasing disdain. More and more offspring of the Zhu family appeared within the Mo clan, and my sister-in-law frequently humiliated me in public. Did the head of the Mo family remain indifferent to this? Ji Qingyuan felt an escalating fury. Ji Qingling cast him a glance. Poor child. I too had longed to seek my cousin for justice, yet he remained in seclusion, rendering him inaccessible. On one rare occasion, I seized the opportunity to stealthily enter his training chamber. I had never before witnessed such a cold gaze. That day, he unveiled the truth to me. My father had been conspired against by him and the Zhu family patriarch. He claimed that my father had disregarded uncle's life for the sake of a secret treasure, and that my father was responsible for the demise of his parents. His actions now were merely an act of vengeance. In that moment, I felt as though I no longer recognized this person. How could the cousin who had always shown reverence and filial piety towards my father, who had cared for me so deeply, harbor such profound hatred within? He expelled me from the Mo family, stating that I could seek him for revenge at any time in the future. Thus, I began to wander alone. Ji Qingling had not anticipated the intricate and tumultuous origins of Mo's sanddaughter. No wonder she had never mentioned the Mo family. Mother, I shall devote myself to my training and one day avenge you. Ji Qingyuan struck the grass beside him with a fierce blow. Mother, I too will diligently cultivate. Ji Qingling contemplated the future encounter with Mo Jitong, vowing to envelop him in a sack and deliver a thorough thrashing. Mo Sanyang seized a nearby branch and hurled it at her son. Years ago, when I departed from the Mo family, I was consumed by thoughts of vengeance. Committing numerous misdeeds and narrowly escaping death on several occasions. The gravest incident left me gravely injured, compelling me to leap off a cliff for survival. Fortunately, it was your father who rescued me. Otherwise, I fear I would have long since sought out your maternal grandfather. Speaking of her husband, Qingling noted a softness in her mother's tone. After your arrival, I have come to understand many things. Your grandfather would never wish to see me repeatedly placing myself in peril for the sake of revenge. Moreover, he holds high hopes for Immortal, wishing for him to elevate the Immo family to heights even my grandfather never attained. Should I clash with Immortal, defeat would mean certain death, a fate your grandfather would not desire. However, should a fortuitous opportunity arise to overpower Immortal, I would not hesitate to act decisively. As for you, you must remain obedient and stay put. Immortal turned over, embracing Qingling. Enough. No one is allowed to speak. It is time for sleep. Chapter 10. A swarm of insects. Qingling was roused from slumber by a gentle shaking. Xiaomei, rise quickly. With a touch of resentment, Qingling sat up and grasped an object nearby, tossing it at Qingyuan. He laughed heartily and dodged, pointing towards the distance. Look over there. Before her eyes, a streak of crimson light had just emerged from the horizon. It was the sun rising. Ji Linhai and his wife sat upon the stone from the previous day, together watching the sunrise, oblivious to the playful bickering of their children behind them. As the crimson light intensified, illuminating half the sky, Qingling nibbled on a fruit in her hand, exclaiming, "It's truly beautiful." After finishing her snack with a few crisp bites, she retrieved 2 more from her storage pouch. Tossing one to Qingyuan, he observed the disheveled girl before him, who had devoured 2 fruits, and glanced at the sunrise on the horizon. Well, children do tend to have hearty appetites. After admiring the sunrise and tidying up, the Ji family team embarked on a new day's adventure. Today, they decided to take an alternate route down the mountain. Qingling felt as though the goddess of fortune had graced her, believing she might discover another spirit star herb. As they meandered, they gathered a few ordinary spirit herbs. Qingyuan soon spotted a short tree by the roadside. Sister Ji, look at that hazy tree. The seeds that have fallen to the ground sprout tender shoots that make for a delicious soup. She approached for a closer inspection, questioning, where are the tender shoots? The young shoots of the hazy tree typically sprout beneath stones at its base, sheltered from sunlight, for exposure to the sun renders them inedible. Alas, there indeed lay a large rock beneath the tree. With excitement, she lifted the stone aside. Suddenly, a mass of tiny white insects, previously hidden in the shadows, scattered in panic at the sudden light. In that moment, an icy shiver ran down Qingling's spine, as if countless tiny creatures were burrowing into her skin. She stomped her feet incessantly, her hands vigorously rubbing her arms. In a fit of fear, she dashed to Immortal, bursting into tears. She was aware that her reaction was somewhat embarrassing, yet she could not control her genuine terror. Qingyuan. Immortal was equally taken aback by her daughter's extreme response. Such clusters of insects were indeed common beneath the hazy tree. She shot a few dagger-like glances at Qingyuan while soothing her daughter by patting her back. Qingyuan, leaning against a tree, was laughing so hard he could hardly stand upright. In a fiery display, Ji Linhai incinerated the pesky insects, casting a fierce glare at his son. All is well now. Linger, your father has already dealt with the bugs. Qingyuan gradually ceased his laughter, aware that any further amusement would invite retribution. In her previous life, Qingling had a profound aversion to swarms of tiny insects. She had never encountered such a multitude gathered in one place, clustering in groups. And the mere thought of their dense presence sent shivers of discomfort across her skin. At that moment, her singular focus was on delivering a thorough thrashing to Qingyuan. Qingyuan. She brandished a long knife and gave chase. The two engaged in a playful pursuit through the mountains, but she soon realized that Qingyuan, with his monkey-like agility, was impossible to catch. Forget it. I'll wait until he falls asleep and smother him with a pillow instead. Exhausted and panting heavily, Qingling resigned herself and plopped down on the ground. All right, Xiaomei, I concede this time. How about I hunt a fragrant pig for you to feast on next time? Don't move. Are you coming back? Qingling shouted, pointing at a spot beneath his feet. Stand still and look down. Qingyuan suspected Xiaomei was attempting to deceive him into lowering his guard for an ambush. Humph, foolish girl. Yet, he glanced down anyway. Between his feet stood a red plant, crowned with similarly hued blossoms. Is this purple silk grass? But why is it red? Upon visual inspection, it bore a striking resemblance to purple silk grass. Qingling thoughtfully tapped her chin, nodding. I have a strong instinct that this is something extraordinary. Let's call our parents to come and take a look. Ji Linhai gazed at the peculiar plant before him, equally perplexed. A red variant of the purple silk grass? He turned to his wife. Imo Sanyang, who had perused numerous ancient texts in her youth, affirmed, this is a mutated purple silk grass. Mutated? It certainly sounds impressive. Mother, what is this mutated purple silk grass used for? He recalled that books mentioned purple silk grass as a dye. Ordinary purple silk grass serves merely as a common dye. Typically, the defensive robes available in the marketplace are predominantly in hues of white and gray. The purple silk grass provides a violet dye, while the mutated variant likely possesses the capability to dye robes with a shimmering aura. A shimmering aura? I once saw a female cultivator adorned in such a robe. Her every gesture radiated a captivating light, truly enchanting. Qingling was well aware of the lengths to which women would go for beauty. Mother, how many spirit stones do you think this mutated purple silk grass could fetch? It is likely worth even more than the one you found yesterday. Really? Hee. I knew I was destined for greatness. It seemed the heavens had brought her here for a reason. Her fortune was on the verge of manifesting. Are you perhaps overestimating? Those who have inherited the legacies of ancient predecessors hardly boast, and you think 2 plants make you the goddess of fortune? Jiqing Yuan also felt elated, as this brought them closer to acquiring their mother's foundation-building elixir. However, if he were to praise his younger sister, she might just float off into the heavens. Ji Linhai carefully stored the mutated purple silk grass, feeling a sense of joy. Indeed, encountering such rare spiritual herbs relies heavily on fortune. It must be said that Linger has been exceptionally lucky, discovering 2 precious spiritual herbs on her very first ascent. In the pursuit of immortality, we often speak of innate qualities such as spiritual roots, comprehension, and diligence. However, it is one's fortune that ultimately determines the abundance of treasures one acquires. This is the essence of opportunity. Qingling wholeheartedly agreed and resolved to arrange more family activities of this nature in the future. On their way, they came across a wind-armored rabbit. No wonder Uncle Qingshan remarked that, given their current cultivation levels, capturing a wind-armored rabbit would be a challenge. Indeed, this small creature proved quite elusive. Despite its diminutive size, it possessed remarkable speed, and its hide was as tough as rock. Even if they managed to corner it, subduing it was another matter entirely. Of course, subduing here pertained to Qingling, a mere first-layer Qi refinement practitioner. The other 3 refrained from engaging, merely standing by to prevent its escape. They needed to identify its weaknesses and observe carefully. The pressure of live instruction weighed heavily on Qingling. The rabbit was encased in impenetrable fur from head to tail. She had already attempted the surge technique, yet the water spheres proved ineffective against its form. The blade merely left superficial scratches on its hide. Moreover, her wooden binding technique was utterly futile. As soon as it ensnared the rabbit, it was effortlessly broken free. Qingling lamented that her aptitude for with spiritual roots must be the most dismal in existence. Her first layer with spells paled in comparison to the firm grasp of others' ivy. Only hers could be undone with a simple tug, rendering it useless as a weapon. For this, Jiqing Yuan often jested at her expense, remarking that the ivy she conjured could serve as a delicate ingredient for stir-fry, being so tender. The wind-armored rabbit sustained only minor injuries, and with but a slight opening, it could escape into the heavens. Father? Qingling found herself in desperate need of assistance. Regardless of whether they were human or beast, every creature possesses its vulnerabilities. There was no need to rush. It could not evade capture. This meant she would hold it at bay while he devised his own strategy. Chapter 11. Close combat. After receiving no aid, Qingling resolved to alter her tactics. Her current level of magical prowess proved insufficient for effective offensive maneuvers. She relinquished her long blade and, armed solely with a dagger, approached, determined to engage the rabbit in hand-to-hand combat. The wind-armored rabbit, sensing her advance, attempted to escape her encirclement. Seizing the moment, Qingling thrust the dagger towards it, leaving a gash across its back. The struggle between the girl and the beast became a dance of strikes and retreats, neither gaining the upper hand. As Qingling evaded another of the rabbit's powerful leaps, she noticed a tuft of gray fur beneath its throat, distinct from the rest of its body. Could this be its weak point? When the creature leapt towards her once more, she seized the opportunity to plunge her dagger into its throat. In the next instant, amidst the verdant expanse of the forest, the young girl stood with her dagger raised high, the wind-armored rabbit beneath her. Its struggles ceased. In that moment, Ji Qingling found herself perplexed by a surge of exhilaration. Ji Qingyuan observed his younger sister, triumphantly brandishing the lifeless rabbit, and wondered if she had succumbed to madness. Put it down, quickly. It's filthy and covered in blood. After relinquishing the creature, a cleansing spell purified Ji Qingling's hands and face of the crimson stains. How do you find it? She inquired, raising an eyebrow. Quite impressive, indeed, he replied, acknowledging her prowess. Ji Qingyuan gave a thumbs up. For the claws of the wind-armored rabbit were indeed quite sharp. Catching sight of Ji Qingling's sleeves stained crimson once more, he exclaimed, Sister Ji, you are hurt. Huh? Where? Ji Linhai and his wife hurried over, grasping Ji Qingling's arm to inspect the injury. 3 jagged streaks of blood marred her delicate arm, glaringly conspicuous. Imo Sanyang quickly produced medicinal powder and a white cloth to bandage her wound. Ouch, she winced. I was too exhilarated earlier to feel it. Now it hurts quite a bit. It's nothing serious. The cut isn't deep. You'll be fine in a couple of days, Imo Sanyang reassured her. Mother. I'm hungry. Oh, you little rascal. Thus, 3 months swiftly passed. As there had been no news from the Ji family in Tongqing, everyone continued their cultivation tasks without pause. The village chief, along with Ji Qishan, had to take turns leading groups to hunt beasts and gather medicinal herbs in other mountain ranges. Naturally, Ji Linhai and his wife accompanied them, whenever they had free time. They would also take the siblings up the mountain to slay demon beasts. On ordinary days, Ji Qingyuan would stay at home with Ji Qingling. Fortunately, as Ji Qingyuan was at the 2nd level of Qi refinement, he could teach Ji Qingling some basic spells. Gradually, Ji Qingling learned an increasing number of minor spells. The cleaning spell, effective for tidying up both the house and oneself. The lightness technique, allowing her to leap several feet and even hover, it was her favorite, though it consumed a great deal of spiritual energy, making it hard to maintain for long. The object manipulation spell, a boon for the lazy, permitting her to summon items with a mere flick of her fingers. One day, the village chief gathered everyone together. This matter concerns all of you. I have discussed it with Qingshan, and we felt it necessary to inform you. What is it? Murmurs of curiosity rippled through the crowd. Qingshan and I made a trip to Tongqing. Indeed, what distinction remains between us and the wandering cultivators? Our clan no longer provides any resources. If this continues, I fear I shall never establish a foundation in this lifetime. Ji Qingshan rose to his feet. Everyone, refrain from interjecting. Let the village chief articulate his thoughts. Today, we convene to deliberate on this matter. Ji Qingshan, being the most accomplished cultivator in the village and yet still youthful, possesses the finest aptitude among these individuals. In their hearts, he is already regarded as the next candidate for village chief, and upon hearing his words, all fell silent. The village chief, with a somber expression, continued, We traveled to Tongqing, yet we did not encounter the clan leader, who is said to be in seclusion. Furthermore, none of the elders emerged to meet us. They merely dispatched a mere foundation establishment phase steward. With a sigh, the village chief made it clear that they had no desire to meet us. The steward implied that our Ji family has suffered significant losses, and our circumstances are far from what they once were. It seems we must devise our own means for resources moving forward. What does this mean for our clan leader? Has he abandoned us? A robust man stepped forward, visibly agitated. Ji Qingling recognized him as Su Su's father, a sturdy figure, yet one who feared his wife. Alas, judging by the steward's words, it appears we are to blame for inadequately protecting the trees. However, the opposing force is at the late stage of Golden Core. Even the 5th elder was rendered powerless against him. Charging forth would only lead to our demise, another voice of discontent echoed from the crowd. The village chief raised his hand to halt further outbursts and remarked, Regardless of the reasons, Tongqing will no longer supply us with resources. Henceforth, we must deliberate on our future course of action. For what reason? My family has safeguarded this tree for generations, and my father perished at the hands of a monstrous beast while defending it. A young man clenched his fist and waved it in the air, as if such an action could alleviate his pin-up frustrations. Ji Qingshan cast a glance at him. The steward's intent suggests that it is no longer necessary for everyone to guard Shawang Mountain. This could be an opportunity for all to explore other regions of the continent, perhaps encountering fortuitous events. Ji Qingling leaned closer to her brother and whispered, It implies that the world is vast, and one should venture forth to see it. Ji Qingyuan covered her mouth with his palm. Do not speak. It means that when you are needed, you are to come forth, and when you are not, you are to remain silent. Ji Qingling, undeterred, continued to diligently translate for Ji Qingyuan. Silence. Ji Qingyuan pushed her head away. Ji Xiaomei was indeed quite bothersome. Oh. In truth, Ji Qingling was not at all concerned. Those wandering cultivators seemed to thrive well enough, so why must one be bound to a family and serve others? Village chief, I wish to hear your thoughts. Many in the village have grown under your guidance, and I seek your opinion on this matter. The village chief hesitated, words unspoken. Yet, others stepped forward to voice their opinions. I find this quite agreeable. I have lived in Shaowang Mountain since birth, and the farthest I have ventured is merely to the nearby market. It would be beneficial to explore beyond. An elder rose to counter. Years ago, I was stuck at the 6th level of Qi refinement, unable to break through, so I ventured with 2 fellow villagers in search of opportunities. Who knows, the opportunities have eluded them, and thus, the 2 have lost their lives. This world is exceedingly harsh for solitary cultivators, devoid of familial power. The first to target them are those murderous marauders. The elder continued to lament. Third uncle, your lifespan is nearing its end, yet you have only reached the 9th level of Qi refinement. It would be better to venture out and take a risk than to languish and perish in this village. Chapter 12, Settling Accounts. Enough, let each person speak less. Ji Qingshan interjected, for third uncle despised being reminded of his dwindling lifespan, and this young man seemed determined to plunge a knife into his heart. Regardless of the state of Tongqing, we shall remain united. Just as we have for the past few months, hunting together, rather than venturing out as solitary cultivators. Upon hearing the prospect of disbandment, many found it hard to accept. Why must we part ways when things are going well? Being a solitary cultivator is no easy feat. Indeed, being a solitary cultivator is fraught with challenges. This group represented the older generation, led by third uncle, who had lost hope for advancement. Now that the Ji family no longer cared for them, what were they still doing here? This faction embodied the youth, representative of those unaware of the world's harsh realities. Ji Qingling stood amidst the crowd, surveying this way and that. Having lived 2 lifetimes, she could likely infer the thoughts swirling within their minds. In a single lifetime, aside from closest friends and family, who does not prioritize their own interests? The villagers were hardly in harmonious accord. Disputes often arose over the distribution of resources, with arguments over whose share was superior. Village chief. A female voice rang out from the crowd, prompting Ji Qingling to curiously turn her gaze in that direction. Ji Qifang. Do you have any thoughts to share? You are indeed the only foundation-building female cultivator in our village. Given that there are no spiritual trees left, it seems unnecessary to remain in this modest Mount Wang. Observe those esteemed clans. They would never allow their younger members to venture far without having established a foundation. Those of us who dare to roam during the Qi refinement stage are predominantly disciples from lesser clans or solitary practitioners. The hardships of this path are unfathomable to those who have not experienced them. Ji Qifang surveyed the crowd. There are numerous cities inhabited by cultivators surrounding our mountain range. We could select one and relocate. In the marketplace, the exchange of goods is considerably more convenient. Currently, we gather spiritual herbs, but sell them cheaply to the shops. Establishing a small store would allow our clansmen to sell their goods and acquire the elixirs they desire. During our leisure, everyone can engage in their own pursuits. And when it comes to hunting beasts that require a larger group, we can band together. In times of danger, at least we would have kin to rely upon. Previously, such ideas were merely discussed with Ji Qingshan during our travels. Now, listening to Ji Qifang's proposal, it seems quite agreeable. Are you suggesting we leave this place and relocate the entire village? Ji Qifang nodded. We need not search far. There are several small cities connected to this mountain range. I believe Qifang's suggestion is commendable. I have visited those cities, and they are indeed vastly superior to our current situation. Ji Qingshan concurred with this proposal. Another foundation-building cultivator echoed. I support the idea of relocating the village. Leaving this Mount Wang, where we have lived for generations, is not a decision that can be made lightly. Even if one must relocate, where to go and how to transport oneself, the considerations are manifold. In the following days, Ji Linhai accompanied several foundation-building cultivators, including Ji Qingshan, to nearby cities. Though they spoke little, an unspoken understanding prevailed among them to avoid Tongqing. Having lived for over a century, they were all too aware of the Ji family's intentions. The family had already chosen to forsake you. It would be utterly undignified to cling to them any longer. They identified several promising locations, but the foremost priority for everyone was to prepare spirit stones. Ji Qingling observed her parents beginning to extract items from their storage bags, one by one. This was the process of liquidating their family assets. Ji Linhai produced a cloth bag and handed it to Ji Qingling. This is divided equally between you and your brother. I have already given his share to him. And this is yours. Upon opening it, she found black crystal sand. The black crystal mine served as another vital economic resource for the Ji family. Aside from the red pearl tree, this was acquired while her grandfather still served the family. The black crystal ore was incredibly hard and could enhance the attack power of weapons when forged. Ji Qingling nearly lost her grip as she accepted it. It was indeed quite heavy. I trust Qingshan has already discussed the benefits of body refinement with you. From tomorrow onwards, you shall bind it to your leg while practicing. What? At this moment, Imo Sanyang also presented her with a dagger. Do not use that knife anymore. This is a low-grade magical weapon for you. Wow, what a day this is. I am about to upgrade my equipment. Thank you, mother. A sword was then handed to Ji Qingyuan. Now that your sister has reached the first layer of qi refinement, you must set an example as her elder brother. The couple ensured that their children were equipped with everything they could possibly use. Those items that have been discarded or are utterly useless are all intended to be sold. Oh, what is this? A brilliant yellow bead, radiating an aura of vitality. This is a demon core. When demon beasts reach the third tier in their cultivation, a demon core forms within them, which is excellent for alchemy or weapon crafting. Ji Qingling sifted through several demon cores on the table. Third-tier demon beasts are comparable to human cultivators in the foundation establishment stage. Her parents now speak lightly of it. Yet they were unaware of the perils they faced when confronting demon beasts. It is only now that she realizes the path of cultivation is fraught with danger. Throughout these thousands of years, have there not been countless prodigies? Yet, how many have truly transcended to become immortals? The path to immortality is treacherous. Is this a brush? How exquisite. Ji Qingling then noticed another item. This is a talisman brush. Imo Sanyang held it delicately, examining it closely. Cultivators, aside from honing their own spells, also learn various techniques: weapon crafting, alchemy, talisman making, formation techniques, puppet arts, and beast taming, among others. At that time, she had jokingly declared her ambition to become a talisman master, and just days later, her cousin Imo Jidong gifted her this very brush. Yet, fate played a cruel trick. Before she could master it, her father perished. Henceforth, she wandered alone in this world, unable to devote herself to her studies. She placed the talisman brush among the items designated for sale. Ji Qingling reached out and said, "Could you give me this talisman brush? My previous life was spent learning to paint, and this life, creating talismans, seems somewhat related. Give it to her. It is costly to buy, but cheap to sell later." Her mother replied, "All right, consider it a gesture to encourage you to strive harder in your cultivation." "Thank you, mother." After a night of sorting, Ji Linhai and his wife were astonished to discover how many possessions they had accumulated. "Recently, I have ascended the mountain far too frequently, resulting in a considerable lapse since I last ventured to the market to sell these items. The 2 spirit herbs that Ji Qingling acquired during her inaugural ascent still remain. If sold together, they might indeed procure a foundational elixir for Imo Sanyang. However, such elixirs are rare in the market, often existing in name only." Ji Qingyuan glanced at the assortment of items on the table, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he retrieved the contents of his storage pouch. "These were gathered during my excursions with Ji Ping, and I ought to present them to father, so we can sell them for spirit stones to acquire a foundational elixir for mother." He scratched his head, feeling a tad sheepish, as they were merely common spirit herbs, likely to fetch little in return. Ji Qingling found his demeanor amusing. There was no need for shame, as every contribution, regardless of the amount, served to support the family. "Father, I too possess a few herbs, all of which are quite ordinary. Purchasing a foundational elixir for mother shall also be my share." She extracted from her storage pouch those items that were surplus and could be exchanged for spirit stones. Imo Sanyang felt a surge of emotion. She had always known her children to be exceptionally considerate. Chapter 13. The Summons of the Clan Leader. Ding ding ding. Ji Qingling was roused from her slumber. Has the village chief become addicted to convening meetings? Whether for significant matters or trivial ones, he incessantly sounds the alarm. She heard the creaking of the front door, likely indicating that her parents had stepped out. Never mind, she thought, and turned over to continue her rest. Uncertain of how long she had slept, she suddenly felt someone shaking her. "Ji Xiaomei, wake up, something has happened." Ji Qingling opened her eyes, staring intently at Ji Qingyuan. "If you are deceiving me, I shall bite you to death." "What?" Ji Qingling was instantly alert. It turned out that the village chief had summoned everyone for this reason, yet they had all agreed to relocate the village. Qingling harbored a profound aversion towards the group from Tongqing, having previously shown a clear disinterest in their affairs. Upon exiting the room, they encountered Jilin Hai and his spouse, along with Jiqingshan. Uncle Qingshan, they greeted, to which he nodded in acknowledgement. Let us leave it at that. I shall take my leave now, he declared, striding out without waiting for a response from the others. Father? Oh. Mo Sanyang gestured for them to remain silent. She began organizing their belongings, while Jilin Hai ventured out alone. Could one dare to ignore the summons of the clan leader? Could one withstand the wrath of a golden core cultivator? Most were filled with joy, as the JIS of Tongqing had long been perceived as somewhat unattainable in their hearts. The atmosphere buzzed with excitement. The Qi refinement stage cultivators were unable to fly with their swords, and the winding path leading out of the mountain was unsuitable for carriages. Relying solely on their legs, it would take several days to reach Tongcheng while carrying children. The flurry of activity passed swiftly, and soon dawn broke on the second day. The villagers gathered at the entrance, reluctant to leave this place behind. Let us go. The village chief was the first to turn away. A throng of people embarked on their journey, with Foundation establishment cultivators equipped with flying artifacts taking turns to scout ahead. Indeed, in their village, only 2 Foundation establishment cultivators lacked flying artifacts. One was Susu's father, and the other was her own, both newly ascended to that stage. Previously, her father had relied on the flying swords of Jiqingshan and his companions for travel. It was perhaps their shared struggles that forged a close friendship between her and Susu. The adults deliberately positioned the children in the center of the procession. Qingling walked alongside Jiqingjuan, having noticed his peculiar demeanor since this morning. Have you not gone to find Jippingen and his group of friends? Is this reluctance? Or is it merely a simple desire to avoid going to Tongqing, just like her? Jiqingyuan, what is the matter with you? I noticed something peculiar about you early this morning. What is truly bothering you? Reluctance? Speak up. Jiqingyuan turned to scan his surroundings. It seems I am on the verge of a breakthrough. Ah, I thought it was something serious. The current environment is not conducive. Let us discuss it further once we reach Tongcheng. Jiqingyuan did not wish to distract his parents at this moment. Is the breakthrough going to take a long time? Perhaps a few hours. Qingling believed that once they arrived in Tongcheng, the situation would be different, especially since the locals were unfamiliar with the villagers and might require registration. It is possible that the treatment for those at the second level of Qi refinement and those at the third level could differ significantly. She hurried to find Mo Sanyang and shared her thoughts with her. Mo Sanyang agreed with Qingling's reasoning. All right, dear, I understand. You may go. But do not wander off. She realized that this journey would not be as entertaining as foraging for herbs or hunting beasts in the mountains. Qingyuan was preoccupied with his thoughts, and Su, being only 7 years old, rendered the journey rather tedious. Ling girl. Upon hearing someone call her, Qingling turned to find Ji Qifeng, the village's sole female Foundation establishment cultivator, standing beside her. She was a solitary figure, often seen only when on a mission. Aunt Fong, are you truly a triple spirit root? Are you aware of which of your spirit roots is the most advantageous? Father says my golden spirit root is the most superior, as I learn gold attributed spells the quickest and most effectively. Then show me the golden armor technique. Oh. Though perplexed, she understood that Aunt Fong was certainly not the type to idly amuse children. In her heart, she silently recited an incantation, and a thin layer of metal enveloped Qingling's entire arm. With a flick of her fingertip, Aunt Fong conjured a small blade and gently traced it across Qingling's arm. The metal was sliced open without inflicting any harm. You may cease channeling your spiritual energy now. Soon, the metallic layer vanished from her arm. I also specialize in the golden spiritual root, however. Your golden armor technique has a rather brief duration and lacks sufficient defensive capability. Is this a lesson for her? Qingling felt a surge of excitement. For no one in her family specialized in the golden spiritual root. Typically, her cultivation insights were merely shared with her. Yet she found herself at a disadvantage regarding gold-based spells. Seizing this rare opportunity, Qingling eagerly voiced the challenges she frequently encountered in her practice. Indeed, not all methods are universally applicable across different spiritual roots. Aunt Fong addressed her inquiries and extended her palm, revealing a rabbit the size of an infant's fist resting within. Qingling then witnessed the remarkable precision with which a Foundation establishment cultivator could manipulate spiritual energy. The rabbit swiftly transformed into a puppy, a miniature pig, and a fox. Each manifestation exquisitely detailed and lifelike. This technique was taught to me by a friend during my travels. The accuracy of a cultivator's control over spiritual energy is paramount. Practice diligently in your spare time. With a flick of her wrist, the fox transformed into a hairpin, which she playfully placed atop Qingling's head before clapping her hands and departing. Aunt Fong truly was a kind-hearted individual in the future. She vowed to share any delightful treats or amusements with her. The journey ahead no longer felt so tedious, as Qingling began to experiment with conjuring various shapes of small objects in her hands. At last, when her spiritual energy had diminished significantly, she conjured a tiny pig. She presented the object in her hand to Qingyuan. "What is it?" he inquired, his expression one of bewilderment. "A mountain pear?" Qingling felt a twinge of frustration. Can't you tell it's a fragrant pig?" Qingyuan picked up the item and held it before her eyes. "Are you certain this is a pig?" He chuckled. "It doesn't resemble one at all." As she cradled the little pig in her palm, she watched it slowly dissipate. Alas, and the duration is truly brief. Aunt Fong's hairpin lingered atop my head for over an hour before vanishing. At that moment, Qingshan approached on his flying sword. "We have already cleared a patch of flat ground ahead to serve as tonight's campsite." The children erupted in cheers, although they were all cultivators. A day of travel had left them feeling utterly exhausted. Qingshan's words instilled a sense of hope, and the group felt invigorated, quickening their pace. At this juncture, Qifeng also soared over on her sword. Upon noticing Qingling's envious expression, she couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed she had been much like that in her youth, drooling at the sight of others flying on swords during her qi refinement stage. "Come on, I'll take you flying." Lowering her altitude, she extended her hand toward Qingling. "Really?" Qingling asked, her voice laced with disbelief, yet her hands obediently grasped Qifeng's. Once settled behind her, Qifeng glanced back and held her tightly. Yes. The flying sword gradually ascended into the sky. To accommodate her, the sword traveled at a leisurely pace, with a gentle breeze caressing Qingling's face. Gazing down at the sword beneath her, its broad blade provided ample space for her to stand. Lowering her gaze towards the verdant, towering trees below, she occasionally spotted a couple of meandering streams weaving through the foliage. The sensation was simply exhilarating. Chapter 14. Arrival in Tongcheng after circling the skies twice. Qifeng led her to the temporary camp, where Mo Sanyang had already arrived. "Linger, you should stay with Susu for now. Your father and I will take your brother out." It seemed they were seeking a tranquil spot for Qingyuan to break through to the third level of qi refinement tonight. For lower-tier cultivators, external disturbances could easily hinder their breakthroughs, potentially leading to injury. The following day, Qingling felt a twinge of anxiety, frequently craning her neck to look around. "Thank you, Aunt. My mother has already informed me." Along the way, she pondered how to extend the duration of her spells. Suddenly, she felt a gentle embrace from behind. "Little sister Qingling turned to see her brother wearing a smug expression. "Have you reached the third level of qi refinement?" Qingyuan raised an eyebrow. "As long as you achieve a smooth breakthrough, that's all that matters." Qingling was too uninterested to inquire further, not wanting to provoke his lofty demeanor. Seeing that Qingling was engrossed in her own thoughts, Qingyuan felt a pang of disappointment. "Do you recall how I managed to reach the first level of qi refinement? And yet, here you are, acting as if it's childish play. Oh dear. How infuriating." Qingling secretly chuckled, thinking of how he had once called her a pig in a pear tree. A few days later, they finally arrived in Tongcheng. Standing at the city gate, Qingling gazed up at the imposing structure. At that moment, a portly guard stationed at the gate halted their progress. "What is your purpose?" The village chief stepped forward to negotiate. "The Ji family?" The guard approached him and remarked. "The Ji family has previously notified us that a branch of their family would be entering the city in the coming days." The rotund-faced guard then recalled that such a communication had indeed been made a few days prior. "You may proceed." Thus, the group, in grand procession, finally made their way into Tong City. At a glance, the wide street, several spans across, was lined with a plethora of shops, while various stalls adorned both sides, offering an extravagant display of goods. Amongst the bustling crowd moved practitioners clad in diverse ceremonial robes, creating a lively atmosphere. The shops and stalls showcased an array of spiritual herbs, medicinal pills, garments, magical artifacts, talismans, and formations. Additionally, there were cages containing an assortment of spiritual pets, some familiar, others peculiar. Among the unusual sights was a cat with wings, a colossal and vibrant butterfly, a rabbit wreathed in flames, and a serpent with 3 heads. Indeed, A three-headed serpent stood upright, flicking its long tongue at Qingling. Qingling silently turned her head away, unable to bear the gaze. The Ji family resided in the southeast of Tong City. Following the announcement, a person resembling a steward emerged. Dong, the steward, the village chief greeted. You have arrived. The steward's tone was nonchalant. Very well, I shall first escort you to your accommodations. With that, he stepped through the Ji family's grand entrance and led the way eastward. Everyone was somewhat perplexed. Were they not entering the premises? Did this mean they would miss seeing the clan leader or the elders once again? The group followed the steward as he navigated through a series of turns until they halted in front of the first courtyard gate. A series of knocks echoed as he rapped on the door. Jihi. Oh, Steward Dong. You have arrived. I anticipated your visit in the past few days. The grand gate swung open, revealing a tall, robust man beaming with a smile as he greeted the steward, Dong. However, Dong did not respond to him. Instead, he instructed the crowd behind him to wait. Turning, he stepped into the small courtyard, followed closely by Jihi, who deftly closed the door behind them. Qingling and the others stood momentarily in confusion, pondering the meaning of this exchange. Father, what level of cultivation does that steward possess? Qingling inquired, her curiosity piqued by the man's evident pride. It appears that the steward is at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, while Jihi is likely at the late stage. Ji Linhai replied quietly, yet everyone heard him. Thus, the individual who bowed and scraped was addressing a practitioner of mid-foundation establishment. Qingling was likewise perplexed. Was it not the case that strength commanded respect? At that moment, the village chief stepped in to clarify, explaining that the steward was a junior of an elder in the Golden Core stage. Oh, a collective understanding dawned upon them. It seemed that there were influential figures above him. With a creak, the grand gate opened once more, and Jihi emerged, accompanied by two others carrying a table. After setting it down, Jihi began to address everyone. I am Jihi, the steward of Datong Alley. This alley is home to members of the Ji family. Please come forward to register, and I will arrange accommodations for you. Qingling glanced down the seemingly endless alley, marveling at the sheer number of Ji family members. In just this brief moment, registration had already commenced. Names, ages, spiritual roots, and levels of cultivation were being noted. Ji Liangkai, 62 years old, possessing the 4 spiritual roots of gold, wood, water, and earth, at the 6th level of Qi refinement. Ji Yuming, 36 years old. As Qingling observed her surroundings, she noticed the line for registration gradually growing shorter. She had just seen the steward lounging in the courtyard, sipping tea with the demeanor of a grand lord. Alas, such individuals seemed to exist in every corner of the world. At last, everyone had completed their registration. Jihi entered the courtyard, holding the ledger, in search of the steward. The steward ambled out, cradling his tea leisurely. This is the property of the Ji family. Henceforth, should any matters arise, you may directly approach Jihi. Any matters beyond his purview will naturally be escalated. After uttering these words, he lowered his head to savor his tea, as if it were an exquisite delicacy. Steward, what shall we do next? The village chief, as the leader, was the only one to muster the courage to inquire. What shall you do? Naturally, you will proceed just like them. The steward chuckled, as though he had heard something amusing, and gestured towards Jihi with his chin. All right, do not rush. First, get yourselves organized. In due time, someone will inform you. With that, he handed the tea to Jihi and paid no further attention to the gathering, striding away. The crowd exchanged glances, fully aware that none of them were particularly significant figures. Yet, none had anticipated that their arduous journey would culminate in such an encounter. Follow me. I shall show you the houses, Jihi announced, seemingly oblivious to the clamor around him. They trailed behind him, making their way deeper into the alley. Along the way, some doors of the courtyard stood ajar, with individuals peering out to scrutinize them. Here we are, from this point to where that rotund man stands. All the courtyards on either side belong to you. Jihi gestured in front of him and then pointed towards the plump man standing not far away. A courtyard should ideally accommodate at least 3 families. As for the distribution, that is a matter for you to decide. He turned to the village chief and said, Brother Jinda, I leave this in your capable hands. Should any issues arise, you may seek me out. It was only today that Qingling learned the village chief's name was Ji Jinda, having only ever heard others refer to him as the village chief. Naturally, the chief expressed his gratitude. After Jihi departed, the villagers gathered together. Previously, in Shaowang Mountain, everyone lived in their own separate households. So the idea of 3 families sharing a single courtyard in Tongsheng was quite unexpected. Ji Qingshan remarked, I have counted, and I fear that 3 families may not suffice. It seems that those with fewer members will need to share with 4 or 5 families. Ji Qingling felt overwhelmed. With so many people living together, where would privacy exist? Chapter 15. Why don't you stay with me? The village chief, too, felt a sense of unease, as not everyone in the village coexisted harmoniously. For instance, the third uncle was a solitary figure, while other families often included only one member each, such as Ji Qingshan and Ji Qiqiang. However, the third uncle, being of advanced age and lacking prospects for advancement, had lost the desire to cultivate further. He spent his days imparting advice to the youth. Yet few in the village would be inclined to share a residence with him. He found it difficult to make arrangements. And others had their thoughts, but were unsure how to voice them. Ji Qingling leaned in to whisper to Susu. Susu, swayed by her words, nodded vigorously in agreement. Mother, may we live with Susu's family? Mo Sanyang was taken aback by her daughter's initiative in this matter. Considering her good rapport with Susu's mother, she consented. Meanwhile, Susu had also discussed the arrangement with her own parents. Ji Qiling then shifted her focus to her next objective. Aunt Fong, would it be agreeable for you to reside with me in Susu's family? Ji Qiling endeavored to adopt an endearing expression, hoping Aunt Fong would acquiesce to her request. Ji Qifeng observed the young girl before her, whose cherubic face was adorned with a beaming smile. In truth, she had just been contemplating that if she were assigned to live with someone like the third uncle, she would much rather seek a place of her own. Now that an invitation had been extended, and considering the favorable reputation of both Ji Qingling and Susu's families, she felt inclined to agree. However, it was imperative that you approach the village head with this proposal. Do you possess the courage to do so? Of course I do. Ji Qingling could hardly contain her excitement at the prospect of Aunt Fong uttering those words. Otherwise, it would have been quite improper for a young girl to be the first to voice such a desire. Fearing that the adults might scold her for lacking decorum, she felt relieved that she had already secured the arrangement, her earlier exclamation echoing in the air as if it were merely a playful provocation. Village head, may I request that my family, along with Susu's and Aunt Fong's, live together? We have already made arrangements. What arrangements? It was, after all, you who hastily orchestrated this. Nonetheless, Ji Qingling's initiative prompted the village head to reconsider. Why separate families that have a good rapport? It would be far better for them to negotiate amongst themselves, sparing him the burden of offending anyone. Those who typically harbored grievances against others could witness the strength of their own connections. Very well, if you have all agreed, that is indeed the best course of action. He then turned to the others and suggested, why not adopt Ji Qingling's approach? Those who wish to reside together should make their arrangements. The assembly concurred, and those with amicable relationships began to convene and deliberate on their living situations. You 3 families are the first chosen. This southern-facing courtyard has been allocated to you. Ji Linhai and the others did not decline, and they promptly entered their newly assigned home. Ji Qiling stepped inside, surveying her surroundings. Although the exterior appeared somewhat dilapidated, she was pleasantly surprised by the spaciousness within. The courtyard was adorned with clean, neat flagstones, lending a sense of order. The families casually selected their rooms and dispersed. While tidying up, they heard the village chief calling out in the courtyard. Shangwu, Linhai, Qifeng, one of you come out. The expression on their faces was truly indescribable. Father, what does the village chief want? Ji Qingling felt an unsettling premonition. The village chief informed them that another family needed to be accommodated in their courtyard, specifically Ji Minjing and her daughter. Ah, the big crybaby? Ji Qingyuan felt a headache at the mere mention of Ji Minjing. Mo Sanyang shot him a glare, admonishing him not to speak recklessly. Ji Minjing and her husband were originally members of the clan that had resided in Shaowang Mountain for generations. However, a few years prior, her husband passed away, leaving her and their daughter, Ji Yuxiu. Ji Yuxiu was a year older than Ji Qingling, and while she seemed unremarkable in her youth, she had grown increasingly spoiled. She often wept and lamented about other children bullying her. Her mother cherished her like a lifeline, and without regard for the circumstances, would confront others on her behalf. Being of the same clan, the other party was reluctant to confront Ji Minjing, but the incessant noise from her complaints left them exasperated. They found it necessary to discipline their own children to restore peace. Ji Linhai was also aware of the troublesome nature of that mother-daughter duo. They were indeed a handful. Why were they assigned to us? Were there no other families willing to take them in? Everyone else had already settled. leaving only their third uncle and his family without any volunteers. The third uncle is indeed rather intimidating when he admonishes others. He spares no effort and speaks at length. Thus, the village chief allowed us to make a choice, and the three of us selected the Minjing mother and daughter. Qingling was quite curious about where the third uncle resided. He shares a courtyard with the village chief and Qingshan. It is indeed through comparison that one discovers the beauty of life. They found that the weeping mother and daughter were not as dreadful as they had initially thought. Thus, the days of the Ji family in Tongqing commenced. In the Ji family council hall, the atmosphere within the room was devoid of its usual somberness. The clan leader bore a look of joy. The recent consensus reached by the assembly was to assign the Ji family members from Shaowang Mountain to another clan enterprise, the extraction of black crystal ore from the mine. Recently, the Ji family had discovered an abundance of black crystal stones deep within the layers of the mine. This revelation instilled a newfound hope among the elders, who had initially believed that the destruction of the red pearl tree would lead to the decline of the Ji family. However, this matter must remain confidential, lest it attract the covetous eyes of other clans. Yet, it was evident that cultivators were required to access the mine. Thus, the clan leader finally recalled the group from Shaowang Mountain. The second elder, observing the clan leader's cheerful demeanor, began to feel discontent. If the clan leader were to act in such an unjust manner, it might well incite dissatisfaction among the clan members. Who were the clan members he referred to? Naturally, there was no discontent among the members, except for those from Shaowang Mountain. The other individuals were beneficiaries of the arrangement, and thus, dissent was unlikely. The second elder did not genuinely care for the newcomers from Shaowang Mountain. He merely wished to oppose the clan leader for the sake of it. The patriarch of the Ji family continued, "Elder Second, you are aware of the current need for manpower. A mere monthly rotation is likely insufficient. Are we truly to send the descendants of all the elders to mine as well?" The second elder fell silent. When it comes to personal interests, he was certainly not foolish enough to propose that his own descendants engage in mining. Why should the descendants of the elders be exempt from such labor? A resounding voice echoed from outside the door. The crowd's faces brightened with joy. Was it the grand elder? Had he finally emerged from seclusion? The patriarch of the Ji family stood to welcome him. Upon seeing the visitor, everyone bowed in respect. A Yuanying cultivator. Grand elder, you have finally broken through to the Yuanying stage. The grand elder of the Ji family had entered the discussion hall. Fortunately, I managed to conclude my seclusion today. Patriarch, do you still remember the ancestral teachings of the Ji family? Noticing the unusual tone of the grand elder, the patriarch quickly composed his expression. All my clan members are of one root and share the same lineage. We originated from a single ancestor. Disunity among our kin is a disservice to our forebears. None among us shall harm or deceive one another, as it depletes our vital essence. Every member must treat one another with sincerity, aid those in distress, and show compassion in hardship. We must never take advantage of the weak. Chapter 16. The Yuanying elder's admonition. Although he had been in seclusion for several decades, he was always informed of significant events within the family. Observing that no one had stepped forward to speak, he continued, Patriarch, I have been in seclusion since before you assumed the role of patriarch, and I have not interfered in any family matters throughout these years. When the position of patriarch was contested, I received the news but chose to remain in seclusion. If the grand elder were to show even the slightest interest, the position of clan leader would surely not fall to him. For centuries, the Ji family has not produced any exceptionally talented descendants. We are merely resting on the laurels of our ancestors. Nowadays, the Ji family seems to be in decline, with the younger generation preferring comfort over diligence and showing little ambition. I contemplate seizing this opportunity presented by the Black Crystal Mine to involve the family members, as one cannot become refined without undergoing the process of tempering. Grand Elder, what is your perspective on this? The clan leader appeared somewhat perplexed. Was he interpreting my words correctly? What I mean is that any member of the Ji family who has reached the age of 15 should contribute to the family by working in the mine. 2 days later, Ji Qingling received this information. Starting next month, all members of the Ji family, except those already holding positions, must work in the mine if they are over the age of 15. The rotation will occur every 3 months, with each stint lasting a month. The village chief raised his hand to calm the crowd, now preferring to be addressed as Uncle Jinda. He explained that previously, Ji and the others operated on a 2-month rotation, with 1 month of work. However, following the clan leader's directive, elders and junior managers who were originally exempt must now participate. With more people involved, the workload would naturally become less burdensome. Currently, It is akin to working alongside fellow clan members to earn spiritual stones. Ji Jinda also informed the children about their future studies at the clan's Qingxin Hall. He summoned Ji Linhai and Ji Qingshan, several foundation-building cultivators. Ji Qingling wondered if her father was somehow incompatible with Tongqing. Ji Qingyuan signaled to Ji Qingling, suggesting she inquire further. Ji Qingling mused that her curiosity was her own and not merely a result of his prompting. As Ji Linhai observed the expectant expressions of the other two, he replied, "Indeed, today we had an audience with the clan leader. Not only did we meet the leader, but the second elder also summoned me privately." The mention of the second elder made Imo Sanyang ponder. Was her husband's gloomy demeanor a result of the second elder's influence? What did the second elder say to win you over? She inquired. Ji Linhai offered a wry smile. Naturally, he recounted the profound brotherhood he shared with my father in years past. Alas, the clan leader has suppressed him excessively over the years, leaving little room for us. Imo Sanyang understood his sentiment. I certainly remember, yet his hypocritical demeanor makes me feel indignant on my father's behalf. What was the clan leader's purpose in summoning you? She asked. The clan leader, of course, conveyed the customary words expected of one in his position. Despite the family's current tribulations, he assured us that he would not abandon us. In these trying times, we must unite and persevere, pledging our loyalty to the clan. Early that morning, Susu eagerly came to summon Ji Qingyuan and her. Today marked their first lesson at the clan, and Susu, brimming with excitement, could hardly contain her joy as she skipped along. As they prepared to leave, Ji Qingling noticed that neither of them intended to invite Ji Yuxiu. Being an adult, she found it difficult to join in isolating Ji Yuxiu, who had not wronged her. Thus, she resolved to be the understanding one. Sister Yuxiu, we are heading to Qingfeng Hall for class. Would you care to join us? Sure enough, Ji Qingyuan glared at her from the front, while Susu pouted in response. Ji Yuxiu, who had been waiting inside, finally emerged joyfully upon hearing someone call for her. Why the hurry? There is still ample time. Once we arrive, do refrain from casting your gaze in every direction, lest others underestimate you. Well, it is rather ungracious for her to scold someone who kindly called her. Susu, why do you only call them and not me? At such a tender age, are you already learning to bully me like the others? Ji Qingling genuinely regretted summoning her. Merely a year older, yet she feigned maturity. How insufferable such childishness can be. Sister Yuxiu, do you truly find me so disagreeable? I call for you. And yet you show disdain? Is it a crime to be younger? I am not. Before she could finish, Ji Qingyuan's impatience grew palpable. Hurry up. Girls can be quite bothersome, dawdling about. Come along quickly, I will go find Ji Pingon first. Indeed, the dawdling is irksome. Xiaolingzi, keep up. Susu echoed the sentiment and hurried off. Ji Qingling promptly followed suit. Inside the Qingfeng Hall, Ji Qingling encountered the third elder who had visited Shaowang Mountain previously. He stood beside a cultivator, exuding an air of respect. Silence. The mere utterance of these two syllables seemed to carry an oppressive weight, silencing the previously murmuring crowd in an instant. The middle-aged man stepped forward, addressing them. I am Ji Huaishan, the grand elder of the Ji family. The elder of the Ji family's nascent soul? Ji Qingling was taken aback. Thus, the nascent soul elder was not merely an old man with a white beard. I have been in seclusion for many years, which is why many of you have not encountered me. Today, with new disciples arriving at Qingfeng Hall for their lessons, I seize this opportunity to clarify a few matters with you all. Forget your original identities. You are not mere onlookers, nor are you mere branches of the family tree. Each individual seated here is equally a descendant of the Ji family. No one will concern themselves with the lineage of your parents or grandparents. The family honors only your abilities. Your spiritual roots, innate talent, comprehension, and diligence will determine your standing within the clan. Ji Qingling observed Ji Pingon and Ji Qingyuan, noting that their postures straightened a tad more upon hearing these words. So today's lesson is one of moral philosophy. Our ancestors were transcendent cultivators. Yet now our Ji family, the cherished Qizhu tree of Shaowang Mountain, has been destroyed, a legacy bequeathed by our forebears, now in ruins by our hands. If we do not rise to the occasion, it is feared that in a few hundred years, there may no longer be descendants of the Ji family on the path to immortality. Ji Huaishan regarded the younger generation below, hoping that his words today would bear some fruit. He proceeded to announce the family's new arrangements. Henceforth, any Ji family member under the age of 15 in the Qi refinement stage shall be entitled to receive corresponding elixirs and spiritual stones from the family. Being a descendant of the patriarch or an elder will not grant you any additional stones. Each year, the family will also host minor competitions, where the top 3 in each category will receive greater rewards. Chapter 17. Dinner dispute. Before he could finish speaking, a bold voice interjected. Elder, are we to receive the same treatment as those who cannot even tend to a tree, despite our ancestors' sacrifices for the Ji family? Ji Ping'an rose, confronting. Who cannot tend to a tree? I am speaking of you, came the retort. Ji Qingling restrained Ji Qingyuan, who was also rising. That is the nascent soul, brimming with youthful vigor. How audacious to interject and even engage in a quarrel before a practitioner of the nascent soul. Is there a desire for a swifter demise? Silence. These 2 words resonated once more, yet this time a formidable pressure rendered everyone utterly speechless. Within the clan, contests among the younger generation are not prohibited, provided their cultivation levels are comparable. One must strike with restraint, ensuring no harm befalls the life or cultivation of another. Those who inflict malicious injuries upon their kin shall have their cultivation revoked and be cast out of the family. The Grand Elder appeared oblivious to the recent discord. From now on, the morning lessons would be conducted personally by the Elder of Golden Elixir. Who else dares to voice a complaint? Casting a glance around and finding no further objections, he nodded slightly to the 3rd elder beside him before departing. The 3rd elder likely lacked experience in instructing children. After careful consideration, he realized the youngest among them had only just attained the 1st level of qi refinement. Speaking in overly esoteric terms would be beyond their comprehension. Thus, he resolved to begin with the basics of spiritual roots. Spiritual roots are commonly categorized into 5 types, the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. However, some individuals are born with anomalous spiritual roots, such as those of thunder or ice. Possessing an anomalous spiritual root signifies an exceptionally high natural talent, typically manifesting as a singular spiritual root. The value of a practitioner's spiritual root can be divided into 10 parts, with the total sum of their spiritual roots invariably equating to 10. The highest possible root value is 10, while the lowest is 1. Single spiritual roots are self-evident. But consider the case of dual spiritual roots. If one root possesses a value of 9, the other must necessarily be 1, representing the optimal scenario for dual roots. The least favorable situation for dual roots is when both possess a value of 5. The greater the root value, the mightier the spells one can wield. For instance, in a confrontation, if an opponent unleashes their utmost strength to deliver a lethal blow, even if you, with your own root value, exert all your energy to strike them twice, you would only inflict a minor wound. In the most favorable scenario, a cultivator with 5 elemental roots possesses one root valued at 60%, while the other 4 roots each hold a value of 10%. Thus, those with dual roots, both valued at 50%, are not necessarily at a disadvantage. Therefore, the number of roots a cultivator possesses is not the paramount factor. Rather, the superiority of their roots hinges on their respective values. A question arose: how can we ascertain the value of our elemental roots? Our spirit testing stones can only determine the number of roots one has. To truly understand the value of these roots, one must utilize the spirit testing platform. In the entire city, only the city lord's estate has such a platform, which costs 100 spirit stones per session. Moreover, one must be a foundation establishment cultivator and have someone to recommend them. Ji Qingling clicked her tongue in disbelief at the exorbitant cost. Surmising that Ji Linhai would be reluctant to spend such a sum, she speculated that her golden root likely possesses the highest value. Given that the wood root is rather weak, and the water root spells are also quite mediocre, she voiced her concerns. Elder, should we focus solely on cultivating our most superior root, or should we also develop the others? Typically, cultivators primarily hone their most proficient root, while utilizing the others merely as auxiliary roots to learn a few fundamental spells. After all, upon reaching the foundation establishment stage, one can still employ basic spells from other roots. Of course, some cultivators choose to cultivate 2 roots simultaneously, although this requires a considerable investment of time in the auxiliary root, which may hinder their advancement. The practical applications can still yield commendable results. This practitioner has witnessed a cultivator specializing in the wood root who has perfected his auxiliary golden root to great heights. Although his offensive capabilities may not be the strongest, his synergy with the golden root's defensive attributes renders him formidable among his peers, showcasing remarkable endurance. Thus, could it be that cultivating multiple roots may indeed prove beneficial? Nature, indeed, often reveals its drawbacks to outweigh its benefits, regardless of one's prowess among peers in practical combat. Excessive energy expended on auxiliary spiritual roots invariably leads to a lag in cultivation advancement compared to others. The disparity between the Qi refinement stage and the foundation establishment stage is simply incomparable. With these reflections, the third elder began to embrace the role of a mentor, subsequently addressing the challenges encountered during the Qi refinement stage and sharing insights on cultivation techniques. After the passage of an hour, all present derived immense benefits from his teachings. The Qi Feng Hall boasts a dining facility that generously provides meals for the children at no charge. Upon arriving in this new locale, the village children instinctively congregated together. Qingling, leading the way hand in hand with Susu, displayed remarkable enthusiasm for the prospect of dining. The culinary skills of the Ji family's kitchen were truly commendable, offering a diverse array of dishes imbued with a hint of spiritual energy. Qingling ordered a generous bowl of hand-pulled noodles, generously topped with a thick layer of meat derived from beasts, complemented by a few greens and a sprinkle of finely chopped scallions. The noodles were delightfully chewy, the meat tender and succulent, resulting in an exquisite flavor. Satisfied after this meal, Qingling's fondness for the Ji family experienced a slight elevation. After a brief respite, the group redirected their destination to the martial arts hall, where foundation establishment cultivators imparted their knowledge of spellcasting techniques. Unlike the desolate grounds of Shawang Mountain, devoid of any structure, the expansive martial arts hall was lined with an array of low-tier spiritual weapons: swords, spears, staffs, fans, bows, axes, whips, hammers, forks, halberds, and cudgels, among others. Naturally, they had never encountered such items before, and their curiosity was piqued. Qingling and Susu each took a staff and a sword, respectively, seeking a secluded spot to engage in practice. A young girl clad in a red outfit brushed past them, dismissing them as a bunch of simpletons. The sound resonated loudly, lacking any semblance of concealment. The surrounding individuals came to a halt. The fiery-tempered Susu was the first to retaliate. "Who are you calling a bumpkin? Whoever dares to speak shall answer." Qingling closed her eyes in silence, bemused by how the boys' quarrels bore such resemblance to those of young girls. Although arguing was her weak point, it seemed unreasonable for her to remain mute while her close friend engaged in a dispute. "Never mind, Susu. There is no need to stoop to the level of children." Upon hearing this, the girl in the red dress grew displeased. "Who are you calling a child?" "Of course, it's whoever dares to speak." Susu nodded vigorously in agreement. The girl in red, likely accustomed to being pampered, charged up to Qingling, exclaiming, "You country bumpkin, do you dare to retort against me? Do you even know who my father is?" Qingling stifled a chuckle, amused by the uniformity of her invocation of paternal authority. "My dear lady, you may be youthful, yet your memory seems rather poor. Just this morning, the Grand Elder stated that here, no one cares about who your parents or grandparents are. One should focus solely on cultivation. He also mentioned that we are all equals as Ji family members. You just called us bumpkins, yet in doing so, you included yourself, did you not?" Susu continued to nod in agreement. At that moment, a male voice interjected. "But the Grand Elder also mentioned that here, it is only personal abilities that matter." Qingling glanced at the newcomer and instinctively pulled Susu back a step. It was the same boy who had remarked that they couldn't even identify a tree earlier that morning. At that moment, Qingyuan also arrived, seeking to demonstrate his prowess, believing that one must possess comparable cultivation. Did he really intend to challenge someone who had only recently begun their journey in Qi refinement? He drew Qingling and Susu behind him, adopting an air of superiority. Chapter 18. The conflict erupts now, with someone backing Qingling. It was the perfect opportunity for him to vent the frustrations he had bottled up since that morning. He pushed aside his cousin Ji Hui and stepped forward. Thus, the two young men found themselves facing each other, each determined to assert their dominance through sheer presence before any physical confrontation ensued. They had not only escaped any form of punishment, but were now enjoying the resources of the Ji family just as much as the others. Qingyuan glared at him, articulating a few terse words. "What? I said the one who harmed the trees is Hong Tai of the Hong family, at the late stage of golden core cultivation. Your enemy is right here in Tong City, and yet you stand idly by without seeking vengeance?" Ji Mingyuan and his companions had been wandering around the city in recent days, thus they were well aware that the Hong family, as mentioned by Elder Wu, was also present in Tong City. They found the current tranquility between the two families somewhat perplexing. "Remove any doubt. I am certain you lack the courage." Qingyuan refused to back down. "This brash boy, I shall teach you a lesson today that will render you too fearful to raise your head before me again." Ji Qingyuan was well prepared, deftly sidestepping. As those around them realized a fight was imminent, they quickly cleared the area for them. Ji Qingling was particularly worried for him. Considering they were both at the third level of qi refinement, yet Ji Qingyuan had only recently advanced. Brother, be careful. Go for it, Qingyuan. Susu, though young, was undaunted by the looming confrontation. Ji Qingyuan fought fiercely, bringing his opponent to the ground, silencing any arrogance. Ji Ping'an lamented his late arrival. Naturally, Ji Hui and her group were not to be outdone. In Ji Qingyuan's hand, a longsword danced with a ferocious elegance. The two were evenly matched. Although Ji Qingyuan had recently advanced in rank, his months spent honing his skills on the mountain had endowed him with considerable combat experience. For a time, they were locked in a stalemate, neither gaining the upper hand. Just as he launched a palm strike aimed at his opponent's shoulder, a wall of earth abruptly rose between them. He inwardly cursed, astonished by the rapid conversion of the earth-based spell. Upon shattering the wall, he realized his adversary had vanished. Instinctively, Ji Qingyuan leaped forward, but it was too late. With a sharp sound, his arm was slashed. Meanwhile, Ji Qingling was horrified, covering her mouth in shock. She wished to call for a halt, fearing for a moment that Ji Qingyuan might meet his demise that day, though she had witnessed fights before, such as the bloody confrontation between Elder Wu and Hong Tai. Seeing her beloved kin injured stirred an unprecedented fear within her. She longed to rush forward and pull Ji Qingyuan back. However, a hand grasped her shoulder, and Ji Ping'an's voice resonated beside her. Stay calm. Everything is fine. She needed to acclimatize to this world. After all, injuries and even killings were commonplace here. Steeling herself, she focused intently on the unfolding scene. Her opponent raised his sword to defend, and as their gazes locked, Ji Qingyuan suddenly smiled. Ji Qingling then noticed the dagger, exclaiming in joyous triumph, "Ah, we won. Ji Qingyuan, you are magnificent. Brother Qingyuan, you are so impressive." The victors rejoiced exuberantly, while the vanquished hung their heads in despair. "I refuse to accept this fate. I shall compete with you." Ji Hui did not anticipate such an outcome. She had expected to humiliate the wild girl, yet it was her own side that suffered embarrassment. She approached Ji Qingling and issued a new challenge. Jizwa Gu, Jizwa Gu, Jizwa Gu. Jizwa faced Ji Qingyuan and nodded, remarking, "Indeed." Maintaining composure under adversity and turning the tide demonstrates considerable combat experience. Ji Qingyuan was somewhat taken aback by the praise, having just returned home a few days prior. He was unexpectedly conscripted by the elder to mentor this group of youngsters. He settled down cross-legged and beckoned to his younger siblings, indicating that they should follow suit. A throng of them gathered around him, sitting on the ground as he began to critique the performances of the two competitors, highlighting both their shortcomings and their strengths. Subsequently, he selected another pair to continue the contest, providing guidance and commentary from the sidelines. Ji Qingling listened with rapt attention, thoroughly enjoying this live commentary teaching method. Time flew by during the earnest learning session, and as the 2 hours came to an end, Jizwa rose, dusting off his trousers. Today, we have tested the 5 primary spiritual roots and discussed the characteristics of various elemental spells. To master your spells, you must practice diligently, so that when the moment arises, your energy flows effortlessly and seamlessly. After a moment's reflection, he produced a stack of paper talismans from his storage bag. Do not accuse your elder brother of being stingy. These are talismans I have recently crafted. Come, take them and share equally among yourselves. Jizwa Gu, aren't you the one studying formations? How does one commence the art of crafting symbols? Moreover, what utility does this first-tier strength symbol possess? Jizwa delivered a swift kick, exclaiming, "Get away. I have only just begun. Who among us has ever practiced with first-tier symbols? Recently, the arduous study of formations has left my mind weary. I must refresh my thoughts. It is no wonder they are bestowed upon us. Such rudimentary first-tier strength symbols are unlikely to be accepted by any shop." Jizwan extended his hand, asserting, "You need not return it to me. When I ascend to the rank of a 9th-tier symbol master, do not come begging for a symbol. I shall be disinclined to entertain you." After a while, one comes to understand that not everyone harbors ill intentions. Jizwa exited through the grand door, leaving Ji Qingling to ponder the symbol in her hand. Was Jizwa's last remark directed at us? Chapter 19, Do we possess any foundation establishment pills? It has been 6 months since Jizwa last provided us with guidance. During this time, we have come to grasp the circumstances within the mind. The greatest number of qi refinement practitioners are tasked with the most arduous labor, mining. Those of higher cultivation in the foundation establishment stage are responsible for guarding against the mountain-dwelling beasts that inhabit the mine. These creatures, known as tunneling beasts, primarily feed on black crystal ore, inevitably leading to conflicts between humans and beasts. The duty of the foundation establishment practitioners is to patrol and safeguard their kin. As for the scarce golden core elders, they take turns overseeing the mine. The Black Sun mine itself is composed of exceptionally hard material, making the act of mining quite depleting on one's spiritual energy. Thus, when their energy is exhausted, practitioners must restore it on site. Despite the laborious nature of mining, it greatly aids in their cultivation. Over the past few months, Imo Sanyang has achieved the pinnacle of qi refinement. Now, she merely requires a foundation establishment pill to commence her seclusion and breakthrough. Ji Linhai sought out Ji He, who welcomed him warmly and agreed to assist him in submitting an application. On that day, Ji Qingling, as usual, inquired about the whereabouts of foundation establishment pills from shop to shop. The consensus among the shopkeepers was that one should not place all their hopes solely on the family. Spirit stones were already prepared, yet there was not even a hint of a foundation establishment pill in the market. Just as she was about to step into the final shop, she spotted a familiar face, the steward of the Ji family, whom she had encountered upon her arrival in Tong City. Instinctively, she wished to avoid being seen and discreetly moved aside. Fortunately, the heightened senses of cultivators allowed her to overhear the conversation within. "Steward Dong, please take a look at last month's accounts. The pills you brought a few days ago have all been sold out, particularly that bottle of foundation establishment pills, which was reserved early on, along with a considerable number of others." Ji Qingling leaned in to glimpse the shop sign, Chongqing Hall. Is this a shop belonging to the Ji family? So, there are foundation establishment pills, yet they are withheld? Deep down, she understood that it was unlikely they would provide her family with pills, given that they had just arrived in Tong City seeking assistance. However, she recalled the village chief and Uncle Qingshan mentioning that if someone within the family required foundation establishment pills, they merely needed to report it, and the family would provide them. Well, she was not particularly familiar with such family dynamics. She squatted in front of a stall outside Chongqing Hall, picking and choosing among the items displayed. "Young lady, you have a discerning eye. This is a treasure obtained by a gold core elder in a secret realm." The stall owner, noticing Ji Qingling's keen interest in his wares, thought it best to charm the young girl. Yet, Ji Qingling's thoughts were far removed from such trivialities, and only then did she realize she was holding a jade orb. "Friend, how much is this?" I observe that the young lady shares a profound affinity with this treasure. Thus, 10 spirit stones shall suffice. Ji Qingling finally lifted her gaze to him, only to find the vendor wearing a countenance that suggested he was incurring a loss by selling to her. How unscrupulous. He demands 10 spirit stones for such a diminutive jade bead, which, when held, exudes not a trace of spiritual energy. It is likely nothing more than a trinket fallen from the adornments of an ordinary woman. It is far too exorbitant. I cannot afford it. Where has the manager Dong gone? The vendor, presuming she intended to depart, hastily called out to her, "Ah, dear lady, please do not leave. I shall offer you a better price. This is truly a remarkable item." At that moment, Manager Dong emerged from the Chongqing Hall, prompting her to lower her head and feign an intense examination of the trinket. "What say you? 4-5 spirit stones, you may take it. And should you wish to purchase anything else in the future, do return to me." Ji Qingling found herself thoroughly exasperated and feared that his loud calls might attract unwanted attention. "Sir, I possess but a single spirit stone. If you can part with it for that, I shall take it." She believed that such a desperate bargaining tactic would surely dissuade the vendor. Very well, very well. Take it, he conceded, shoving the jade bead into Ji Qingling's hand. After all, he could scarcely recall where this bead had originated. It bore no spiritual essence and was likely a mere ornament discarded by some mundane woman. At this juncture, Ji Qingling was left astonished. "Good sir, you ought to at least put up a struggle. Your compliance is quite improper." Thankfully, he did not demand a higher price, and it seemed the vendor would not allow her to leave easily today. Gritting her teeth, she retrieved a spirit stone and tucked the jade bead into her storage pouch before turning to enter the Chongqing Hall. "Esteemed proprietor, do you have any foundation building pills available?" Regrettably, a bottle of foundation building pills arrived, but has already been sold out. "When will the next batch arrive?" It's hard to say, especially since there are already prior reservations. Even if another bottle were to become available, it would hardly suffice. Could one pill be extracted from a single bottle? "My dear young lady, I regret to inform you that it is simply insufficient. The shopkeeper observed the young girl purchasing the foundation establishment pills alone, pondering that she might be a disciple of some wandering cultivator. These pills have always been in high demand, and seasoned practitioners are well aware that acquiring a foundation establishment pill entails not only purchasing a single pill, but also obtaining numerous other items from the establishment. And one must be a regular patron. Not to mention, even if they were available, they would hardly be sold to a novice like this young girl, especially given her unfamiliarity. Perhaps her master's entire fortune would barely suffice for a single pill. If Qingling were to learn of the shopkeeper's thoughts, she might very well applaud such astute salesmanship. From a certain perspective, the shopkeeper has indeed grasped the essence of the matter. The entirety of Qingling's family's assets would only be enough to procure a single foundation establishment pill. After some negotiation, Qingling ascertained that the shopkeeper's implication was clear. The pills are reserved for loyal patrons. The two decided to clarify several matters. First and foremost, they needed to ascertain whether he had reported this issue upward or if the manager had chosen to ignore it. What are the criteria for the G family to distribute foundation establishment pills? They resolved to split their efforts. Qingling would seek out Ji for a subtle inquiry, while Qingling would investigate the conditions under which the family would allocate pills to its members. Stepping out of her courtyard, Qingling knocked on the door of the adjoining yard and retrieved a small basket of peaches from her storage pouch. As Zhou Fangping opened the courtyard gate, she was greeted by the sight of the neighbor's little girl, who stood at her doorstep, radiating joy as she held a basket of peaches. "Aunt Zhou, these are the fruits we gathered while hunting demonic beasts on the mountain yesterday. They are incredibly delicious and imbued with spiritual energy," Qingling exclaimed, stepping into the courtyard and placing the peaches upon the stone table. "I picked so many and thought to bring some for you to taste, as a token of gratitude for guiding me last time." Zhou Fangping smiled at the girl's words, replying, "You are far too courteous, my dear. It was merely a simple gesture to point you in the right direction. There was no need for such thanks." She then selected the largest peach and placed it in Qingling's hands, encouraging her, "Do try it. It is truly delightful." Observing the girl's lively demeanor softened Zhou Fangping's heart. Though she had been married to Ji Yoli for many years, they had not been blessed with a child, which left her with a sense of longing. While it is common for those devoted to cultivation to forego marriage and offspring, within the realm of cultivation families, procreation is highly encouraged. A thriving lineage is essential for the emergence of more gifted children. Chapter 20. The child's enthusiasm. Seeing Qingling's enthusiasm, Zhou Fangping gently tucked away a few stray strands of hair from the girl's face. "I have always known you as the child from next door, but I did not know your name or your age. What is your primary spiritual root?" Qingling, ever the obedient child, answered readily. Thus, they quickly grew familiar with one another, and soon Qingling began to inquire about various matters concerning the Ji family. Noticing that the questions were those a clan member should naturally know, Zhou Fangping, understanding the girl's unfamiliarity due to her recent arrival, generously shared all the information she could. Although she approached Aunt Zhou with a purpose, her genuine intention was to foster good neighborly relations. This back-and-forth interaction would naturally lead to familiarity over time. Otherwise, should the two families encounter each other at the gate in the future, neither would feel comfortable initiating a greeting. "Have you inquired?" As Qingling settled down, he promptly posed the question to Qingling. "I have clarified the matter. In the Ji family, as long as one reaches the pinnacle of Qi refinement, one merely needs to submit an application, and the family will provide foundation establishment pills without any additional requirements." It almost seems too good to be true. Qingling tapped her forehead, sighing. "I realize how your mind works. The family would certainly be eager for you to advance as swiftly as possible. Does not the addition of another high-level cultivator enhance the family's strength?" Qingling shook her head, urging, "Let us not digress. Speak of what you have discovered." "Regarding that, it infuriates me." I confronted Ji directly, informing him that I had consulted with Steward Dong, who was completely unaware of the matter. Qingling replied. Qingling widened her eyes. "Do you think he is a fool? You, a mere child, do you believe he would simply confess?" Qingling glared at her. "Do not interrupt. Allow me to finish. Even if he knows I am deceiving him, what of it? I declared that I would seek out the Great Elder tomorrow to inquire whether the Great Elder's previous assertion that all Ji family members are treated equally still holds true. Why are we being treated differently?" Qingling remained puzzled. "Is that all? Do you truly believe a foundation establishment cultivator would be intimidated by a child like you?" "He certainly does not fear my threats. But what is a child? A child of my age is often brash and reckless. He is unperturbed by threats. Yet he harbors a profound fear of my potentially approaching the Grand Elder directly. Presently, the Grand Elder's descendants have ventured into the mountains for mining. Should the Grand Elder truly seek to dispense justice, how could he, at the Foundation establishment stage, possibly turn the tide? For the sake of this matter, he might face punishment. Surely, he is not so foolish. Qingling mused. You are indeed aware of your reckless demeanor. At that moment, she began to doubt whether Qingling had also traversed from another realm. Could a child ponder such complexities? Subsequently, he retracted his statement, suggesting that perhaps the steward, Dong, had simply forgotten, or that he himself was too preoccupied to report, mistakenly believing he had already done so. Was this matter truly resolved? Qingling remained skeptical. She thought to herself that in a few days, her mother's Foundation establishment pill would likely be distributed. However, reality dealt a swift blow. Half a month later, there was still no word regarding Mo Sanyang's Foundation establishment pill. Qingling felt deceived and no longer wished to expend effort in feigned conversations. One day, after the morning lessons, he stealthily followed the Third Elder. The Third Elder, unaware of his presence, pondered whether someone was trailing him. After another right turn, the Third Elder came to a halt. Qingling, following closely, nearly collided with him. Do you seek something from me? The Third Elder inquired directly. Catching Qingling off guard, the words he had meticulously prepared seemed unnecessary now. Indeed, Third Elder, I wish to inquire if, since my mother has attained the peak of qi refinement, the family could issue a Foundation establishment pill? A Foundation establishment pill? You reside in Datong Lane? Have you consulted Jihe? I have. The Third Elder comprehended the situation with clarity. With a casual wave, he flicked a small pebble into the distance, stealthily. Alas, two individuals remained locked in a gaze. In the dining hall, in a corner, Qingling observed Qingling's battered visage, bruised and swollen. What on earth happened to you? Qingling continued to eat, occasionally grimacing in pain from his wounds. He muttered, I went to seek the Third Elder. So it was the Third Elder who did this to you. How could that be? The Third Elder would never strike me. Qingling reluctantly set down his chopsticks. Isn't it the case that there has been no news regarding the Foundation establishment pill? With our parents still at the mine, he is clearly just brushing us off. I simply relayed the matter of the Foundation establishment pill to the Third Elder. You must be mad. Are you out of your mind? Qingling's voice was low, yet her emotions were fervent. She was taken aback by Qingling's audacity. You recklessly approached the Third Elder without considering the implications. What if he has indeed spoken to the Overseer? Have you considered that this might offend the Overseer, who is a descendant of the Golden Core Elder? He could very well be a junior of the Third Elder. Do you think the Overseer would let you off the hook then? Furthermore, even if he said nothing, we could have devised alternative methods. He has been operating in this city for years. Why should our newly arrived family confront him directly? Qingling finished her tirade, her gaze fixed on Qingling, exasperated by his folly. Conversely, Qingling furrowed his brow. I did not approach the Third Elder recklessly. I have done my research. The Overseer is a junior of the Fifth Elder. The relationship between the Third Elder and the Fifth Elder is not particularly harmonious. After attending numerous classes, I find the Third Elder to be a figure worthy of trust. Does the steward Dong know? Has mentioned anything? At least one of these two individuals harbors a problem, or perhaps both do. I believe it would be more prudent to approach the Third Elder directly. Qingling paused briefly before continuing. Everyone claims you are perceptive, yet I perceive your perceptiveness to stem from hesitation and timidity. Given that the family stipulates that those eligible for foundational cultivation may acquire foundation pills, we ought to seek out those who hold authority in this matter. Why squander so much time pondering and speculating? Would it not be more advantageous to express our concerns openly? How can we ascertain the outcome without attempting? If we still cannot obtain it, we can always devise an alternative strategy later. Qingling felt somewhat bewildered by his words. Why was she being implicated in this discussion? Just as Qingling concluded his thoughts, he realized it was inappropriate to burden Qingling with such heavy matters. She was still a child and needed to focus on family concerns. Regrettably, he felt he had spoken too harshly. He then placed an arm around Qingling's shoulders, reassuring her, do not worry, everything will be taken care of by your brother. Qingling, too, wished to divert from this topic. What? You shall not call me that. You have not gained any advantage. Both of you are practitioners at the third layer of qi refining. Where are your swords? Is it not disgraceful to engage in such brawls, leaving one another battered and bruised? Chapter 21. Trouble at the Mo family. Mo Sanyang appeared to be in high spirits. "Come inside," she said. The siblings exchanged puzzled glances, wondering what had transpired. "The clan has sent your mother a foundational pill." The siblings exchanged glances, astonished by the swiftness of the third elder's actions. In the residence of the Ji family, Steward Dong stood before the third elder, scarcely daring to breathe. Typically, as long as one's actions do not undermine the family's interests, one would not be troubled, given the favor of your uncle. Have you so soon forgotten the words of the first elder just days ago? At present, the paramount concern for the Ji family is the enhancement of its strength, particularly ensuring that the resources for the clan members' cultivation are not withheld. The third elder, Ji Dong, felt a sense of trepidation. How could Steward Dong allow the family to believe he had deprived the clan members of their rightful resources? The third elder, Ji He, had indeed reported a few days prior that there were foundation establishment pills within the clan, yet Ji Dong hesitated. Yet what? Ji Dong spoke with indignation, questioning the rationale behind their failures. How could they be blamed for not safeguarding the spirit tree? Is that all you have to say? The third elder gazed at him intently. Ji Dong lowered his head, conceding that he had said all he could. Are they mere loose cultivators? The matter of the spirit tree primarily stems from the clan's own negligence. Had the two Golden Core elders been stationed as before, such an incident would never have transpired. Among them, the highest cultivation level is merely foundation establishment. What could they possibly use to resist a late-stage Golden Core cultivator? Furthermore, the current family assets were not earned by any of us. We are merely squandering what our ancestors left behind. Do you realize that the first generation of tree guardians, a millennium ago, were the elite of the clan? The third elder continued, pressing the point. What grounds do they have for their indignation? The third elder, Ji Dong, found himself at a loss for words. Go now. Should such an incident occur again, you shall head directly to the mine. Very well. In Datong Alley, Qingling and her brother sat in the courtyard. In her palm rested an apple, which, under her deft control, grew increasingly round and polished. Whenever she found a spare moment, she would conjure an object in her hand, allowing it to transform continuously. And her mastery over spiritual energy had indeed seen significant enhancement through this persistent practice. All necessary preparations had long been completed, and now, with the crucial foundation-building elixir finally in hand, her impatience was palpable. Ji Linhai remained by her side, safeguarding her. It was time for words to be spoken. Could it be that she had failed? Ji Qingyuan felt a twinge of anxiety. Annoyed by his ominous predictions, she stuffed a piece of dried meat into his mouth, urging him to eat something. Unable to stay still any longer, Ji Qingling suggested, Ji Qingyuan, let us venture outside for a stroll. I find it difficult to focus on my cultivation at home, and merely waiting is quite unbearable. Ji Qingyuan, understanding her sentiment, replied, Speak your mind. What do you wish to eat? Shall we go to Zhengji for their spicy oil noodles? As they stepped outside, they encountered a young woman clad in green, who happened to pass by just as they opened the door. Startled, she instinctively took a step back. Ji Qingling offered her a warm smile, prompting the girl to hurriedly lower her head and walk away. Unfamiliar with her, Ji Qingling noted that the alley contained several empty courtyards, likely rented out long ago. Perhaps she was a newly arrived loose cultivator. Ji Qingyuan paused, realizing something was amiss. The girl exuded no spiritual energy, unlike a true cultivator. Oh dear, let us hasten, Ji Qingling urged, pulling him along. Zhengji spicy oil noodles were simply a small stall set up at the alley's entrance, operated by a middle-aged man. His business thrived consistently. Even though he himself was merely a loose cultivator, finding time to sell noodles only in his leisure between practices. Boss, what meat do you have today? Today, we have green mango snake and tenderbone rabbit. Ji Qingling found herself at a loss, so she decided to order a bowl of each, requesting extra spice. Ji Qingyuan intervened, saying, Their spice level is excessive. I prefer mine mildly spiced. Both bowls are mine. You can order whatever you like. With a resigned sigh, Ji Qingyuan placed his order, another bowl of rabbit meat with spicy oil noodles. Just mild, please. After consuming the two bowls, Ji Qingling felt as if flames were igniting in her eyes. Ah, so spicy. Truly delightful. Indeed, aside from various spiritual artifacts and elixirs, this street boasted an abundance of establishments selling spiritual cuisine. Not only was the flavor exquisite, but it also left no impurities within the body and could enhance one's spiritual energy. Over the past few months, Ji Qingling's most significant achievement had been sampling nearly every food stall in Tongqing. Upon pushing open the courtyard door, she discovered that Mo Sanyang had emerged from her seclusion. After a month, she had finally succeeded in foundation establishment, allowing Qingling to relax. Though unspoken among them, they all understood that as long as Imo Sanyang did not complete her foundation, she would need to continue mining on the mountain. She had steadfastly refused Ji Linhai's assistance, not wishing to burden him. The trio felt deep sympathy for her, yet remained powerless to help. Now, however, Imo Sanyang could breathe easier in the days to come. Inside, she was sharing her experiences of foundation establishment with the children when a series of knocks echoed against the courtyard door. Who could it be at this late hour? Jiqing Yuan opened the door, and a figure swiftly darted inside, promptly closing the door behind her. Hey, what are you doing? Aunt, I am Emotion, the daughter of Imo Jidong. May I come in to speak? Everyone was taken aback. Within the confines of the room, 5 individuals sat in silence, none daring to initiate a conversation. Imo Sanyang gazed intently at Imo Zhenjin, whose discomfort under such scrutiny was palpable, her head nearly bowing to the floor. I have seen you before. You passed by my house today. Qingling remarked to Jiqing Yuan. She is the young lady you claimed lacks spiritual power. Jiqing Yuan's eyes widened in recognition. Ah, so it is you. Imo Sanyang then inquired, how did you know I was here? What is the matter? It is my father. He brought me here, Imo Zhenjin replied, tears streaming down her face. Ji Linhai, observing the distressing scene, felt compelled to offer solace. Miss Imo, please compose yourself. We are unable to discern what has transpired in your current state of distress. Let us calm down and clarify the situation together. After weeping for a time, Imo Zhenjin finally ceased her tears, noting that Imo Sanyang remained with her head bowed, showing no inclination to engage further. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she understood the urgency of her words. My father sent me here 2 months ago. He led me in secret to see my aunt and clearly indicated her residence before arranging for me to stay in a courtyard near Datong Lane. Most of Tongcheng is inhabited by cultivators, and lacking a spiritual root, I dared not wander aimlessly. Just a few days ago, my father visited and bestowed upon me some items. I suspected something significant had occurred at home, yet he refused to divulge any details. 3 days later, when my aunt did not arrive, fear gripped my heart. I stepped outside to seek news, hoping he was merely delayed by some pressing matter. I spent an entire day at an inn, only to overhear that something had befallen the Imo family in Songshui City. Chapter 22. The Death of Imo Jidong. Emotion. Seemingly overwhelmed by sorrow, broke into tears once more, Qingling, filled with anxiety, was at a loss regarding the unfolding events. Sister, please cease your weeping and clarify what has transpired, she implored. The Imo family has been exterminated. What nonsense are you spouting? Imo Sanyang exclaimed, rising abruptly from her seat. Who are you to come here and utter such wild claims? Imogen, taken aback by the outburst, momentarily forgot her tears. Sanyang, please remain calm, Ji Linhai urged, grasping her hand in a gesture of reassurance. I shall inquire into this matter immediately. Qingling called out to her father, Father, please do not rush. Let us hear the full account first. On that day at the tavern, I overheard someone mention that my father used the pretext of showcasing a rare treasure to lure my mother and grandfather into a secret chamber. It appeared that there were several esteemed guests present as well. For reasons unknown, my father detonated his primordial spirit within the chamber, resulting in their demise. Qingling noted how Imogen spoke of her mother and grandfather with an unsettling detachment, as if discussing a mere acquaintance. Subsequently, the Zhu family arrived, discovered my grandfather's death, and proceeded to slaughter all members of the Imo family. Having finally recounted her tale, Imogen once again succumbed to her weeping. Suddenly recalling something, she produced a storage pouch from her bosom and handed it to Imo Sanyang. Aunt, this is something my father instructed me to give you. Imo Sanyang accepted it, her spiritual energy gently caressing the pouch, causing it to open. In an instant, she could no longer contain her emotions, clutching the contents tightly as she wept in anguish. How could this be? Why did you not wait for me to personally conclude this? You have caused my father's demise. How dare you depart so easily? In this family, no one dares to utter a word, and none know how to console her. This storage pouch is a relic of Imo Jitong's late father, one he has carried with him always, and Imo Sanyang has seen it countless times. A cultivator's storage pouch can only be forcibly opened by someone of significantly higher cultivation level. Otherwise, the only conclusion is that Imo Jidong has perished. Upon opening the pouch, a talisman emerged, shimmering with golden light. Imo Sanyang pointed her finger, causing the golden radiance to dissipate, and a male voice resonated from the talisman. Xiaomin, decades ago, you were expelled from the Mo family. Little did we know that would be our final encounter in this lifetime. The ability to open this pouch confirms my absence. Given your temperament, you must be vexed, pondering why I did not perish at your hands. Your hatred towards me is justified. For these many years, I have convinced myself that the death of my uncle was in vengeance for my parents. Sparing your life is my utmost act of mercy. Had I not inadvertently discovered the truth a few years ago, I might have lived my life holding on to that belief. Ever since I learned that my uncle's death was orchestrated by Zhu Yuda, the head of the Zhu family, my heart has been consumed solely by the desire for retribution. Years ago, when Zhu Yuda became aware of my grandfather's secret treasure, and following my grandfather's demise, the treasure was passed down to my uncle. He seized the opportunity to ingratiate himself with both my father and uncle, earning their trust. My father's death was also part of his scheme. Originally intended to eliminate my uncle, my father's foundational cultivation would allow him to usurp the treasure. Who could have anticipated that by a twist of fate, my father would perish in the secret realm, compelling him to devise a new plan to ensnare me? In the past, I often inadvertently alluded to the mysterious circumstances surrounding my father's death, which left me plagued by doubt, yet he remained silent on the matter. At last, after my marriage, he revealed that it was my uncle who sought to seize a hidden treasure and thus orchestrated the demise of my parents. Gradually, I found myself ensnared in the web he had spun, ultimately joining forces with him to eliminate my uncle. Over the years, in my quest for vengeance, I conducted discreet investigations, only to uncover that the Zhu family was entangled with darker forces. For decades, they had failed to procure what was desired, and patience was wearing thin. Recently, Zhu Yuda has been probing me, conspiring with Zi Jinyang to solicit that person to extract my soul. I managed to gather intelligence about you, but hesitated to disclose everything. What difference would it make if you knew? My uncle's death lies at my hands. Even if I were to exact revenge, it must be by my own blade. The Mo family now lacks the strength to retaliate. Yet I cannot allow the enemies who caused the demise of my uncle and parents to continue existing in this world. I have meticulously devised a plan. I intend to use this treasure to lure everyone to the hidden gem. I shall employ the arcane arts I learned in my youth to bring about our mutual destruction, ensuring Zhu Yuda pays the price. As for the other members of the Mo family, they will naturally disperse at the appropriate time. I deeply regret, Xiaomin, that I could not safeguard the Mo family, and I have brought disappointment to my uncle. From within the confines of the house, the sound of Mo Jitong's weeping echoed. Ji Qingling imagined that if one could witness it, it would be a scene of a robust man weeping inconsolably. Truly, a worthy head of the family. For soon the cries subsided. The only burden he could not relinquish was the thought of his daughter, Jeanne. Ever since she was diagnosed at the age of 6 with an absence of spiritual roots, her mother and maternal grandfather have never cast her a glance. The clan members also shunned her. The poor child often retreated into her room, fearful of drawing anyone's ire. Subsequently, I entrusted her to the mundane world, hoping to find her a suitable husband in a few years. Now, facing difficulties within the family, I find myself devoid of anyone I can fully trust. Thus, I can only place my beloved Jeanne in your care. I earnestly wish for you to provide her with a safe haven, hoping that my dear Jeanne may lead a life of peace and joy from this point onward. Mo Jeanne was initially subdued by her father's words, but upon hearing her name mentioned, the realization struck her that she would never again see her father, the only person in this world who truly cherished her. The worries and immense sorrow that had accumulated over the days overwhelmed her, causing her to faint into tears at that very moment. Within this storage pouch lies the legacy left by my uncle, along with my own accumulations over the years. I have searched through my uncle's belongings and found none of the coveted treasures that others sought. I understand that this may not concern you, so consider it a humble gift from this uncle to the 2 children. I have met them, and they are splendid. Throughout these years, I often recall the despairing gaze of my uncle in his final moments. I regarded him as a father. He sacrificed everything for me, striving to ensure I could establish my foundation sooner. The remorse and regret of these years have rendered me unable to focus on my cultivation. Thus, death has become a form of liberation for me, and I have awaited this day's arrival. The individuals I previously dispatched to investigate you have also been dealt with discreetly. No one shall know of your existence. Henceforth, there will be no more Mo Xiaomin in this world, only Mo Sanyang. I apologize, dear sister. Upon uttering that final phrase, the sound transmission talisman gradually turned to ash, dissipating without a trace. Mother? Sanyang? Mo Sanyang rose to her feet, gesturing for solitude. Clutching the storage pouch, she retreated into her chamber, closing the door behind her. And no further sounds emerged. As Qingling and her companions exchanged glances, the gravity of the situation weighed heavily upon them. It was indeed a challenge for anyone to comprehend. Mo Jitong was both detestable and pitiable, having caused the demise of his uncle, whom he regarded as a father, and expelled his cherished sister from their home, recognizing a thief as his parent. The subsequent revelation that all of this was merely a trap must have led him to profound guilt and remorse over the years. The trio conferred and resolved that Ji Linhai would venture out the next morning to gather information. Should the matter prove true, they would need to exercise caution, fearing that enemies of the Mo family might seek out Mo Sanyang. As the hour grew late, Ji Linhai urged his daughter to retire for the night. Upon entering her chamber, Ji Qingling felt an unsettling sensation that she had neglected something important. Chapter 23. The Tender Sprout in the Dantian. The following morning, as Ji Qingling stepped out of her room, she noticed Mo Zizhan sleeping on a chair, finally recalling that they had left the young lady outside. Perhaps the anxiety of recent days had worn her down, allowing her to slumber undisturbed in that position throughout the night. Utilizing her abilities, she carefully relocated Mo Zizhan to her own room. She then ventured out to the marketplace to procure some delectable pastries for her. Upon her return, she found Ji Qingyuan already practicing his breathing exercises in the courtyard. He opened his eyes to glance at Ji Qingling, chewing on something in his hands. Ever since moving into Datong Alley, Ji Qingling had maintained the unwavering routine of having breakfast every morning. Not only did she eat for herself, but she also brought food for him, insisting that breakfast must be hearty. For 2 consecutive days, Mo Sanyang had remained within her room, and Ji Linhai could only ascertain that her condition was stable, not daring to intrude. However, on the 3rd day, Ji Qingling, pulling Ji Qingyuan along, set out for breakfast and took the opportunity to bring a bowl of noodles for Mo Zizhan. Upon returning, it became apparent that Mo Sanyang's door was ajar, and Mo Zhan was nowhere to be found. Ji Linhai informed them that Mo Sanyang had taken Mo Zhan away. Ji Qingling's heart shattered. Did this mean that their mother no longer wanted them? Ji Qingling could hardly fathom that what his father had mentioned would come to pass in merely 2 years. 2 years later, Ji Qingling had attained the 2nd layer of qi refinement. Emerging from his meditative state, a grave expression adorned his face. Should he reveal to his parents that within his dantian resided a tender sprout, delicate and lovely, with 2 tiny leaves atop? Perhaps it could serve as a trace of bloodline for Mo Jitong, after which he would no longer speak of the Mo family. Today was the day of the minor examination at Qifeng Hall, and he yearned to visit the grand study to investigate the nature of this little sprout. After nearly an hour of searching, Ji Qingling conceded defeat, for none of the tomes mentioned anything residing within the dantian aside from the life-bound treasures. He resolved to keep this secret to himself, understanding that discretion was paramount. Upon arriving at Qifeng Hall, everyone awaited his presence, albeit uncertain of the examination's content. Shortly thereafter, Elder San approached with the topics, instructing the teams to venture into the North Mu Forest to seek out the eggs of the snow spirit moth. Elder San proceeded to assign teams. Team 1, led by Ji Pingyan, comprised 9 members including Ji Fan and Ji Xuansu. Team 2, captained by Ji Yuka, also included 9 members such as Ji Qingyuan and Ji Xiangying, and so forth for the other teams. Once the assignments were complete, Elder San cautioned all that the eggs of the snow spirit moth were often nestled in exceedingly concealed locations, emphasizing that both the collective performance of the teams and individual contributions would be taken into account for this year's minor assessments. During the journey, some sustained injuries and others fell behind. Assistance could be sought, although this would incur penalties. Thus, another vital responsibility of the captain was to ensure that all team members safely arrived at the final assembly point. If there are no objections, we may set forth now. The group proceeded to the outskirts of the northern pastoral forest, where they began to gather their respective teams. The captain of Team 2, Ji Yuka, was the first to speak. Shall we each choose a separate path from here? The other teams expressed no dissent, as pursuing the snow linger for its eggs was indeed best accomplished separately. Each team commenced their journey. Ji Qingling surveyed the teams. Their strengths appeared comparable, and Elder Three's allocations were quite equitable. Ji Yushue retrieved a storage pouch and distributed a spirit calming pill to each member, suggesting, let each person consume one. It offers resistance against ordinary toxins and mesmerizing beasts. Thank you, Sister Yushue. Ji Hui was the first to take the pill, casting a glance at Qingling. Qingling, feeling bemused, thought to herself, "What are you so pleased about? She is not even your biological sister." Nevertheless, she felt a sense of gratitude towards Ji Yushue's generosity. "Thank you, Sister Yushue," Qingling echoed, gazing up at the towering ancient tree, pondering whether an elder from their clan might be lurking in the shadows for protection. Someone else chimed in, "Surely, they would protect us. Otherwise, would they send us children into the pastoral forest without concern?" Expressing their anxieties about potential dangers, they remained cautious, fearing that the younger members might hesitate and impede their progress. "I don't know. Perhaps they are present, but only in dire circumstances. If we have to wait for the elders to intervene, we would have already failed. No one desires such embarrassment. How could we ever show our faces again in the Qifeng Hall?" Qingling let out a soft laugh. "Long ago. I had forgotten the time I was left bruised and battered by another. The snow spirit moth, a diminutive flying creature that resides in the depths of the valleys, possesses toxic dust on its wings, which also induces hallucinatory effects. Typically, it nests in dark caves, laying eggs that are white and roughly the size of an adult's finger. These eggs are useful for alchemical purposes yet are venomous. When gathering them, one must avoid direct contact and employ separate vessels for collection. It is crucial to refrain from using fire, as flames will provoke the snow spirit moth and intensify its toxicity. Qingling recited this from the book in one breath. And that was the entirety of it. The initial leg of the journey proceeded smoothly. They had walked for an hour without encountering any obstacles. Qingling remained vigilant, practicing her metal transformation techniques in her hands, transforming various small creatures. Over the past 2 years, living with Ji Qifeng, who also specializes in metal attributes, she has often received guidance in her cultivation. This was a small, selfish motive behind her fervent invitation for Ji Qifeng to share the same courtyard. Goo. Something stirred. The group quickly armed themselves, prepared for any threat. Ji Hui scanned the surroundings and remarked, "Qingling, are you perhaps too tense? What do you believe is out there?" "No, I distinctly heard a sound, akin to that of a beast," Qingling replied helplessly. "Be quiet. Do not make a fuss." Oh. Now everyone had heard it. "Attention. What is that?" One member of the team hesitated, pointing at a tree. A crimson-eyed cat demon. Although Qingling recognized this creature, it was only from her readings. Before me stands a pair of crimson eyes, pupils slitted, as sharp claws scrape against the tree trunk, emitting a guttural ooh sound. The creature appears poised to skin a human alive, and I cannot help but feel a twinge of fear. Chapter 24. The Crimson-Eyed Cat Demon. Do not panic. Take your positions as planned. It is merely a first-tier cat demon. I can handle it alone. Qingling mused inwardly, thinking how, in the absence of boasting, one could almost consider him a reasonable person. 9 individuals formed a circle, encircling the cat demon, with 3-person teams launching sequential assaults. In an instant, elemental spells and various blades, whips, and other weapons flew toward the demon. Qingling leapt into the fray, slashing at the demoness abdomen, but in its evasive maneuvers, he only managed to strike its tail. Upon seeing the demon wounded, everyone immediately intensified their attacks, with the few first-tier practitioners completely forgetting their previously established strategy. Just as Qingling sought to seize the opportunity to strike again, a fireball struck his right arm as he raised his blade. "Ah!" 2 startled cries rang out simultaneously, one from Qingling and the other from Ji Cheng, who had misfired his spell. The team leader, ever vigilant despite the chaos of battle, promptly admonished Ji Cheng, "What are you doing? I told you to remain calm. Aim carefully before you strike." "Ji Xiaomei, how are you injured?" "I'm fine." Qingling rubbed the area where his clothing had been scorched, noting it was merely a minor injury, hardly significant. Meanwhile, the instigator of the mishap wore an expression of deep regret. "I'm so sorry, Qingling. It won't happen again." One individual employed an earth-based surging technique, causing the ground beneath the cat demon to churn continuously, preventing it from finding stable footing. A solitary figure employed a boulder, as stones incessantly cascaded from the top of the cat demon's head, striking its wounds on several occasions. Infuriated by the repeated assaults on its injuries, the cat demon ceased its defensive maneuvers and, with a sweeping motion, aimed to strike Ji Yushue's head off. At that moment, Qingling seized the opportunity. She leaped into the air and plunged her blade into the cat demon's right eye. Ignoring its thrashing, she continuously channeled her spiritual energy into the blade, forcefully twisting it to deplete the last vestiges of the cat demon's strength. At long last, it was over. Qingling withdrew her sword and employed a cleansing spell to rid herself of any remnants of the battle. Sitting down, She retrieved a chilled jug of fruit tea from her storage pouch and savored the refreshing beverage. It was a true delight. After such exertion, the sweet and cool fruit tea alleviated all her fatigue. Ah, is there more? Please bring me a jug. Ji Hui leaned in closer. Ji Qingling pondered. Have you not always looked upon me with disdain? Is it now favorable? Nevertheless, she was not so petty as to deny a jug of fruit tea. So she produced one for her. The fruit tea sold at that shop in the street was her favorite, and she had taken to purchasing several small jugs to keep in her storage pouch, allowing her to indulge whenever she desired. Meanwhile, their captain, accompanied by Ji Shernan, was attending to the disposal of the beast's carcass, while Ji Yushue was responsible for ensuring the others regained their spiritual energy. Ji Hui tossed Ji Qingling a vial of ointment, saying, "Here, this is highly effective for treating fire-related spell injuries." Ji Qingling expressed her surprise. "Thank you." She suddenly recalled Ji's words, "Stay long enough, and you'll realize that no one is truly wicked." After a brief respite, the 9 of them soon stood before the cave. Adhering to their prior agreement, they maintained formation and entered in succession. As I stepped into the cavern's entrance, a chilling breeze greeted me, and moss thrived in the crevices of the stone walls. The inherently eerie atmosphere of the cave was only illuminated by the glow of the sunstone in my hand. After just a few steps, an overwhelming urge to flee surged within me. The eggs of the snow spirit moth were affixed to the stone walls, prompting everyone to disperse in search of them. Ji Qingling, wielding a moonstone, began to explore the wall, her palm imbued with a protective golden armor technique to prevent any contact with toxic eggs. Her mastery of this technique had matured significantly, allowing her to transform her fists into formidable iron hammers or to apply a delicate layer that did not hinder her tactile sensations. Suddenly, her hand glided over an unfamiliar object. She had finally located a snow spirit moth egg, no larger than a fingertip. Gently caressing it, she brushed away the layer of stone powder, revealing a shell that gleamed like white jade. Summoning a small shard of energy at her fingertip, she deftly sliced the base of the egg and placed it into a jade box. These moths typically laid dozens, if not hundreds, of eggs at a time. Ji Qingling continued her meticulous search when a startled cry from Ji Hui made her jump. Turning with gritted teeth, she snapped, "What are you doing?" But Ji Hui, undeterred, rushed to her side, trembling as she pointed at the wall and exclaimed, There! Peering ahead, Ji Qingling gasped and instinctively pulled Ji Hui back a few steps. The others quickly gathered around, inquiring about the commotion. Ji Qingling indicated the spot where, ominously, a pair of enormous, fearsome eyes seemed to emerge from the darkness. Everyone fell into a defensive stance as the area she had pointed to gradually began to emanate a glowing light. A gray moth appeared before the crowd, and what Ji Qingling thought were eyes were merely patterns on its wings. However, the sight was somewhat unsettling. The light grew increasingly intense as the moth detached itself from the stone wall, spreading its wings and soaring towards them. It was Ji Qingling's first encounter with such a large moth, its wingspan nearly 2 feet wide. Suddenly, the snow spirit moth flapped its wings with great force, sending a cloud of powder swirling towards them. Ji Qingling held her breath and raised her hand to conjure a protective barrier of spiritual energy before her. Yet, some were slower to react. The first to succumb was Ji Cheng, who stood frozen as if his soul had been taken the moment the dust touched him. Yu Shui, realizing the danger, warned everyone to be cautious. Without hesitation, Ji Yushue seized Ji Qing and leaped towards the cave entrance using a lightness technique. Ji Qingling, while thickening her own protective barrier, drew forth a short dart and hurled it at the snow spirit moth. The creature continued to flap its wings, effortlessly evading the projectile. With each beat of its wings, the brightness intensified, causing everyone's attacks to miss their mark. Ji Hui, at the same cultivation level, unleashed a vine from her palm, attempting to ensnare the moth's wings. However, as soon as she managed to encircle it, the moth effortlessly dragged her along, sending her crashing down beneath its flight. Have any of you already collected the moth's eggs? Normally, the snow spirit moth wouldn't attack unprovoked. Ji Qingling pondered. It was not a mere illusion. She had felt the creature's gaze upon her, and it was indeed real. As she beheld the snow spirit moth's mouthparts extending towards her, a chill crept up her spine. Chapter 25. The snow spirit moth. It's fine. If we have collected them, so be it. I should have clarified that we usually eliminate the snow spirit moth first before gathering its eggs. Ji Qingling felt an overwhelming sense of despair, tears welling in her eyes as she realized she was utterly clueless, The book had offered no guidance. Nevertheless, the snow spirit moth posed little threat. Its dust, though hallucinogenic, was not lethal. The primary concern was to avoid being struck by its mandibles. "All right, I understand," she murmured, her voice trembling with trepidation. The snow spirit moth had been fixated on her, and as she shifted her position, it followed suit, evoking a chilling sensation within her. She enveloped herself in the golden armor technique, erecting a barrier of spiritual energy before her while gripping her short dagger tightly. The snow spirit moth rapidly flapped its wings, stirring up a whirlwind of dust within the cave, obscuring everyone's vision. Qingling proposed, "Captain, let us lure it outside the cave." The current environment indeed hampered their performance. Thus, the group fought while retreating, striking as they withdrew. During their escape, Qingling felt something grasp her arm and instinctively swung her fist, landing a solid blow. A peculiar shriek erupted from the snow spirit moth, which then flapped its wings with even greater urgency. The group quickened their pace, and at last, the light ahead grew brighter. The cave entrance was within reach. "Let us exit the cave first," she urged. With a powerful leap, she soared out, followed closely by her companions employing their lightness techniques. Outside the cave, Qingling awaited them, having been awake at the entrance prior, though Ji Yushua had instructed him to remain vigilant there. "Quickly replenish your spiritual energy. We must prepare for battle." Qingling was taken aback. Was this the time to replenish her energy? She still felt quite vigorous. Could it be that her earlier strikes had been too few? Was the spiritual energy of the second layer of qi refinement truly so rich? Contemplating the impossible, he now found it difficult to achieve even the third level of qi refinement. He must have consumed a qi-boosting pill midway. The snow spirit moth shattered the barrier with a series of resounding impacts. Thus, a group of individuals re-entered the fray. Although the snow spirit moth lacked the formidable offensive power of the crimson-eyed cat demon, it proved to be exceedingly troublesome. Its ability to fly, coupled with its agility and venomous nature, deterred everyone from approaching too closely. Whether struck by its wings or ensnared by its mouthparts, the situation was quite troublesome, causing the group to act with trepidation. Qingling harbored a mix of hatred and fear towards this vile moth. Could a net be effective? An idea sparked in her mind. However, it would be futile. The ivy-weaving net could easily be broken free from. At this rate, her spiritual energy would inevitably be depleted. "I have a plan. Why don't we give it a try?" Qingling remained determined, unwilling to relinquish hope without witnessing it firsthand. "Speak," she urged. Qingling promptly shared her thoughts. Within this brief moment, she had already been buffeted by the moth's wings twice, narrowly escaping disaster by holding her breath just in time. "Sister Yushua, it's up to you now." Ji Yushua swallowed a qi-replenishing pill and instructed, "Hold it down for me." In the next instant, she channeled all her spiritual energy to form an ivy net, seizing the opportunity to ensnare the snow spirit moth. The members of the team immediately leapt to grasp the edges of the net, firmly pinning the moth to the ground. At that very moment, Qingling retracted her golden armor technique and spiritual shield. She consumed a qi-replenishing pill and continuously infused the ivy net with spiritual energy. Soon, the entire net was enveloped in a metallic layer. The ivy net transformed into a golden net, growing thicker with each passing moment, and the mesh grew smaller. The snow spirit moth was now pressed to the ground by the collective efforts of the group, struggling in its final throes. "Captain, it's your turn." The once fluttering wings fell silent, and the gray hue slowly dissipated from Shui Lingye's body. The frightening black eye patterns vanished, ultimately transforming her into a white moth. Beside her, Qingling quickly supported her, inquiring with concern, "Sister Yushua?" Ji Yushua, noticing her normal demeanor, asked with a hint of confusion, "Aren't you tired?" Qingling, sensing her bewilderment, pondered whether she should indeed be fatigued, as it seemed Ji Yushua had exhausted her spiritual energy. Recently, Qingling had also felt a significant enhancement in her own spiritual power, and, recalling the tender sprout within her dantian, she hesitated to display any unusual signs. Mimicking Ji Yushua's feigned weakness, she replied, "How could I not be tired? My spiritual energy must be depleted. We should swiftly recover our strength." Without waiting for Ji Yushua's response, she sat down to focus on replenishing her energy. Meanwhile, Ji Yushua, too drained to contemplate whether Qingling was truly fine, prioritized recovery. The others, initially elated, soon noticed that both had seated themselves. Ji Shernan had already ventured into the cave to ascertain that no other Xuelingi remained. Yushue and Shaojie have exhausted themselves. The rest of you should proceed with the task while I take care of them, he instructed. With the team leader's command, no one objected, and they re-entered the cave to complete their collection duties. Sitting aside, Qingling reflected on the ample spiritual energy within her dantian, but felt reluctant to voice her desire to join the others in gathering. It was wiser to maintain a low profile. After much contemplation, she recognized that the purity and abundance of her spiritual energy were undeniably linked to the tender sprout. Yet, what exactly was this sprout? This question remains unanswered, leaving her in a state of unease. The seemingly innocuous tender sprouts may conceal a sinister secret technique that could assist you in your cultivation, only to ultimately consume you. The team meticulously gathered and organized the insect eggs, totaling 63. The mission had only just commenced, and the initial harvest was indeed promising, instilling confidence in the upcoming journey. The group could only make slight adjustments before pressing deeper into the forest. As they traversed the woodland, occasional birds flitted overhead, and a faint sound of flowing water echoed from afar. The dense trees loomed like enormous umbrellas, their branches layered in a manner that allowed only specks of sunlight to filter through. Qingling gazed upwards, exclaiming, "What a beautiful day!" Chapter 26. The first encounter with the Hong family. Ji Xiaomei. You performed admirably today. Qingling raised an eyebrow, responding modestly, "It was just average." Due to her familiarity with Ji Qingyuan, their conversation flowed more casually. Thus, the expressions of pride shared by the siblings mirrored each other. I must clarify that this net was woven by Sister Yushua. I merely applied the golden armor technique. Why can't it be used in that manner? Otherwise, do you think my golden elemental energy could weave a net on its own? She mused. What are you thinking? You just mentioned that I am only at the second level of chi refining. She reached down, snapped a branch from the roadside, and began to play with it, channeling her thoughts into the golden armor technique. Little did she realize that to create such a net required not only extraordinary spiritual energy, but also precise control over that energy, which was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary practitioner. By the time the team located the second cave, night had already fallen. Although cultivators often prefer to carry essential items with them, many only brought a meager supply of provisions. Furthermore, since the examination topics were disclosed at the last minute and the chi refinement practitioners are unable to fast, the subsequent days posed a dilemma regarding sustenance. Ji Yushue took on the responsibility of overseeing the camp and gathering food, potential medicinal pills, and talismans from everyone. Thus, when Qingling presented her abundant assortment of food, beverages, fruits, and snacks, all eyes turned towards her, pausing their activities in astonishment. She smiled bashfully at Qingling, who reciprocated with a shy smile. The cultivator's storage bags possess unique spatial attributes, preserving food in its original state, unspoiled and unchanged. Hence, Qingling had been able to procure such a generous supply of chilled fruit tea and the much-coveted meat pies that often require long queues to obtain. At that moment, Ji Hui leaned in, teasingly inquiring if her storage bag contained anything other than food. Observing the bounty provided by Qingling, he couldn't help but feel that she was indeed his lucky star. "Little sister Ji, you are truly capable," he exclaimed with vigor. During mealtime, watching everyone relish her meat pies while enjoying her fruit tea, Qingling suddenly found her own food utterly unappetizing, her heart aching inexplicably. The following morning, everyone prepared to set forth towards the entrance of the second cave. This time, they had learned from the previous day's experience, resolving to lure out and eliminate the snow spirit, which proved to be significantly easier without the burden of children. Upon their successful hunt, the entire team ventured into the cave to gather insect eggs. The cave remained as dim as before, concealing the eggs nestled within the stone walls. Concerned about the possibility of other snow spirit moths lurking in the cave, and mindful that their spiritual energy could potentially harm the insect eggs, no one dared to employ any cleansing techniques. Instead, the group continued to search for sunstones by feel. This time, Lady Luck did not favor them, as they found only a total of 21 stones. Just as they were preparing to depart, Qingling noticed a few scattered insect pupae moving on the ground. She crouched down to observe them closely. They appeared dull and gray. "Don't move. Those are the pupae of the snow spirit moth, which are venomous. Exercise caution," Ji Yushua warned as she approached her. "Sister Yushua, are these indeed the pupae of the snow spirit moth? How come there are no shells of the insect eggs on the stone wall?" "I cannot say for certain, but these pupae, despite being slightly toxic, possess no other significant attributes. It would be wise to leave them undisturbed, allowing them to mature and continue laying eggs. After exiting the second cave, Qingling and her companions found themselves less fortunate than before. They encountered several demon beasts instead of the snow spirit moths. Fortunately, after 2 days of collaboration, the team had developed a strong rapport, enabling them to successfully hunt the beasts. Through these coordinated efforts, Qingling became increasingly confident that her spiritual energy was indeed more robust than that of her peers. Ji Hui had consumed 3 energy-restoring pills, yet she felt that the spiritual energy within her dantian could still contend with 2 more demon beasts. For the time being, the little sprout had not caused any adverse effects. She resolved to remain patient, observing the situation before taking further action. As it was currently the egg-laying season for the snow spirit moths, many cultivators had flocked to Tianmu Forest. Qingling's group also encountered other cultivators, but upon seeing the Ji family insignia, the others refrained from provoking them. Yet, who among us is devoid of a few sworn adversaries? Oftentimes, the very individuals one wishes to avoid are those one encounters most frequently. Most notably, there is the emblem adorning their garments, the Hong family of Tongqing. Ever since the Hong family failed to seize the sacred tree, they instead destroyed the Qingmu Ding, which had been borrowed from the city lord's residence. Following this incident, the Hong family has scarcely received a favorable glance from the city lord's household, only finding resolution after compensating an amount exceeding twice the value of the Qingmu Ding in spirit stones. From that moment forth, their animosity towards the Ji family grew fierce. While there had been previous tensions, they have now escalated into an irreconcilable conflict. On the other hand, the Ji family has suffered the loss of their millennia-old spirit tree, a grievance that seems destined to remain unresolved, were it not for the fear of other families reaping the benefits of their strife. The head of the Ji family would have long ago led his kin in a ferocious assault upon the Hong family, seeking vengeance. The apparent tranquility that exists now is merely a fade, as both families are currently weakened and reluctant to act rashly. Reflecting on the previous defeat at the hands of this insolent youth, Qingling firmly resolved to teach him a lesson today. This would be a straightforward task. Indeed, how fortuitous. As fate seems to be on her side, it appeared that a plan had been concocted, for Qingling observed Hong Shengyan becoming increasingly arrogant at a visible pace. Instinctively, she tightened her grip on her storage pouch, for it contained all her worldly possessions. Hong Shengyan, do not overstep your bounds. Chapter 27. The Iron Fist of Violence, and what if he does overstep? Stepping forth to lead the charge from the Hong family was Hong Kuan, a practitioner of the 8th level of Qi refinement. In his hand, flames twisted into the form of a colossal fire serpent, standing imposingly before Qingling and her companions. The searing heat emanating from the flames instinctively compelled them to retreat a few paces. As a practitioner of the Golden Spirit Root, she was innately suppressed by the Fire Spirit Root. Observing his command over fire, it was evident that his Fire Spirit Root possessed exceptional value. If either of the Ji and Hong families wished to instigate trouble, they would have acted long ago. Their reluctance to engage in conflict surely stems from the wisdom of their elders. Should an incident arise today, the Ji family would not remain indifferent. If hostilities were to erupt, both families would find themselves at an impasse, with Yuaning cultivators stationed on either side. Do you truly believe the Hong family would emerge unscathed? Qingling pondered that the leader must be at least several decades old. He was well aware of the reason both families wished to avoid conflict that might benefit outsiders. However, within the protracted lives of cultivators, much time is devoted to their practice, and many individuals relish in displays of strength, often opting for violence to resolve disputes, acting impulsively. Should a quarrel escalate, their side would stand little chance. This was no longer the era when the Hong family seized the tree. Now, with the Ji family's grand elder having attained the infant stage, the strengths of both sides were comparable, though the Ji family's resources remained somewhat more substantial. By voicing these concerns, she naturally hoped the other party would consider the presence of their Yuaning grand elder and refrain from excessive actions. Ji Kuan found himself wavering at the words of the young girl opposite him. He had indeed contemplated dealing with the group of Ji children. Yet, should a life be lost, he would bear the blame. Hong Shengyan, noticing his hesitation, angrily retorted to Qingling, "You little girl, your tongue wags too much. Today, I shall teach you a lesson." He lunged at Qingling with a long sword, confident that someone would intervene on behalf of Ji Ping'an. Qingling was taken aback by this unprovoked aggression directed at her. After the initial shock, anger surged within her. Did he perceive her as some feeble target? She raised her long blade, channeling her spiritual energy, not shying away from her opponent's attack, but instead striking directly against his sword. Hong Xing'an's sword was cleaved, leaving a significant dent. He felt a numbing sensation in his grip. How could this girl, who was merely at the second level of qi refinement, possess such strength? His sword. It was a low-grade spiritual weapon. Without pausing, Qingling's blade, enveloped in golden spiritual energy, continued to slash, forcing her adversary to retreat step by step. Qingling, who had initially intended to intervene, found himself hesitating as he observed that Qingling seemed capable of handling the situation on her own. Realizing he had underestimated her, Hong Xing'an was taken aback by Qingling's aggressive close-range assault. He needed to extricate himself from this predicament. He flung a vine toward Qingling's eyes, aiming to disrupt her attack. Simultaneously, he leaped backward to increase the distance between them, as long-range attacks would be more advantageous for him. However, the vine he had cast was ensnared by a golden hand, and before he could react, Hong Xing'an found himself drawn closer to the armored Qingling. At that moment, it was too late for him to shake her off. Qingling delivered a heavy punch to his shoulder, and they both tumbled into the grass. She offered him no opportunity to respond, raining down blows upon Hong Xing'an's face with relentless ferocity. In one instance, he thought he heard the sickening sound of bone fracturing, a painful thought indeed. Desperate, he hurled a fireball towards Qingling. Just as the luminous sphere was about to collide with her, a water mirror appeared before her, shielding her from harm. Upon the impact of the fireball against the water mirror, the spiritual energy dissipated gradually until the fireball was entirely extinguished. Qingling, having halted her assault, exhaled a sigh of relief upon witnessing the incoming fireball being thwarted by the water mirror, nearly succumbing to panic. Hong Xing'an had already been rendered unconscious by her. If one were to gaze only upon his visage now, even his mother would likely fail to recognize her son. Removing the talisman from his arm, it was the first-tier strength talisman previously gifted by Jizhua. Upon turning around, she beheld Qingshan, poised in midair with one foot upon his flying sword. Uncle Qingshan. Indeed, significant progress has been made. Continue to strive for improvement. Qingshan expressed his astonishment at Qingling's displayed prowess, swift and precise in her actions. To the group from the Hong family, he uttered a singular command, scram. Faced with a consummate foundation establishment practitioner, all Hong Kuan and his companions could do was to carry Hong Xing'an away and make a hasty exit. The entire affair transpired in less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Nevertheless, the members of the team had entirely revised their perception of Qingling. She was far from the delicate younger sister in need of care. Instead, she was a formidable force to be reckoned with. Qingshan departed, perhaps lingering in some hidden corner to safeguard them. Qingling wished to feign ignorance, reluctant to satiate anyone's curiosity or offer explanations. Ji Hui, she stammered, attempting to speak once more. Could you please just say what you need to say? I feel as though you might suffocate from holding it in. Qingling finally could not contain herself. How were you so formidable just now? You frightened everyone. If it weren't for that Hong Kuan intervening, would you have truly hammered Hong Xing'an to death? Moreover, your strength is astonishing. Are you endowed with divine might? Is that why you consume so much? Not even a third-tier qi refinement practitioner stands a chance against you. What powerful spells have you practiced? Wait. You are asking far too many questions at once. Are you thirsty? Perhaps you should have a fruit first. Qingling offered her a piece of fruit. Ji Hui took a bite of the fruit, savoring its sweet and refreshing taste. If one desires to possess great strength, it is essential to engage in physical training. Surely, you have black crystal sand at home. Bind it, securing both hands and feet. Over time, your strength will naturally increase. When I confronted Hong Xing'an earlier, I utilized a strength talisman, which afforded me an advantage. Otherwise, I would not have exhibited such formidable power. My golden spiritual root counters his with spiritual root, granting me an inherent advantage. From the outset, he underestimated me, likely not anticipating my immediate counterattack. Moreover, his own abilities are indeed lacking, making victory over him a plausible outcome. It is also crucial to note that I did not consume as much. You partook of the pastries and fruit tea. I brought even more than I did. Ji Hui felt a bit embarrassed by her final remark. Haha. The pastries you brought are truly delicious. Throughout the journey, they encountered no more demon beasts and did not discover any caves. By the time the group reached the depths of Tianmu Forest, the sun was setting. Rolling hills and lush trees abounded, with various cave entrances concealed within. Upon their arrival, they found several other teams already wandering nearby. Brother Ji Wu, the members of the team greeted him warmly. Although Qingling was not acquainted with them, it did not hinder her from behaving like a courteous little clan sister. Ji Wu was aware that 3 small teams from their clan were undertaking a trial in the mountains, and naturally, he had to ensure the well-being of his younger clan members. Indeed, the egg-laying period for Shui Lingyi has yet to conclude. It will likely be another 2 days before we can enter the cave. Chapter 28. The strength talismans are truly effective. After exchanging a few words with Ji Wu, he gathered the team members together. The cave serves as the primary spawning ground for the snow spirit moth, attracting teams from various families each year to gather the precious larvae. However, entry is permitted only after the moths have completed their laying, at which point the leaders of the families convene to discuss the distribution of the cave's bounty. This is a matter of little concern, as Brother Ji Wu has assured us that he will make the necessary arrangements. Qingling understood that this location is indeed a congregation point for the snow spirit moths, and during the spawning season, people from various families will come to guard and allocate the resources. Cultivators in the foundation establishment stage tend to look down upon these tasks, leading to an unspoken agreement over time. Rogue cultivators cannot simply come and go at will. The family leaders will negotiate to provide a small portion for them to distribute among themselves. It remains unclear how they ascertain when the snow spirit moths have finished laying their eggs. After wandering around the camp, Qingling could not locate Qingyuan and his team. With foundation establishment cultivators providing protection along the way, there should be little cause for concern, though the recent days of travel had indeed been exhausting. Ji Wu also advised them to rest well, alleviating any worries about night watch duties. She retrieved a hammock from her storage bag and secured it between 2 trees. The night breeze gently swayed the hammock, lulling her into a deep slumber. After a night of restful sleep, Qingling awoke feeling invigorated, stretching her limbs as a beautiful new day began. Awake, as she leaped from the hammock, she noticed her brother seated beside her, meditating in quietude. Qingyuan, when did you arrive? Last night. By the time I got here, you were already sleeping like a log. How many times must I remind you not to sleep so soundly? You remain oblivious even when others approach you. Qingyuan opened his eyes and furrowed his brows as he gazed at her. This girl, despite her diligent cultivation, still indulged in her love for food and sleep. Alas, aren't you supposed to be watching over me? Qingling, fearing further admonishment, took a seat opposite him to divert the conversation. It turned out that their team had encountered a cave inhabited by the snow spirit, where they managed to gather merely over 20 insect eggs. Along their journey, they faced several demonic beasts, including a formidable second-tier white-striped monkey. Had it been an ordinary second-tier beast, they might have stood a chance together. Yet, the moment the second-tier white-striped monkey appeared, they found themselves utterly defenseless, and even the team leader, who was at the 4th level of Qi refinement, sustained injuries. Ultimately, a hidden elder at the foundation establishment stage had to intervene. Moreover, their team included Ji Yuxiu, whose incessant complaints of fatigue severely hampered their progress. In the end, even the team leader ceased to pay her any heed, leaving her to cling to Qingyuan alone, which proved to be a source of great annoyance for him. Qingling was at a loss. Over the past 2 years, Ji Yuxiu's cultivation had stagnated, yet her knack for being bothersome had surged dramatically. The most irritating type for Qingling in her 2 lifetimes was the delicate flower. I am not your father. Who are you putting on this weak act for? Qingyuan Gu. Qingling felt a shiver run down her spine, truly fearing the arrival of what she dreaded. Ji Yuxiu's voice echoed from behind her, prompting Qingling to make a face at Qingyuan before closing her eyes to cultivate, pretending she hadn't heard. Although Qingyuan chose not to acknowledge her, it was inappropriate to resume his meditation at this moment. Qingyuan Gu, I have only a few Qi replenishing pills left, and I fear they will be insufficient when we enter the cave. Qingyuan remained silent, while Ji Yuxiu's tone grew increasingly pitiful. Could you spare me a few? Before Qingyuan could respond, Qingling could no longer contain herself. No, I have already consumed all my energy replenishing pills, and I have yet to ask my brother for more. Qingling, my dear sister, replied Yuxiu, my brother's spirit pills are also essential for his own use. You are well aware of the dangers of entering battle without a source of spiritual energy, but I am merely at the 1st level of Qi refining, while Brother Qingyuan is soon to advance to the 4th level. Please, can you assist me? Ji Yuxiu thought that since the 2 siblings resided in the same courtyard, they ought to help each other in times of need. Her mother had also mentioned that Qing Yuan treated Ji Qingling with great kindness, urging her to grow closer to them. Seeing their cold demeanor towards her, tears of grievance finally fell from her eyes. Yuxiu, we came to Tianmu Forest on short notice, and no one had time to prepare. My brother will naturally prioritize me, his own sister. It is not that he has excess to spare, rather. We simply do not have enough. Your weeping will not change anything. Perhaps you should seek assistance elsewhere. Qingling, how could you be so unkind? Woa. Ji Qingyuan was quite annoyed, yet he found it difficult to reprimand a younger girl in public. Yuxiu, please stop crying. I do not have much left either. But I can give you 2 pills. Ji Yuxiu's face lit up with surprise as she accepted them, though she still remarked, is it really only 2? Ji Qingling, exasperated, retorted, do you want them, or not? If not, then return them to me. Ji Qingling was undoubtedly aware that Ji Yuxiu harbored no romantic feelings for her brother. She likely sought merely a fraternal figure to lean on, or perhaps she was simply envious of the affection Ji Qingyuan bestowed upon her, which led her to incessantly cling to the 2 siblings. Why do you give in to her? By doing so, she will only come back to pester you again. How tiresome. Ji Qingyuan lamented, exasperated. Isn't her incessant crying bothersome? With that, he produced a bottle of replenishing elixir, offering half to Ji Qingling. Use it sparingly. We cannot foresee what lies ahead. I heard that you nearly shattered Hongxing's skull yesterday. I merely landed a few punches. How could it have been so severe? Thus, many rumors were born in such a manner. Aunt Qifeng was no better. As a young lady, what was she teaching you about the 6 harmonies fist? Now, there are even those in your team calling you the violent iron fist. Yet, this technique is indeed quite effective. In close quarters, Hongxing had no opportunity to retaliate. When combined with the strength charm, the results are particularly remarkable. By the way, have you utilized your strength charm? If not, do pass it to me. I have no need for the replenishing elixir, having consumed only 1. Ji Qingyuan rummaged through his storage pouch to retrieve the strength charm. Why have you consumed only 1? I don't know. I just felt sufficiently invigorated, so I refrained from taking more. As the siblings engaged in their leisurely banter, the sounds of Ji Huitong embroiled in an argument could be heard from a distance. I am not even conversing with you. What gives you the right to shout at me? Just because your cultivation level surpasses mine, does that permit you to bully others? Who has bullied you? You approach me first. Ji Qingling did not need to guess. She knew exactly who it was. She retrieved 2 fruits from her storage bag, handing one to Ji Qingyuan. Don't look, don't pay attention, otherwise, it will only draw her ire. Being of the same clan, she trusted that Ji Hui would not truly harm Ji Yuxiu, at most. She would merely scold her verbally. Ji Yuxiu, while not harboring any malevolent intentions, had a rather bothersome tendency to cry and then complain at the slightest provocation. Chapter 29. The day of waiting unexpectedly, Ji Hui, having overheard a few words, began to shout loudly, causing Ji Qingling considerable embarrassment. In a moment of exasperation, she could not hold back her tears any longer. Ji Hui paid no mind to this. Having observed Ji Yuxiu's temperament over the past 2 years, she chose to completely disregard her. Unlike Ji Qingling, who felt the need to consider their shared living arrangements and maintain a semblance of decorum in front of others, Ji Hui was unrestrained. Casting a glance at Ji Yuxiu, who was once again running towards them in tears, Ji Qingling genuinely regretted not having brought along a few invisibility charms. Ji Yuxiu sat beside them in silence, merely sobbing quietly. The indifference of the 2 siblings only deepened her sorrow, as she felt neglected even while being bullied. Ji Qingling exchanged a knowing look with Ji Qingyuan. Brother, there's a river over there. Shall we go catch some fish to roast? I'm quite hungry. The sound of Ji Yuxiu's wailing grew louder. The 2 siblings chose to ignore her and proceeded straight to the riverbank. There, Ji Qingling accepted the roasted fish handed to her by her brother, tilting her chin for him to continue cooking. Brother, how long must we wait? We can't stray too far, and just sitting here is terribly dull. We won't know until tomorrow morning at the earliest. Why? Uncertain, she listened to their words. It smells delightful, Qingyuan. Could you please give me a piece? Thank you. Ji Hui seated herself beside Ji Qingling, adorably pleading with Ji Qingyuan. This grilled fish is for you. Ji Qingyuan had never been a miser. Ji Qingling shot her a glance. What do you mean? Are you feeling defiant? When did you become so familiar with my brother? I am not particularly close to Qingyuan. I am merely close to you. Is it too much to ask for a piece of your brother's fish? Ji Qingling turned to her. Before we departed, you were quite dismissive of me. Now, after just a couple of days, you seem to have developed a bond? I was unaware of this. Ji Hui took a sip of her icy fruit tea. It all began when you invited me for fruit tea, and these past few days of shared experiences have deepened our friendship. Ah, true affection, Ji Qingling remarked, raising her thumb in appreciation of her boldness. Handing the grilled fish to Ji Hui, Ji Qingyuan resumed his duties as the chef. You can catch a couple of your own. This one is for Ji Xiaomei. On that day, all the families had arrived, yet there was still no word on when the event would commence. Everyone could only linger, either wandering about or sitting in meditation. Ji Qingling found a spot to begin her cultivation. The tender sprout within her dantian remained just that, a tender sprout. The spiritual energy within was still abundant. The typical method of cultivation for a practitioner involves drawing the spiritual energy from the surrounding air into their body. As the energy circulates, it becomes increasingly refined, and the meridians expand with the flow of this energy. A significant transformation occurs when one advances to the next realm. These teachings were imparted by the elders, rendered in a manner that is both lucid and comprehensible. However, ever since the emergence of a tender sprout within her dantian, Ji Qingling has found that the surrounding spiritual energy autonomously flows into her body, requiring no active guidance from her. The spiritual energy streams directly into her dantian, inhaled and exhaled through the delicate sprout, ultimately leaving behind only the purest essence of spiritual power. Ji Qingling's task is to circulate the spiritual energy within her dantian for several cycles until her meridians can no longer absorb it, at which point she will cease her efforts. The following day, she resumes the circulation of the newly generated pure spiritual energy for a few more cycles until her meridians are once again saturated. Remarkably, her daily practice time has diminished while the efficacy of her cultivation has multiplied. She is acutely aware that this is not a conventional method of cultivation and has harbored concerns. Yet, the aura of spiritual energy released by the sprout bears an uncanny resemblance to that which enveloped her 2 years ago when the Qi Zhu tree protected her. In her heart, she leans towards believing that this sprout is indeed a fortuitous one, but the unusual circumstances have prompted her to remain silent on the matter. No matter how tight-lipped one may be, cultivators possess various arcane methods to compel disclosure. Therefore, keeping her thoughts to herself is the safest and wisest course of action. As midnight approached, Ji Qingling, resting in her hammock, sensed the fluctuations of spiritual energy surrounding her. Upon opening her eyes, she noticed Ji Qingyuan had already risen, with the disturbances emanating from nearby cave entrances. The restlessness among them was palpable. Was it time for the Qingling to lay her eggs? And specifically at night? Ji Wu approached her, reassuringly stating, "Fear not, the earliest laid eggs are beginning to hatch. Tomorrow morning, we shall prepare to enter the caves." "Brother Ji Wu, does the hatching of the eggs signify the end of the laying process?" she inquired. "Not at all. The completion of the majority of the Qing's egg laying is yet to be determined and is not the most significant aspect. Otherwise, in a few years, where will you find the insect eggs to collect?" Ji Wu's intention is quite clear. Reserving a portion is essential for the sustainable continuation of resources. Surprisingly, Ji Qingling harbors a peculiar sentiment. Sparing you is not out of mercy, but rather because you still hold utilitarian value. A few leaders began to allocate tasks, with several members from the clan's Qi refining stage forming teams of 4 or 5, each assigned to 5 or 6 caves. Ji Wu designated 2 caves to Ji Qingling's team, directing them towards the eastern direction, slightly isolated to minimize the risk of collateral damage. As the battle commenced simultaneously for everyone, Qingling, it could not lure the beasts too far and had to remain at the entrance's open space. The group adhered to their previously arranged positions, meticulously checking their weapons, elixirs, and defensive talismans. They were reminded not to be overzealous. If anyone found themselves unable to withstand the pressure, they must speak up, as injuries or the need for elder assistance would incur penalties. Although the net had proven effective before, it was excessively depleting of spiritual energy and should not be employed until absolutely necessary. He genuinely worried that Ji Qing might falter at such a critical moment, potentially becoming a hindrance rather than a help. Fortunately, he would turn 15 next year, allowing him to join the clan's main team. Once he finished speaking, everyone began to gather around their respective teams to restore their spiritual energy. Striving to return to optimal condition, Ji Qingling's meridians had reached their capacity today, rendering her unable to absorb more spiritual energy. Nevertheless, she sat among her companions, her gaze fixed upon the cave entrances. The spiritual energy of beasts, often referred to as demonic power, is frequently colorless, with Qingling being one such example. Typically, colorless energy beasts are the easiest to tame, exhibiting minimal aggression, making them ideal as spiritual pets. The snow spirit insect, apart from its eggs, serves no other purpose, rendering it unworthy of capture. Who would desire a spirit creature that lays eggs only once a year? Chapter 30. Golden Serpent Ganoderma. As dawn broke the following day, anticipation surged among the gathered individuals, each eager for the captain's command. The cave remained as dim and dreary as before, shrouded in a pall of gray. Qingling pressed her palm against the cave wall, feeling a smooth object. She knew it was an insect egg, indicating the snow spirit insect must be nearby. Indeed, she soon spotted it not far off, its wings adorned with patterns that could terrify any foe. Despite her mental preparation, the sight of its large eyes sent a shiver down her spine. Everyone held their breath as they witnessed the sword tip aimed directly at the snow spirit insect's head. With a clang, the insect tilted its head, causing the sword tip to embed itself into the stone wall. Clearly, this approach was futile, despite its massive wings. The snow spirit insect was remarkably agile. It would only retaliate after being attacked, except in the instance of its eggs being stolen, hence they had to act first. Following their previous strategy, they swiftly hunted the snow spirit insect at the cave entrance. Upon re-entering the cavern, they astonishingly discovered another one within the same cave. Thus, in the first cave, they amassed a total of 132 insect eggs, a commendable achievement likely to secure them first place in the upcoming assessment. Soon, Qingling accompanied her team to the second cave, where the entrance was narrow, barely accommodating one person at a time. Fortunately, the interior was considerably more spacious, albeit darker and more humid than the previous cave. This time, Qingling located the snow spirit insect, but the narrow entrance impeded their attempts to lure the large creature out. Ultimately, a change in tactics became necessary. Yushu skillfully wove a net of green vines, while Qingling adorned herself with the golden armor technique. After vanquishing the last of the snow spirit moths, Yushu found herself devoid of energy and settled down to meditate. Qingling feigned weakness, leaning against the stone wall, observing as others brandished their sunlight stones in search of something. Shaking her head slightly, she felt an odd pressure at the back of her mind. Reaching out, her fingers grasped an irregularly shaped mushroom. Its stem was crooked, and the small cap atop it had partially unfurled, imbued with a hint of spiritual energy. Qingling rose and raised her sunlight stone to inspect the wall, discovering several similar mushrooms, some larger ones radiating a dim golden aura. Had she stumbled upon a treasure? What was that wriggling nearby? It appeared to be a snow spirit moth's pupa, with one perched atop the mushroom, its cap devoured halfway. Continuing her exploration of the wall, she encountered several smooth eggshells, each with a small opening. These pupae must have emerged through those holes. It was her first encounter with empty egg casings. A fleeting thought crossed Qingling's mind. Could the previously missing shells have been consumed for energy during the hatching process? As for the discarded shells, perhaps they were drawn to the rich spiritual herbs below, leading them to feast. However, the shells, now devoid of pupae, had also lost their spiritual essence. She wondered if they still held any value. She collected the empty shells and mushrooms from the wall. Oh, was that a golden snake spirit mushroom? Ji Hui was the first to reach out. Do you recognize it? Qingling recalled that this particular plant was absent from the spirit herb illustrations. Ji Hui cast a displeased glance at her. Do you know who my father is? Why are we back to this again? Noticing the evident confusion on Qingling's face, she continued, My father is the sole golden core alchemist of the Ji family. The pills distributed within the clan are either crafted by him or his apprentices, including those you have consumed. Therefore, you ought to treat me with a bit more respect. Understand? Oh, so Ji Hui is indeed someone who can leverage her family as status? Qingling pondered, realizing she had previously misjudged Ji Hui. If Ji Linhai truly is a golden core alchemist, she might be even more arrogant than Ji Hui, the revered ninth elder. A master alchemist she had only heard of but never seen, turned out to be Ji Hui's father. No wonder Ji Hui harbored animosity towards the people of Shaowang Mountain. With the destruction of the Qizhu tree, the ninth elder was likely facing unemployment. Though the ninth elder's cultivation level was not particularly remarkable among the elders, his alchemical skills were unparalleled within the family. Even the clan leader treated him with utmost respect. As golden core alchemists were a rare breed in Tong City. Is this golden snake Lingji particularly rare? It appears to be brimming with spiritual energy and could fetch a handsome price in spirit stones, no? Qingling's primary concern was whether she was about to make a small fortune. Despite its rich spiritual essence, it wouldn't sell for much. The golden snake Lingji's effect is to warm the kidneys and bolster vitality, which is of little use to cultivators. Ji Hui shook her head regretfully, returning the golden snake Lingji to Ji Qingling. So it's for enhancing vitality? It would undoubtedly be sought after in the mundane world. But it's rather useless for cultivators. She then picked up the empty shell of a bug egg. What about this? Is it of any use? This appears to be of little use as well. I observed my father using it for alchemy, and it was filled with pupae. It has lost its spiritual energy. So I shall discard it. Shall I keep it for myself then? Very well. Their team gathered all the spoils, a total of 254 snow spirit moth eggs. Naturally, their journey back was accompanied by the older siblings from the clan, making it considerably easier. Ji Qingling merely needed to walk in the middle of the group, indulging in her golden spiritual root transformation technique. Noticing her low spirits, Ji Qingyuan inquired several times, only to receive the response that she was feeling unwell. On the third day after returning to Tongcheng, Ji Qingling sought out Ji Hui. What? You wish to see my father? Ji Qingling nodded. Will that be difficult? Ji Hui shook her head. It's not difficult, but my father has a rather cold demeanor. If you find yourself upset, do not take it out on me. I assure you, I won't, Ji Qingling said, raising her finger in determination. Ji Hui grasped her hand. Then I shall go see what my father is doing. Please wait for me in my room. Ji Qingling looked around. The room was bright and clean, devoid of excessive decoration, with simple items neatly arranged. She felt grateful that Ji Hui did not press further, as she truly could not articulate her feelings at the moment. In the courtyard of Ji Hui's home, common spiritual flowers and herbs were cultivated, each patch distinctly separated and meticulously organized. These were all planted by my father and me. They can be admired, and when needed, used for alchemy. The two approached a particular door, and Ji Hui knocked. Father, we have arrived. Come in. A gentle male voice resonated within the room. Ji Qingling followed suit and entered, only to find a middle-aged man seated on a low couch, with several herbs arranged before him. Ji Qingling recognized Elder Jiu. Ah, do not feel constrained. Huir has mentioned you are her friend, so you may address me as uncle, he stated. Noticing Ji Hui nodding repeatedly, Ji Qingling complied and addressed him as uncle. Now that the two had met, Elder Jiu surmised that Ji Qingling had matters of a private nature to discuss with him, and gestured for Ji Hui to step outside. Father, I shall take my leave now. She is my friend, Ji Hui remarked, a hint of warning evident in her tone. Elder Jiu, catching the nuance, replied, Understood, you may go. Chapter 31. Unnecessary slaughter, please. Take a seat and speak at your leisure, Elder Jiu invited, motioning to the seat opposite him. Thank you, uncle, Ji Qingling responded obediently as she sat down. Sensing her discomfort, Elder Jiu initiated the conversation. Are you here to request a medicinal pill? No. Is it that you or your family wish to learn the art of alchemy? No, Ji Qingling replied, not wishing to prolong the guessing game. She extracted the items from her storage pouch. Elder Jiu picked one up for closer inspection. Is this the empty shell of the snow spirit moth's egg? Indeed, Elder Jiu. I came today to inquire whether this empty shell cannot be used for pill refinement. Child, do you know what medicinal pill is derived from the snow spirit moth's eggs? I do not. Ji Qingling had seldom consumed medicinal pills and had never taken an interest in such matters. The spirit refinement pill. What? Is not the spirit refinement pill made from the Qiju fruit? In the realm of alchemy, there are no definitive formulas, even in our 9 continents. The Ji family is not the sole proprietor of the spirit elixir. Each family possesses unique recipes, yet all achieve the effect of refining spiritual energy, albeit lacking the efficacy of the centuries-old red pearl fruit. From a tender age, Ji Qingling learned from her parents that the red pearl fruit blossoms directly into fruit, with petals remaining intact and the fruit detaching only when it chooses to fall. Those that do not drop are enveloped by the petals once more, sometimes flowering hundreds of times before succumbing to gravity. The elixirs crafted from these centuries-old fruits are suitable for golden core and nascent soul cultivators, while those of several decades or a century cater to foundation establishment and golden core practitioners. Naturally, the elixirs produced from fruit aged merely a few years or just 1 year are intended for Qi refinement stage practitioners. It is, of course, exceedingly rare to encounter the legendary centuries-old red pearl fruit. Thus, the Ji family's esteemed reputation for the spirit elixir stems from their use of these ancient fruits. Esteemed Elder Jiu, can these be utilized in the alchemical process? Ji Qingling inquired. Elder Geo remained silent, instead retrieving an alchemical furnace and pristine insect eggs to commence the concoction. Qingling pondered, realizing this was to be a demonstration for her. The insect eggs lingered in the furnace for approximately half a stick of incense before the lid was lifted. Elder Geo performed a hand seal, causing 2 small clumps of powder to rise from the furnace, one black and one white. The white powder was the material for the spirit elixir, while the black was for the dream-inducing pill. Qingling had not encountered the dream-inducing pill before, but surmised it was akin to the hallucinogenic elixir previously mentioned by Qingzhou. Elder Geo, after speaking, cast the empty shell into the alchemical furnace. Within the span of half a fragrant stick, only a cloud of white powder rose from the cauldron. Qingling's face brightened with joy as she eagerly turned to Elder Geo, hoping to glean the answers she sought from him. Elder Geo examined the white powder in the palm of his hand, then raised his gaze to Qingling and spoke, "It is usable." Qingling's heart swelled with delight, and she hastily produced the golden snake Ganoderma, recounting to Elder Geo all that she had discovered within the cave. If feasible, could they not avoid the need to hunt the snow spirit Eos, opting instead for domestication? By using the golden snake Ganoderma as sustenance, they could guide the larvae to abandon their consumption of the empty shells. Thus, the young within the eggs could be nurtured directly to maturity, yielding a far greater quantity than at present. Most importantly, this would eliminate the necessity to hunt the non-aggressive snow spirit Eos. Elder Geo listened with keen interest to Qingling's thoughts. He found the idea of domestication plausible, although the golden snake Ganoderma was rich in spiritual energy. Its cultivation posed no difficulty. It merely required a damp and dark environment, which happened to coincide perfectly with the snow spirit Eos's preferred habitat. He was astonished that such a young child could conceive of such ideas in just a few days. Moreover, her primary objective did not lie solely with the empty shells. "Ling girl," he cautioned, "do you not realize that compassion can be the downfall of a cultivator? The path of cultivation is one of defiance against the heavens, governed by the law of survival of the fittest. Those who oppose the heavenly order may attain enlightenment, but must also face tribulations. If you cannot bear to act, how can you hope to achieve the Tao, to become an immortal?" Elder Geo understood the girl's kind-heartedness, reminiscent of his own beloved Huir. However, it is essential for him to remind him that in the path of cultivation, one must not exhibit weakness of heart. "Uncle, I do not possess a soft heart, nor am I one who is overwhelmed by pity. I merely disapprove of unnecessary slaughter. The texts state that all things in the world possess a spirit and can attain Buddhahood. All beings harbor a will and can achieve the Tao. At times, I ponder the origin of the spiritual energy that permeates this universe. Is it not these spiritual plants and beasts that imbue the world with such vitality? Clearly, there exist superior methods to achieve better outcomes. Thus, unnecessary killing can indeed be halted." Elder Geo shook his head, asserting that as long as there are benefits to be gained, slaughter will never cease. Even if your proposed methods come to fruition, they cannot prevent others from hunting. Qingling nodded, comprehending her uncle's intent. But what if the allure of profit can no longer attract others? While it may not eliminate all hunting, the number of those who engage in it would certainly diminish, would it not? Suddenly, Qingling was struck by another thought. "Uncle, if we successfully cultivate this in the future, and our numbers become sufficiently ample, such that a single egg could be purchased for merely 1 spirit stone, do you think anyone would still hunt?" Elder Geo chuckled at her words, remarking on how easily such an improbable scenario seemed when it passed through her lips. Qingling's enthusiasm was doused by his skepticism, leaving her deflated. Indeed, the success of such an endeavor remains uncertain. Observing her sudden shift to a downcast demeanor, reminiscent of Ji Hui's expression upon failing in alchemy, Elder Geo felt a twinge of compassion. "Regardless of the outcome, I shall certainly consult with the clan regarding this matter. I believe success is attainable." "Really? Is your grandfather Ji Liangshan? And your father Ji Linhai?" Qingling was taken aback by the sudden inquiry from the 9th elder. "Indeed, I grew up alongside your grandfather, but he later insisted on engaging in those conflicts, while I have wandered far from home for many years." The individual the 9th elder referred to was likely the 2nd elder, suggesting a discord between the 9th elder and the 2nd elder. Naturally, she could not engage with such remarks and feigned ignorance. "Ah, does that mean you are of the same generation as my grandfather? Would it be appropriate for me to address you as uncle?" The 9th elder was surprised by Qingling's peculiar focus. "If you wish to call Huir it, then you may refrain from calling me uncle." Qingling promptly declined. "I believe uncle is the most fitting." It sounds endearing. Very well, I shall take care of the matter you mentioned. You need not worry about its outcome. Understood, Qingling acknowledged. The ninth elder retrieved an item from his storage pouch and tossed it to Qingling. Uncle, as you are a dear friend of Hui'er, and it is her first time introducing you to me, how could I not present a token of our meeting? Thank you. Uncle, Qingling expressed her gratitude as she exited the room. The ninth elder, however, remained in a daze, gazing at the small mound of white powder. This child must be the one saved by the spirit tree. It is unexpected that she would devise the same method. Perhaps this is the manifestation of fate in the grand design. Chapter 32. The Elder's Reward Soon. The annual Qingfeng Hall competition commenced. In this yearly event, the top 3 competitors from each level receive rewards. This year, Qingling has become unrivaled at the second level of Qi refinement. As she soared into the air, the short dagger pressed against Hui's back. The examiner's voice rang out, declaring Qingling the victor of the second layer of Qi refinement. Qingling sheathed her weapon, and Hui, with an amused smile, congratulated her, acknowledging her superiority, especially since she was capable of overpowering even those at the third layer of Qi refinement. To clarify once more, I did not defeat him, nor am I capable of doing so. However, regardless of how one might explain it, everyone had come to believe in her strength, and the reputation of her formidable iron fists had already spread throughout Qingfeng Hall. On that day, the third elder summoned her. Come with me, someone wishes to see you. Following closely behind the third elder, Qingling realized that only a select few within the family could command such authority. Upon encountering the Grand Elder, she was genuinely unperturbed. The Grand Elder greeted her with a warm and benevolent smile, which unexpectedly made Qingling's heart race with a touch of anxiety. What could the Grand Elder want? Was the method of nurturing the snow spirit girl devised by him? Fortunately, it was merely an inquiry regarding that matter. Do not feel constrained. I sought you out simply to see you. We have already tested the method you proposed, and it indeed proves effective. Upon hearing this, Qingling's spirit soared. She had finally accomplished something of value. Suddenly, the Grand Elder placed his hand atop her head. Qingling stiffened. There is no need for concern. Do not resist. She sensed a surge of spiritual energy entering her meridians from above. Qingling felt a wave of tension. She was uncertain of what would transpire once the Grand Elder uncovered her secret. Yet, no matter the circumstances, resistance was not an option. She was not yet prepared to experience the might of a nascent soul cultivator. The Grand Elder withdrew his hand, acknowledging the purity and richness of your spiritual energy. Are you indeed endowed with the 3 spiritual roots of gold, wood, and water? Did the Grand Elder fail to notice that tender sprout? Upon receiving a positive response, the Grand Elder waved his hand, signaling you to follow him. Where could this be taking them? This was the second time Qingling had heard such words in a brief span. However, upon realizing that the Grand Elder was oblivious to that tender sprout, her mood considerably lightened. Should she also ask her father to investigate upon returning home? Standing in the Ji family courtyard, the Grand Elder summoned a flying magical artifact, a gourd-shaped fan. High above, Qingling sat cross-legged on the flying fan, gazing down. From the sky, the city of Tong looked vastly different, much larger than she had envisioned. Soon, they descended before a grand gate. The 3 prominent characters depicting the city lord's mansion were impressively bold. The guards at the gate, upon sighting the Grand Elder, hurried forward to pay their respects. The Grand Elder explained his purpose. I, an old man, have brought a young one to borrow the spirit testing platform. The guard promptly bowed and replied, Grand Elder Ji, please enter. I shall inform the authorities at once. Qingling followed closely behind the Grand Elder, realizing that they had indeed arrived at the city lord's mansion, its entrance significantly more imposing than others. Qingling speculated that the Grand Elder's mention of this being merely a small door was a subtle reminder not to appear naive. Upon entering, they were greeted by an array of pavilions and towers, a truly magnificent sight. If not for the absence of market stalls, one might easily mistake it for a small city. Her curiosity, however, was short-lived. The assessment of her spiritual roots revealed that the gold root ranked at 80%, the water root at 10%, and the wood root at 10%. When the cultivator who escorted them to the spirit testing platform announced the results, Qingling felt as though a little person within her was clapping and cheering in delight. She merely refrained from embarrassing the Grand Elder in public, opting instead to maintain a composed demeanor adorned with a smile. While your spiritual aptitude may not rival that of those prodigious individuals with singular roots, it is nonetheless comparable to that of elite disciples from esteemed sections. Naturally, the Grand Elder feels a sense of pride when a disciple of exceptional talent emerges from his ranks. It has come to my attention that you have demonstrated remarkable diligence and insight during your training at the Qingfeng Hall, even securing first place just yesterday. Henceforth, you must continue to strive diligently, lest you squander such potential. Indeed, Qingling comprehended this. I observe that the spiritual energy within you is remarkably pure. I have heard tales of your prior encounter where you decisively defeated a young practitioner from the Hong family. Yet do you possess a unique understanding in your cultivation? Oh, why does the Grand Elder concern himself with such gossip? Grand Elder, I assure you that I cultivate in the same manner as others, without dedicating any additional time. During my experience in the Tianmu Forest, I noticed that while others relied heavily on spiritual enhancement elixirs, I required them far less. My spiritual energy consumption during spellcasting is simply more efficient. Qingling half-truthfully relayed her circumstances, hoping to illuminate her situation and preempt incessant inquiries. The Grand Elder had also heard from other sources that some practitioners possess unique physiques or meridians that allow them to refine their spiritual energy to a degree of purity exceeding that of others. The reduced consumption is indeed a consequence of your refined spiritual energy. Thus, for the same spells, your requirements for spiritual energy are significantly less, while their potency is considerably enhanced. This phenomenon likely relates to your unique constitution or meridian, particularly your affinity for metal-type spiritual energy. Nevertheless, I cannot discern the precise nature of this peculiarity. Ultimately, it is a fortuitous circumstance that benefits your cultivation, enabling you to triumph over those at the third level of qi refinement. Qingling felt that her achievement of breaking through to the third layer of qi refining would not go unrecognized. The Grand Elder paused and said, "That's enough for now." He produced a storage pouch and handed it to Qingling, urging her to take a look inside. As she opened the pouch, she retrieved a long knife. The scabbard was simply adorned with a depiction of a picturesque landscape, featuring distant mountains and nearby waters, exuding a certain aura. As she drew the blade, its dark surface was flawless and smooth, reflecting a brilliant shimmer adorned with exquisite patterns. The hilt subtly revealed the characters Lingxi. Lingxi? How beautiful! Is this for me? The Grand Elder smiled and replied, "This is a reward for nurturing the snow spirit hare and for securing first place in the recent competition." Qingling held the knife with great affection. It was shorter than an ordinary long knife, making it more suitable for a woman. Most importantly, it was a medium-grade spiritual weapon. A medium-grade spiritual weapon, something even Jilin Hai and Imo Sanyang did not possess. How could she not feel proud? This Lingxi was acquired from a female cultivator years ago, and now it belongs to you. Thank you, Grand Elder. Qingling suddenly pondered, Grand Elder, in the future. I want to encounter that female cultivator, will I? What if this was obtained through your means? I might not be able to defend myself against the original owner. The Grand Elder chuckled at her fanciful thoughts. That person has long since perished beneath my sword. Qingling exhaled, relieved that there were no lingering threats. Typically, the storage pouches given as rewards are not infused with spiritual consciousness, allowing anyone to access them. As she examined the pouch, she noticed that its capacity was significantly larger than her own. One can only exclaim in admiration. Indeed, true masters possess only the finest of storage pouches for their treasures. Chapter 33, The Art of Inscription. On that evening, a family of 4 gathered together. Qingling, with a sense of pride, retrieved a medium-grade spiritual weapon from her storage pouch. Thump, 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 thump. Qingyuan, ever the enthusiastic supporter, held the blade aloft, showering it with praise. Qingling took back the sword, remarking that while its appearance was less than appealing, its potential was quite impressive. She sheathed the sword and presented it to Imo Sanyang, saying, "Mother, this is for you." "For me?" Imo Sanyang was taken aback by her daughter's generosity. "No, this is a gift from the Grand Elder. You must not pass it on to anyone else. Your father and I each possess a low-grade spiritual weapon, so you should keep this one for yourself. Besides, you have always favored blades. It suits you best." Jilin Hai added, "We all acknowledge Ling Er's filial piety, but this is a reward from a nascent soul elder, and it truly cannot be given away." Qingling genuinely wished to bestow the weapon upon Imo Sanyang, as she, being merely at the second level of qi refinement, would find such a medium-grade spiritual weapon to be quite extravagant. Ji Linhai reassured her, "If we remain silent, no one will know what you have received." He then turned to Ji Qingyuan, cautioning him against boasting. However, it seemed that news of her reward had already spread. "Sister Qingling, what did the Grand Elder bestow upon you that day?" Just as they arrived at Qifeng Hall, Ji Yuxiu inquired with curiosity. "Who told you?" Ji Qingling responded. "I saw it with my own eyes that day." "Quickly, come over here," Ji Hui called out to her, prompting Ji Qingling to bypass Ji Yuxiu and walk over to her. Ji Hui pulled her down to sit beside her, disregarding the others. "Since the elder had given it to you privately, he clearly wished to keep it a secret. If anyone inquires further, direct them to the elder." Ji Qingling was taken aback by Ji Hui's apparent lack of curiosity, which was uncharacteristic of her usual demeanor. "What is there to be curious about? My father said the elder has nothing worthwhile to offer, at most a spirit tool he no longer needs." Ji Qingling nodded, realizing the child had grasped the truth. "Nevertheless, you still owe me a treat. Let us go to Xianwei Tower." "Have you lost your mind? How could I afford to take you to Xianwei Tower with my meager spirit stones?" "Fear not, you will have them shortly." After the morning class concluded, the third elder distributed the rewards for the small competition. As the first place winner in the second layer of Qi refinement, Ji Qingling received 300 spirit stones, while Ji Hui, in second place, earned 200. Ji Hui was remarkably well informed. It appeared that the elder's gift was separate and not included in the competition rewards. Ji Qingling, initially thinking there would be no more rewards, felt that the spirit stones were akin to a windfall. With a grand gesture, she declared, "Do not leave after class. I shall treat you all." After conferring with Su Su and Ji Hui, they decided to forego the martial arts hall. They called Ji Qingyuan to join them for a meal. The food at Xianwei Tower was indeed exquisite, but the prices were exorbitant. After finishing their meal, Ji Qingling paid with tears in her eyes. The group then deliberated and decided to stroll through the streets. In one shop, Ji Qingling selected a beginner's spirit talisman manual, as she had long expressed a desire to learn talisman drawing and was now ready to take action. Recently, her daily practice time had been quite limited, for her spiritual energy did not require personal refinement, yet the channels absorbed spiritual energy, which necessitated time. Each time she practiced for several days, she would pause and resume the following day, thus affording herself ample time to hone her spells and techniques. Observing her selections, Ji Hui inquired, "Are you planning to learn talisman crafting? Do you aspire to become a talisman master?" Ji Qingling nodded, replying, "Yes, I wish to give it a try. It is too early to learn techniques now, as any form of technique consumes a significant amount of spiritual energy, and the time spent would detract from my cultivation." Ji Qingling mused that what she lacked the least at present was spiritual energy and time. Ji Hui continued, "I wish to become an alchemist. I aspire to be a master artificer," which echoed Ji Qingyuan's ambitions. Ji Qingyuan had indeed inquired about this, stating, "In a few days, I will seek apprenticeship at a blacksmith shop." "Well, you ought to focus on your cultivation, otherwise your little sister Ji will soon surpass you in the Qi refinement stage," she teased. For several consecutive days, aside from her cultivation, Ji Qingling dedicated her time to learning techniques. The introductory tome on spiritual talismans contained illustrations of various low-grade talismans, such as the simplest Great Strength Talisman and the Swift Movement Talisman. Before commencing, she sought the guidance of Mo Sanyang. Although Mo Sanyang had abandoned her studies before mastering them, she was still capable of crafting basic talismans. However, Ji Qingling was unprepared for the disparity in their definitions of capable. For Mo Sanyang, being capable meant having burnt several sheets of blank talisman paper before successfully creating one. Such wastage was indeed less economical than simply purchasing a great strength talisman. First and foremost, one must firmly commit the talisman symbols to memory, ensuring an uninterrupted flow of spiritual energy through the talisman brush. Then, by carefully reproducing the symbols onto the blank talisman paper, one could consider it a success. At the outset, the ethereal energy within the talismanic brush proved to be unable to maintain a continuous flow. Furthermore, the process of imitation was not as seamless as she had envisioned. Over the past few days, either her drawings met with failure halfway through, resulting in the talisman paper igniting spontaneously, or, after much effort, the completed talismans exuded not a trace of spiritual energy. Thus, she pondered whether her belief that her previous experiences in painting would render her adept at crafting talismans in this life was perhaps overly optimistic. In this regard, Mo Sanyang felt utterly powerless, having already imparted the scant knowledge she possessed. Fortunately, the day of her visit to Qifeng Hall, which occurred every 5 days, was approaching. She resolved to set her frustrations aside and seek out someone knowledgeable for guidance. After finally completing the morning lessons, Qingling pulled Ji Hui aside to inquire about who possessed exceptional talisman-making skills. Elder Wu, she suggested. I doubt Elder Wu would be particularly inclined to meet with me. Is there perhaps a senior in the foundation establishment stage whom I could consult? Qingling reflected, recalling her dismal defeat before them, coupled with Elder Wu's ongoing recovery from injuries sustained over the past 2 years, during which he had persistently remained in seclusion. Manager Dong, a junior of Elder Wu, has commendable talisman-making skills. I fear Manager Dong may also be reluctant to engage with me, Qingling admitted bashfully, lamenting her lack of social standing. Why do you assume Manager Dong would dismiss you without even trying? He is, in fact, quite amiable. Determined to persuade her, Ji Hui insisted on seeking out Manager Dong. Qingling, however, was hesitant to bring Ji Hui along, as it felt akin to leveraging the influence of Elder Jiao. She believed it would be better to forego learning entirely rather than impose upon someone unwilling. It was worth noting that some cultivators in Tongqing refrained from pursuing technical skills, citing a lack of time amidst their regular cultivation practices. Moreover, mastering techniques not only consumes a considerable amount of time, but also depletes a significant number of spirit stones. Most importantly, there is no one to teach. Only a few prominent families may encompass the arts of artifact refinement, alchemy, talisman crafting, and array formations. Rare skills, such as puppetry and beast taming, are scarcely understood by anyone. After receiving directions from Ji Hui, Qingling ventured alone to the estate of the steward, Ji Dong. Upon hearing the young girl's intention, Ji Dong chuckled softly and closed the door. It was undeniably awkward. In that moment, Qingling resolved one thing. Ji Hui must have been well regarded, likely due to her status as the treasured jewel of Elder Ji. Chapter 34. Success in talisman crafting. Though aware that seeking assistance might lead to rejection, she still found it hard to accept such an outcome. Even the mere phrase "I have no time" would not have incited her ire to such an extent. Qingyuan was the first to notice her disquiet. What's wrong? Nothing. Clearly, there was something amiss. Oh, you are so annoying. I do not wish to speak. Qingling felt a twinge of anger. Yet she believed that confiding in Qingyuan would only serve to aggravate him further. Understanding her temperament, Qingyuan gently patted her head and walked away. Ji Hui approached to inquire, but Qingling preferred not to trouble her with every matter. She merely stated that the steward was unavailable and that they would discuss it at a later time. Subsequently, she prepared to attend her class at the martial arts hall, adjusting her emotions and setting the matter aside. That day, Qingling scrutinized the talisman before her, which, though devoid of self-ignition, also lacked any trace of spiritual energy. After a prolonged examination, she still could not discern the flaw. What could possibly be amiss? All she knew was that a talisman devoid of spiritual energy was utterly useless. A series of knocks echoed at the door. Within the abode, only Qingyuan and her were present. Their parents were occupied with mining duties this month. There was no one else. Qingling responded with irritation, crumpling the discarded talisman and casting it onto the floor. Qingyuan's voice resonated from outside. Sister, come out quickly. I have found a senior talisman maker to assist you. With a swift motion, Qingling opened the door. Really? Where did you find them? Qingyuan observed his sister, who had not ventured outside for several days. First, tidy yourself up. You look quite disheveled. Qingling waved her hand, casting a cleansing spell that rendered her immaculate. Let us go. Where did you discover this person? Qingyuan followed closely behind, adding, I asked you earlier, yet you remained silent. I only learned of your troubles later. Had you confided in me sooner, I could have devised a solution, rather than isolating yourself in this dwelling. I am not sulking. I have been wholly dedicated to practicing talisman crafting these past few days. Yet, you still have not revealed who this person is. Ji Rui felt elated that a younger member of the clan wished to learn the art of talisman crafting. Typically, disciples in the Qi refinement stage aim for foundation establishment, and it is rare for anyone to devote themselves to the meticulous practice of techniques. Noticing that Qingling was not entirely uninformed, but rather had invested effort into her research without guidance, he decided to share his accumulated knowledge. To dissect the talisman, you must divide the runes into segments. The method of division depends on one's comprehension. Repeatedly dissecting the same rune will lead to mastery. Each segment of the divided rune will encounter resistance, and your task is to break through this barrier without interrupting the flow of spiritual energy to proceed to the next segment. As for imitation, It serves as the fundamental gateway to mastering the art of talisman crafting. One must meticulously deconstruct intricate patterns step by step, ensuring a seamless connection between strokes. Before departing, she fervently expressed her gratitude to Ji Rue while holding her first successfully crafted talisman in her hands. She retrieved talisman paper, envisioning the runes of the strength talisman, and then divided it into 4 segments, skillfully inscribing these portions onto the paper with her talisman brush. With each resistance point, she gradually infused it with spiritual energy, and upon completing the final stroke, the entire talisman paper shimmered momentarily, signaling her success. The ecstasy of achievement was indescribable, indeed. The process of deconstructing and imitating is akin to what one learns in painting, and she felt she had finally made some progress. The higher the grade of the talisman, the more intricate the runes become, necessitating further subdivision into additional components. This night, Ji Qingling immersed herself in the cycles of deconstruction and imitation. She laid out her accomplishments from the evening on the table, arranging a total of 6 pieces, for strength talismans and 2 swift talismans. The floor was strewn with discarded talismans and ashes from those that had spontaneously combusted midway. The talisman paper she had prepared was entirely exhausted. Indeed, mastering techniques is a costly endeavor in terms of spiritual stones. She yearned to venture out and test the efficacy of her talismans. But her internal reservoir of spiritual energy had been fully depleted, and it was imperative that she focus on cultivation. However, the fatigue weighing on her spirit made Ji Qingling long for a restful slumber, leaving the restoration of her energy to her little sprout. To assess the effectiveness of the strength talisman she had crafted, Ji Qingling called upon Ji Qingyuan to venture outside the city to hunt demonic beasts. Yet, it seemed that fate had a cruel sense of irony, as she encountered Hong Shengyan, a most unfortunate coincidence. Both were embarrassed, he for having been thoroughly beaten by her, and she for having delivered the beating. Hong Shengyan attempted to feign ignorance, yet the woman beside him discerned his peculiar demeanor. Ji Qingling sought to act as though she were unacquainted, but Ji Qingyuan called out to her, "Ji Xiaomei, why not take out the spirit movement talisman and give it a try?" The woman near Hong Shengyan raised an eyebrow, inquiring further, "Ji, is that peculiar individual truly the young girl from the Ji family who inflicts harm?" Hong Shengyan pressed his lips together, remaining silent, while Hong Shengmei gazed at him in disbelief. So young? How utterly embarrassing. Meanwhile, the Ji siblings were deliberating whether to test the spirit movement talisman outside the city. Halt! Upon hearing the shout, Ji Qingling observed the woman who had previously stood beside Hong Shengyan approaching them. "You are the Ji family's young girl who injured my cousin?" Faced with Ji Qingyuan's puzzled expression, she whispered in explanation, "That individual is the one I defeated in Tianmu Forest. She is at the 3rd level of qi refining." Although her voice was soft, it was unmistakably audible to the cultivators present. Upon hearing her admission, Hong Shengmei was instantly incensed. The Hong siblings were indeed of a singular temperament. Previously, Hong Shengyan had resorted to violence over a mere disagreement. However, she had wronged him, for he had no intention of fighting this time, having recently been left battered and bruised. He could hardly hold his head high within the clan, as the humiliation he faced was profoundly more damaging than any physical harm. He had always been a person of discernment, only daring to confront those weaker than himself. Otherwise, he would not have been bested by Ji Qingling in Tianmu Forest, for he had presumed the 2nd level of qi refining to be an easy target. He wished to avoid further trouble, fearful of the consequences. A minor beating was trivial, yet the disgrace was substantial. Hong Shengmei was nearly driven to the brink of despair by his own ineptitude. "You choose. Shall I strike, or will you?" Ji Hongsheng lowered his head, feigning death, eliciting a fit of rage from Hong Shengmei. "If you do not act, allow me to teach you a lesson, you 2nd-tier qi refinement girl." A fiery serpent surged forth from his palm, aimed directly at Ji Qingling. Chapter 35. Tai Yi Sect. Ji Qingyuan unleashed a wave of water, barely managing to counter the fiery serpent. "If you wish to fight, then let us engage." However, their adversary was at the 4th tier of qi refinement, and only together could the siblings hope to contend. As Ji Qingyuan evaded, he diverted Hong Shengmei's attention. Meanwhile, Ji Qingling employed a strategy of disruption, utilizing the 6 harmonies fist enhanced by her power symbol, landing several heavy strikes upon Hong Shengmei. As he attempted to retaliate against her, he found himself ensnared by Ji Qingyuan, while Ji Qingling nimbly evaded his attacks. The 6 harmonies fist encompasses the 4 cardinal directions along with the vertical axis, signifying the necessity of encompassing all dimensions in one's practice, forward and backward, left and right, up and down, achieving harmony between hand and eye, movement and body, intellect and strength. The training adheres to the 8 trigrams orientations, demanding fluidity akin to a dragon in motion, stability like a resting tiger, swiftness like a cunning rabbit, agility like a monkey, and lightness akin to a cloud crane. The martial art emphasizes striking, grappling, and throwing, with a focus on agility and quickness, adapting to the rhythm of the encounter with cunning and flexibility. As Qingling darted from east to west, infuriating Hong Xingmei to the point of frenzy. Hong Xing harbored no intention to engage. Perhaps he genuinely wished to avoid conflict, or perhaps he believed that if his cousin were to endure a beating, his own embarrassing moments might be overshadowed. He had truly had enough of the ridicule from those relatives. Observing Hong Xingmei teetering on the edge of rage, Ji Qingyuan exchanged glances and shouted, "Burn with fierce flames." Hong Xingmei prepared to defend herself, only to realize that her opponent was merely feigning an attack. In that instant, Ji Qingling leaped from behind and struck her right cheek with a powerful punch infused with all her spiritual energy. Without pausing for a moment, the siblings affixed 2 talismans to their legs and raced towards Tong City, leaving Hong Xingmei groaning in pain on the ground and Hong Xing standing there like a fool. The strategy of misdirection was executed brilliantly. Ji Qingling also confirmed the efficacy of her strength talisman and the swift talisman. Days later, news spread that Hong Xingmei had been struck by Ji Qingling's fist, resulting in a broken tooth and a disfigured nose. Naturally, the elders refrained from intervening in the quarrel among the younger generation. At last, Ji Qingling's reputation as a formidable fighter was solidified. Feeling unjustly treated, she broke through to the 3rd level of qi refining under these circumstances. Just a year prior, she had only achieved the 2nd level. And in the span of a single year, she advanced to the 3rd level, which indeed garnered admiration. The news that Tai's sect was seeking disciples spread swiftly throughout the families of Tong City like wildfire. The city lord's residents notified each family to send their disciples for testing 3 days hence. Every decade, the major sects of the 9 provinces would open their gates to recruit new disciples. The 9 provinces are delineated by Zhongzhou, encompassing regions such as Beijing, Dongyue, Xishan, Nani, the Great Desert, Wuwangxi, the Wilds, and the mysteriously exceptional land of all spirits. The Ji family, located in Tong City, is affiliated with one of the 3 major forces of Dongyue, the Tai sect. Prior to the opening of the sect's gates, the major sects would come to select a batch of promising talents from the cities under their jurisdiction. Those disciples who were not selected must join the scattered practitioners to travel to Dongyue, the designated location for the recruitment of new disciples, to undergo testing. For those from the Ji family under the age of 16 possessing 3 spiritual roots or more, their journey to the city lord's mansion was thus determined. Only 11 individuals from Chi Feng Hall met the criteria. Su Su, possessing 4 spiritual roots, was not permitted to attend the city lord's mansion, leaving Ji Qingling at a loss on how to console her dear friend, who was the most diligent among their peers. Why is it that those with 4 spiritual roots cannot go? Ji Yuxiu lamented, observing Ji Qingling and her brother participating in the internal selection while she was left behind. A feeling far more disheartening than learning of Ji Qingling's advancement to the 3rd layer of qi refining. This was due to the rules established by the Tai sect for their internal selections. The crowd began to murmur, voicing their discontent over the perceived unfairness of the internal selection, although they would still have opportunities to enter Tai sect during the subsequent unified recruitment. Those with lower spiritual root values would likely have to start as servant disciples. Not to mention, even those who had passed the general selection were not on par with this batch of internal selections. This was Ji Qingling's 2nd visit to the city lord's mansion, and seeing the awe on others' faces, even more pronounced than during her first visit, brought her a sense of balance. Indeed, there is no harm without comparison. There were many people present, with numerous families from the city in attendance. The team leaders from each family lined up at the testing platform while others gathered, awaiting their turn. The various discussions naturally reached Ji Qingling's ears, granting her further insight into the internal selection process, which dictated that those with a spiritual root value below 60% would be deemed unqualified, while the individuals successfully entering the internal selection were, before achieving foundation establishment, still considered outer disciples. There existed distinctions even among outer disciples. The selections for the inner disciples are predominantly comprised of those who, after several years, ascend to the inner sanctum as direct disciples. Conversely, Those chosen through the external selection process may eventually enter the inner sanctum after many years. Yet the chances of becoming a direct disciple are significantly diminished. The air around the spirit testing platform is filled with the jubilant cheers of the selected and the melancholic laments of the rejected. Soon, it was the turn of the Ji family. Ji Qingling had undergone testing previously, yet confirmation from the members of Tai's sect was imperative. Ji Qingling's results were 8 gold, 1 water. A nearby cultivator at the spirit testing platform beamed warmly. Ji Huayo's results were 4 water, 3 wood, 3 gold. His expression remained impassive, but his face changed swiftly. Ji Qingyuan's results were 7 fire, 2 gold, 1 wood. Ji Qingling exhaled in relief. Ji Hui's results were 7 wood, 2 fire, 1 water. Ji Hui waved cheerfully at her. Ji Mingxin recorded the best fortune with 9 fire and 1 earth, while Ji Yuxue had the worst with 5 wood and 5 water. Both of Ji Qingyuan's close friends were not selected. Ji Qiao's results were 10 gold, eliciting a broad grin from the Tai sect cultivator, whose smile was so wide that it obscured his eyes. Ji Qingling was aware that Ji Qiao had only recently arrived at Qingfeng Hall and had just begun the process of Qi induction. Yet he surprisingly possessed single spiritual root aptitude. This was her first encounter with a single spiritual root, and she was astonished at how deeply the elders had concealed him. Ji Qiao, feeling somewhat embarrassed under everyone's gaze, stood there blushing. The Tai sect cultivator spoke to him, introducing himself as Tang Jida from the Sunset Peak of Tai sect, explaining that new disciples without foundational cultivation would be arranged in the outer sect, and that he could seek him out in the inner sect for any future concerns. His words were imbued with warmth, reflecting the genuine kindness of the Tai sect members. Despite Ji Qiao's exceptional talent, he remained merely a 6-year-old child, responding to the cultivator's words with a simple "Oh." Ji Qiao, come here, Ji Mingxin called, noticing his bewilderment. Perhaps it was due to an abundance of good fortune that Ji Qiao managed to stand out, while the rest of the Ji family faced disappointment. Ultimately, out of 11 members of the Ji family, only 5 were selected. An elder from the city lord's manor emerged to deliver a summary. In the courtyard, Ji Yuxiu sat sullenly at the center, while Su Su approached them to offer her congratulations. Qingling, you should head to the front lines first. I will certainly follow in a few days. At worst, I will start as a miscellaneous disciple. Ji Qingling felt a pang of regret for Su Su, whose diligence was evident to all. Furthermore, given her consistent performance, Su Su's fire element spiritual root was undeniably impressive. Do not be troubled on my behalf. I am confident in my abilities. It is merely a matter of arriving a few days later. Observing the camaraderie between the two, Ji Yuxiu felt even more disgruntled. Ji Xinsu, do not be foolish. They will soon become the elites of Tai sect, while you, as a miscellaneous disciple, dare to consider them sisters. Ji Qingling's anger flared at the comment, but Su Su restrained her, recognizing that such disputes were futile and merely a waste of time. Reluctantly, Ji Qingling chose to let it go, realizing that sometimes animosity towards an individual could stem from baseless reasons. Perhaps Ji Yuxiu's mediocrity and lack of talent led her to perceive the excellence and gifts of others as a personal affront. Chapter 36. Injuries to the Dantian. With their parents away, the Ji siblings were left to fend for themselves. Fortunately, since the beginning at Shaowang Mountain, the couple has always needed to venture out, allowing the 2 siblings to become self-sufficient early on. Ji Qingling began to inventory her storage pouch, a commonly used short dagger, a low-grade magical tool, and a medium-grade spiritual artifact gifted by the Grand Elder. She believed that once she arrived at Tai sect, she could make use of it. After all, such a prominent sect would be teeming with descendants of immortals, making a medium-grade spiritual artifact less conspicuous. Several jade slips, including those given by her parents and rewards from the recent competition, amounted to a total of 280 spiritual stones. The only medicinal pills she possessed were healing potions and a vial of energy-replenishing pills. She had a few talismans for strength and swift movement, while she had yet to find time to study other talismans. Moreover, she needed to purchase additional talisman paper, uncertain if it would be available at Tai sect. She also intended to buy more food, as she was unsure of the quality of the dining hall at Tai sect. In truth, there was not much to bring along. The 3rd elder had mentioned that upon joining Tai sect, they would receive a monthly supply of spiritual stones and medicinal pills, alleviating concerns regarding cultivation resources. Even clothing would be provided in the form of standardized sect attire, essentially requiring only personal items. However, Mother, what has happened to father? Qingling gazed at the unconscious Ji Linhai, his face devoid of color, his spiritual energy dissipating, and his aura exceedingly faint. Father. Qingling believed herself to be mature and rational, yet when faced with the misfortune of her family, she found herself in a state of utter panic. Mo Sanyang's expression was equally grave. Today, while patrolling the periphery, they encountered intruders who attacked without hesitation, leaving no opportunity to breathe. Your father was gravely injured while saving me, and fortunately, the second elder who was stationed nearby arrived just in time to preserve his life. What is father's condition now? Ji Qingyuan clenched his fists tightly. Mo Sanyang shook her head, her eyes reflecting despair. The second elder observed that the Dantian had been severely injured, fearing the worst. What worst? Ji Qingling inquired anxiously. The village chief, Uncle Qingshan, and Ji Qifeng, who rushed over, informed the siblings that Ji Linhai's condition was dire and time was running out. Suddenly, Ji Qingling burst through the crowd, ignoring the shouts behind her, and dashed out of the door. She ran, weeping, reminding herself that as an adult, crying was futile in times of crisis. Calm down, calm down, calm down. Upon reaching a courtyard gate, she pounded desperately on the door. Ninth elder, uncle, please open the door. Ji Hui, open the door. The door swung open from within, revealing the ninth elder, who gazed at Ji Qingling with astonishment. Ling girl, what has happened? Ji Hui also emerged. Qingling, what is wrong? Ninth elder, my father has been gravely injured at the mine. The second elder says he may not survive. I implore you to save him. Ji Qingling sobbed, tears streaming down her face. His Dantian has suffered a severe blow. Ji Hui, alarmed, exclaimed, Father? Let's go? The ninth elder waved his long sleeves, whisking the two children onto his flying artifact. Inside the house, upon seeing the ninth elder enter, Mo Sanyang's eyes glimmered with a hint of hope. The ninth elder approached Ji Linhai's bedside and assessed his Dantian meridians. Indeed, he is gravely injured. I shall treat him now. The ninth elder placed a pill into Ji Linhai's mouth. Upon hearing this, the onlookers felt a surge of hope and quietly retreated from the room, leaving space for the ninth elder to work. The courtyard was filled with members of the Xiawangshan tribe who had come upon hearing the news. Mo Sanyang composed herself and recounted the events that had transpired. Today, it was their turn to patrol the periphery of the mine entrance, and during their rounds, they discovered a formation had been set up. They were well acquainted with the positions of the Ji family's formations, and this was clearly not established by them. As they deliberated on whether to report the matter or attempt to dismantle the formation first, a Golden Dan cultivator emerged from the shadows, launching a series of lethal attacks aimed at taking lives. Tragically, one of their team members was swiftly killed, and the assailant immediately set his sights on Mo Sanyang. With her foundational cultivation at its initial stage, she was utterly incapable of fending off a single strike. It was at this moment that Ji Linhai dashed forward to shield her. Fortunately, the second elder, stationed nearby, finally arrived, prompting the assailant to retreat in defeat. Consequently, they remained uncertain whether the attacker was affiliated with other familial forces from the city. After a lengthy wait, Elder Ji emerged, and Ji Qingling promptly approached him. Elder Ji, my father? His life is preserved. A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. Survival was paramount. However, it seemed likely that future cultivation would be unattainable. Ji Qingyin deeply bowed to Elder Ji, expressing his gratitude. My father is gravely injured. Thank you, Elder Ji, for your timely rescue. He felt genuinely grateful, recognizing that Ji Linhai's survival was the greatest favor bestowed upon their family by Elder Ji. As for cultivation, that could be addressed at a later time. Brother, you and mother should tend to father. I will escort Elder Ji out. Ji Qingling led Elder Ji and Ji Hui to the alleyway. Ji Hui grasped her hand, reassuring her, Qingling, do not be overly anxious. I believe that there is always hope. For now, it is far more important for Uncle Linhai to recover from his injuries. Ji Qingling understood and felt immense gratitude towards Elder Jiao. Uncle, I truly thank you today. Moreover, the pill he had administered to Ji Linhai was surely no ordinary elixir. However, inquiring about it now would prove futile. A day would come to repay this profound kindness. Elder Jiao waved his hand dismissively. I share a bond with your grandfather that dates back to our childhood. Although you cannot cultivate for the time being, your mother can frequently channel spiritual energy into your father, nourishing his Dantian and meridians. Perhaps there will be a chance for recovery in the future. I shall also inquire further on your behalf. This is where we shall part. Your father should be awakening soon. Having narrowly escaped death, Ji Linhai had thought he would never see his wife and children again. Upon waking, he accepted the reality of never being able to cultivate again. To be alive and witness his family thriving brought him unparalleled solace. As for me, should the need arise, I can simply live as a wealthy layman in the mortal realm. I shall accompany you, Imo Sanyang thought resolutely, knowing she would follow Ji Linhai should he choose to dwell among mortals. Father, mother, do not lose heart. Elder Jiao said that as long as mother regularly uses her spiritual energy to nourish father's dantian and meridians, there may still be hope for a remedy. Indeed, in the early stages of foundation establishment, one can expect a lifespan of over 200 years. There is still much time ahead for them. On that day, Ji Hui rushed to summon Ji Qingling, stating that Elder Jiao was seeking her. Upon arriving at Ji Hui's home, she received a piece of news that could be considered fortunate. Elder Jiao had learned from the Grand Elder that in Zhongzhou, there existed a sect known as the Qingmu sect, renowned for its unparalleled healing techniques and unmatched ability to mend severely injured meridians and dantian. The Qingmu sect has never opened its doors to recruit disciples. Its students are predominantly from esteemed families with exceptional talents, accepting only those with high spiritual roots. The disciples of the Qingmu sect seldom make public appearances and are unlikely to assist others in healing, with various sects and families often resorting to offering rare treasures for their aid. Consequently, although the sect may not possess formidable combatants, none dare to underestimate their prowess. However, families like the Ji clan find it nearly impossible to solicit their assistance. Ji Qingling believes that having a lead is far better than being utterly aimless. The days stretch ahead. With effort, she is bound to secure an opportunity with the Qingmu sect. Chapter 37. Departure from home at last. The day to leave home has arrived. Early in the morning, Ji Linhai summoned his children. This is what your mother and I have prepared for you. When venturing into the world, your safety must take precedence. He placed 2 pieces of armor upon the table. These were 2 high-grade magical artifacts, the Silver Moon armor for Ji Qingling and the Qian Kuan Heart Guard for Ji Qingyuan. As they accepted the gifts, Ji Qingling felt a pang of emotion. Father, Ji Linhai reminded them that he would need to nurture his dantian, which would require a considerable amount of spirit stones. These 2 high-grade artifacts would consume nearly half of the family's spirit stones. Take what your father has given you. There is no need for you to worry about the family while I am here. Imo Sanyang handed them several bottles of elixirs, emphasizing the importance of always being well prepared. Ji Qingling understood her parents would naturally be concerned for them, as all parents are. Mother, please do not worry. We will surely be treated well during this selection process. And I will look after Ji Qingyuan diligently. Ji Qingyuan received a light reprimand. You must heed my words and refrain from causing trouble. Ji Linhai observed their playful banter. Feeling immense pride in his understanding and capable children, he extended another item to Ji Qingyuan. Yuana, this is for you. It was Ji Linhai's customary weapon, the low-grade spiritual artifact, Hongguang's sword, which had been bequeathed to him by Ji Liangshan. Dad, I cannot accept this. It is not a gift, but a loan. When the time comes that I require it, I shall naturally expect its return. Ji Qingyuan understood that his father spoke thus to console him, fearing that Ji Linhai had already resigned himself to the belief that he would never need it in this lifetime. Liner possesses the Elder's Lingxi, so I shall give you this sword. These are merely temporary provisions. In the future, as you cultivate to the foundation establishment and core formation stages, you will undoubtedly come across superior spiritual artifacts. Ji Qingling wiped the corner of her eyes. Father, mother, we must take our leave. Uncle Qinshan was currently preparing for core formation, and they too would have someone to look after them. Moreover, Ji Qingling had sought the 9th Elder's favor to ensure Ji Linhai and Imo Sanyang were cared for, so her worries were minimal, though she felt a deep sense of reluctance. However, the path of the Great Tao is one of solitude, and such farewells would become increasingly frequent. Their current task was to strengthen themselves. Only through growth could they hope to connect with the Qingmu sect. The 3rd Elder led several individuals to the City Lord's mansion, where nearly every prominent family had representatives chosen, totaling over 30 individuals, including those from the City Lord's household. Calling the 5 of them together, the 3rd Elder distributed a pouch of spiritual stones to each person. This is provided by our clan. The Tai sect also has members from the Ji family. You have met Ji Zhua, but he is within the inner sect, making him somewhat difficult to locate. The descendants of the Ji family from the outer gate will naturally come to seek you out. There is no need for concern. The essence of the matter lies in earnest cultivation. Before long, a carriage drawn by two magnificent flying lions came to a halt before them. Thus, such a multitude crammed into a single carriage? Upon boarding, Qingling realized her ignorance. Why pursue the path of immortality if not to witness the extraordinary scenes before her? The carriage contained a vast space. As she opened the door, an expansive interior welcomed over 100 individuals, yet it appeared remarkably spacious. The 5 members of the Ji family casually selected a table to settle at, where an array of spiritual fruits and tea was neatly arranged. Those familiar with one another from various families gathered to engage in light-hearted conversation. Jimingxin placed her teacup on the table, toying with it. Are there any within the clan who know those at Tai sect? The crowd shook their heads. Among them, Jimingxin was the eldest, a decade ago. When the sect came to select candidates, she had merely been 4 years old. Ji Hui had just been born. While Ji Qingling and Ji Qingyuan were still at Shaowang Mountain, and Ji Qiao was even less known, having yet to exist at that time. How then do you know Brother Jizhua? It has been decades since he joined Tai sect, has it not? Ji Qingling inquired, somewhat perplexed. She leaned her forehead against her hand, bemused by Ji Hui's sudden turn to gossip. Ahem. A pair of coughs echoed simultaneously, one from Ji Qingling, the other from Jimingxin. Jimingxin cast a knowing glance at Ji Hui, directing her attention to Ji Qiao, who was pouting and looking downcast. Ji Hui, struck by a sudden thought, waved her hand toward Ji Qiao. Brother Ji Qiao, I was not speaking of you. Moreover, you are inherently a member of the Ji family, distinct from Jizhua. You are merely. Ji Hui hesitated for a moment, unsure of how to continue, and sought assistance from Ji Qingling. Ji Qingling was utterly speechless. Why not simply shift the topic instead of engaging in a futile struggle? At that moment, Ji Qiao stood up, declaring, I shall go practice. Within the vehicle, a vast expanse was occupied by meditation cushions, presumably intended for everyone's cultivation. Ji Qiao, the Ji family's prodigy with a singular spiritual root, had merely months ago been a pitiable child unable to fill his stomach under the care of his biological mother. No one could have anticipated his current state. Ji Qiao was the offspring of a foundational cultivator from the clan and a female cultivator in the qi refining stage. The woman believed she had latched onto a promising future, only to discover that the foundational cultivator intended to be nothing more than a fleeting presence in her life. In her fury, she abandoned the young Ji Qiao, leaving him behind as she departed. Regrettably, Ji Qiao's father cast him aside to his partner, neglecting his responsibility. He thought that even if his wife chose not to care, it would suffice to arrange for someone to keep an eye on the child until he grew up. During this time, Ji Qiao's biological mother remained stuck in the mid-foundational stage, unable to advance. And her prolonged anxiety led her to irrationally blame Ji Qiao for her stagnation. It seemed she had forgotten that she had another son whom she had relegated to the shadows. One can only imagine the hardships Ji Qiao endured over the years. Ji Qingling sighed, for regardless of the world, women are often the ones who suffer from matters of the heart. Ji Qiao's biological mother, betrayed by her husband, was presented with the child only after his birth, an unbearable reality for anyone. Yet, how innocent is such a young child? The blame rests solely upon the man as callousness, while it is the women and children who ultimately bear the brunt of suffering. Thus, many cultivators choose not to form partnerships, embracing the solitude that allows them to pursue their cultivation with utter freedom and detachment. Ji Hui murmured softly, Qingling, my father specifically instructed me not to speak carelessly. How could I have forgotten so quickly? Frustrated, she tugged at her hair, vexed that she had offended Ji Qiao right after stepping out. After all, he possessed a singular spiritual root, a rarity that had emerged only once in the Ji family over the centuries. It was evident that his future standing within the Ji family would be significant. She resolved to apologize when the moment was opportune, but vowed that regardless of matters concerning Jizhua or Ji Qiao, she must never utter a word about them again within the Tai sect. I understand. Qingling, you must remind me in the future. If I start to act foolishly again, you must interrupt me. Can I truly stop you when you act foolishly? Ji Qingling sighed, knowing Ji Hui's insatiable curiosity. The problem was that once she learned something, she could not restrain her tongue and felt compelled to share it. Even if I can't stop you, you promised my father to keep an eye on me. Ji Hui disregarded her complaints. Recalling her father's advice to practice diligently and speak less, consulting Ji Qingling whenever necessary. Once the novelty wore off, Everyone naturally began their cultivation. One day, Tang Jida shouted, "We have arrived at Tai's sect." Chapter 38. Outer sect disciples. With that exclamation, the children rushed to the windows. Before their eyes stood 7 towering peaks, piercing the clouds amidst the mountains. Above these majestic summits, grand halls stretched for miles, surrounded by countless pavilions and structures. A colossal mountain gate loomed at the forefront, with the words Tai's sect gleaming brilliantly. Tang Jida beamed with pride upon witnessing everyone's reactions. "This is our Tai sect. And what you see before you are the 7 majestic peaks. The Mysterious Peak, the Holy Sword Peak, the Sunset Peak, the Cloud Sea Peak, the Purple Mist Peak, the Thousand Mechanisms Peak, and the Shinong Peak." Curiosity arose among the crowd, and someone inquired about which peak Master Tang belonged to. "I am affiliated with the Mysterious Peak, where the headmaster's main hall is located," he replied. "Wow, how impressive," thought Qingling. "You are indeed quite remarkable." The carriage came to a halt at the mountain gate, and the group disembarked, where several cultivators had already gathered. Master Tang, a young Qi refinement cultivator, approached to pay his respects. Disciple Song. "There are a total of 36 individuals present today, and here is the roster," the disciple said, clasping his hands in greeting. "Master Tang, please take care." Before departing, Tang Jida exchanged pleasantries with 2 members of his group, Guan Yuchao and Ji Qiao, saying, "I shall proceed ahead. Should you need anything in the future, feel free to visit me at the Mysterious Peak." Thus, Qingling quickly grasped a fundamental truth about the Tai sect. One's aptitude determined their standing within the sect. While this principle holds true everywhere, being less than exceptional still left a twinge of bitterness. Observing others and then reflecting upon oneself, it was clear that Guan Yunchao was likely a single spiritual root cultivator, someone whose name alone suggested great prowess. Dear junior brothers and sisters, I am Song Xianhe from the Outer Sect's Deacon Hall. Welcome to our Tai sect. This elder, Song, was quite handsome with a refined appearance. After a brief introduction, he led Qingling and the others to the Outer Sect, where they were issued identity tokens, a white jade slip, and several sets of disciple robes. Along with a storage bag, the Tai sect, like other sects, allows one to discern their identity through the color of their attire. Outer disciples don gray garments, while inner disciples are clad in azure, and those who are direct disciples wear white. All disciples in the Qi refinement stage belong to the Outer Sect, and only upon reaching the foundation establishment stage may they enter the Inner Sect. Within the Inner Sect, most are merely ordinary disciples, with direct disciples being a rare few. The various peak masters have long ceased to accept new apprentices, and the current direct disciples are the grand students of these masters. Nonetheless, even being a grand student evokes envy. For who would not desire a venerable ancestor in the nascent soul stage? For those wishing to learn spells and techniques, they may undertake tasks at the task hall to earn contribution points. Each jade slip in the 10,000 Methods Pavilion is not free. To learn formidable spells, one must earn their contribution points. The sect provides meals twice daily, at dawn and dusk. Every 5 days, Golden Core or nascent soul cultivators come to impart teachings. The storage bag contains the sect's regulations, totaling 180 rules, which must be committed to memory. Additionally, the storage bag holds items necessary for daily life. Within your jade slip lies the number of your residence. Simply seek it out. Should there be any further queries, one may approach the Outer Sect Steward Hall to seek clarification from senior brothers. Having conveyed all necessary instructions, Song Xian departed. The members of the Ji family gathered around their jade slips, only to discover they did not reside together. Qingling noted the addresses of the others and set off alone to locate her new abode. Standing before the door of Courtyard 95, Qingling took a deep breath and pushed the door open. The courtyard was modest and devoid of any presence, apart from a stone table and stone stools. The only other features were some spiritual herbs planted along the courtyard walls. The 5 rooms faced south, yet the jade slip did not specify which room was hers, leaving her uncertain whether she should knock and inquire. A hint of hesitation crossed her mind. She pondered whether it would be inappropriate to disturb others during their cultivation. Fortunately, at that moment, the door of the central room swung open, revealing a young lady of considerable grace. Upon seeing Qingling, she paused momentarily, prompting Qingling to step forward and clasp her hands in greeting. "Greetings, esteemed fellow cultivator. I am Qingling, a newly arrived disciple." The young woman appeared puzzled. Isn't it too early for the mountain gate to open for accepting disciples? Suddenly, a thought struck her. Ah, you must be a disciple selected from within. From where do you hail? I come from Tongcheng, Ji Qingling replied. Then you shall reside in courtyard number 95 from now on? Indeed, I just arrived today, as arranged by senior brother Song Xian and his companion. Ah, I see. Our courtyard comprises 5 rooms. With your arrival, we now have 4 occupants. There are still 2 vacant rooms to the west. Feel free to choose one. The young woman gestured towards the doors on the western side. I am Qinshan, at the 5th level of Qi refinement, residing in this central room. What did you say your name was again? Greetings, senior sister Chun. I am Ji Qingling, at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. Ah, so you are junior sister Ji. Indeed, a disciple selected from within, given your youth. It is commendable that you have already attained the 3rd level of Qi refinement. You flatter me, senior sister. Ji Qingling felt fortunate to have encountered such a warm-hearted individual and wondered how Ji Qingyuan and the others were faring. Upon entering her own room, she found the furnishings to be quite simple. Ji Qingling retrieved the storage bag provided by the sect, which contained an ample supply of items, along with a small booklet detailing the 180 rules of the sect. While it may appear substantial, the content lacks any remarkable depth. Revolving merely around the themes of honoring teachers and respecting the way, vanquishing evil and promoting good, championing justice, refraining from wrongdoing, bullying the weak, and avoiding infighting among peers. A vial of Qi replenishing elixir and 10 spirit stones constitute this month's provisions. After tidying her belongings, Ji Qingling donned a gray disciple's robe, standing there, surveying her surroundings, which she found rather agreeable. She intended to venture out to familiarize herself with the area, feeling somewhat insecure as she was still unaware of the dining hall's location. This was her 3rd day at Tai sect. Today, an infant soul cultivator would be delivering a lecture, and the Jingxi hall was filled to capacity, bustling with activity as the class concluded. Qi Ji Hui. Ji Qilin heard her name being called. It was Ji Mingxin waving at them. Where's your brother? She did not see Ji Qingyuan. He is not with us. Ji Qingyuan, having arrived just 3 days prior, had already formed a close bond with someone from his own courtyard and preferred not to linger with the 2 girls during class. Ji Mingxin wasted no time, explaining. There is a senior brother, Ji Hong, who expressed a desire to introduce us to the disciples of the Ji family. Sister Mingxin, do you know this Ji Hong? Ji Qingling speculated that he was likely a disciple of the Ji family who had come to Tai sect many years ago. I do not. But we shall become acquainted once we go, will we not? Elder 3 also mentioned that the Ji family disciples would seek us out. Naturally, we must seize the opportunity to meet them. Very well, when shall we go? Where will it be? Remember to call your brother. I will fetch Ji Qiao. Ji Mingxin relayed the time and location to them. After Ji Mingxin departed, Ji Qingling turned to Ji Hui. Have you heard of this Ji Hong? Ji Hui shook her head, unfamiliar with the name. I only know Ji Zhuogu, and I have heard of a senior sister, Ji Yuaning, whose talents are remarkable. She arrived a decade earlier than us, though I have never met her. Ji Qingling nodded, acknowledging the value in knowing more of their kin, especially since they were newcomers, unaware of many matters. It would be beneficial for us to look out for one another in the future. The 2 promptly went to inform Ji Qingyuan, inviting him to join them the following day. Chapter 39. 5th stage Talismancer. The next day, upon reaching the designated meeting point, Ji Hong and a few others were already waiting. Sister Ming Xin, they greeted Ji Ming Xin first. Allow me to introduce our clan brother, Ji Hong. Ji Hong, a sturdy figure with a square face and long eyes, spoke. I arrived at Tai sect 40 years ago. I am considerably older than you all, so we refer to each other as brothers here. You may simply call me Brother Hong. Brother Hong, Brother Hong, Brother Hong. Ji Qingling and the others echoed in unison. Over the years, apart from those who had established their foundations, many had perished or left the sect. Currently, there were over 50 members of the Ji clan within the outer sect. Although new members arrived every decade, numerous misfortunes had also led to losses along the way. Thus, it was hoped that they could remain united, as their modest group was insignificant among the thousands of disciples in the outer sect. Brother Hong speaks truly. We, the Ji clan disciples, shall certainly stand united, one among the 5 affirmed. Ji Ming Xin, being the eldest, took it upon herself to express their collective resolve. Ji Hong then proceeded to share insights regarding the circumstances of the outer sect with the 5 of them. Currently, the management of the outer sect is under the auspices of the mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, Lord Lingquan of Piaomiao Peak. However, Lord Lingquan is often either in seclusion or journeying afar, leaving the practical affairs to his disciple, Han Guangbi, who oversees the matters of the Steward Hall. where nearly all the stewards are aligned with him. Song Xianhe shares a particularly close relationship with Han, enabling him to exert considerable influence over the steward hall's operations. Qingling recalled Song Xianhe, remembering him as a handsome cultivator at the 9th level of qi refinement. Ji Hong then inquired about their respective courtyard numbers, suggesting that he would take them on a mission in a few days to familiarize themselves, promising to notify them in due course. The 5 of them exchanged contact information. On the journey back, Ji Mingxin felt a wave of joy. After all, she was merely in her teens and experiencing her first departure from home. Her senior brother Hong was quite amiable, swiftly arranging for them to undertake a mission. Qingling also sensed that the individuals they had recently encountered were notably warm-hearted, marking a promising beginning. Once separated from Ji Mingxin and Ji Qiao, Ji Qingyuan finally spoke. Yesterday, I discussed the matters concerning the Ji family with Yang Jin, who advised me to exercise caution, as the teams from various families are not to be underestimated. Within the sect, aside from our Ji family and those from the city lord's residence, there are members of the Hong family and individuals from other clans forming small groups. However, many prefer to seek companions outside their familial teams for missions. Yang Jin was a senior brother Ji Qingyuan had recently befriended. He had joined Tai's sect a decade ago, coming from a humble background as a loose cultivator. They resided in the same courtyard and shared similar temperaments. Thus Yang treated the newly arrived junior brother with kindness. Ji Qingling hesitated. Should we inform Sister Mingxin and Ji Qiao? I shall seize the opportunity to remind them to exercise caution, particularly Ji Hui, who must refrain from divulging every matter. It is essential to ponder over what others say before accepting it as truth. Ji Hui pouted in grievance, exclaiming, I have not. Ji Qingling waved her hand dismissively, assuring, Rest assured, we are not so foolish. It is imperative that the 3 of us privately deliberate on any information we receive, avoiding any hasty commitments to others. Ji Qingling noticed that ever since her brother Ji Linhai had been gravely injured, he had become considerably more composed during this visit to Tai's sect. Indeed, adversity fosters growth. Subsequently, they ventured to the mission hall to familiarize themselves with the available tasks. Within the mission hall, Ji Qingling marveled at the might of Tai's sect. A single wall was adorned solely with a slab of white jade, meticulously listing various tasks. Occasionally, a task would abruptly vanish from the wall, only to be promptly replaced by a new one. At the counter, a stout cultivator at the 5th level of qi refining was conversing with the attendant, requesting to undertake the mission of hunting the black spirit tiger. In that moment, the task information regarding the 2nd-tier black spirit tiger, requiring the preservation of its corpse, along with a reward of 50 spirit stones, disappeared from the wall. It was swiftly supplanted by a new task that sought the procurement of 10 stalks of Yenluo grass, aged 50 years or more, with a reward of 100 spirit stones. Brother Luo, Junior Brotherly. I have heard that Junior Brother has made significant progress in talisman crafting recently. Are you aiming to advance to a 2nd-tier talisman master before establishing your foundation? Upon overhearing their conversation regarding talisman crafting, Ji Qingling's ears perked up, and she feigned indifference while glancing in their direction. The Junior Brotherly appeared to possess a cultivation level of the 9th layer of qi refining. Brother Luo, please do not jest with me. One cannot aspire to the esteemed title of a 2nd-tier talisman master without decades of diligent accumulation. I was merely fortunate enough to attend a lecture on talismanic arts by the Venerable Yiming Daojun, which provided me with a moment of epiphany. Is it indeed the 5th-tier talisman master from Sunset Peak, Yiming Daojun? No wonder Junior Brotherly has made such rapid progress. I am merely receiving excessive praise. As the 2 exchanged pleasantries and departed from the mission hall, Ji Qingling overheard monumental news. A 5th-tier talisman master? Sunset Peak? Yiming Daojun? Ji Qingyuan grasped Ji Qingling, who was lost in her own thoughts. Are you truly so excited merely at the mention of a 5th-tier talisman master? Do not overthink it. The Yuaning Daojun is not someone we can simply meet at will. Ji Qingling was well aware of this, yet she now understood where her aspirations lay. Typically, with the assistance of her delicate seedlings, the time she devoted to cultivation was less than half that of others. However, due to the inherent limitations of her spiritual roots and meridians, she struggled to advance swiftly. The remainder of her time was spent either honing her spells or practicing talisman drawing, which was quite similar to her life at home. In this moment, she realized the purpose of her journey to Tai's sect, for it boasted 5th-tier talisman masters, and perhaps even those of higher rank. With a clear objective, the path ahead became much more manageable. First, She would diligently cultivate her foundation, and then seek a way to apprentice under a master at Sunset Peak, or perhaps under a high-ranking talisman master. As for other matters, now that she was within Tai's sect, any news would eventually come to light. She had already mastered the drawing of 3 types of talismans: the Strength Talisman, the Swift Movement Talisman, and the Defensive Talisman. Qingling was currently in her room, on the verge of successfully creating her 4th talisman, brimming with excitement. In the morning, Qingyuan opened the door and, as per usual, donned his black crystal sand before heading out to practice. A talisman affixed to the door emitted a series of ethereal glimmers. Upon removing the talisman paper, the light vanished. This was the first communication talisman crafted by Sister Ji, a moment of joy and surprise. One cannot help but ponder why some children, born of the same parents, exhibit such remarkable intelligence. In just a few days, she had mastered yet another talisman, a source of pride for her parents and elder brother. However, there is no need for excessive sentiment. I shall await you in our usual spot. With that, the communication talisman dissipated into a wisp of spiritual energy. Qingyuan had always understood that his sister, Ji Xiaomei, possessed a rather whimsical mind, easily mistaken for folly when she was in high spirits. He hurried to the appointed meeting place and, from a distance, spotted Qingling practicing her martial arts, each movement executed with precision and grace. Ji Hui, approaching from another direction, waved to him, calling out, "Qingyuan, go." In the morning at Tai's sect, along the forest paths and in the corners of the plaza, disciples could be seen engaged in their morning exercises. The warm sunlight filtered through the trees, creating a comforting and serene atmosphere, while the faint fragrance of foliage and fresh grass lingered in the air. All of this beauty gradually dispelled the shadows that had been lurking in his heart. Chapter 40. The journey to Baiming Mountain. Upon their arrival, Qingling ceased her movements and inquired, "How does it feel to be greeted by a communication talisman first thing in the morning?" Ji Hui wrinkled her nose. "You are typically so frugal. Why are you not distressed about wasting these 2 talismans?" "I was concerned you might not come today," Qingyuan replied. "Did you not receive the message yesterday? Are you referring to Ji Hong's notice for us to gather at the mission hall tomorrow?" "Indeed. In recent days, Qingyuan has been inquiring about matters. Given that this is the first time everyone is embarking on a mission with them, it is prudent to exercise caution. I have already conveyed this to Ji Mingxin and Ji Qiao." Qingling, curious about Ji Mingxin's stance, inquires about her response. Qingyuan dismisses it nonchalantly, believing that we are overthinking the situation, whereas Ji Qiao seems to have taken it to heart. "We shall assess the circumstances tomorrow, as outsiders remain unaware of the particulars." Before arriving at Tai Gate, Qingling had already organized her belongings. Thus, there has been little change. In terms of weaponry, she possesses a low-grade magical weapon, the short stabbing blade, Huaguang, and a medium-grade spiritual weapon, the long sword, Lingxi. For defense, she has a high-grade magical artifact, the Silver Moon Armor, gifted by Ji Linhai. As for talismans, she has crafted numerous spiritual talismans, including the Strength Talisman, the Godspeed Talisman, the Defense Talisman, and the Sound Transmission Talisman. She has already forcefully bestowed some of the first 3 types upon Qingyuan and Ji Hui. They may currently disdain her talismans, but there will come a day when they will beseech her to create talismans for them. On the following day, at the task hall, Qingling encountered 10 other members of the Ji family, the most formidable of whom was senior brother Hong. Among them was even one at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. They must have been at Tai Gate for at least a decade. A decade at the 3rd level of Qi refinement? While such slow cultivation was not uncommon during their time in the Ji family, it is surprising to find that even within Tai Gate, there are practitioners with such sluggish advancement. Once everyone had gathered, I announced that I would accept the task under the guise of a small team. I instructed them to wait here and to hand me their sect jade tokens, as I would be retrieving the mission. Is a jade token required to accept a task? The newly arrived 5 were, naturally, unaware of this requirement. Ji Hong patiently elucidated that the tasks assigned by the sect fall into 2 categories. One is issued by the sect itself, offering both rewards and contribution points, requiring a jade token to register for the task. Contribution points are only credited to the jade token upon successful completion of the task, and these points can later be exchanged for cultivation techniques or magical artifacts. The other category consists of tasks initiated by individual disciples, which offer rewards but no contribution points. Baiming Mountain, like many other majestic ranges, is adorned with lush greenery and a profusion of wildflowers. Today, Qingling and her companions have the task of gathering snake lotus grass and hunting iron-backed lizards. The snake lotus grass thrives in sunlight, commonly found on slopes or cliffs devoid of towering trees. Although qi refining practitioners cannot fly, they are adept in lightness techniques, rendering steep cliffs a trivial challenge for them. Among the group is a qi refining practitioner at the 6th level of body refinement, who retrieves several long ropes from his storage bag, securing them to a large rock before settling down to meditate. Junior Sister Hui, Junior Sister Qingling, shall we venture down to give it a try? He inquired. The two exchanged glances, and in unison responded, yes, it seems feasible, let us attempt it. Senior Brother Hong, is it safe below? Ji Qingyuan expressed his concern for the two newcomers. Junior Brother Qingyuan, there is no need for alarm. We have descended before and found ample footholds everywhere. Should any danger arise, a simple lightness technique will allow us to ascend swiftly, Ji Hong reassured him. Very well, I shall proceed. I kindly ask Senior Brother Hong to elaborate on the circumstances below, Ji Qingling replied, testing the tautness of the rope in her grasp. With the rope securely fastened around her waist, the four of them each took positions to search for the snake lotus grass. Fear not, with Ji-Man present. Any unusual occurrences will certainly be addressed, Ji Hong assured them. If you tire during the descent, simply grasp the rope and a few leaps will bring you back up. Ji Qingling understood it was quite similar to rock climbing, and with her light body technique, it was even more effortless and secure. After securing the rope, she began her descent, with Ji Hui on her left side accompanying her. Upon finding a suitable foothold, Ji Hui tugged at the rope, expressing her amusement. Ji Qingling nodded, indicating it was time to get to work. The task of gathering medicinal herbs was relatively light. However, the snake lotus grass was quite small and difficult to spot when not in bloom. Occasionally, they would encounter small snakes or insects, but their harm was minimal. After a little over an hour, Ji Hui gestured to her, clearly fatigued, and signaled her intent to ascend. Ji Qingling nodded and continued with the other two. One of her companions complimented her, noting that her endurance was commendable, particularly for someone at the 3rd level of qi refinement. You flatter me, Senior Sister. I too must prepare to ascend shortly. Once another of the trio concluded their task and began to ascend, Ji Qingling greeted the nearby woman. Senior Sister, I shall ascend first. Grasping the rope with one hand, she lightly pushed off with her toes and leaped upwards several times. Once she found her footing, Ji Hui called out to her, Qingling, over here. She surveyed her surroundings but did not spot Ji Qingyuan. Where is my brother? Ji Hui replied. Senior Brother Hong has taken a few individuals to search for the iron-backed lizard. Leaning back on her hands, Ji Hui sat on the grass and inquired, Did you bring any food? Why? Is it that the esteemed Ji Hui's storage bag cannot hold provisions? Ji Qingling lamented playfully, yet she still retrieved some food from her storage bag. I have some, but for some reason, I can't shake the feeling that what you brought is far more delectable. Two individuals were engaged in lively banter together. Although the food at the Tai sect was deemed spiritual fare, it could hardly be described as delectable. Ji Qingling often found herself reminiscing about home, particularly longing for the spicy oil noodles, spiritual meat pies, and refreshing fruit teas that she cherished. It was said that the marketplace at the foot of the mountain offered a plethora of delightful treats and amusements. Perhaps we should find a time to explore it. Ji Hui echoed her sentiments, feeling that life at the Tai sect, dominated by cultivation, was considerably duller than the comforts of home. Within the marketplace, there existed an establishment called Tian Shangju, renowned for its exquisite flower wine steamed crab. At that moment, a feminine voice interjected, belonging to the female cultivator who had been beside Ji Qingling. Senior Sister, they greeted, rising to show their respect. I am Ji Xia. Greetings. Senior Sister Xia. I am Ji Qingling. Greetings, Senior Sister Xia. I am Ji Hui. Ji Qingling was taken aback that she was known. Senior Sister, do you recognize me? Ji Xia shook her head. I have heard them mention you, she replied, likely referring to Ji Mingxin, as both siblings had come from their family this time. Ji Xia took a seat beside Ji Qingling and gazed at them. Seeing you reminds me of my childhood at home. My father would always take me to enjoy delicious food. Every time we passed a tea shop, they had a type of tea that was refreshingly cool and exceptionally tasty. When one is in a foreign land, the taste of home is often missed. Ji Qingling retrieved a small pot from her storage bag. Senior Sister Xia, would you care to try this? Upon tasting the familiar flavor, Ji Xia expressed her surprise. This is it. I haven't tea had it in ages. Ji Hui, having never encountered her in the family, felt a twinge of curiosity. Senior Sister Xia, who is your father? Ji Hui felt a twinge of regret. While Ji Qingling was at a loss for words, it was Ji Xia who, with a serene smile, remarked, "It is nothing. The path of enlightenment is inherently solitary." Chapter 41. The ironback lizard Ji Qingling discerned a sense of melancholy on her face. It seemed that the senior sister longed for her father. Although the journey of enlightenment may be lonely, the realization that there is no one left to care for in this world must be a bitter experience. The three of them conversed about various topics: Qifeng Hall, Yanwu Hall, and Datong Alley, revealing that Ji Xia had once resided in Datong Alley. "What are we discussing?" It had been a long time since Ji Xia appeared so joyous. "How many have you caught?" Ji Xia inquired, particularly interested in the number of ironback lizards captured. "Only one," Ji Hong replied, somewhat disheartened. The day was already half over, and it seemed unlikely they would find many more ironback lizards. "I shall check how many snake lotus herbs there are," Ji Xia announced. Rising to verify the count with Ji-Man, Ji Qingling decided to visit Ji Qingyuan. "How difficult are they to slay?" she asked. "Their defenses are exceptionally high, even harder than your hammer." Ji Qingyuan dodged nimbly, calling Ji Hui over. "We should go look for ironback lizards again later. Be cautious not to get struck by their tails." Just moments ago, a senior brother at the 5th level of Qi refinement spat blood from the impact. "Ah, they are so formidable. What can we possibly do?" Ji Hui, only at the 2nd level of Qi refinement, spoke weakly. If she were to be hit, it would surely grieve her father, who would be left with a head of white hair for a black-haired child. "I was merely providing distractions earlier. The main assault was carried out by senior brother Hong and the others. Thus, our primary focus should be on solidifying our defenses. Qingling, grant me a few more defensive talismans." Ji Hui extended her hand. "Sai, do you not value my talisman?" she remarked. "It is better than nothing. Applying multiple defense talismans does not enhance the protective effect." "I understand," she replied. Ji Hong began to gather everyone for departure. As the team advanced, Ji Hong introduced, "Beyond this grove lies a patch of the purple spirit berries, favored by the ironback lizards. Let us venture there and try our luck." Indeed, fortune smiled upon them. A second-tier ironback lizard was indulging in its snack. Ji Qingyuan, do they truly refer to this as a lizard? The creature's body was adorned with serrated scales, a row of jagged edges extending from its back to its tail, a colossal monster measuring a full yard in length. This is far too large. Even a crocodile does not rival its size. Its enormous throat pouch swayed from side to side due to its hasty feeding. Just how large was its maw? With a single bite, it tore half of the half-man-high purple spirit berry tree, devouring branches and leaves whole, a fearsome sight indeed. Ji Qingling struggled to swallow, pondering. Is it not possible to simply cultivate in peace? Engaging in battle is perilous. The lizard finally sensed their presence, halting its actions to gaze at the uninvited guests. Suddenly, it retracted its forepaws, rising onto its hind legs, thick purple juice dribbling from the corners of its mouth, a bizarre sight with its wide, bewildered eyes. Ji Hong was the first to brandish his weapon and charge forward, with the others closely following. The lizard let out a tremendous roar and, with a mighty swing of its tail, fled. Ji Qingling was astonished by the large lizard that screamed loudly and could run upright with remarkable vigor. Its rapidly alternating feet and swaying tail revealed its foolish nature. What was it running from? Shouldn't it be afraid of us? First, we outnumber it, and second, it possesses only one skill. What is that? A tail whip. As they caught up, Ji Hong and the others had just begun their assault, surrounding the iron-backed lizard. Ji Hong cautioned everyone to beware of being struck by its tail. With a loud crack, Ji Hong's mouth seemed to have been blessed with luck. The unfortunate individual who was hit lay on the ground, struggling for a moment before becoming still. Ji Qingyuan had already joined the fray, while Ji Qingling and Ji Hui rushed to check on their fallen kin. Fortunately, he had merely fainted and was not dead. "You should stay here to take care of him," they urged. Ji Qingling took out 3 talismans, affixed them to herself, and joined the battle, fearful of death. She applied the talismans for agility, strength, and defense. Luckily, her training in the 6 Harmonies fist endowed her with agility, and the speed-enhancing talisman further augmented her swiftness. To everyone's amazement, Ji Qingling managed to remain unscathed amidst the iron-backed lizard's assaults. Of course, after enduring a few of her punches, the lizard too emerged unharmed. It seemed impossible to concentrate all the spiritual energy into a single point. It was a stalemate. Ji Xia had not anticipated her younger clan sister's nimbleness. "Qingling, if you have any more of those speed talismans, could you lend me one?" "I do," Ji Qingling replied cheerfully, taking a few steps back. She produced a talisman for Jixia. Jixia turned with a smile. Let me give it a try. Continuing to join the fray. After an extended period of relentless attrition, the iron-backed lizard finally succumbed. Jixia had struck at its eye, while Jihong pierced its lower abdomen with a sword. Qingling felt that this beast had been utterly exhausted. Although the rewards for slaying the iron-backed lizard were substantial, their losses were not insignificant either. For individuals had already sustained injuries, and Qingyuan's arm had also been struck. Qingling, where did you procure that swift movement talisman? Qingyuan inquired. While the acceleration effect is comparable, its duration exceeds that of what I previously utilized. The inferior swift movement talisman indeed enhances speed. But my prior battles had not concluded before that talisman ceased to function. It lacks the enduring potency of the one you provided. Upon finishing her sentence, Jixia produced a talisman and handed it to Qingling. This is an inferior earth escape talisman. Feel free to experiment with it. Is your technique in talisman crafting learned? Qingling asked, examining the talisman in her hands, sensing an inexplicable deficiency in its spiritual energy. Jixia sighed. I too wish to learn, but I lack the talent. Despite expending considerable time, I have yet to successfully draw a single talisman. Throughout their journey, Jixia inquired about the current state of Tongsheng, revealing her deep longing for home. At the task hall, after completing their assignments, Jihong returned the jade tokens to the group. The contributions to the sect had been duly recorded, and the spiritual stones were also stored within the jade tokens. When the monthly distribution occurs, the sect will dispense them collectively. Qingling found this intriguing and extended her consciousness into the jade token. She observed that the contribution points and inferior spiritual stones were marked with the number 10, indicating that the rewards for the sect's tasks were indeed consistent with the contribution points. At the time of task assignment, everyone was present. The reward for the Snake Lotus task was 170, while the Ironback Lizard task offered 300. Due to the presence of a second-tier Ironback Lizard, the task hall additionally rewarded 100. Thus, a total of 570 contribution points and spirit stones were available, yet she received only 10 points. Although there were 15 individuals, and it was reasonable for those with higher cultivation levels to receive a larger share, the mere 10 points she ended up with seemed rather meager. In Chapter 42, Gifted Talents, Qingling inquired about Qingyuan and Hui, both of whom also received 10 points. She resolved to seek clarity, as they might collaborate on future tasks. Brother Hong, how are these contribution points allocated? Jihong appeared to anticipate their inquiry. In total, there are 570 points. As the team leader with the highest cultivation, I received 120 points. Jixia, at the 7th level of Qi refinement, received 80 points. 2 at the 6th level received 50 points. 4 at the 5th level received 40 points, and 2 at the 4th level received 30 points. The 3 of you at the 3rd level of Qi refinement each received 10 points, while Sister Hui and Brother Chao each received 10 points as well. Jihong elucidated the distribution system of the team. Sister Qingling, within the sect, unlike at home, task rewards are allocated according to cultivation levels, naturally favoring those with higher prowess. Qingling sensed an underlying implication in Jihong's final remark. While she had not anticipated an equal distribution, she certainly did not expect such a method of allocation. Yet, this was not the moment to dwell on such matters. Upon leaving the task hall, everyone dispersed. On her way back, Qingling agreed that enhancing one's cultivation was indeed a priority. I share your sentiments. Although the recent allocation may not be deemed excessively problematic, given our limited cultivation, it still seems rather disheartening to sustain injuries after venturing out. It hardly seems worthwhile. Let us regard this experience as a mere glimpse into the world, for we remain novices within the Tai sect. Jihui added, my father has also mentioned that the foremost priority upon entering a sect is to enhance one's cultivation. I, too, shall refrain from pursuing it. Yet I can't shake the feeling that it will take me an eternity to reach the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. What should I do? She glanced at Qingling and then at herself, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Qingling reassured her with a gentle pat. Why the urgency? With diligent practice, progress will come swiftly. After all, individuals with my level of comprehension are quite rare. You are rather exasperating, Hui retorted, playfully pouncing on her. Observing the 2 girls frolicking in the distance, Qingyuan let out a soft sigh. While Jihong's assertions held some merit, their limited abilities rendered them less effective. If this allocation were merely a one-time occurrence, it would be manageable. However, He feared that future distributions might follow a similar pattern. Additionally, throughout the day, aside from the spiritual herbs and the scales of the iron-skinned lizard that they were required to submit, they had gathered other herbs which remained with Ji Hong. He had not indicated how they would be dealt with, leaving the other items under the captain's jurisdiction, which struck him as peculiar. Never mind, never mind. The enhancement of our cultivation remains paramount. Are you being unreasonable? Ji Xia inquired, eyeing the man walking ahead of her. What is the matter, junior sister Xia? Do you not derive any benefits? Indeed, I have received benefits as well. What right do I have to advocate for them? Ji Xia suddenly felt a sense of futility. Was all this arduous cultivation simply to exploit the interests of her fellow clansmen? She felt somewhat bewildered by her past. Qingling sat in the lecture hall, and every individual who entered cast either a look of confusion or a furrowed brow upon her. Glancing around, she felt a twinge of discomfort, contemplating whether to take a seat at the back. Is this young girl surnamed Ji? Jizwa? Indeed, she belongs to the Ji family. I suspected I had seen her before, but such a young girl is more frequently encountered at home. So it is truly Jizwa. Even the third elder mentioned Jizwa was at Tai's sect. Jizwa appeared somewhat surprised. Are you one of this year's selections? Why are you sitting here? The question sounded a bit odd. Isn't it said that disciples in the Qi refinement stage can also attend lectures? Thus, this little girl is here to listen to the teachings of Yiming Daojun on talisman crafting? Although disciples in the Qi refinement stage are allowed, usually only those in the later stages attend. She is at the third layer of Qi refinement? Do you intend to learn talisman crafting? Yes. Jizwa observed her small stature amidst a crowd of adult cultivators. Indeed, she was rather eye-catching. He gestured towards a row of seats in the back. Let us move to the back. We can talk there. Qingling declined. Oh, I prefer to sit here. I'm afraid it will be too noisy in the back. And I've heard that Yiming Daojun's lectures are quite rare. Jizwa was at a loss for words, reaching out to pull her to the back. What cultivator isn't sharp of hearing? Moreover, who would dare to make a sound during Yiming Daojun's lecture? Rest assured, we will converse in the back. Oh, very well then. Qingling stood up and followed Jizwa to a corner. It is premature for you to delve into the realm of talisman crafting at the third level of Qi refinement. The esteemed Master Yiming conducts lectures biennially within the sect. It is advisable to commence your studies in talisman creation before attempting to comprehend his teachings. Qingling pressed her lips together, saying, Brother Ji, I have already begun my studies. Is that so? It is far too early to benefit. One cannot possibly succeed. I have successfully drawn 5 types of talismans. Jizwa gazed at the 5 talismans in her hand, scrutinizing them closely. Did you truly create these? Qingling nodded. This left Jizwa momentarily speechless. Qingling leaned closer and whispered, The Grand Elder mentioned that my constitution is unique, which allows for a more profound accumulation of spiritual energy. Upon hearing this, Jizwa experienced an epiphany. He had not realized that his younger cousin possessed such extraordinary talent. Master Yiming entered, and an immediate silence enveloped the lecture hall. As he stepped in, the atmosphere shifted. Compared to the Grand Elder, this Yuaning cultivator exuded a youthful aura. Yet, his cool demeanor rendered the audience hesitant to speak. He surveyed the gathering, his gaze briefly landing on a young girl in the corner, but he did not linger before commencing his lecture. Creation involves infusing the spiritual energy within oneself into the talisman. During the talisman drawing process, one must gather the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, channeling it into the talisman so that it possesses power surpassing that of the talisman maker. A talisman craftsman is capable of producing talismans that are 1 to 2 levels above their own cultivation rank. Each talisman master perceives the spiritual energy of the world differently. This is what is referred to as the path of talismans. The most essential aspect of mastering techniques lies in innate talent. An understanding of runes is far more significant than mere diligence and hard work. A high-level rune master possesses unique insights into their own path of runes. This lecture lasted for an hour, and it was the first time Qingling had heard about the way of runes. It was not a discourse on how to create runes, but rather an exchange of personal experiences and insights. Gradually, the audience began to exit the lecture hall, with Jizwa and Qingling trailing behind. As they approached Master Yiming to pay their respects before departing, a voice interrupted. Wait, is this young disciple newly initiated? It was only when Jizwa nudged her that Qingling realized the remark was directed at her. You stay. Yes. Qingling glanced at Jizwa, who nodded reassuringly before departing. Feeling a bit anxious, Qingling clenched her fists. Did you comprehend what Master Yiming conveyed? Master Yiming nodded in acknowledgement. But how many types of runes can you currently produce after having learned the craft? Ji Rui, being of elder status, presented the 5 types of runes she had drawn with both hands to Master Yiming. The master was pleasantly surprised that such a young age could yield runes brimming with spiritual energy. Returning the runes to Ji Qingling, he remarked, "Remarkable. At such a tender age, it is astonishing to witness such talent in rune crafting." He then retrieved a book titled Rune Compendium from his storage pouch and handed it to Ji Qingling. She accepted it with both hands, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, master. I shall diligently remember your teachings. Go on." Disciple takes her leave. Chapter 43. Flower Brood Crab. As Ji Qingling exited the lecture hall, she let out a long sigh of relief. "Little Qingling." Jizwa waved to her from a short distance away. "Brother Jizwa." He did not inquire about her conversation with Master Yiming. "Have Ji Hong and the others been looking for you?" "Yes." Observing Ji Qingling's somewhat unusual demeanor, Jizwa was acutely aware of the underlying circumstances. At present, her cultivation level was insufficient, and there was no urgency to venture forth on tasks. Enhancing her skills was of paramount importance. Upon returning to her residence, she dedicated several days to meticulously studying the talismanic manual gifted by the esteemed Yiming Daojun. The book elaborated on the various types of talisman paper and the process of creating talisman ink from beast blood. It detailed an array of paper types, including those made from ordinary paper, animal hides, and spirit jade. The ink required not only the blood of magical beasts, but also the infusion of certain minerals or the bones of spirit creatures during its preparation. The combination of different beast blood with various materials yields an array of distinct talismans. It became evident that there was much more for her to learn, however. The most crucial step was to descend the mountain, as these materials were unavailable within the Tai sect. It had been quite some time since she last saw Ji Qing Yuan, and it seemed he had not ventured out until reaching the 4th layer of Qi refinement, although Ji Hui had been diligently honing her skills of late. When Ji Qingling approached her with an invitation to explore the market, she readily acquiesced, feeling a pent-up eagerness from her rigorous training. Naturally inclined towards beauty, she discarded her drab disciple robes and adorned herself exquisitely for the outing. The nearest market to Tai sect required a day's journey on foot, and since they had yet to establish their foundations, they opted to hire a celestial crane from the sect for the price of 2 spirit stones. The crane transported them to the designated landing point for Tai sect disciples in the marketplace. The streets buzzed with lively chatter as their first destination was Tianshanju, where Ji Xiao had raved about the delectable flower wine steamed crab and had long expressed a desire to taste it. The proud waiter proclaimed, "Ladies, you possess exquisite taste. Our crabs at Tianshanju are renowned throughout Dongyue." The crabs were indeed ethereal ones, caught from the misty shores of Shishan's Yanxiao Lake, their flesh tender and rich, imbued with a creamy essence, rendering them a delicacy among crabs. Ji Hui, tempted by the young waiter, was about to request 3 or 5 of these exquisite creatures when Ji Qingling grasped her hand. "Young man, what is the price of these ethereal crabs?" The two of them gasped in disbelief. Was this truly not considered expensive? The Tai sect only provided them with 10 spirit stones each month. The waiter, unfazed, maintained his cheerful demeanor. How many would the esteemed ladies like? Ultimately, they ordered 2 crabs along with other dishes, totaling 80 spirit stones. Seated at their table, Ji Qingling awaited the arrival of their meal, secretly resolving never to return to this overpriced establishment. Yet the allure of the feast was undeniable. Upon lifting the lid of the crab, they were greeted by the golden hue of the crab roe, its delectable aroma infused with potent spiritual energy. A spoonful of the crab roe melted in her mouth, leaving a lingering flavor that confirmed its status as a culinary masterpiece. As she broke off a leg, the succulent white meat was irresistibly tender. A single bite revealed an indescribable taste. Indeed, it was desire that fueled ambition. She yearned to accumulate more spirit stones, envisioning daily visits to this restaurant in the future. This sentiment encapsulated their thoughts after indulging in the crabs. Upon exiting the celestial abode, the 2 friends wandered through various shops. Ji Hui, ever the enthusiast for purchases, amassed an eclectic collection of trinkets in a short span of time. Had Ji Qingling not been there to restrain her, it was likely that the spirit stones allocated by the 3rd elder would have vanished entirely. When Ji Hui once again became enamored with a radiant cat, unable to move on, Ji Qingling pulled her from the shop. "Why do you wish to buy that cat? With your training schedule, when would you have the time to care for it? Even if you could manage, it would still detract from your cultivation." Ji Hui pouted. "But it looks so beautiful." Ji Qingling was filled with frustration. Can beauty truly enhance one's cultivation? Can you guarantee that while you practice, it will purr and charm you, making it impossible for you to resist engaging with it? Probably not. Ji Hui spoke hesitantly. It indeed would affect cultivation. I cannot either. So the best course of action is to refrain from purchasing and to leave swiftly. Let us contemplate magical pets once we have established our foundation. The two entered a quaint shop, where Ji Qingling directly inquired about her desired items. Shopkeeper, do you have talisman paper and beast blood for sale? Certainly, my friend. Right this way, the shopkeeper replied, presenting a stack of talisman paper. This is 100 sheets for 50 spirit stones, and the beast blood, refined, is 10 spirit stones per vial. But I previously purchased 100 sheets for merely 30 spirit stones. Why is your price so exorbitant? Do take a closer look at our talisman paper. Those who have used it commend its quality and assure you will not be disappointed. Ji Qingling examined it closely and indeed found it superior to what she had used before. Yet, it was still quite expensive. She feared that should she continue learning at this rate, her resources would be entirely depleted. She retrieved spirit stones from her storage pouch and casually asked, Shopkeeper, do you accept talismans? Of course we do. Ji Qingling presented the talismans from her pouch. Please take a look. The shopkeeper inspected them, noting, these talismans are brimming with spiritual energy. Did you create these yourself? Yes, what do you think? The strength talisman, swift movement talisman, defensive talisman, and communication talisman all fetch 2 spirit stones each, while the earth evasion talisman is 3 spirit stones each. You are fortunate. Your talismans are of commendable quality, or else they would not garner such a price elsewhere. All right, I shall purchase 200 sheets of talisman paper and 2 bottles of beast's blood. Could you kindly calculate the total cost for me? Ji Qingling was taken aback to discover that low-grade talismans could indeed be sold for money. She had previously heard that most shops seldom accepted them, which led her to waste several sheets of communication talismans. Had she known they could be sold, she would have spoken for herself instead of ostentatiously displaying her wealth. As it stands, it seems she could ensure that the spirit stones earned from selling talismans would sustain her studies, alleviating concerns about running out of spirit stones to purchase more talisman paper in the future. Young friend, you have 31 talismans here, totaling 68 spirit stones. The 200 sheets of talisman paper and beast's blood amount to 120 spirit stones. I shall give you a discount, so you will only need to pay 50 spirit stones to the shop. Ji Qingling handed over the 50 spirit stones, expressing her gratitude to the shopkeeper. Thank you very much. Not at all, not at all. Should you have more talismans in the future, this shop will gladly accept them. If you possess other types of talismans, we can negotiate the prices as well. As the two exited the shop, Ji Qingling was in high spirits and proposed treating Ji Hui to the skewers of grilled meat they had just spotted. The freshly grilled skewers sizzled with juices, their golden brown color inviting. A bite revealed a mildly spicy yet fragrant flavor, the meat tender and delectable, neither greasy nor gamey. Qingling, once you become a great talisman master, you must ensure I receive your talismans without charge. Ji Hui beamed with happiness for her sister. Otherwise, with only expenses and no income, she would inevitably become destitute. Ji Qingling swallowed a mouthful of the savory spirit sheep meat, teasing, Did you and my brother not look down upon my talismans? The last time I offered them. It was a forced gesture, and yet you seem to have forgotten so quickly. Ji Hui widened her eyes innocently. What a poor memory you have. It was clearly Brother Qing Yuan who found them lacking. I was the one who praised the quality of your talismans at that time. Ji Qingling held great admiration for Ji Hui's remarkable audacity. What? If only you could apply this audaciousness of yours to your cultivation. I dare say you would soon reach the foundation establishment stage. Get lost. Boss, bring me 10 more skewers of meat. Chapter 44. The big mouth. As they passed by a narrow alley, they noticed a child supporting a male cultivator who staggered out, appearing as though he might collapse at any moment. Just as Ji Qingling and her companion drew near, the man indeed fell to the ground. Startled, Ji Hui instinctively stepped back. The child, seemingly around 6 or 7 years old, and perhaps not yet at the first layer of qi refinement, panicked at the sight of the fallen cultivator. Father, what is wrong? Father, please wake up. Is there anyone who can help me? Wah. Ji Hui, possessing a compassionate heart, rushed over to assist the child in lifting his father. What happened to your father? He asked just over there in the alley. All right, Qingling. Come quickly to help. I cannot use my telekinesis to carry him that far alone. Ji Qingling grasped Ji Hui's arm. Hold on. There are so many people on this street. Let us seek the assistance of a senior. The child knelt before Ji Hui, pleading, Sister, I implore you. He then began to bow his head repeatedly in reverence. Though Ji Hui understood Ji Qingling's cautious nature, she felt a pang of sympathy. Surely it cannot be dangerous. This child has not even reached the first layer of qi refinement, and this man is merely at the third layer. I believe it will be fine. Ji Qingling, slightly irked, raised her voice a notch. We are also children. What if this is a trap? Ji Hui, stung by her outburst, felt a surge of frustration, while the child continued to weep pitifully. In a fit of anger, she ceased calling out to Ji Qingling, instead harnessing her spiritual energy to drag the individual along. Although her telekinesis could not carry her far, dragging was still feasible. Ji Qingling, though overwhelmed, could not abandon her. He had no choice but to follow closely behind. Utilizing his own telekinesis to elevate the person and inquired of the child, "Where's your home?" Seeing that both were willing to assist, the child halted his sobbing and replied, "It's just ahead." Upon witnessing her presence once more, Ji Hui felt her earlier irritation dissipate, quickly donning a smile for Ji Qingling, assuring him, "Rest assured, we will depart as soon as we deliver him. Nothing will go awry." She then questioned the child. "What is your name? Have you not yet reached the first level of qi refinement?" "Elder sister, my name is Ko Dianqi, and my father is Ko Shirsi. My aptitude is lacking, and I have only just begun to channel qi into my body. Are you both loose cultivators?" "Indeed." Before long, they arrived at Ko Dianqi's residence, where they gently placed Ko Shirsi onto the bed. Suddenly, Ko Shirsi opened his eyes wide and waved his hand, unleashing a cloud of powder. The two were caught off guard, inhaling a considerable amount. Just before Ji Qingling succumbed, she glimpsed the triumphant smile upon Ko Shirsi's face. Time passed, and in a daze, Ji Qingling heard voices. "Father, are we to leave them like this? What if they awaken?" "Do not worry. The medicine given by that blind man has never failed. Even those at the third level of qi refinement have succumbed, let alone those at the sixth level." Ji Qingling inwardly cursed her own foolishness, fully aware of the ominous atmosphere, yet still choosing to venture forward. Now, her limbs felt weak, and her spiritual power was inaccessible. Despite her anxious heart, she dared not act recklessly. As she continued to observe, she noticed a tender sprout within her dantian absorbing a trace of dark spiritual energy. Through the process of inhalation and exhalation, the leaves on either side of her head fluttered, drawing in dark spiritual energy while expelling the normal, colorless essence. As the tender shoots continued this rhythmic exchange, Ji Qingling discovered her ability to move and manipulate the spiritual energy around her. Meanwhile, Ko Shirsi muttered impatiently about the tardiness of the blind man, Xiao. Ji Qingling shifted slightly, realizing that she and Ji Hui were likely lying on the ground together. With her eyes partially closed, she caught sight of Ji Hui's hand. Quietly, she extended her hand and pinched Ji Hui's arm sharply. There was no response. Surprised that Ji Hui had not yet awakened, she tried again with a firmer pinch, yet still received no reaction, leading her to resign herself to the situation. Ko Dianqi tugged at Ko Shirsi, exclaiming that the person seemed to have moved. Ko Shirsi, mistaking his son's concern for fear, kicked him lightly, chastising him for being a coward and noting that it was no wonder he had yet to enter the first level of qi refinement. "It's true. I saw her hand move." Ji Qingling hastily continued to feign unconsciousness. Ko Shirsi, still skeptical, approached to investigate, even giving Ji Qingling a gentle kick. Why are you so unlike your father, timid as a mouse? With such cowardice. You will never." He was abruptly interrupted as he noticed his son's eyes widen in terror. Suddenly, a powerful fist, imbued with immense spiritual force, struck him directly at the temple. As Ko Shirsi fell to the ground, stars danced before his eyes, and when his vision cleared, he found a blade pointed menacingly at his nose. "Spare me, fellow cultivator." He was quick to concede, displaying no hesitation in his acknowledgement of defeat. "What exactly do you intend to do?" "Fellow cultivator, I merely wish to rob you of your storage pouch." After speaking, she returned the storage bags to them. Ji Qingling accepted the bags, realizing she had yet to open them. A golden thread shot forth from her palm, binding Ko Shirsi securely. Turning to check on Ji Hui, she discovered that she was merely unconscious. "I shall grant you another chance. What exactly are you up to?" The blade was once again pressed against the thief's face. "My friend, I assure you, I only seek wealth." With a resounding slap, a forceful strike landed upon his face. "Will you speak? What I say is the truth." Another slap echoed, striking him once more. "My friend, I..." A third resounding slap followed. Ko Shirsi appeared bewildered. I haven't finished speaking. Ji Qingling understood his implication. She was aware he had not completed his words, yet she intended to give him another slap to encourage him to continue. Suddenly, she sensed movement behind her and turned to see Ko Dianchi lunging at her with a dagger. She swiftly countered with a palm strike, sending him flying. The child was knocked back, and his father had previously criticized him for being timid, yet that expression was undeniably that of a wolf cub. Releasing the golden thread, she bound the son as well, tossing both father and son together. Will you not speak? My friend. Another slap resounded, marking the fourth strike upon his face. Ko Shirsi's eyes were filled with fury, questioning the reason for this latest affront. This is for your son, she stated. His presence irks me. Contemplating the futility of further inquiry, she resolved that it was best to leave this place. Ji Qingling harbored concerns that they might have other companions. She ceased her internal turmoil and produced 2 binding talismans, slapping them onto her assailants. This was a skill she had only recently acquired, and it ranked among the least effective of the various talismans. It could only immobilize cultivators weaker than the user, and for a brief duration. The power of the talisman was contingent upon the spiritual energy exerted by the user during activation, with its maximum potency merely surpassing that of the talisman creator by 1 or 2 levels. If the opponent was weaker, they could be easily dispatched. If stronger, the talisman would be ineffective. Thus, it was rather unremarkable, and she had only crafted a few, never anticipating they would actually be put to use. With Ji Hui on her back, Ji Qingling executed a few lightness techniques and swiftly exited the alley. Upon reaching the street, she spotted familiar sect attire, which brought her a modicum of reassurance. After scanning the area, she finally located the individuals she sought, the law enforcement team of Tai sect. This marketplace was under the management of Tai sect, which had established a hall of affairs here, and the enforcement team comprised disciples at the foundation establishment stage. As she had heard from her fellow sect member Chen Shan, rushing up to the law enforcement team while carrying Ji Hui, she exclaimed, "Uncle Master, please help." Chapter 45, Committing Atrocities. The group regarded the young girl before them, noting that she bore another unconscious girl on her back. What has transpired? One inquired. Uncle Master, I am Ji Qingling, an outer disciple of Tai sect. Here is my identity jade tablet. The man scanned the tablet with his spiritual sense, confirming her status as a disciple of Tai sect. What has happened? He asked, and Ji Qingling promptly recounted the ordeal they had faced. The team leader instructed one of his companions to escort Ji Hui to the Hall of Enforcement. You lead us there. It is highly likely that this group is responsible for the disappearance of the female cultivators. As Ji Qingling guided the way, she inquired, Master Uncle, do these individuals have a criminal record? The leader nodded, explaining that several recent cases of missing female cultivators had emerged in the nearby marketplace, including a young girl who had just begun her cultivation journey. A sense of dread washed over Ji Qingling. Could it be mere coincidence? Fortunately, your intelligence shone through as you held your breath and pretended to faint, seizing the opportune moment to launch a surprise attack. Otherwise, the leader did not finish his sentence, yet Ji Qingling understood that the conclusion would undoubtedly be dire. Approaching, she removed the immobilization talisman and stated, Master Uncle, these 2 individuals are the culprits. The elder is named Ko Shirsi, and the younger is his son, Ko Dianchi. Their names, peculiar as they were, seemed to suggest unsavory characters. The leader gazed at the golden rope crafted from spiritual energy, pondering the remarkable strength and endurance of this young disciple's spiritual power. By the way, I overheard them mention a certain Xiao Xiezi. He must be another accomplice yet to arrive. Very well, we shall take care of this. In the law enforcement hall, Ji Qingling remained by the side of the still unconscious Ji Hui, who had already been administered an antidote by the master uncle, yet remained unresponsive. The tender sprout within her dantian had resurrected memories of the past, and the once pervasive black spiritual energy had vanished without a trace. Perhaps this tender sprout possessed detoxifying properties? Otherwise, it would be incomprehensible why she was regaining consciousness so swiftly, especially after witnessing the black spiritual energy being absorbed into it, leaving the sprout completely unharmed. Feeling as though she had struck gold, Ji Qingling was increasingly convinced that this was a gift bestowed upon her by the Qizhu tree. But is this truly a seed? Why, then, can others not perceive it? The seed resides within the dantian, and as it grows, will it eventually pose a threat to her? However, over the past few months, the tender sprout has shown no signs of change, diligently absorbing and refining spiritual energy each day. Qingling, Ji Hui murmured, groggy as she searched for Ji Qingling. I'm here. At last, She regained her senses. Qingling, you frightened me to death. Qingling placed a finger to her lips. Shoo, keep your voice down. They are outside. Hui froze, confusion washing over her. What do you mean? Are those two working together? There are several people outside guarding us. We cannot escape. She turned stiffly to survey her surroundings. Had they not managed to flee? Yet, the area appeared remarkably clean and orderly, not at all resembling a prison. She glanced at Qingling, who nodded gravely in response. Overcome with fear, Hui began to cry silently, biting her fingers to suppress her sobs, a pitiful sight indeed. Qingling was determined not to let this pass without imparting a lesson about the world's harsh realities. She did not consider herself a cold-hearted individual. Rather, the peculiarities of those from the stone temple left her unsettled. Under any circumstance, she did not shy away from aiding others, but only when her own safety was assured. Stop crying. If they intended to kill us, they would have acted by now. Perhaps they mean to sell us off somewhere. We must look for another opportunity to escape. Do not lose heart. I am here with you. Hui's sobs intensified. Qingling comforted her, stating, I've heard that many places have cultivators who specifically capture girls with spiritual roots to sell them to the furnace towers. Alas, I wonder if we too are destined for such a fate. Hui despises herself, for it is her actions that have ensnared them in this dire predicament. She feels utterly foolish, having also dragged Qingling into her plight. After weeping for a while, Hui straightens her posture, reassuring, Do not fear. I shall not allow you to be sold into the furnace building. Sniffling, she continues, Despite being a few months your senior, I am the one burdening you. Once an opportunity arises, I shall self-detonate my Yuan Dan. You must escape. Qingling nearly choked on her own saliva, exclaiming, Your plan for self-detonation is rather abrupt. You wish to sacrifice yourself at this very moment? Hui, still sobbing, insists, We absolutely must not be sold into the furnace building. My father had warned me about my lack of prudence, advising me to heed your counsel more closely. How could I be so foolish? Oh, wait. Father, we can seek our father's aid. Hui rummaged through her storage bag and produced a jade slip. This is the jade token my father gave me before I left. In times of peril, I can shatter this token, and no matter the distance, he will come to my rescue. Qingling grasped her hand, snatching the jade token just in time. Otherwise, a grave misunderstanding could have ensued. Suddenly, with a creak, the door swung open, and the leading elder entered, kindly bringing them food. You two must be hungry. Please, have something to eat. Hui recoiled as if bitten, pulling Qingling back with all her might. The elder frowned, glancing at Qingling in inquiry. Busy with deflection, Qingling chuckled. Elder, she merely got startled. She'll be fine shortly. Hui stood frozen, questioning Elder. The individual showed no concern. I have informed the outer sect steward hall, and it is likely that a steward from the outer sect will arrive shortly, so there is no need for worry. Thank you, Uncle Master. Were those rogues apprehended? The father and son from the stone temple have confessed, revealing their collusion with the blind scoundrel, Qiao, in abducting female cultivators from the market. They are now bound outside. Qingling and Hui gritted their teeth, understanding the implication of those two sentences. It became evident that this fellow had deceived her. Qingling patted her and suggested they discuss it later, as she felt quite hungry. The cultivator recounted the entire sequence of events to them. It turns out that Ko Dianxi and Xiao had previously abducted 6 female cultivators from other markets and sold them to the furnace establishment in Zhongzhou. Xiao, who was in the early stages of foundation establishment, learned to concoct potions under his master's guidance. And it was he who prepared the drug that incapacitated Qingling and the others. Ko Dianxi, possessing mediocre talent, found it challenging to cultivate as a loose cultivator. Upon meeting Xiao, the two formed a partnership to engage in the nefarious act of abducting female cultivators. Ko Dianxi was not his biological son, but merely a small beggar picked up from another market to better earn the trust of the female cultivators. Just like in the mundane world, when children are young, if their parents encounter misfortune before they reach the age for assessing their spiritual roots, everyone is preoccupied with their own cultivation and neglects them. Consequently, these children end up on the streets, begging for survival. Chapter 46. The dismantling of cultivation. Qingyuan fixed a fiery gaze upon the two individuals before him, while Qingling and Hui resembled two quails. Their heads bowed in silence, too afraid to utter a word. His finger pressed against Qingling's forehead. Aren't you usually quite clever? Why did you dare to follow those two into the alley today? Ji Qingling pursed her lips. She indeed felt guilty and planned to endure his scolding. Qing Yuan, go. Please do not reprimand her. It was my fault this time. I insisted on going in, and she followed out of concern for me. The finger now pointed at Ji Hui's forehead. You are certainly mistaken. Were you picked up from the roadside by the ninth elder? How could you be so foolish? Just the other day, I advised you to think before believing what others say. Did you not promise to heed my words? The enforcers from the law enforcement hall were led by Song Xianhe. Upon hearing that Ji Qingling and Ji Hui were involved, he recalled that Ji Qingyuan was their brother and called him over. As expected, Ji Qingyuan chose not to continue speaking. The three of them made their way to the main hall, where the father and son were bound and thrown to one side. Accompanied by a male cultivator in the foundation establishment stage, bearing a gruesome scar across his left eye, likely the previously mentioned Xiao Shazi. At that moment, Song Xianhe entered alongside another male cultivator, prompting the three to step forward to pay their respects. Typically, Song Xianhe maintained a cold demeanor in public, but surprisingly, a smile graced his lips. Senior brother Song. Indeed, this is Uncle Han from the Misty Peak. Uncle Han. Uncle Han wore a gentle expression. You two have indeed escaped with your lives this time. Be cautious when you descend the mountain next time. Remember that human hearts can be treacherous. And not every encounter will be so fortunate. Understood. This incident could be deemed a fortuitous mishap. The three individuals had repeatedly committed offenses in Dongyue, prompting several major sects to issue bounties. Once the matter is resolved, I shall ensure that the rewards are bestowed upon you by my disciple Song. To their astonishment, the two exchanged surprised glances. Master Han, how shall we deal with those three? Ji Qingling inquired, gesturing towards the trio discarded in the corner. We shall strip them of their cultivation, destroy their dantians, and cast them into the mortal realm, came the resolute reply. Upon hearing this, despair washed over the faces of the three. Ji Hui muttered, they are being let off too easily. Who knows what they have done? I have a considerable bruise on my arm. My hand was nearly ruined. Ji Qingling recalled the 2 pinches she had delivered and chuckled. They are not entirely ruined. Perhaps they merely collided with something. Song Xian, however, did not view this as leniency for cultivators. The loss of their abilities and the inability to cultivate again is a fate more dreadful than death. Ji Hui sensed an impending danger as she watched Master Han cast a spell towards the flying sword, which transformed from a size accommodating 2 individuals to one capable of seating 10 comfortably. How impressive, Ji Qingling mused, resolving to acquire such a grand flying sword for herself, enabling her to recline during her travels. On their return journey, Master Han guided the flying sword from the front, with Brother Song seated beside him. The 3 younger ones gathered in the middle, while Ji Qingyuan's expression remained dark. Had he not been in seclusion, Ji Qingling would have certainly sought his company, for his presence would have naturally shielded them from peril. Ji Qingyuan, do not be angry. I have brought you some skewers. They are absolutely delectable. Ji Qingyuan sighed. The event had already transpired, and expressing anger now served no purpose. The sight of Ji Xiaomei's ingratiating demeanor softened his heart somewhat. Hadn't he promised that he would find a way regarding the spirit stones for your talisman studies? Noticing his willingness to engage in conversation, Ji Qingling finally breathed a sigh of relief. Alas, men are indeed not easily placated. However, now that a solution has been found, you need not worry about this matter. Focus on your cultivation, and in the future. Ji Qingling suddenly halted, gazing at Ji Qingyuan. Ji Qingyuan, you've reached the 4th level of qi refinement. Indeed, he replied. She had finally noticed. He had been contemplating how to boast about it more naturally. Impressive, impressive. Once we return to my courtyard, let us celebrate with skewered meat and fruit tea. Last time I asked you for it, didn't you say there was none left? Ji Hui protested. Well, when my mood is lifted, it appears, Ji Qingling retorted. You are such a miser. I am merely being modest, Ji Qingyuan shot back. Why didn't you think to bring me a steamed crab with flour wine? Ji Qingling chuckled, feeling a bit embarrassed. Haha, that was too expensive. Perhaps next time, haha. Today, Song Xianhe's smile had not left his lips as he turned to Han Guangbi. At that time, Master Han was utterly focused on his cultivation. I recall you were a new disciple back then, rather solitary, offering no kindness to those senior sisters who admired you, he remarked. Song Xianhe felt a bit embarrassed. Master Han, you jest. Hearing this, Han Guangbi burst into laughter. The flying sword continued its journey. Song Xianhe produced a dagger from his storage bag. This dagger, crafted by Master Han, is exceedingly useful. This is the first low-grade treasure I have refined since I began my journey in artifact crafting. It holds little significance for me, but it would be beneficial for my esteemed junior. Naturally, it is of use. Upon hearing about artifact crafting, Jiqing Yuan became quite intrigued. Is Master Han skilled in the art of crafting? I wonder what level of cultivation one must attain to learn such techniques. What, young man, do you wish to learn? This esteemed junior, Jiqing Yuan, possesses the fire, gold, and wood spiritual roots, and is at the 4th level of qi refinement. His sister, Qingling, is his biological sibling, endowed with the gold, wood, and water spiritual roots, and is at the 3rd level of qi refinement. Han Guangbi raised an eyebrow. Both siblings exhibit commendable aptitude. Young man, Jiqing Yuan hurried forward. Did you call for me, master? The artifact hall is seeking an assistant. Would you be interested? I am indeed interested. Thank you, master. Han Guangbi waved his hand. No need for hasty gratitude. During the qi refinement stage, the primary focus should be on enhancing your cultivation. One should not become overly engrossed in the study of techniques, as it may hinder your progress. Yes, I appreciate your guidance, master. Since that day when they gathered in Qingling's courtyard, Jiqing Yuan embarked on a dual life of cultivation and assisting. Though it was arduous, it laid a solid foundation for his future studies in artifact crafting. Qingling found her opportunities to connect with him increasingly scarce. Motivated by the efforts of the two, Jihui resolved to dedicate herself to her own cultivation. Days spent laboring in cultivation always seemed to pass swiftly, and before long, a year had elapsed. Jihui finally broke through to the 3rd level of qi refinement. Yet this achievement failed to bring her joy. She began to confront a stark realization. She might never catch up to Qingling, as Qingling had also attained her breakthrough nearly simultaneously. In this year, Jihui is 12 years old, possessing a cultivation level of the 3rd layer of qi refinement. Jiqing Yuan, at the age of 15, has attained the 4th layer of qi refinement. Qingling, also 12, boasts a commendable 4th layer of qi refinement, marking her as an elite disciple of the sect. It is easy to foresee that when she reaches the foundation establishment stage, the 7 peaks of Tai sect will surely vie for her attention. Chapter 47. Spirit-enhancing talismans. Upon completing the final stroke, the talisman paper in Qingling's hand shimmered momentarily, signifying yet another success. Compared to a year prior, the variety of talismans she can craft has significantly increased, with a success rate of approximately 70 to 80%, though she remains discreet about her accomplishments. From insights gathered from Managerly, it seems that the typical success rate for a first-tier talisman master hovers around 40%. Thus, she wisely opts for a low profile. Fortunately, due to the superior quality of her talismans, they are quite popular in Managerly's shop, and he generously compensates her with spirit stones. This is more than sufficient to cover her daily talisman crafting expenses, and occasionally, she is able to assist Jiqing Yuan as well. However, she refrains from displaying the surplus talismans, fearing the attention of those with ulterior motives. Beyond providing a few for Jiqing Yuan and Jihui, the remainder are stored away in her spatial pouch. Standing up to stretch, she realizes she has inadvertently spent the entire night crafting. Today, she intends to find Jiqing Yuan, as she has recently learned a new type of talisman that she wishes to test with him. Although both reside in the outer sect, their living quarters are quite distant from one another. The mornings at Tai sect are as bustling as ever, with numerous disciples engaged in their training. The saying, "The master leads the student to the door, but the cultivation is solely up to the individual," is epitomized here. Since her initiation, aside from occasional lectures from Golden Core or nascent soul cultivators held in various halls, there has been no other structured teaching time. Furthermore, attendance is entirely voluntary, and no one oversees participation. All cultivation is determined by one's own resolve. As she traversed a narrow path, she beheld Ji Qiao engaged in sword practice. In the span of a year, he had progressed remarkably from the initial stage of qi refinement to the second. Ji Qiao's innate single spiritual root had quickly garnered attention within the Tai sect, and it was rumored that a Taoist master from the mysterious peak had already earmarked him as a prospective direct disciple, merely awaiting his foundation establishment to formally take him as an apprentice. A year could indeed effectuate profound transformations. Ji Qiao was no longer the timid and introverted boy he once was. Qingling chose not to disturb him, for not everyone appreciated interruptions. Upon arriving at Jiqing Yuan's residence, she chanced upon him preparing to head to the artifact refinement hall. Without waiting for him to utter a word, she pulled him inside. "Let me show you something intriguing." Qingling surveyed the surroundings and produced a soundproof talisman. Activating it, so that ordinary qi refiners would be unable to overhear their conversation. What else with the air of mystery? Behold, what I have here. A spirit recovery talisman. I am well aware that this is a spirit recovery talisman. Although I do not possess the skills to craft talismans, I am familiar with the fundamental functions of spiritual talismans. This is a newly learned creation. Please assist me in testing it. Absorb the spiritual energy contained within the talisman and see if you can manage it. Testing new talismans was a frequent practice for Qingling Yuan, and he was accustomed to it. He infused a trace of spiritual energy into the talisman, and it shimmered with golden light, releasing pure spiritual energy. Qingling Yuan skillfully directed the energy, allowing it to coalesce around him before gradually guiding it into his body. After completing a small circulation, he absorbed it entirely through his meridians. Upon opening his eyes, he found the spiritual energy to be exceptionally pure, capable of being absorbed directly without the need for refinement. Qingling was already aware of its efficacy. She presented a few more talismans to Qingling Yuan. This is all I have drawn for now. They are yours. Seeing Qingling Yuan frown as if about to scold her, she swiftly raised her hand to intervene. Please do not rush to chastise me. Allow me to explain. I assure you, I have not acted recklessly. This spiritual energy is indeed mine. You are aware that the Grand Elder has remarked upon my unique constitution, which grants me a remarkable affinity for spiritual power. However, he is unaware that the influx of spiritual energy I have absorbed exceeds what my meridians can fully accommodate. Qingling Yuan found this assertion rather incredulous. Is it truly so abundant that your meridians cannot handle it? Perhaps you are unaware of an issue within your own meridians? My meridians are perfectly sound, she retorted. The Grand Elder previously examined them and confirmed my distinct constitution. I might very well be the fabled chosen one. Speak sensibly, he admonished. In any case, the surplus is evident. Otherwise, how could I have commenced my studies in talisman crafting at such an early stage? It is due to the richness of the spiritual energy. Do you think many can achieve this during the initial stages of qi cultivation? Qingling Yuan disregarded her subtly self-aggrandizing remarks. Who else is aware of this matter? Only you. She replied. The Grand Elder has only acknowledged my unique constitution and knows nothing of this. Observing Qingling Yuan's grave demeanor, Qingling felt a surge of emotion. She had resolved to confide in him about this matter, despite having concealed the existence of the little sprout. She had not anticipated such a reaction from him. Although the quantity she had shared was not substantial, it did not significantly impact her. While spiritual energy could indeed be utilized for talisman crafting, she could not spend every day merely alternating between cultivation and crafting. That would be exceedingly tedious. If the pursuit of immortality were solely for the sake of longevity, she found it rather unfulfilling. Understanding Qingling Yuan's stubborn nature, she strove to persuade him. Is my aptitude not superior to yours? Qingling Yuan, perplexed yet agreeable, nodded in response. Qingling continued. Isn't our foremost task to enhance our cultivation, establish our foundation as soon as possible, and then seek assistance from the Qingmu sect to heal Father S injuries? Qingling Yuan nodded again. With superior aptitude and the ability to absorb spiritual energy, I should establish my foundation before you. You have no objections to that, do you? Qingling Yuan, resigned, nodded once more. Are you confident that I can venture into Zhongzhou alone after establishing my foundation? Naturally, he felt apprehensive. Then I shall forego my visits to the artifact refining hall and devote myself entirely to improving my cultivation. Qingling shook her head, asserting, learning techniques is essential as well, even though one may not become formidable upon reaching the foundation establishment stage. Possessing the skill of artifact refinement may provide an opportunity to meet disciples of the Qingmu sect. Completely persuaded by her reasoning, he could not shake off the lingering sense of frustration. I am still so inadequate. Not only can I not assist you, but I also require your help in return. Qingling countered. It is not that you are inadequate. If you were, how could you have been selected for the inner circle of the Tai sect? Indeed, she had matured, displaying a comforting demeanor. Moreover, it is primarily due to my own capabilities, Qingling added, compared to the effects of replenishing spiritual pills, which merely restores spiritual energy. The replenishing talismans provide a far greater and purer essence of spiritual power, yielding results exponentially superior. However, the greatest drawback of replenishing talismans is their inapplicability in combat. One must meditate to absorb the spiritual energy stored within them. Consequently, replenishing talismans are nearly non-existent in the markets. Who would despise an excess of their own spiritual energy? Crafting replenishing talismans also consumes spiritual energy and is arguably the most challenging endeavor among first-tier talismans. Thus, it is only natural that endeavors where the cost outweighs the benefits are avoided by all. The purpose of Qingling crafting this talisman is solely for Qingyuan. She hopes that the distance between them will not stretch too far apart. She fears that if she were to attain the Yuan-ing or even transcendence, yet her family could only reach the golden core or Yuan-ing stage, how would she endure the lengthy millennia that lie ahead? She has no desire to listen to the notions of a merciless path or the solitude that accompanies it. What meaning does it hold to exist alone? Becoming a mere ancient specter? Chapter 48. My egg. Upon leaving Qingyuan's courtyard, Qingling felt she finally had the leisure to explore. She ventured to the outer sect's mission hall, only to encounter the very person she least wished to meet. Upon seeing Qingling, Ji Yuxiu immediately sulked, as if Qingling owed her spirit stones that had yet to be repaid. Last year, some of the Ji family's disciples who did not pass the inner selection also arrived at Taiyi's sect, but the bothersome Ji Yuxiu joined them, becoming an outer sect disciple. Initially, she hoped to cling to Qingling and her brother as before, but to her dismay, the two were wholly engrossed in their cultivation and had no time to pay her any heed. After being rebuffed several times, she finally accepted reality and joined Ji Hong's small team, where at least she had someone to protect her. Qingling wandered around the mission hall, noticing that several teams were also recruiting members. Junior sister, we have accepted a mission to hunt the Bloodfang wild boars, and we are in need of one more member. Would you be willing to join us? A male cultivator at the 6th level of Qi refinement approached her with the inquiry. Me? Qingling was taken aback by the unexpected invitation to form a team. Indeed, I observe that my junior sister, despite her tender age, has already attained the 4th level of Qi refinement, indicating her remarkable prowess. All 5 of us in the team are at the mid-stage of Qi refinement. Would my junior sister be willing to join us? Qingling felt a stir of interest. She had previously perused the quest regarding the Bloodfang wild boar, which offered commendable rewards, and most importantly, allowed for a team expedition into the mountains. She hesitated, for they were but strangers to her. Perhaps it would be prudent to first familiarize herself with the workings of the quest hall. Esteemed senior, I have merely come to observe today and do not intend to accept any tasks for the time being. Thank you for your kindness. Upon sensing her reluctance, the senior said no more and exchanged a few brief pleasantries before departing. Thus, Qingling spent half a day at the quest hall, acquiring a general understanding of its operations. All personal tasks posted require an additional 10% of the reward to be paid to the sect, regardless of whether they are initiated by the sect or individuals. Should a task remain unfulfilled, the individual who took it on must forfeit 10% of the reward as a penalty to the sect. Typically, disciples who frequent the quest hall tend to have fixed teams. Teams seeking members usually fall into one of 2 categories. Either the task is of considerable difficulty and lacking manpower, or they are accustomed to being solitary cultivators, struggling to find a cohesive group. This is particularly true for missions involving the extermination of demonic beasts, where insufficient numbers naturally deter any reckless attempts. As she turned down a narrow path, she collided heavily with an individual approaching her. The person dropped whatever they were holding, which fell to the ground with a thud. My egg. Qingling glanced down to see an egg, roughly the size of an ostrich egg, shattered upon the ground, its contents spilling everywhere. As she was about to speak, acknowledging that neither of them had noticed the turn, she felt a sense of guilt. Hoping that the broken egg would not be too costly, the man crouched on the ground, glaring at the shattered egg, and angrily pointed at Qingling. You wretched girl. Are you blind? You've shattered my precious treasure. With that, he suddenly stood up and, in a fit of rage, struck Qingling with a fierce slap. Caught entirely off guard by his abrupt action, Qingling was sent flying several meters away. Lying on the ground, she covered the spot where she had been struck. Astonished by his explosive temper, seeing that the man was about to strike again, she drew her spirit talisman and prepared to counterattack. How dare he be so arrogant with merely a 6th level of Qi refining, to resort to violence within the sect? What a temper this senior brother has. Launching an assault on a fellow disciple without uttering a single word. Don't you dare twist the truth. You clearly shattered my treasure, and now you have the audacity to play the victim. Qingling felt her anger ignite at his incessant taunts of wretched girl and stupid girl. Setting aside the question of whose fault it was for their collision, the fact that he did not even demand compensation before resorting to violence was utterly outrageous. However, today she had neglected to consult the almanac before leaving home. She had expended most of her spiritual energy drawing talismans for Qingling Yuan and had yet to recover. Thus, she could only test the fruits of her labor from the past year. A few spirit talismans flew from her hands, but the man, seeing how swiftly she faltered and began to throw talismans, merely scoffed in disdain. Surrounding himself with a protective aura of spiritual energy, he regarded her talismans as inconsequential. What could a girl at the 4th level of Qi refining possibly achieve? With a long staff in hand, he charged at Qingling. With a resounding bang, one of her talismans detonated. Doubai felt a sharp pain in his chest and lowered his gaze to find a hole torn in his robe. Blood stained his torso. Bang, bang, bang. Several talismans exploded successively. Before Doubai fell, a singular thought consumed him. He had been careless. He had not anticipated the potency of that insufferable girl's talismans. Qingling witnessed his sudden collapse and felt an unexpected surge of anxiety. Would he die? She craned her neck to observe, hesitant to approach, wary of a potential ruse. Fortunately, he still breathed. It seemed the last talisman had detonated upon his head, rendering him unconscious. Lying on the ground, Doubai's robe lay tattered in several places, his body a gruesome sight. His head was injured, with flesh torn away from his face. Qingling crouched beside him, probing his meridians, relieved to find only external injuries. She was concerned about having incapacitated someone over a mere egg. Unsure how to deal with him, she pondered the implications of leaving him here. What if someone misconstrued the situation and accused her of harming a fellow disciple? Being new and without allies, she was eager to avoid trouble. She extended her consciousness, seeking a suitable place to conceal him. The figure she had seen departing along the same path seemed somewhat familiar. Jihong, did he not wish to assist? The man on the ground had caused destruction without a hint of recompense, immediately resorting to violence. She felt certain he had come explicitly to confront her. And while she harbored a suspicion about why he had tracked her down, she needed verification. For now, her priority was to find a hiding spot for him. This narrow path was relatively secluded. Aside from a few nearby courtyards, few would venture this way. Thus, passers-by were scarce. She placed him beneath a cluster of low trees, covering him with branches and dry grass for concealment. By the way, I am attaching a talisman of concealment. Indeed, this talisman is something she recently mastered, and she did not expect it to come in handy so soon. As long as she remains unseen, those of comparable cultivation cannot detect her presence. However, her cultivation level is still too low. Currently, the talisman can only evade the senses of those in the Qi refining stage. Should a Foundation establishment practitioner happen to pass by, they would undoubtedly notice her. Fortunately, most individuals in the outer sect are Qi refiners, and Qingling is confident that she won't be so unfortunate. What surprised her most was how effective the explosion talisman proved to be. Previously, during her practice, she had only tested it on a tree, never realizing its destructive potential against people. She began to wonder if the price given by the shopkeeper, Li, was perhaps too low. No wonder he always urged her to create more explosion talismans. The efficacy must make them quite marketable. She had thought him to be generous, but it turned out he was just a shrewd merchant. Next time, she must negotiate more vigorously. Chapter 49. Indeed, there is a problem. Jixia opened the door and was taken aback to find Qingling standing in the courtyard. Though she maintained a cheerful demeanor. Junior sister Qingling, what brings you here? Senior sister Xia. Jixia invited her inside, offering her a seat. The interior of the room bore no significant difference from Qingling's own quarters. The only suitable place for guests was the round table in the center, where they both sat down. Jixia poured a cup of tea and handed it to Qingling. Is there something you wish to consult me about, junior sister? Senior sister Xia, I have come to seek your guidance on a matter. What is it? A fleeting expression of concern crossed Jixia's face, though it vanished almost instantly. What is wrong with that male cultivator? It seems he was deliberately waiting for me, finding any excuse to confront me. Qingling paused, intently observing Jixia. The other party's expression remained calm, seemingly unfazed. Could it be that Qingling, the junior sister, had previously offended him? Qingling shook her head, asserting that she had never encountered him before. Since her initiation, aside from a single mission with him at the beginning, she had devoted herself entirely to cultivation, rarely venturing out or interacting with others. But did the junior sister sustain any injuries? No. However, I did leave him severely beaten. What? Jixia exclaimed, a look of panic flashing across her face. Qingling scrutinized Jixia, questioning her sudden agitation. Sister, do you know this person? Ji Xia's demeanor shifted to one of coldness. Qingling, what do you mean by that? It was evident that there was an issue. Sister, please do not be angry. I came today merely to ascertain one matter. I would never dare to provoke you. I am not so presumptuous as to challenge a cultivator at the 7th level of qi refinement. Ji Xia remained silent, not out of fear that Ji Qingling would uncover anything. After all, with her exceptional talent, she was still only at the 4th level of qi refinement. She simply did not anticipate that Dou Bai, that fool, would be unable to contend with someone at the 4th level. What has become of Dou Bai? She inquired of Ji Qingling. It was indeed a familiar name, and quite amusingly fitting. I can surmise your motivations, Ji Xia scoffed. Do you think it was me? Sensing that their thoughts aligned, Ji Qingling continued to probe. I encountered senior brother Ji Hong. Upon witnessing Dou Bai's defeat at my hands, he turned and left. Oh, this indeed reflects Ji Hong's character. It was not I who summoned Dou Bai. To speak earnestly, I have little connection to this matter. Ji Qingling appeared perplexed. Ji Xia poured herself a glass of water, her fingers caressing the rim, and gradually elucidated the situation to Ji Qingling. It turned out that Ji Qingyuan had discovered issues within Ji Hong's team, which was indeed true. The members lacked exceptional talent, and relying solely on the meager resources allocated by their sect was utterly insufficient for their daily cultivation. Each family maintained its own small team, and it was common for the captains of these familial squads to behave similarly. Consequently, some clan members, upon enhancing their cultivation, would depart from the family's team. However, new members, or those with a slower pace in their cultivation, required the protection of someone with superior skills. This scenario was entirely commonplace. The survival of the fittest is the unwritten law of the cultivation realm. Yet, Ji Hong was unwilling to let individuals come and go as they pleased. In his quest to rally more clansmen, he devised this dubious scheme. While he could do little about those of higher cultivation, he sought out Dou Bai, who was at the 6th level of qi refining and had remained stagnant in his progress for an extended period. Dou Bai was tasked with intimidating those reluctant to join the Ji family's team, primarily to instill fear rather than inflict serious injury. Subsequently, Ji Hong would emerge as the savior, leading to one or two individuals eventually joining. As for those who persistently refused to join, Ji Hong would not incessantly pursue them, for Dou Bai's involvement came at the cost of spirit stones. Although the method may seem rather simplistic, the newly arrived members of the Ji family are merely teenagers who have not been exposed to much of the world within the clan. Consequently, most are unable to comprehend the underlying complexities. Even if they come to understand later, their familial ties would likely prevent any thoughts of revenge. Ji Xia finds herself puzzled. After all, it has been a year since she last undertook a mission. Why is there trouble arising now? That troublesome individual, possessing limited cultivation, yet causing considerable disturbances. Ji Qingling begins to feel a twinge of sympathy for Ji Xia, perhaps due to their shared disdain for the same person. Junior sister Qingling, believe me or not, I have had no part in Ji Hong's affairs. Yet, you are aware of the situation. Witnessing Ji Hong's treatment of our kin, you remain utterly unresponsive. Ji Qingling falls silent, recognizing that he is truly a disruptor. Furthermore, although these new members of the clan, while trailing Ji Hong in their tasks, receive less remuneration, it is undeniable that Ji Hong has safeguarded their well-being. Take Ji Wanli, for instance. After 20 years in the clan, he remains at the 3rd level of qi refinement. Without Ji Hong's protection, he would have likely suffered greatly at the hands of others long ago. Very well, but could you lead me to Dou Bai? He is, after all, not a malicious person. He has not resorted to heavy-handedness over the years, and today he has fallen into your grasp. Ji Qingling raises an eyebrow, noting Ji Xia's apparent concern for this individual. We are longtime friends. He has assisted me in the past. The two approach a low tree, where Dou Bai remains unconscious. Junior sister Qingling, how did you inflict such harm upon him? I utilized an explosion talisman. What kind of explosive talisman could inflict such harm upon a person? I am grateful to you, senior sister. Please take care on your way. Ji Qingling conveyed this matter to Ji Qingyuan and Ji Hui, cautioning them to remain vigilant. The two, upon seeing that she had not suffered any loss, refrained from uttering anything about seeking retribution from Ji Hong. Time stretches ahead, and opportunities will inevitably arise. Presently, Ji Qingling is beyond their protection. Ensuring she does not hinder their progress is the best they can do. Chapter 50. Task invitation on this day. Chen Shan from the same courtyard came to seek her out. Senior sister Chen, are you inviting me to join you on a task? Indeed, junior sister Ji. We have shared the same courtyard for over a year, and I have observed your diligent practice of cultivation and spells. However, you seldom venture out to accept tasks. This time, the task hall has introduced a mission to hunt the six-cave bear. Previously, our team spotted its traces while on a mission at Qingling Mountain. Recently, Qingling had been contemplating joining a team to undertake a few tasks for the sake of familiarization. Thus, she felt somewhat inclined by Qinshan's proposal. Over the past year, she had gathered some understanding of the 5 individuals in the courtyard. Qinshan remained at the 5th level of Qi refinement, her enthusiasm outshining all within the small courtyard. Any new junior sister with uncertainties would seek her guidance. The other, Li Wenqin, had reached the 8th level of Qi refinement. She possessed a fixed team and spent her time either undertaking missions or secluded in her room for cultivation, rarely making an appearance in the courtyard. It was likely for this reason that she bore an unwelcoming demeanor towards others. Qingling observed that if this continued, Li Wenqin would become increasingly despondent, failing to reach the foundation establishment stage. Qinshan had privately informed her that Zhou Yinyun had little time left. Considering this, apart from Qinshan, none in the courtyard would truly extend an invitation to her. Yet, could I, at the 4th level of Qi refinement, truly be of assistance in hunting the 6-cave bear? Qinshan comforted her, assuring her that there was no need for concern. The reason the team sought additional members was due to the dual tasks at hand, not only the hunt for the 6-caves bear, but also the collection of fire spirit grass. This was quite reasonable, as gathering spiritual herbs indeed required a larger group. Traversing the vast mountains could be quite time-consuming. Qinshan informed her that they would set off in 2 days, advising her to prepare provisions and items for overnight stays in the wilderness. Before departing, Qingling visited the market. Upon seeing her, Master Li greeted her as if she were his own daughter. Daoist, come. How many talismans have you brought this time? I must say, there is no one in the market as gifted in talisman crafting at such a young age as you. Qingling smiled brightly, responding, Hello, Master Li. Master Li noticed that this time, instead of immediately presenting her talismans for sale as usual, Qingling seemed to be browsing the shop, touching this and that. Was she considering purchasing something? He wondered about her teacher's identity. For the talismans she produced at the 4th level of Qi refinement exhibited remarkably effective results. For instance, the explosive talisman contained immense spiritual energy and exhibited astonishing destructive power. Even a typical Qi refinement cultivator would find it difficult to withstand without suffering some physical pain, if not internal injuries. When Daoist first visited his shop, he had not paid her much heed. Seeing this young girl come to buy talisman paper and perhaps sell some as well, he assumed she was merely a novice in talisman crafting, as beginners typically bought more than they sold. Considering that achieving even a 10% success rate in crafting talismans was commendable, he had accepted the 30 talismans she sold during her initial visit without much thought to how long they had been in storage. Who knows? Shortly after the talisman of swift movement was purchased, the buyer returned, specifically requesting to acquire the same talisman crafted by that particular talisman master. Subsequently, any talisman brought forth by this esteemed friend, G, was sought after by anyone who had previously used it. Out of curiosity, he experimented with the explosive talisman, and indeed, its destructive power was astonishing. Naturally, a good item warrants a price increase. Originally priced at 5 spirit stones per talisman, it has now risen to 8 spirit stones. And given the current trend, it is likely to increase further. Moreover, the influx of customers seeking talismans has led to a significant uptick in the sales of other items in the shop. The shopkeeper, Li, gazed at the young lady who was still perusing the store, realizing that this esteemed friend, G, was likely his good fortune. However, he was curious about what she intended to purchase today. Esteemed friend G, is there something you wish to buy? Rest assured, for anything available in this humble shop, I shall offer you the most favorable price. Shopkeeper Li, it is like this. The other day, I engaged in a contest and utilized the explosive talisman, discovering its impressive lethality. My senior sister mentioned that this price is rather low. Might you consider raising it? Indeed, her inquiry was remarkably straightforward. Shopkeeper Li did not anticipate such a direct question from esteemed friend G. Well, esteemed friend G, the price offered by our humble shop is quite fair. You may wish to compare it with the market prices, which do not differ significantly from those of other shops. Qingling nodded. I understand. Yet I have encountered other talisman masters in the Qi refining stage whose talismans do not perform as effectively as mine, correct? Indeed, the spirit energy contained within G's talismans is notably richer. Shopkeeper Li conceded with a nod. Qingling then regarded him with innocent, wide eyes. Shopkeeper Li, unable to withstand her gaze, relented. Very well. From now on, shall we set the price of esteemed friend Ji's talismans at 4 spirit stones each? Thank you, Manager Li. Qingling responded swiftly, feeling quite content with the arrangement. With an income of approximately 100 spirit stones each month, she felt satisfied. Had Manager Li not acquiesced today, she would have been uncertain about seeking another small shop to sell her talismans. After all, as a cultivator at the 4th level of Qi refining, selling over 30 talismans monthly would inevitably draw attention over time. The greatest virtue of Manager Li was his discretion. He never pried into her affairs, only aware that she was a disciple of the Tai sect. Manager Li, I will be going out in a few days. Could you assist me in finding a suitable spiritual artifact? Are you considering purchasing a spiritual artifact, fellow Taoist Ji? Such items do not come cheaply. Qingling nodded. I understand. Perhaps you could first present what you have available to see if anything is appropriate. Have you accepted a task from the Tai sect's mission hall? What type of artifact are you seeking? Indeed, I am going with my seniors to hunt ferocious beasts. Aside from a defensive robe and a blade, I possess nothing else. Manager Li pondered briefly before retrieving 3 items from the shelf. Fellow Taoist, please examine these 3. He began to introduce them one by one. The first was a net, a mid-grade spiritual artifact, resistant to flames, crafted from the bones of a fish found in the Wuwang Sea. Any beast at the Qi refining stage or of equivalent cultivation that became ensnared in the net would have no chance of escape. The second was a whip, a low-grade spiritual artifact, sturdy and remarkably resilient, yet not pliable. It felt smooth to the touch, akin to jade, and was made from the tendons of a 5th-tier blue-eyed mad bull. Finally, just as Manager Li presented the last item, Qingling interjected, Manager Li, I do not favor this one. Dear Taoist Ji, this Xuantiang iron hammer is indeed a masterpiece crafted by a renowned artisan, a mid-grade spiritual weapon. Qingling felt overwhelmed. Manager Li, I have no fondness for hammers. They are utterly unappealing. Manager Li could surmise that young ladies often possess an affinity for beauty. And indeed, this weapon appeared rather inelegant in hand. Should Qingling become aware of this, she would undoubtedly protest her innocence, as she merely harbored a distaste for hammers and had no intention of endorsing their unflattering moniker. She then picked up a whip. Manager Li, how much do you sell this for? Qingling had thought herself sufficiently affluent, only to find that a low-grade spiritual weapon had bested her expectations. When she combined her prior savings, the funds bestowed by the 3rd elder, the bounty acquired from capturing those 2 swindlers, and her earnings from talisman sales over the past year, her total amounted to just over 1,800 spiritual stones. She feared that with only 1,000 spiritual stones, Manager Li might very well dismiss her. Chapter 51. Preparations before the task. Manager Li, is this price intended for outsiders? Surely, as a familiar patron, I might be entitled to a preferential rate? Qingling inquired, lacking confidence, as bargaining was not her forte. Manager Li pondered momentarily. Taoist Ji, I can offer you a minimum price of 2,600 spiritual stones. That is still insufficient. Manager Li, I only possess a little over 1,800 spiritual stones. Manager Li felt an urge to strike something, yet hesitated, unable to harm the young girl. Moreover, at such a tender age, she had already attained the 4th level of Qi refinement, and her talisman drawing skills were commendable. Manager Li's mind raced. Taoist Ji, how about this? If you are truly earnest in your desire, you may pay me the 1,800 spiritual stones now, and we shall settle the remaining balance with talismans in the future. Qingling, who had initially lowered her head, suddenly lifted it with a swift motion. Master Li, are you willing to let me incur a debt? To be frank, she had contemplated giving up, believing that Qingling might not possess 800 spirit stones. And Ji Hui had a penchant for extravagant spending, rendering her unable to speak. Master Li smiled gently. I have faith in you, Taoist Ji. At such a tender age, you have already reached the 4th level of Qi refinement. You are destined to become an elite disciple of Tai sect. Surely, no elite disciple would default on a mere few hundred spirit stones. Qingling nodded emphatically. Absolutely not. Handing her the whip, he declared, from this day forth, this Biyun whip belongs to you. As she took the whip in her hands and gently caressed it, an overwhelming sense of accomplishment filled her. This was her first spirit tool purchased with her own spirit stones. Taoist Ji, this whip has another function, he continued. First, input your spiritual consciousness and command it to bind that pillar. Obediently, Qingling complied, and to her astonishment, The whip soared forth, coiling tightly around a pillar in the room. The tail of the whip seamlessly merged with the handle, securing the pillar firmly. She had not anticipated such a delightful surprise. This skill would undoubtedly prove invaluable in hunting demonic beasts. Master Li elaborated further. The potency of all magical tools primarily depends on the user's spiritual power. Thus, if the demonic beast's cultivation far exceeds your own, you will still be unable to bind it. Qingling nodded. Thank you, Master Li. I understand this principle. Subsequently, she presented the spirit talismans for the month to Master Li and purchased new talisman paper and beast blood. After this series of transactions, she still owed Master Li 730 spirit stones. With a cheerful farewell to Master Li, Qingling began to meander through the various food stalls lining the street. Qinshan, concerned that Qingling might be unfamiliar with the nuances of undertaking a mission, took the time to remind her to prepare her own accommodations and provisions for the night. She bought a dozen bowls of the delectable spicy meat noodles from one stall and a stack of savory beef pancakes from another, meticulously placing them into a storage bag specifically designated for her culinary treasures. Though the items within her storage bag were self-contained and would not come into contact with her mission gear, using a separate bag for food was a mark of respect for the culinary delights she cherished. Qingling felt it necessary to inform Qingling of her outing and, moreover, she intended to share her delicious purchases with him. Upon learning that Qingling was going on a mission with others, his immediate reaction was one of disapproval. Look at you. You're so small. Naturally, the first to be bullied will be you, he lamented. Ignoring his worried expression, Qingling placed the food she had bought on his desk, saying, Here, this is for you. It's really tasty. She then turned to sit across from Qingling. We have been at the sect for over a year now. It's essential to venture out occasionally. I have thought this through carefully. Senior Sister Qin is from our courtyard and knows a bit about things. She continued to extend her hand to interrupt Qingling, who was about to speak. Last time, I defeated someone at the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Although it was partly due to my opponent underestimating me, my strength is indeed commendable. We have sparred. And you couldn't best me, could you? Qingling found himself somewhat vexed by his own inability to articulate his thoughts. Feeling a sense of defeat each time he faced off against his younger sister, Qingling. Here, take this, he said, handing her an object. Qingling took it in her hands and examined it, inquiring, What is this? A few days ago, Master Han gifted me a concealed weapon. A concealed weapon? Qingling took it and fastened it to Qingling's wrist, appearing merely as an ordinary black wrist guard. However, upon tactile examination, it revealed itself to be crafted from beast hide. He instructed Qing on its usage, primarily to ensure an element of surprise. Yet, is it truly appropriate for you to accept something given by Master Han? What does it matter? I am currently situated within the sect and have no practical use for it. Furthermore, Master Han is quite kind. I believe he would not mind. Qingling nodded. Very well, I shall take it for now. You can rest easy. With Ji Hui in seclusion, Qingling chose not to disturb her. The following morning, as Qinshan opened the door, she found Qingling already waiting in the courtyard. Junior Sister Ji, you are up quite early. Senior Sister Chun, she replied. Considering that if she didn't become familiar with the appearance of the spiritual herbs, she would surely be reproached later. Do not worry. I am well acquainted with most of the entries in the herbal compendium. That is reassuring. As Sun Xiang opened the door, she noticed the two engaged in lively conversation by the stone table, discussing their upcoming mission. Senior Sisters Chun and Ji, you are up so early. Are you both heading out on a mission together today? Qinshan nodded. Sun Xiang hesitated before speaking. Could you possibly take me along? I have yet to undertake a mission. The two exchanged glances, and ultimately, it was Qinshan who responded. Junior Sister Sun, our mission involves hunting demon beasts, requiring at least mid-stage Qi refinement cultivation, so we cannot take you with us. Sun Xiang lowered her head in disappointment, yearning to venture outside. Having been here for nearly a year, her only tasks involved watering and pest control in the spiritual herb garden, leaving her feeling unfulfilled. Qinshan offered her consolation, urging, Junior Sister Sun, it is best to focus on enhancing your cultivation first. Your lack of experience makes venturing out perilous. We all traversed this path. Yet, she couldn't help but notice that Senior Sister Ji had never undertaken tasks in the spiritual herb garden, nor had she seen Senior Sister Chun engaging in assignments from the task hall. Why then was Ji being brought along this time? Qingling tilted her head and replied, Because I am more capable than you. Qinshan chuckled softly. Sun Xiang was taken aback. Senior Sister Ji, Everyone has begun their journey from the first layer of Qi refinement. There is no need for such harsh words. Was that harsh? Ji retorted. I do not undertake tasks in the spiritual herb garden, nor do I accept assignments from the task hall, for I simply do not require it. Regardless. Sun Xiang thought to herself that if she were still at the first layer of Qi refinement, she would hesitate to seek guidance from her seniors. Fearing her ineptitude would only hinder them. You, senior sister Chun, I shall head to the task hall now. With that, Qingling stood and departed. Having come from the mundane world, it was rumored that Sun Xiang was originally a young lady from a prominent family, a favored daughter, and thus found it difficult to accept her current state of neglect. Qingling, being of a similar age, sensed Chen Shan's warmth towards Qingling contrasted with her own, stirring feelings of discontent within her. Chapter 52. Harvesting Fire Essence Grass. This time, Chen Shan's team required 6 members, comprising 4 plus herself and another male cultivator at the 5th layer of Qi refinement. This male cultivator appeared to be of a similar age to Ji Qingyuan, yet he had already reached the 5th layer of Qi refinement. Qingling reminded herself internally to remain humble, for she had the assistance of the tender sapling, and in 2 or 3 years, it remained uncertain whether she could reach the 5th level of Qi refinement. Chen Shan's team had previously encountered the 6 cave bear on Kangwu Mountain, and fortuitously, there was another mission on the wall concerning the fire essence grass at the same location, prompting them to undertake it together. Within the team, the leader, Wang Weiren, was at the 7th level of Qi refinement, while another male cultivator, Lu Yong, was at the 6th level. Chen Shan and another female cultivator in their group, Wang Zhan, both stood at the 5th level, and the newly joined Qingling was the least experienced at the 4th level, alongside Guan Yunchao, who was at the 5th level. It turned out that this individual was named Guan Yunchao, and upon hearing his name, she recalled that the cultivator who had welcomed them upon their arrival had specifically mentioned both his and Ji Qiao's names. This suggested that he either possessed a singular spiritual root or hailed from a formidable background. After everyone introduced themselves, they accepted the mission and set off. Along the way, Wang Weiren performed his duties commendably, thoroughly explaining the characteristics of the 6 cave bear and the fire essence grass. The 6 cave bear was imposing in stature. Although its speed was lacking, it possessed immense strength, capable of overwhelming even ordinary foundation establishment cultivators with a single blow. This was precisely what made the 6 cave bear particularly troublesome, and to prevent it from fleeing, it was crucial to have guards stationed at every angle, emphasizing the importance of defensive capabilities. The bear's strength was formidable, and if it charged at you, one must never confront it head-on. Wang Weiren was concerned that the new team members might be unaware of this and feared that if they were to lose a life on their first outing, no one would dare to join their team in the future. As for the fire essence grass, with a little effort and by consulting the spirit plant illustrations, it was unlikely that anyone would fail to recognize it. As Qingling released her spiritual consciousness in search of spiritual herbs, she habitually morphed small animals in her hands. This little hobby had long since become an unconscious habit. Whenever she found herself with nothing to do, her hands would transform various objects. Her control over metal-based spells had become increasingly precise. Wang Zhan observed this temporary team member, the least experienced among them, frowning slightly as she noted Qingling's incessant fidgeting. Junior sister Ji, it is imperative to remain focused when searching for spiritual herbs. A moment's distraction may cause you to miss them, and you must conserve your spiritual energy. Otherwise, should any trouble arise, no one will come to your aid. Realizing the truth in Wang Zhan's words, Qingling understood how others might perceive her actions without comprehending her nature. She ceased her movements and smiled, nodding to indicate her understanding. Wang Weiren felt a twinge of displeasure. This was a clear sign of inexperience. However, since Chen Shan had brought her along, he refrained from expressing any dissatisfaction outright. Qingling continued to extend her spiritual consciousness to examine the surrounding flora, and at last, she spotted a vibrant splash of red not far off. The fire essence herb, though uncertain of its application in any particular elixir, was frequently found in the task hall and held a considerable value. After carefully harvesting the herb, she placed it into a special jade box, a gift from Wang Weiren at the outset of their journey. The jade box was designed to best preserve the herb's medicinal properties. Just then, Chen Shan happened to pass nearby. Junior sister Ji, have you successfully gathered some herbs? You are quite fortunate. Qingling nodded and resumed her search. Unfortunately, the group's fortune took a turn for the worse. Throughout the day, they encountered not even a single 6 cave bear, let alone any other beast worthy of pursuit. Killing mere mundane beasts would only waste their time. Each member managed to collect only a handful of fire essence herbs, and as darkness fell, they were left with no choice but to find a place to rest. Wang Zhen meticulously arranged several pieces of firewood, igniting them with a mere flick of her finger. Qingling gazed with envy, recognizing the convenience of possessing a fire spirit root, which allowed her to venture forth without the burden of carrying even a single fire starter. Although cultivators in the foundation establishment stage could harness the elemental energies of heaven and earth to perform various elemental spells, those in the Qi refinement stage were devoid of such abilities. Just imagine a mere touch igniting a pile of firewood. If she were to add a wild rabbit or a chicken, it would be a delectable feast. Junior Sister G, please gather some more firewood. This fire must not extinguish throughout the night. The daylight stones can provide illumination, but do little to ward off snakes, insects, and rodents. Wang Zhen instructed, considering Qingling's limited experience due to her fewer missions. Qingling assessed the firewood pile and concluded that it would likely require more wood to burn through the night. She spotted a relatively straight tree not far away, examined it briefly, and decided it would suffice. Reluctant to use her spiritual essence for such a task, she retrieved the earliest knife she had used. With 2 swift strokes at the base of the tree, she activated a lightness technique, leaping forward to kick the tree down. Utilizing her object manipulation technique, she moved the trunk to an open area, wielding her knife to cut it into sections with precision. Before long, the tree lay severed into several pieces. Bringing the segments of the trunk before her, Qingling skillfully sliced horizontally and vertically, transforming the one straight tree into a neatly arranged pile of firewood. Once again employing her object manipulation technique, she placed the stack of firewood beside the fire pit. She clapped her hands together. Relishing the thrill of being a cultivator, chopping wood had never been so invigorating. Wang Shiji, is this enough? Wang Zhen surveyed the substantial heap of wood and replied, that will suffice. She was taken aback by how efficiently Junior Sister G handled her tasks, effortlessly chopping down a pile of wood in mere moments. Moreover, was her ability to manipulate objects truly so remarkable? She moved an entire tree trunk with such ease. Although they were cultivators, those in the Qi refinement stage were not significantly superior to martial artists in the mundane world, apart from their ability to wield elemental spells. Wang Weiren surveyed the surroundings and found no immediate danger. Let us rest well tonight. We shall take turns keeping watch. I, along with Wang Zhen and Chen Shan, will take the first half of the night, while the 3 of you can take the latter half. The group had no objections, and thus they began to unpack their provisions. While the convenience of storage bags was appreciated, it seemed everyone was accustomed to bringing along dried meat and similar items. When Qingling produced a bowl of noodles larger than her own head, the others were taken aback. The noodles were piled high with succulent chunks of meat, the rich aroma enticing several of them to the point where they nearly discarded their dried meat. Guan Yunxiao sniffed eagerly. Junior Sister G, do you have any more? I would love a bowl. Qingling paused in her eating. Hadn't they agreed that she would provide the food? Moreover, this was the first time Guan Yunxiao had spoken to her, and it was to request food. It would be discourteous to ignore him. Yes, I have more. It will be 3 spirit stones for a bowl. Guan Yunxiao's lips twitched. In the market, a bowl from his family's noodle shop only cost 1 spirit stone. Was Junior Sister G's pricing truly so? Qingling nodded. Indeed, Taoist Guan, you are aware of the popularity of my family's noodle shop, always bustling with patrons. Given the current circumstances, selling a bowl of noodles for 3 spirit stones is quite reasonable. The taste of debt is quite unpleasant. Qingling yearned to settle Master Li's debts as soon as possible. Hence, despite her reluctance, she decided to reluctantly raise the price to sell to him. Guan Yunxiao briefly considered foregoing his meal, yet the sight of Qingling savoring her noodles and meat was simply too enticing. He offered 3 spirit stones for a bowl. Qingling smiled as she accepted the stones and turned to Chen Shan, inquiring if her senior sister would like a bowl as well. Chen Shan's expression flickered slightly out of control, insisting, No, junior sister, you need not be so courteous. Qingling nodded, refraining from pressing further. She had initially hoped that Chen Shan would invite her on a mission, so she could treat her to a bowl of noodles in gratitude. However, since the latter declined, she thought it best to let it go. Some female cultivators prioritize their appearance and might be reluctant to eat in front of others. Had Chen Shan been aware of Qingling's true intentions, she likely would have given her a good scolding for not being clear about her needs for spirit stones. Chapter 53. Blood-toothed wild boar beside them. Wang Zhun wrinkled her nose. Junior sister Ji, do you really keep your food in the storage bag like that? What about the demon beasts you've hunted? Isn't that rather disgusting? Ji Qingling paused her actions, replying, Alas, senior sister, isn't everything in your storage bag compartmentalized? So they don't touch each other? Yes, they are compartmentalized, but I must say, storing food alongside corpses is still rather off-putting when you think about it. How bothersome. As if your food isn't stored alongside other items. Is dried meat somehow superior to noodles? Ji Qingling had no desire to engage in a dispute over such trivial matters. Indeed, I also believe that placing food alongside the corpses of demonic beasts would adversely affect one's appetite. Hence, I have chosen to store my provisions in a separate pouch. The others fell silent, marveling at this junior sister's remarkable appetite. They had never encountered a cultivator who dedicated an entire storage bag solely for food. Practitioners of the way of cultivation typically do not indulge in gastronomic desires, with many resorting to abstaining from grains once they reach the foundation establishment stage, contenting themselves with the occasional spirit fruits and wines. Wang Zhun reluctantly remarked, Junior sister, you truly have an impressive appetite. Ji Qingling nodded and quickly finished a bowl of noodles. She generally did not favor dried meat, perpetually yearning for something warm, a habit she found hard to relinquish. As for the fact that everyone else carried dried meat, she felt it rather unreasonable to compromise her own satisfaction due to others' opinions. The following day, the six-member team ventured deeper into the forest. Along the way, they discovered several fire essence herbs, sufficient for completing their task. However, their primary objective, the six-cave bear, remained elusive. Humming softly, Wang Weiren raised a hand to signal for silence. Ji Qingling extended her spiritual sense and soon spotted a wild boar with two enormous tusks diligently rooting in the earth, a second-grade bloodfang wild boar. Wang Weiren turned to alert the others, gesturing for them to encircle the bloodfang wild boar from all sides. He was the first to launch an attack, striking the boar's back with his blade. Wounded, the boar instinctively sought to flee. Yet, after waiting 2 days to encounter a demonic beast, they could not afford to let it escape. After a fierce battle, although the boar bore numerous wounds, they were merely superficial and did not diminish its ferocity. Time gradually slips away, and the crowd begins to require the assistance of elixirs to ensnare the beast. However, the blood-toothed wild boar, deprived of its restorative potions, is losing its patience, for even the stamina of the wild boar is limited. Seizing the opportunity, Guan Yunchao launches a water arrow that strikes the boar in its abdomen. Infuriated, the blood-toothed wild boar descends into a frenzy, its tusks gradually turning a deep crimson. Beware of its tusks, Lu Yong cautions everyone, urging them to intensify their assaults. Amidst the chaos, the wild boar charges recklessly towards Wang Zhun. Wang Weiren, alarmed, cries out, Zhener, be careful. Yet, it is too late. Wang Zhun is violently toppled. A pained scream escapes her lips as she crashes to the ground. Wang Weiren rushes to assess her injuries. Wang Zhun is his cousin, and should anything happen, he would have no explanation for his uncle. At that moment, Ji Qingling has already activated her swift charm and pursued the wild boar, intent on exploiting its vulnerability. Qinshan, do not chase, she exclaims in haste. Before long, the air is filled with the wild boar's anguished howls. Qinshan hastens after her. She had brought Ji Qingling along, and she would be remiss if anything were to happen. Moreover, Ji Qingling, usually so composed, has shown unexpected boldness today. Fortunately, not far off, she arrives to find Ji Qingling has concluded the battle, diligently cleaning her weapon. The blood-toothed wild boar lies severed in two, its head still twitching feebly. Qinshan swallows hard and asks, Ji Shimi, are you injured? How did you manage to cleave it like this? Ji Qingling put away her lingxi, surprised by the formidable power of the mid-grade spirit weapon. While it was indeed a reflection of her own strength, was it not a bit too gruesome to cleave a beast in twain? Do not worry, senior sister Qin. The beast was already injured before it lunged at me. It was merely a desperate escape that allowed me to seize the opportunity. I possessed naturally great strength, and with all my might, it was brought down in this manner. Surely, a prey severed in such a way cannot be worth much? Qinshan shook her head, replying that the bloodfang wild boar's only valuable asset was its pair of tusks. Others soon joined them, with Wang Weiren assisting Wang Zhun, who was at the rear. Did you do this? He looked at Qinshan, incredulous at her newfound prowess. Qinshan merely pointed to Qingling, stating that it was her junior sister who had delivered the fatal blow. At that moment, Qingling felt the gaze of the others shift toward her. A second-tier Bloodfang wild boar was more formidable than a cultivator at the late stage of Qi refinement, and she had dispatched it with such ease. Junior Sister Ji. No wonder Junior Sister Ji Hui mentioned your moniker, Violent Iron Fist. It truly fits you. Ji Hui, who occasionally visited Qingling, had grown acquainted with Qinshan, and the two shared a camaraderie that made their conversations lively. As everyone began to replenish their spiritual energy, Wang Weiren tended to Wang Zhen's wounds. Lu Yong took charge of dealing with the beast, while Qingling observed, having never before handled the remains of such a large creature. Back home, it had always been Ji Linhai and Ji Qingyuan who managed such tasks, and at Tai sect, she had yet to find the opportunity, finding the sight rather grotesque. The blood of the wild boar oozed from the severed section of its body. Qingling pondered the necessity of mastering the art of crafting talismans with beast blood, wondering how others managed this task. Senior Lu, how do you typically handle beast blood? Is it unwanted? She inquired. If so, may I collect some? Of course, Junior Ji. Feel free to take as much as you desire. But what do you intend to do with the beast blood? Are you looking to learn alchemy or talisman crafting? Qingling retrieved 2 jade vials from her storage pouch to collect the blood. I wish to study talisman crafting, she replied. While it is indeed a noble pursuit, the threshold for entry is rather low, and few can ascend to the rank of high-level talisman masters. Moreover, the spiritual energy consumed in crafting talismans is the highest among all techniques, significantly impacting one's cultivation. Qingling nodded, acknowledging that there were indeed many first-tier talisman masters. Nearby, Wang Zhen was grievously injured, the wound inflicted by the fangs of the blood-toothed wild boar proving difficult to heal. There were no objections from the group. A faint glimmer emerged from the soil, catching the attention of several onlookers. Wang Weiren is carrying Wang Zhen. Lu Shidi, please take a look, someone suggested. Lu Yong cautiously used his sword to clear away the earth, casting a cleansing spell first. Soon, an ancient box revealed itself, adorned with intricate patterns and exquisite craftsmanship. Its smooth lines showcasing the artistry of its creation, it was undeniably a fine item. The group gathered to examine it closely. Wait, Qingling called out, halting Lu Yong from reaching for the box. Senior Ji, I urge caution, Senior Lu. This box's sudden appearance feels suspicious. What if it conceals a trap? Lu Yong chuckled. Junior Ji, you are overly cautious. What rationale is there for a cultivator to forsake a treasure when it lies before them? I did not say I would not take it, merely. Qingling's words were left unfinished as Lu Yong had already seized the box and opened it. A blinding light flashed, and the 6 individuals who had been gathered together vanished from the forest. Chapter 54. The Stone Monsters. Qingling swung her blade once more, severing the head of another stone creature. Its limbs and body were composed of stone. Upon losing its head, the monster crumbled as if its life force had been siphoned away, the fragments scattering upon the ground. This marked the 36th creature she had defeated. And Qingling leaned wearily against the stone wall. Behind her, the other 5 seized the opportunity to continuously replenish their spiritual energy. Lu Yong's gaze towards her was somewhat evasive. He too had not anticipated that opening the wooden box would transport them to such a place. At the moment the blinding light erupted, everyone had instinctively closed their eyes, and upon reopening them, they found themselves within a cave. The sole exit barricaded by 2 stone monsters formed from piled rocks. The creatures, upon noticing them, offered no respite, as the stones comprising their arms were launched directly at the group. The formidable penetrating force shattered their hastily erected spiritual barrier, and as a result, both he and Qinshan sustained injuries. Now, 3 of the 6 were wounded, leaving the remaining trio to confront the 2 stone monsters. Yet this was merely the beginning. Scarcely a moment had passed after vanquishing the 2 when new stone creatures surged forth to attack them. Consequently, the group found themselves trapped deep within the cave, unable to advance any further. We cannot remain here indefinitely, waiting for these stone monsters to seek us out. Wang Weiren expressed his growing concern, realizing that should their spiritual energy deplete, escape from the cave would become impossible. Fortunately, the cave was narrow, and each time the stone monsters appeared, there were only 2 at a time, preventing an overwhelming onslaught. The group decided that the 3 of them would take turns slaying the stone creatures, while the others focused on replenishing their spiritual energy and healing their wounds. After becoming familiar with the stone monsters' attack patterns, it became evident that one person, albeit with some difficulty, could manage to fend them off. Wang Weiren, being the only practitioner in the later stage of qi refinement within the team, took the initiative to lead the charge. The stone monsters employed a rather simplistic method of assault, utilizing their own rocky bodies as weapons. To conserve spiritual energy, they refrained from using protective shields. Thus, when the stones came hurtling toward them, one's reflexes needed to be sufficiently swift. Wang Weiren managed to fell 4 stone creatures before he could no longer sustain his efforts. Fortunately, his higher cultivation level prevented him from sustaining injuries that would impair his combat effectiveness. Junior brother Guan, it's your turn. Although Guan Yichao was only at the 5th layer of qi refinement, his extraordinary talent with a single spiritual root allowed him to hold his own against Wang Weiren. The water arrows conjured by his spells remarkably intercepted the attacks, utilizing the flexibility of water to counter the force of the blows. The stone monsters could not approach him. While the others were busy restoring their spiritual energy, Qingling remained vigilant, keenly observing the battle of this prodigy with a singular spiritual root. The water arrows seemed almost animated, perfectly shattering the stones at just the right moment. After facing the same 4 stone monsters, Guan Yunsha emerged unscathed. Junior sister Qingling nodded in response. Having observed the previous skirmishes, she noted that the appearances of the stone monsters were staggered. If they strategically exploited these intervals, they could swiftly find their way out. With that insight, Qingling commenced her own battle, applying a strength talisman and charging forward with a punch, shattering the oncoming stone into fragments. With unwavering determination, she advanced without evasion, shattering stone after stone with each powerful blow until she stood before the stone creature. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches, the creature's head fractured. Again, 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches, and the creature's head ultimately shattered into several fragments. Deprived of its head, the stone creature lost its vitality, disintegrating into a heap of stones before vanishing entirely. During her confrontation with the first stone creature, she was in close proximity, allowing her to easily neutralize the attack from another. Employing the same strategy, she dispatched the second creature as well. However, Qingling felt her arms growing numb. She flexed her hand, realizing she had overestimated her own strength. These were no ordinary stones. The exertion of just a few punches had drained a considerable amount of her spiritual energy. It would be wise to rely on her blade for the challenges ahead. Turning around, she noticed the other 5 were deep in meditation, relieved that none had witnessed her struggle. Otherwise, it might have been a tad embarrassing. Indeed, Ji sure had remarkable abilities. Qingling sighed, contemplating that if Guan Yunxiao could remain silent, he might be deemed more admirable. As the second wave commenced, Qingling wielded her spiritual essence with ferocity, dispatching 4 more stone creatures, feeling confident that she could take on another pair. Yet, it would be prudent to refrain from drawing attention to herself. She would assess the situation before proceeding further. By the conclusion of the 3rd round, the 36th stone creature lay defeated. Exhausted, she leaned against the stone wall and caught a glimpse of Lu Yong's fleeting guilt. This situation could not be blamed on anyone. She mused that even she would eventually open the box. What if it contained an opportunity? What cultivator could resist a chance that lay within reach? Yet, these stone creatures were truly vexatious. Perhaps it would be better if they all emerged at once rather than tormenting her one by one, which was driving her to the brink of madness. They had just attempted to confront the stone creatures with all their might, swiftly dispatching one, yet the rate at which the monsters appeared was equally rapid. Thus, they were compelled to continue their wheel-like strategy. After 3 rounds, she had rested twice, desperately striving to restore her spiritual energy. Despite the assistance of the tender sapling, it remained insufficient to meet the energy demands. Should this continue, they would all be unable to persevere. Would they truly be trapped here to perish? The new stone creatures had yet to emerge, and they chose not to advance further, as the paramount concern was to recuperate their energy. Qingling leaned against the stone wall, utterly fatigued, yearning only for slumber, disinterested in cultivating or undertaking any quests for treasures. Junior sister Ji, come over to replenish your energy. This time, I shall take the lead, Lu Yong proclaimed as he stood up. But brother Lu, your injuries? Lu Yong shook his head, indicating that his injuries were not severe. After such an extended period of recuperation, he felt nearly restored, yet he harbored concerns that if they continued in this manner, they might gradually be ground down by the relentless stone creatures. Ground down? Qingling suddenly had an epiphany. Brother Lu, let us try a different approach this time. Lu Yong appeared puzzled, questioning how they could possibly alter their strategy, Even if they fought faster, the subsequent stone creatures would only arrive more swiftly. Qingling, uncertain of how to articulate her thoughts, decided to proceed regardless. This time, rather than engaging as a group, she only drew Lu Yong alongside her to confront the incoming stone creature. Simultaneously, two identical stone creatures approached from the opposite end. Following Qingling's intent, they managed to eliminate one, but the other was only left with one of its arms incapacitated. Indeed, Qingling's objective was to hold this stone creature at bay. Was it not their intention to outlast them? She yearned to ascertain whether, in the event of this stone monster's survival, any new ones would emerge. If her conjecture proved accurate, they could continue to subdue it without encountering any additional stone creatures. As they coordinated their efforts, the azure whip had ensnared the stone monster. Yet, after a mere few breaths, Qingling sensed the whip was on the verge of being freed. Lu Shixiang, lend your assistance. Lu Yong's vine technique surged forth, wrapping the monster tightly once more. Chapter 55. The giant stone monster. Through their combined strength, Qingling and Lu Yong finally managed to gain control over the stone creature. Lu Shixiang, I shall scout ahead. Qingling dashed towards the direction from which the monster had come. To her relief, her spiritual awareness revealed no further stone monsters. Thus, her hypothesis was validated. There were indeed only two monsters in the cavern. However, upon being repeatedly vanquished, they did not truly perish. Instead, they reassembled in places unseen. Their intent was precisely as Lu Yong had articulated, to gradually wear them down. Had all 36 slain monsters attacked simultaneously, they would have undoubtedly been reduced to mere pulp. Suddenly, a sound echoed within the cavern. Qingling was taken aback. Someone was present. The others opened their eyes in alarm. Did you all hear that? Wang Zhen's voice trembled slightly. The group nodded in agreement, yet no matter how they searched, not a trace of the individual could be found. Wang Weiren stood up and proceeded to the cave entrance, with the others following suit without objection. Along the way, Guan Yunchao inquired, Ji Shimi, how did you deduce that sparing this stone monster would prevent the emergence of new ones? The others appeared skeptical, yet observing Qingling's reluctance to elaborate, they refrained from pressing further. A group of individuals dragged a stone creature, making their way effortlessly out of the cave. Upon emerging, they found themselves in an expansive, desolate area, devoid of any distinguishing features. Here, it was impossible to ascertain the direction. Wang Zhen, already grievously injured, was consumed by anxiety over her unhealable wounds. The inability to discern an escape route filled her with dread of perishing in this forsaken place. Brother, what shall we do? She lamented. Why are you crying? My fellow apprentice and I have not shed a tear yet. Qingling retorted, observing him. You are the only child here, you know? In her frustration, Wang Zhen blurted. It's all your fault for bringing that wretched box. Otherwise, we wouldn't be trapped here. Stop your nonsensical bickering. Wang Weiren interjected, attempting to quell their dispute. Junior sister Ji. What is your perspective? Qingling thought to herself, how dare you ask a child for an opinion? Yet, she refrained from vocalizing her thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke. I believe there are two courses of action we could consider. What are they? Wang Zhen asked eagerly. First, we could choose a direction and continue walking. Perhaps a path will present itself further afield. Second, we could attempt to slay the stone creature and see what transpires. Chen Shan, puzzled, inquired. But if we kill this stone creature, won't new ones just emerge? Qingling nodded. Having exited the cave, we cannot be certain if more stone creatures will appear. Moreover, those lurking in the shadows would likely only wish for us to keep slaying stone creatures endlessly. Guan Yuchao added, I believe we should try the latter option. If it proves futile, we can resort to the former. With no superior alternatives at hand, the group acquiesced to this plan. Guan Yuchao cleaved the stone monster in half with a single sword strike. As they awaited the emergence of the creature, everyone continued to diligently restore their spiritual energy. However, even after Qingling filled her dantian with energy, the surroundings remained unchanged. The group exchanged puzzled glances, wondering if the creature had truly vanished after being slain. Shall we leave? Lu Yong suggested, proposing an alternative approach. Let us go. Wang Weiren waved his hand decisively. Chen Shan pulled Wang Zhen to her feet, urging, hurry. I feel an unsettling anxiety, as if the ground itself is trembling. Suddenly, Guan Yuchao halted. Sister Chen, you may not just be feeling it. The ground is genuinely shaking. A rumbling sound akin to a wooden barrel rolling across the earth echoed in their ears. The ground continued to quake, and Qingling felt a sudden sinking beneath her feet, prompting her to leap away with a swift movement. The rumbling intensified as the ground began to convulse. Suddenly, a colossal hand emerged from the earth, large enough to easily grasp an adult. Staring at the enormous hand, Qingling felt momentarily disoriented, wondering if several people could stand in its palm. Guan Yunxiao grasped her arm, shouting urgently in her ear, "Run!" Regaining her senses, Qingling was drenched in cold sweat. She produced a swift movement talisman and slapped it onto her leg, darting away with a speed akin to flight. Guan Yunxiao followed closely behind her. At that moment, Wang Weiren was still dragging Wang Zhen along, leaving them lagging behind. Lu Yong and Chun Shan sprinted ahead of them. Chun Shan was on the verge of despair, unwilling to meet her demise in such a manner. Qingling was uncertain of what awaited them ahead, but she understood that the greater the number of people, the better their chances of survival. Distributing the swift movement talismans among everyone, we affixed them first, a meager comfort at best. It remains unclear whether it is the efficacy of Qingling's talisman at play, or if the massive size of the stone creature has impeded its speed. Nevertheless, the surrounding environment remains unchanged, an expanse devoid of even a single blade of grass. Qingling harbors a sense that even if they were to run for an entire day, the scenery would persist in its desolation. The others, too, have begun to sense that something is amiss. Thus, when Qingling offered a second talisman, Wang Weiren advocated for its temporary abstention. He consumed a chi-restoring pill, remarking that while the talisman may hasten their pace, continuing in this manner would deplete their spiritual energy. Wang Zhen had been towed along by Wang Weiren throughout their flight. She believed that should her cousin abandon her, she would be the first to perish in this place. Junior Sister Ji, what on earth were you thinking when you decided to slay that little stone creature? Look at the predicament you have plunged us into. It seems we may be doomed to languish here today. Qingling ceased her meditative breathing and approached Wang Zhen. This was hardly the moment for discourse. Yet your incessant prattling is irksome, as if your words hold any weight. To speak frankly, if blame is to be assigned, you are indeed the root cause. Had you not been so inept from the outset, sustaining an injury from that beast, we might have pursued the bloodfang wild boar far afield. Upon entering the cave, did you contribute even a modicum of effort or vanquish a single foe? Yet here you stand, lamenting and casting aspersions. We were once a cohesive team. Injuries do not necessitate that we compel you to engage in battle, and now you persist in your tiresome complaints, attributing blame to the heavens and the earth, who grants you the audacity. Wang Zhen, infuriated, spoke without thought. You, at the fourth level of qi refinement, dare to prance before us, believing that your use of the Zhang's spirit movement talisman grants you merit? Do not forget that you are an outsider. Wang Weiren swiftly intervened. Zhener, be silent. Guan Yunxiao glanced at the group and remarked, I too am an outsider. I believe Junior Sister Ji is correct. It is prudent to speak less at this juncture. Focus on restoring your spiritual energy and do not hinder the rest of us. Wang Zhen, taken aback, retorted, You. Wang Weiren shot her a warning glare. If you wish to remain alive, silence yourself. Chapter 56. The Red Stone. After receiving her cousin's admonition, Wang Zhen finally fell silent. The massive stone beast drew ever closer. Lu Yong inquired of the group, What shall we do now? Shall we continue to flee? Guan Yuqiao shook his head. It is futile. Let us restore our spiritual energy and prepare for battle. Wang Weiren nodded. Everyone, get ready. This colossal stone creature was roughly the size of dozens of the previous stone beasts. As it thundered forward, the ground trembled beneath its weight. When it drew near, it halted, gazing at the group with a hint of confusion, as if perplexed by their refusal to flee. Slowly it advanced, raising its enormous fist to strike at one of them. Everyone, be cautious. Observe and identify its weaknesses. The stone beast's fist struck the ground, creating a tremendous crater. Each impact was as solid as rock, and even the lynxy blade left only the faintest mark upon its surface. After several failed attempts to land a blow, the stone beast began to exhibit signs of impatience. Spotting one individual still hiding in the distance, it abruptly lifted its arm, aiming towards Wang Zhen's direction. Originally believing that close combat would preclude the possibility of flying stones, Qingling quickly sensed something amiss. Instinctively, she warned her companion, Sister Wang, be cautious of the flying stones. Fortunately, Wang Zhen had been attentively monitoring the battle situation and, upon hearing the warning, recognized the impending danger. She produced the second teleportation talisman bestowed by Qingling and, with a series of agile leaps, evaded the descending stones, which, upon impact, created a crater large enough to entomb the rock monster itself. At that moment, Qingling noticed a flicker of red light emanating from the rear of the rock monster. "Brother Wang, over here," she called out. "What?" he replied, puzzled. When the rock monster launched the flying stones, there was a flash of red light at its nape. Guan Yuchao seized the opportunity to circle behind and inspect, but found nothing amiss. Qingling asserted confidently, "It must be there. It likely only manifests when it fires the stones." As if resolute, Qingling continued, "I will distance myself to draw its fire. You all should see if you can uncover any weaknesses here." Her decision was not born of selflessness, but rather a pragmatic recognition that urging others to take action might not yield results. Rather than waste time in debate, it was wiser to devise a solution swiftly. Moreover, she was confident in her ability to evade harm. If Wang Zhen, in her injured state, had not been struck, it suggested the rock monster's aim was not as fearsome as it seemed. Guan Yuchao objected, saying, "There is no need for you, a young lady, to take such risks. I shall go." Wang Weiren, too, felt no need for the junior disciples to step forward on his behalf. "Junior Sister Ji, do you have any more teleportation talismans? Please lend me a few. I shall go, as I possess the highest cultivation level and can move more swiftly." "Brother Wang," Guan Yunchao urged her, "if you have them, hand them over quickly and do not linger." He spoke the truth. He is indeed the swiftest. Qingling produced 10 spirit movement talismans for Wang Weiren. "Be cautious, Brother Wang." Nearby, Wang Zhen, having noticed her cousin running off to become a target, grew anxious. "On what grounds do you allow Brother Weiren to go?" Naturally, the others paid her no heed. As Wang Weiren departed, he tossed a bomb talisman given by Qingling onto the face of the stone giant, immediately capturing its attention. Realizing the adversary had ventured too far, it pursued while launching flying stones in their direction. After the third stone was released, Qingling and her companions discerned that a fissure glowing red could be seen at the back of the giantess' neck when it fired its projectiles. Guan Yunchao proposed, "When the red light appears again, we shall simultaneously plunge our swords into that crevice." The four of them summoned their full spiritual power, and at the moment the red light flared, they thrust their weapons into the gap. With a resounding click, the stone giant ceased all movement, standing motionless like a true statue. However, the red glow at its rear intensified ominously, prompting Qingling to fear an imminent explosion. "Everyone retreat." They all hastily withdrew. With a thunderous boom, the stone giant finally collapsed. As the dust settled from its fall, only a solitary red stone remained at the side of the giant's descent, emitting a faint glow. Observing that her companions were still in a daze, Wang Zhen stepped forward, intending to collect the stone. Yet, scarcely grasping it in her hand, it vanished before her eyes. A look of astonishment crossed Wang Zhen's face. Guan Yuchao furrowed his brow and inquired, "Sister Wang, we have yet to examine it closely. How did you manage to collect it?" Wang Zhen was momentarily taken aback, pondering the implications of the accusation. "What do you mean, junior brother? Are you implying that I took it?" Lu Yong, Qin Shan, and Qingling simultaneously turned their gaze towards her. With a face flushed with indignation, Wang Zhen exclaimed, "What are you insinuating? Do you truly believe I am the culprit? I merely held it briefly, and then it vanished." "Wang, senior sister, we distinctly witnessed you holding it in your hand. After all, cultivators do not need to open their storage bags to place items within," Qingling remarked, her tone laced with skepticism. "You must be out of your mind, Ji. Stop sowing discord here. I did not take it. Wasn't the little stone monster's sudden disappearance a similar occurrence?" Guan Yunchao interjected at an opportune moment. "Those previous stones may have vanished, but this glowing red stone is entirely different. Clearly, the large stone monster derived its formidable power from it," he continued, emphasizing the distinction. Wang Zhen was so enraged that she felt blood rise to her throat. Confounded by the accusations, she rushed towards Wang Weiren, seeking his assistance. "Brother Weiren, they suspect I am the thief." Wang Weiren looked bewildered. "What do you mean by thief?" The others remained silent, leaving Lu Yong to step forward. When that large stone monster dissipated, it left behind a glowing red stone, which Wang's senior sister went to retrieve, and then Lu Yong's sentence trailed off, leaving Wang Zhen exasperated. "What do you mean by your hesitation, Brother Lu? Do you also harbor doubts about me?" Wang Weiren pressed on. "And then what happened?" Guan Yunchao responded, "Then the stone vanished from your sister's hand." "Jenner?" Wang Zhen felt utterly at a loss for words. "I did not take it. I assured you I did not." Guan Yunchao's voice floated lightly through the air, "For your storage bag is invisible to others." "You." Wang Weiren grasped Wang Zhen's arm. "Jenner, if you have taken it, just reveal it." I understand you are concerned for my well-being. We are all part of the same team. It is of no consequence. His intention was to provide her a way out, fearing that without his presence, her belongings might be claimed by someone else. At this moment, Wang Jun truly began to weep. Wherein go? I genuinely did not. Wang Werin, too, believed that although his cousin could be a tad headstrong, she would never stoop to such behavior, especially in front of so many witnesses. Having been injured herself, where would she find the audacity? Yet, his faith was of little use. Everyone, he continued, though Jin'er may be willful, both Lu Shidi and Qin Shimi are familiar with her character. She lacks not only the intent, but even the courage to do such a thing. Qin Shan and Lu Yong nodded in agreement, affirming the sentiment. Indeed, Wang Jun, terrified and lacking strength, would not dare to steal in this situation, and they found it hard to believe she would. Ji Qingling and Guan Yunqiao exchanged glances. Now is not the time to discuss this matter. Let us address it once we exit this place, Guan Yunqiao proposed. Wang Werin nodded, relieved to avoid causing a scene here. Should it turn out that Jin'er truly had taken something, he would ensure she returned it. Their team had been together for several years, and incidents of misappropriation had never occurred. The group settled down to recuperate, without spiritual energy. Facing any further challenges would indeed mean awaiting demise. Chapter 57. Water Spirit and Gold Spirit after a prolonged period of recuperation. Ji Qingling ceased her practice with a sense of satisfaction, stretching her limbs, enveloped in the delightful sensation of restored spiritual energy. This place is truly peculiar. Previously, they had heard a voice, unmistakably human, yet its owner never revealed themselves. Furthermore, they were allowed to meditate and restore their spiritual energy, which clearly indicated that their lives were not in danger. But what could be the purpose of this? Hence, the group deduced two things. First, this must be a secret realm or a mirage of sorts. The environment they perceived was likely not genuine. Second, the individual lurking in the shadows did not wish for their demise. Perhaps it was a test. After all, the children of the cultivation world had heard countless tales of serendipity striking unexpectedly. They were uncertain how long they had been here. Now, as they awaited further developments, it was evident that more was to come. Qin Shan and Lu Yong had nearly recovered from their injuries, while Wang Jun, despite her wounds, exhibited a curious state. Her condition had neither worsened nor improved during their prolonged stay. Ji Qingling observed that the others were still recuperating and deemed it somewhat inconsiderate to indulge in food at this moment. Nevertheless, she produced 2 meat pies and began to eat, her stomach growling with hunger. If she did not satiate her appetite, who knew what challenges lay ahead? After all, how could one muster the strength to face monsters on an empty stomach? Junior sister Ji, do you sell those pies as well? Guan Yuncha opened his eyes to see Ji Qingling enjoying her meal, and his own previously unhungry stomach began to stir. Ji Qingling offered him one, saying, "Please, help yourself." "May I have 2?" he inquired. She graciously handed him another. Once the others ceased their meditative practices, they discovered the two seated together, sharing pies. Guan Yuncha complimented her, expressing surprise at how, despite her youth, junior sister Ji had a notable appreciation for food. Ji Qingling shook her head, simply reveling in her love for food. Lu Yong extended his hand. "Junior sister Ji, I would like one as well." Qin Shan followed suit. "Count me in." Fortunately, they had purchased a large stack, allowing each person to receive 2 pieces. Wang Werin praised, "The flavor is indeed delightful." Wang Jun fell silent, pondering the current circumstances. Was this an outing? The pain from her injury only heightened her irritation. She glanced down at her wound. Ji Qingling, in the midst of savoring her cake, nearly choked at Wang Jun's exclamation. In the next moment, she leapt up, clutching her lingxi. Beneath Wang Jun's feet, a small stream of water began to churn, as if a spring had suddenly emerged. The splashing spring expanded rapidly, soon engulfing several individuals up to their knees. Everyone knows how to transition from external breathing to internal breathing, right? If you cannot maintain internal breathing, remember to convert through spiritual energy. This might prolong your survival. Guan Yunqiao reminded the group while donning a black cloak. Likely a treasure that would aid him in the water. Just as Ji Qingling conceived this thought, the water beneath her feet surged into a colossal wave, sweeping them all away. The immense force propelled her upward. She attempted to resist the current, only to find her strength swiftly dissipated. All her efforts seemed futile. Yet she was grateful she recalled how to transition to internal breathing. Upon opening her eyes, she noticed the others being scattered by the torrent. What was that dark sphere? Guan Yunqiao? As the black sphere shifted, she discerned Guan Yunqiao's face. and to her surprise, he greeted her with a cheerful wave. Fortunately, the golden armor technique can be utilized in water. She adorned herself entirely with the shimmering armor and was swept away by the current. It is uncertain how long she was carried along. When she finally came to a halt, she found herself utterly alone. The surroundings were fragrant with the songs of birds and the scent of blossoms, yet the solitude instilled a deeper sense of dread than before. Unsure of where the mechanisms lay hidden, she grasped her spirit tool, Lingxi, and began to probe her environment, hoping to uncover a clue. Is anyone there? Wang Weiren? Jin Shan? Guan Yuchao? Dejectedly, Qingling sank to the ground, pondering whether this challenge was an intricate formation. However, she could discern no anomalies apart from her isolation. Lacking any prior experience with such formations, she felt utterly at a loss. Just then, the swirling water coalesced into a humanoid shape, wielding two icy blades that stood menacingly before her. Though the water was transparent, Qingling could distinctly sense a sinister smile emanating from the water creature. She shuddered, striving to dismiss this unsettling thought. The intruder bore ill intent and was undoubtedly preparing for a confrontation. Qingling gasped, clutching her arm as she instinctively took a step back. How shameless of this water monster to launch a surprise attack. As she felt the sting of the icy blade, she disregarded everything else and raised Lingxi to strike back. The clash of the icy blades against Lingxi unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, scattering the flowers and plants within the courtyard. With a decisive crack, one of the icy blades shattered. In mere moments, a new icy blade materialized in the creature's grasp. In another realm, Guan Yunchao pressed his hand against his wound, facing a golden leopard before him, its sharp claws stained with his blood. After a prolonged moment, he sheathed his sword, watching as the leopard, cleaved in two, gradually dissolved into the ether. A peculiar sound emerged from behind him, and the exit he had searched for in vain suddenly revealed itself. Stepping out, he beheld Qingling meditating while the other four lay sprawled in disarray. Junior sister Ji? Qingling opened her eyes. Senior brother Guan, what kind of creature did you encounter? What has happened to them? I don't know. They were like this when I arrived. Perhaps they were knocked unconscious and have yet to awaken. Guan Yuchao discerned the underlying implications. Wasn't junior sister Ji directly swept here? Unwilling to beat around the bush, Qingling recounted her experience. I wasn't unconscious. After being swept apart, I encountered a water creature. Its body was liquid, yet its weapon was ice. After defeating it, the passage leading here opened up, right over there. She gestured to the side, where only a stone wall stood now. Guan Yuchao then noticed that the exit behind him had also transformed into a stone wall unbeknownst to him. The recent battle had inflicted considerable wounds on him. Although he emerged victorious, the leopard had proven quite formidable. He, like Qingling, began to recuperate. I encountered a creature that wielded metal-based spells. Qingling nodded. So, we have 3 elements: earth, metal, and water. Are we to gather all 5 elements? Junior sister, why do you think we are the only 2 who remained conscious and were swept to different locations? That would be a question for the elusive expert hiding in the shadows. Perhaps it was because we did not lose consciousness that we were transported to these distinct places. Junior sister, are you from the Ji family of Tongqing? I am Guan Yunchao, the heir of the Tongqing Lord's manor, possessing a singular affinity for water. Indeed, she is a prodigy with a singular spiritual root. Qingling of the Ji family possesses 3 spiritual roots, primarily specializing in the metal root. Just now, Junior sister Ji mentioned the need to gather the 5 elements. What could that possibly mean? Qingling found herself at a loss when it came to elucidating the concept of, Brother Guan, your city lord's mansion must house a library, right? If you were to peruse those curious anecdotes and records, you would soon realize the abundance of such cliché tactics. Ever since Guan Yuchao was identified with a singular spiritual root, his elders have relentlessly urged him to cultivate, leaving him little time to explore those intriguing tales. Fortunately, he is a child of great curiosity. What exactly does Junior Sister Ji mean by Chapter 58? Tomorrow it shall be released. It is anticipated to be published tomorrow. Thus, I can write more, and after it is published, I hope to provide double updates daily. I truly despise the chore of washing dishes, which fuels my determination to write diligently and evade household duties. My inaugural attempt at writing is bound to be fraught with errors, and I cannot boast of any literary finesse. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to those who have cast their votes for recommendations and monthly votes, as well as to the generous patrons. Your comments, votes, and donations serve as my motivation. Each time I read a comment, it brings me immense joy. Although the audience is modest, The comments are even scarcer, yet I cherish each one and read them multiple times. In summary, I hope we can journey together. Qingling's tale has merely begun, and let us guide her towards the pinnacle of life. I kindly ask for your support for tomorrow's first subscription. Thank you sincerely. I promise to add more content whenever time permits. Love you all. Heartfelt affection. Chapter 59, The Flame Demon Spirit, Seeking First Subscription. Today, Qingling has resolved to thoroughly enlighten him about the fundamental laws of the cultivation world. A certain individual, persecuted by others, plummets from a cliff, inevitably encountering a cave that bestows upon them fortuitous inheritances. Another person, publicly humiliated through a broken engagement, is destined to encounter an elder or a divine beast, thus embarking on a journey to the pinnacle of life. Yet another, thrust into a realm of illusions, may either confront the elemental creatures of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, or traverse through the seasonal fantasies of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Such tales abound, and it is likely that Brother Guan has heard a few as well. Guan Yunsha nodded. Indeed, Junior Sister Ji has read an impressive number of books. As for their subsequent course of action, after a brief discussion, they resolved to remain steadfast amidst uncertainty. Qingling, having restored her spiritual energy, gathered the other 4 individuals and arranged them carefully, contemplating whether to join them in slumber. After all, Guan Yunsha was still in the midst of recuperation, and she found no other exits, leaving her with no choice but to wait. Though Guan Yunsha was in a state of recovery, he observed his young junior sister engaging in peculiar antics. She positioned the 4 individuals in a square formation, adjusting Wang Zhen's placement towards the center due to her shorter stature, ensuring that their heads and feet protruded symmetrically. So, this is another application of the art of object manipulation. Time seemed to slip away, and Qingling speculated that this master was merely allowing them time to recuperate their spiritual energy in preparation for the next trial. Suddenly, Guan Yunsha spoke. Junior Sister Ji, look ahead. Unbeknownst to them, a door had materialized on another section of the stone wall. Qingling gestured towards the 4 individuals lying on the ground. Does this imply that we are to enter alone? Guan Yunsha nodded. Shall we proceed? Did you not claim that these are all fortuitous encounters? As they stepped forward, the door behind them quietly closed. Sister Ji, can you guess what this is? Fire. Why? It's hot. Qingling's greatest fear is fire-based spells. Yet, what stands before them is a creature of adult size, with flames of black and red, resembling a monstrous face adorned with 2 eyes. Is this the flame demon spirit? Guan Yunsha inquired, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Is this what is documented in the Manual of Malicious Entities? Why would such a malevolent being appear here? Wasn't he agreed that this was merely a trial? If a cultivator were to be scorched by this fire, the ensuing malevolent energy would pose a grave threat. Qingling promptly produced 2 defensive talismans, affixing one to her spiritual barrier and handing the other to Guan Yunsha. However, her golden elemental barrier seemed woefully inadequate against this sinister fire. As the flame demon spirit once again breached Qingling's barrier, she resolved not to squander any more of her spiritual energy. Without uttering a word, Guan Yunsha enlarged his own barrier with a swift motion, shielding both of them simultaneously. Qingling felt immensely grateful and channeled her water elemental spirit root to its fullest potential, continuously supplying the barrier with water-based spiritual power. To her surprise, Sister Ji possessed a water elemental root. With only a minimal spirit root value, she could barely manifest a barrier, merely contributing some spiritual energy to her senior brother. Guan Yunsha understood. Having multiple elemental roots often resulted in diminished capabilities, with the auxiliary roots being too weak to cast any significant spells. Unable to approach, Qingling resorted to using her whip, but alas, before the tip could pierce the creature's chest, her spiritual energy was dissipated. Guan Yunsha, on the other hand, with his singular water elemental root, had not ceased firing water arrows. Yet, their lethality was insufficient to vanquish the flame demon spirit. The entrance they had come through had vanished, leaving them with no avenue of retreat. Junior Sister Ji, I must deactivate the spiritual barrier, he stated resolutely. Qingling understood he must have devised a strategy that required immense spiritual energy, making it impossible for him to maintain the barrier any longer. Rest assured, Senior Brother Guan, I will not allow the malevolent flames to engulf us. Their unspoken understanding provided Guan Yunsha with a measure of comfort. He regarded her as a trustworthy ally. While Guan Yunsha prepared a formidable attack, Qingling unleashed her signature techniques, the golden armor technique, defensive talismans, and the spirit link. It was imperative for her to shield her comrades. Maximizing the golden armor technique, the thick layer of armor instilled her with confidence as she charged forward, executing horizontal and vertical slashes to fend off the fiery demon's onslaught. Stand clear. Upon hearing the call from behind, Qingling swiftly retreated. A water arrow, considerably larger than before, zipped past her. The arrowhead pierced straight into the chest of one fiery demon. With a resounding bang, it exploded, reducing the demon to mere sparks that vanished without a trace. Hope flickered in their eyes as they acknowledged the effectiveness of this move. Guan Yunxia hesitated for a moment. I can only conjure 5 more arrows of this magnitude. Qingling's smile froze on her face. There were at least dozens of fiery demons surrounding them. 5 arrows would scarcely suffice. Senior Brother Guan, we cannot employ this tactic just yet. After 5, your spiritual energy will be depleted, and we shall have no means of escape. Then, recalling the recent explosion, she pondered. Could we utilize an alternative? Qingling retrieved a burst talisman, suspecting that if thrown as before, it might not inflict any damage. She unfastened the concealed weapon that Qing Yuan had given her from her wrist. Hand both items to Guan Yuchao. Brother Guan, could you envelop this explosive talisman with your water-based magic and attempt to launch it as a concealed projectile? Without awaiting a response, he pressed forward to strike the flame demon spirit. The fireball from the demon collided with her, undoubtedly causing a scorching melt. Suddenly, a projectile shot from behind, striking the flame demon spirit directly in the chest, and the ensuing explosion sent another unfortunate soul flying. Sister Ji, how many of these talismans remain? All of them are yours. What a pity. If only we could continue this delightful chaos. Although a tad insufficient, Guan Yunxiao summoned a protective aura, safeguarding both individuals. The combination of Guan Yunxiao's concealed projectiles and explosive talismans formed their primary offense, while Qingling's trio of techniques, bolstered by the protective aura, effectively stabilized the situation. The duo finally gained control over the chaos. As the last explosive talisman was launched, Guan Yunxiao sheathed his projectiles and brandished his longsword. Time gradually passed, and their coordination intensified. The remaining foes were swiftly vanquished, and the sweltering heat within the cave began to dissipate. At last, it was over. Qingling gazed around the cave, relieved to find no more flame demon spirits lurking, and let out a sigh of relief. Oh, what are those 2 boxes on the ground? Rewards, Qingling exclaimed, exhilarated by this unprecedented occurrence. Noticing the same excitement on Guan Yunxiao's face, it was clear they were both novices in this situation, and neither could mock the other. With admirable grace, Guan Yunxiao inquired about the young lady, acknowledging her significant contribution with the explosive talismans. Shall we each take one? You may choose first. Perhaps we should open them to see what they contain. It would be ideal if there is something useful for us. If not, we can simply take what we have. Understood. This time, the 2 have learned their lesson. First probing with their spiritual senses and finding nothing amiss, Guan Yunxiao deftly used the tip of his sword to pry open one of the boxes, revealing a jade slip of offensive techniques. Opening another box, he examined its contents. A pin? Qingling interjected. This is a talisman pin. Guan Yunxiao nodded, inviting her to choose first. Then I shall select this talisman pin. In that case, I shall take this offensive technique. Qingling inquired. Guan Shixiao, do you not feel that these items were specifically intended for us? If it were something else, I would deliberate further. But this talisman pin rests here so casually that it feels destined for me. How did this adept know that I practiced talisman crafting? Was it merely those few explosive talismans I just created? Chapter 60, The Adept's Provocation. As she toyed with the talisman pin, she mused whether this adept was somewhat stingy. A single talisman pin? It bore no significant distinction from her previous one. Guan Yuchao paid her no mind. Could 2 mere comments rouse the adept into revealing himself? Did he think the adept was but a child? Humph. The voice reemerged, yet as before, it only let out a heavy snort before falling silent. Should they disclose their findings to the others? This was Qingling's first experience teaming up for a mission. Previously, she was accustomed to the unified collection of rewards, followed by a prearranged distribution. The talisman pin was not a part of the mission's spoils, and she was reluctant to part with it. However, considering their partnership, it would be imprudent not to maintain a consistent narrative. Our task is to hunt the 6 cave bear. The rewards are bestowed upon us for overcoming the trials of fire, metal, and water, unrelated to the tasks at hand. I share this sentiment. Qingling replied with a smile. Upon reaching the exit, they observed the 4 individuals still arranged in a neat formation. Guan Yuchao, intrigued by Qingling's peculiar taste, nonetheless cautioned her. If I awakened to find myself positioned in such a manner, I doubt I would converse with that person again. Qingling, taken aback, adjusted their positions more casually. Having tended to her wounds, she had regained some spiritual energy and gazed enviously at the 4 still in a state of unconsciousness. She pondered when the final trial would present itself. Though she had been recuperating her energy, the mental fatigue weighed heavily upon her. I am weary. I shall rest for a while. With that, she paid no further heed to Guan Yunchao and sought a corner to slumber. Time passed, and eventually, Wang Weiren was the first to awaken. They found themselves in a vast cavern, illuminated by luminous stones that rendered the space as bright as day. Besides him, Guan Shidi had also regained consciousness and was in the midst of meditation, while the other 4 remained in their stupor. Guan Shidi? Wang Shixiao. His demeanor remained as aloof as ever, a proud practitioner of single spiritual roots. Wang Weiren roused the others from their slumber. Qingling, perplexed, inquired, Wang Shixiao. Where are we? Nearby, Guan Yunchao's lips twitched, finding the situation quite theatrical. Wang Weiren shook his head, explaining, at that moment, we were swept apart by the water, and we lost consciousness as our spiritual energy depleted. The others concurred with his account. Chen Shan surveyed their surroundings, noting the absence of an exit. A profound silence enveloped the gathering, as though each individual was grappling with an unprecedented experience. Although they had frequently ventured forth to hunt beasts and gather medicinal herbs, none had ever encountered a situation quite like this. It was prudent to first cultivate their inner strength, preparing for the potential emergence of new adversaries that they might be ill-equipped to confront. Through Qingling's vivid descriptions, Guan Yunchao became increasingly convinced that the remaining elemental spirit, the wood spirit beast, had yet to make its appearance, and its arrival was inevitable. How can we ascertain that new monsters will emerge? He pondered. Suddenly, a voice echoed in their ears, cutting through the tension. You little brats, wandering into my realm of the 5 elements. And yet you meander about as if on a leisurely outing? This voice bore an uncanny resemblance to the previous 2 instances of a dismissive of. Wang Weiren's face brightened with elation. It appeared they had indeed entered a secret realm. To cultivators, such places were synonymous with opportunity. Amidst the trepidation, excitement surged within them. Esteemed elder, we are disciples of Tai sect, inadvertently intruding while hunting beasts on Kangwu Mountain. We beseech your forgiveness. Oof, how eloquent. An inadvertent intrusion. Yet who among you human cultivators does not strive with fervor to penetrate such realms? I dare say your hearts are brimming with delight at this moment. Qingling silently concurred. Indeed, it was a thrilling experience. If only they could be bestowed with some treasures, it would be even more gratifying. The voice continued, Enough? You have trespassed, confronted monsters, and acquired treasures. You may now depart. What does this mean? Is it truly over? Qingling mused, recognizing that they were in the 5 elements realm, and with 4 spirits already manifested. Was the final wood spirit beast not destined to appear? The irate voice once again echoed in the ears of the crowd. We are not some run-of-the-mill trick. Do you truly believe what you assume will materialize? No, it has ceased. It is over. I am called the 5 elements realm. Yet I shall not present you with the 5 elements. What can you do about it? Others were momentarily bewildered by this inexplicable tongue twister. Only Qingling stood frozen in fear, realizing that the opponent could hear her innermost thoughts. Cold sweat broke out. It was utterly chilling. Wang Weiren, however, seized upon the earlier point. Indeed, they had been struck. But where were the treasures? He voiced his confusion. Sister Wang, what troubles you? Chen Shan was the first to notice that something was amiss with Sister Wang. The moment Wang Weiren mentioned the absence of treasures, she had tensed up completely. It's nothing, just a bit of pain from my wounds. We should leave swiftly. She implored Wang Weiren. Weiren, the senior has allowed us to depart. Let us go. My injury truly cannot be delayed any longer. Ha ha ha. You human cultivators are such pretenders. Clearly, you have obtained treasures, yet here you are, feigning pity. Ha ha. You crack me up. Wang Weiren looked at his cousin in disbelief. Did she truly acquire something? Qingling, feeling guilty, touched her storage bag. Wang Zhen, aware of the gazes upon her, instinctively recoiled and shook her head repeatedly. I didn't take anything. It wasn't me. Woe is me. We all ventured out to hunt the beasts together. Why must I be the only one gravely injured? So indeed, it was she who had taken the item. Merely because she was wounded? Your injury stems from your ineptitude. You contributed nothing against the stone creature, yet still dare to claim the spoils. Guan Yunqiao epitomizes the type who will not rest until he has made an astonishing remark. What I acquire is rightfully mine. Wang Zhen appeared to be teetering on the brink of hysteria. Qingling, having already secured her prize, initially refrained from speaking, only to be astonished by this shameless individual. It was merely that a superior had seized the opportunity before her. I have no desire to listen to your petty squabbling. Relinquish the item. Before Wang Zhen could react, the luminous red stone surged forth from her storage bag, landing before the assembly. Wang Zhen's eyes blazed with fury as she lunged to seize it, only to be ensnared by Lu Yong's vine, unceremoniously cast aside. Wang Waren's expression darkened. He had placed his trust in her, only to discover her true nature. The others were equally perplexed. With such a singular item, the purpose of which remained unknown, they found themselves at a loss regarding its distribution. Noticing the silence among the group, the other party grew impatient. I find your kind of low-level cultivators most irksome. Those seasoned practitioners would have long since resorted to violence. The spoils belong to the one who survives. Must I instruct you in such rudimentary logic? Qingling took a step back, sensing that this hidden elder seemed eager to witness our mutual destruction. If conflict were to erupt, she had no intention of taking a life for an object of uncertain value. Guan Yunqiao similarly declined. The elder had spoken of human cultivators, indicating that he was not of our kind. Who knows the true identity of the other party? Encouraging us to turn on one another, leaving only one survivor. Who can say if that individual would even manage to escape? Chapter 61. I am the spirit of the five elements. Wang Waren also contemplated this point and respectfully requested the elder to make an appearance. Lu Yong and Chen Shan did not believe themselves capable of such a thing. Humph, they were merely a group of insatiable individuals. And I am well aware of your thoughts. You believe you have encountered a fortuitous opportunity, yet you lack the audacity to claim it for yourselves. Qingling felt that this entity was likely neither human nor entirely a demon. What does the phrase, I am the spirit of the five elements, signify? There is no need for you to speculate. Allow me to demonstrate what true treasures are. Suddenly, a flash of golden light illuminated the heavens, and a boy resembling an infant appeared before them. He stood less than 3 feet tall, sporting 2 horns atop his head and a tail behind him. Was he human or demon? Could he be a shape-shifting great demon? A shape-shifting demon must at the very least be of the 6th tier, equivalent to the nascent soul stage of human cultivators. I am the spirit of the five elements, he declared. Neither a human cultivator nor a demon cultivator, but the essence of this realm. Cease your idle musings. They are giving me a headache. Guan Yucha stepped forward as the first to inquire. What is the spirit of the five elements? If you are a spirit, then who is your master? My master ascended 100,000 years ago, the esteemed Qingling divine monarch, though he is no longer my master. He left me here, the boy replied. Wang Waren was about to ask further, but the elder shot him a glare, silencing him. Let me speak, he insisted. As he touched his own horns, he recalled that when Qingling ascended, he deemed my presence here to be of greater utility. That individual spent his life in pretense, leaving behind words of wisdom supposedly for the cultivators of the 9 continents. The group nodded in agreement. This indeed encapsulated the demeanor of a true master, exhibiting a grand perspective. I can hardly recall how many cultivators have entered here since that time. Human cultivators, demon cultivators, and various spirit beings. The five elements realm has not uttered a word for several hundred years, and now that it has opened its mouth, it shows no inclination to allow others a chance to interject. Since the ascension of the esteemed Lord Qingling, this realm has been relegated to the Jiuzhou continent, accessed only once every few decades, or even millennia. The last time it was opened was 6 centuries ago, when several nascent soul cultivators, in pursuit of rewards, witnessed the final one, gravely injured, hoard the treasures for himself. The five elements realm has witnessed far too many instances of murder and theft. The avarice of cultivators has long taken root in its consciousness. Qingling felt a pang of sympathy for this spirit of the realm. The last time someone entered was 600 years prior, and if it were her, she might have sought a way to reincarnate long ago. After a lengthy monologue, the five elements realm finally made clear that their expedition had come to an end, and it was time for them to depart. Wang Waren suggested, why don't we take this red stone outside and sell it, then divide the proceeds? Wang Zhen understood that she might not be included in this arrangement, yet, having incurred the wrath of the others, she knew no one would come to her aid. Thus, she could only glare fiercely at the stone. The five elements realm. for reasons unknown, smiled at Wang Weiren and remarked, "By the way, you are still the captain. If you desire this item, I can let you leave first." Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Weiren declined, "Esteemed elder, while no one is averse to treasures, one must have the life to enjoy them. If I were to hoard it for myself, I might not even survive the foundation establishment stage." The Five Elements realm scoffed, "What a cowardly child." As it spiraled through the air, it hovered before Guan Yunqiao, playfully taunting, "Do you desire this?" Guan Yunqiao, unwilling to indulge the prattling of this self-proclaimed spirit artifact, recalled that their captain had already stated that any items obtained would be distributed accordingly. Having lingered too long, concerns of their sect began to rise. Now that they had traversed the secret realm of the esteemed Qingling elder, could they not be permitted to depart? Qingling concurred, nodding in agreement, "Indeed. Let us exit first and discuss matters thereafter." The spirit artifact bore an expression that suggested it eagerly awaited a confrontation, leaving them unsettled. Within the confines of the Five Elements realm, the spirit artifact was capable of discerning their thoughts. Alas, it was merely a lack of courage, nothing more. It was unexpected that this group had concluded their trials so swiftly. Although the final challenge of the wood spirit had been abruptly cancelled due to the girl's astute conjecture, certain rules remained immutable, beyond the spirit's influence. For instance, it was prohibited from harming these cultivators, as the attack power of spirits within the Five Elements realm was determined by the highest cultivation level among the intruders. Furthermore, the rewards for overcoming each challenge were contingent upon the number of participants. The glowing red stone acquired from the first trial was not intended for them. It constituted a part of its essence. Thus, even if it were stored within a spatial pouch, a mere flick of its finger would summon it forth. Yet, after the injured female cultivator claimed it, the spirit was intrigued to observe the outcome. The two youngest cultivators had each obtained items during the water and metal spirit trials, yet had not exchanged a single word about their acquisitions. Subsequently, they faced the fire spirit challenge together, each securing yet another reward. It seemed these two had indeed reaped considerable gains, no wonder they were so eager to exit. The inexperienced low-ranking cultivators, upon encountering a rare opportunity, are in a state of panic, eager to flee. No one responds. Alas, the treasures here are beyond your imagination. Qingling did not anticipate this fellow's rapid transformation. Just moments ago, he proclaimed himself the unrivaled champion, deeming them mere ants. Is it loneliness that has driven him to this? Senior, what must we do next? Do not call me senior. Refer to me as fifth brother. So, it is indeed the prolonged solitude that has led to a split in personality? Is it not peculiar that a spirit vessel bears such a down-to-earth name? Fifth brother performed a few somersaults in the air, gesturing with his fingers, a portal materializing before them. Follow me. With that, he stepped in first. The others exchanged glances, and Guan Yunqiao was the first to follow, with the rest trailing closely behind. Fifth brother appeared to be in high spirits, though whether it was due to their decision to remain or for other reasons was unclear. His small tail wagged excitedly behind him as they traversed a short passageway. Before them lay a pool of water. Fifth brother turned to the group, announcing, "Dive in and soak." Lu Yong was the first to peer in, finding nothing unusual, just an ordinary pool. When no one made a move to enter, fifth brother sighed, "Ah, fearsome yet greedy." He pointed at Wang Zhen. "You, be the first to descend." "No." Wang Zhen recoiled as if her tail had been stepped on, retreating behind Wang Weiren. Trembling, she pleaded, "Weiren brother, save me." Wang Weiren sighed, "Senior, I shall go down first." Fifth brother offered no comment. Qingling approached him. "Fifth brother, what is this?" Fifth brother was quite pleased with her address. "It is certainly beneficial for you all. This is the spiritual spring discovered by Qingling years ago, renowned for its exceptional healing properties and greatly advantageous for the cultivation of low-level practitioners. Healing. Qingling's eyes sparkled with excitement. The water was not deep. After several individuals descended, Qingling found a spot to sit alongside them and began her cultivation, observing everyone soaking in the spiritual spring. Fifth brother perched himself on a large stone at the water's edge, engaging them in conversation. It was more of a monologue, as he seemed to talk incessantly, perhaps due to prolonged solitude or a simple heart. Qingling grew concerned he might become parched, yet his loquacity enhanced everyone's understanding of the Five Elements realm. The rules of the Five Elements realm were established before Qing's ascension, with the essence of the heavenly path embedded within the regulations of a magical artifact. Thus, aside from its owner, no one could alter these laws. Over the past 100,000 years, countless individuals have entered the five elements realm, with many successfully navigating its challenges, yet even more meeting their demise within its confines. The deceased cultivator's storage bags filled the repository within the secret realm, providing substantial rewards for those who entered later. Naturally, 6 items were extracted in accordance with the rules for their benefit. Wang Zhen was astonished to find herself among the recipients, her smile growing ever brighter after her initial surprise. Fifth brother seemed incapable of tolerating her joy, declaring, without the power of the rules, you would not be able to take anything from me. Wang Zhen quickly lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze. Qingling, on the other hand, received a total of 3 rewards from this endeavor. She felt that if she did not learn to be content, calamity would surely strike. Fifth brother, what is the power of rules here? The boy sitting on the large stone replied without hesitation. In the realm of 5 elements, the rules dictate that upon successfully overcoming a challenge, rewards are distributed based on the number of participants. For example, if all 6 of you in the Qi refinement stage attempt the challenge together, you will only receive mid-grade spiritual instruments or equivalent techniques or items. He suddenly flashed a grin at Qingling, adding, however, if an individual succeeds alone, the reward will be quite substantial. Qingling inwardly scolded herself for speaking out of turn. Elder, didn't you say we would receive mid-grade spiritual instruments? Why do I have a low-grade one? Wang Zhen examined a short dagger in her hand for quite some time, confirming that it was indeed a low-grade spiritual instrument. She had never been fond of short daggers, let alone one of inferior quality. This spiritual spring has healed your wounds, yet you still complain about the reward? Wang Zhen's face flushed with embarrassment. Her injuries had indeed been healed without leaving a single scar. If everyone else had received low-grade items, she might not have minded. However, seeing that everyone else had mid-grade rewards, she wished she could toss the wretched dagger into the pool. Chen Shan received a beautiful and practical mid-grade defensive hairpin, which Wang Zhen envied immensely. Lu Yong obtained a technique, while Guan Yuchao acquired a medicinal pill. It was evident that those 2 items were certainly valuable. As for Qingling and Wang Weiren, they each received a sword. Swords are the most commonly chosen weapon among cultivators. Regardless of whether one is a sword cultivator or not, at least 6 out of 10 cultivators would wield a sword. Fifth brother continued narrating the tales of the realm of 5 elements, ignoring Wang Zhen's complaints. Once millennia ago, a young man endowed with 5 elemental roots ventured alone through 5 trials. Among his acquisitions was a tome of the 5 elements primordial method, a text suited for those possessing 5 elemental roots, albeit of the most mediocre quality. Fortuitously, he was that very individual, given his perseverance and fortitude. He is likely ascended by now. Additionally, there were 2 companions who entered a secret realm, only to turn against each other over treasures, ultimately perishing in this domain as advanced cultivators. Brother Wu animatedly recounted tales as if he aimed to encapsulate centuries of narrative in one breath. Qingling felt a twinge of sympathy for him. Enduring the same place for tens of thousands of years would be unbearable for anyone. Brother Wu, can you not venture outside? Outside. Qingling nodded. The world is vast. Do you not wish to behold it? Not at all. I am a spirit of tools, and unless summoned by a master, I am bound here. Should I force my way out while my master is absent, I would never be able to return. Moreover, in this world, where has Kong Qing not taken me? Not just the 9 continents, but beyond. Brother Wu abruptly halted, a thought crossing his mind. But your master has ascended, can you not recognize another? Chen Shan inquired, her curiosity piqued. Brother Wu appeared pleased to have another interlocutor. He shook his head. My master can only be Kong Qing. No one else is worthy. Though he may have forsaken me, others remain unworthy. The spirit, Brother Wu, encouraged everyone to immerse themselves in the spiritual spring, for he wished to continue his storytelling. A millennium prior, the 5 elements realm had witnessed a maximum of 10 entrants, marking the pinnacle of access to this ethereal domain. In the beginning, much like you, they were reluctant to take action. However, upon acquiring a low-grade spiritual artifact and learning of the rules I had set forth, those who professed not to harm their comrades ultimately slaughtered their peers, exchanging their lives for a superior treasure. Qingling sighed. Fifth brother, spare us your attempts at manipulation. None among us can vanquish 5 foes alone. She stepped out of the pool and cast a soundproof charm, whispering something softly into his ear. Fifth brother rubbed his nose, urging, hurry and soak in the spiritual spring. Time is of the essence for each of us. It became evident that the artifact spirit, bound by the rules, was unable to actively harm foreign cultivators. No wonder. For so long, It had merely incited others to mutual slaughter without lifting a finger. At that moment, Guan Yu Chao experienced a surge of spiritual energy, coalescing around him into several swirling vortices. How inconsiderate. He should have announced his breakthrough. During such pivotal moments, practitioners abhor disturbances. The expressions of the onlookers varied, particularly Wang Jin, who tugged at Wang Weiren with an eager demeanor. Fortunately, Wang Weiren only hesitated for a fleeting moment before dismissing her and resuming his cultivation. The other two assessed their own capabilities and, disinterested in Guan Yu Chao's plight, returned to their own training. Qingling settled near Guan Yu Chao, for they shared a bond forged in combat against common foes. If any threat arose, she would not remain idle. The spiritual spring was indeed extraordinary, as the energy it emitted differed significantly from what she typically refined. In that brief moment, Guan Yunchao experienced a breakthrough, fortunate that such advancements among peers concluded swiftly. He opened his eyes, having attained the 6th level of qi refinement. He noticed Qingling seated nearby, and inexplicably felt that this young girl was there to safeguard him. Soon, Qinshan also began her breakthrough, followed by Wang Weiren and Lu Yong joining the ranks. Qingling sensed her own imminent progress as well, though she harbored concerns for Wang Zhan, worried that he might cause trouble while she entered a meditative state. Junior sister Ji, there is no need for concern. I shall keep watch, came a silent understanding between them, needing no words. Thank you, senior brother Xia. Thus, within a few hours, the 5 of them successively achieved breakthroughs. Wang Weiren reached the 8th level of qi refinement, Qinshan attained the 6th, Guan Yu Chao also reached the 6th, and Qingling achieved the 5th. The most elated among them was Lu Yong, who directly advanced to the 7th level, entering the later stages of qi refinement. The most frustrated was Wang Jin, who felt that fortune never favored her, remaining at the 5th level of cultivation. It seemed that 5th brother sensed her discontent and insisted on adding, "The spiritual spring has healed your injuries. Are you not satisfied? Greed leads to downfall." Wang Zhen dared not provoke him, meekly retorting that she was not. Chapter 63, Departing. Take care. The benefits of the spiritual spring are limited for everyone. Do not linger inside. Come out. Suddenly, a cry of distress escaped from Guan Yu Chao behind them, and all eyes turned towards him. He held a jade bottle, seemingly attempting to fill it with spring water, his face betraying the embarrassment of being caught. A bamboo board stood upright beside him, with a conspicuous red mark clearly visible on the back of his hand. Qingling silently pondered. 5th brother. I shall return the medium-grade spiritual weapon I previously acquired. Would you consider exchanging it for a bottle of spiritual spring water? She was aware that the weapon spirit could perceive her innermost thoughts. Indeed, the voice of 5th brother resounded in her mind. How naive of you. That was originally a gift from me, and I deemed it unnecessary, hence my decision to part with it. Qingling felt a surge of frustration. What did he mean by unnecessary? Moments later, the voice of 5th brother echoed again. Do you possess nothing else to offer in exchange? A flicker of hope ignited within her as she contemplated the contents of her storage pouch. Food? Drink? I am a weapon spirit. I possess but a few spiritual stones and a scant handful of talismans. Utterly worthless. Thus, she found herself at an impasse. You hold no regard for offensive spiritual weapons, do you? Beyond a few volumes of oddities, there is little of value. The peculiar tomes you mentioned are merely the trite narratives sourced from books, are they not? Qingling's eyes sparkled with newfound enthusiasm. Perhaps there was a possibility. Indeed. Those tomes were filled with accounts of extraordinary individuals and remarkable incidents traversed by great masters throughout their lifetimes. They chronicled their cultivation experiences, featuring a plethora of fascinating characters and intriguing creatures. While they may lack practical application in cultivation, they served as splendid entertainment to pass the time. Qingling relished reading such tales in her leisure, having perused numerous stories from the mundane realm. 5th brother, tempted by her words, replied, Given your desire to aid your father's recovery, I shall grant you a bottle. Qingling swiftly grasped his intent, exclaiming, Thank you, 5th brother. You are truly a benevolent soul. If I could heal my father's wounds, you, 5th brother, would be a great benefactor to the Ji family. I wish to express my gratitude on behalf of my father, mother, and elder brother. Qingling unabashedly lavished praise upon 5th brother, leaving no stone unturned. 5th brother, overwhelmed by her effusive thanks, felt it would be remiss not to reward her with a couple of additional bottles. What injury has your father sustained? He has been injured at his dantian, and now he is gravely wounded and unable to cultivate. My mother must nourish him with spiritual energy daily. Sighing, he added, I have heard it is a Dantian injury. Fifth brother's voice carried a tone of helplessness. This spiritual spring cannot heal your father's Dantian, but it can nourish it. Allow me to give you a few bottles, but do not speak of this. At the end of the group, Qingling had just retrieved some books from her storage bag when she vanished, and soon after, several jade vials appeared in her hands. She swiftly placed the items into her storage bag, her heart filled with gratitude towards Fifth Brother once more. Fifth Brother circled around them in the air, raising his hand with a flourish, revealing an exit on the mountainside. All right, we have taken what we needed. Let us depart. Kong Qing's original task was to bestow upon these individuals some fortuitous opportunities. It was precisely the multitude of individuals departing that he wished to witness. Yet, after watching countless years of treachery and greed, he had nearly forgotten that not all souls are so avaricious. Wang Weiren bowed respectfully to Wang Zhan and was the first to step through the exit, followed closely by Lu Yong and Chen Shan. At the rear, Qingling glanced at Fifth Brother, a diminutive figure suspended in the air, fixated on the exit with an expression of profound sorrow. Once this door closes, who knows how many years it will be until another opportunity arises. She caught hold of Guan Yunchao and asked, Brother Guan, do you possess any intriguing items? Perhaps something that is of no use for cultivation, merely playful trinkets or miscellaneous curiosities. Take this, he replied. It was crafted by my grandfather for my amusement during my childhood. Qingling accepted the wooden puppet, which, upon being placed on the ground, began to animate itself. Drawing forth the small wooden sword from its back and commencing a graceful sword dance, he seized the puppet and erased his consciousness from it. Then turned to Fifth Brother and inquired, You can input your consciousness into it, correct? Fifth Brother, momentarily bewildered, nodded affirmatively. Guan Yunchao handed the item to him, saying, Very well, input your consciousness. It will obey your commands. After completing these instructions, Qingling followed Guan Yunchao to the exit, waving her hand towards the cavern. Fifth Brother, take care. As she watched everyone vanish from the cave's mouth, Fifth Brother descended to the ground, cradling the small puppet in his arms. He rubbed his eyes, pondering, why did that wretched Qingling leave me here all alone? The vast cavern echoed only with the faint clicking sounds of the puppet in his grasp, devoid of any other noise. At Kangwu Mountain, Qingling and the others, upon emerging, found themselves still in the same location. Had it not been for their enhanced cultivation levels, it would have felt as though they had merely experienced a fleeting dream. As for the box they had unearthed from the wild boar, it had vanished without a trace. Fifth Brother had mentioned that upon their exit from the secret realm, the Five Elements realm would automatically activate the teleportation, though its destination was beyond anyone's control, simply landing them somewhere on the 9 continents. Wang Zhan touched her now non-existent wound, feeling a surge of relief as her pent-up frustrations could finally find release. Sister Ji, what did you say to that spirit when you first emerged? Engaging in acts of flattery and servility. Yet, did it grant you any treasures in return? Taoist Wang, now that we have both attained the 5th level of qi refinement, if I choose not to comply with this sister, am I not entitled to refuse? You may wish to ingratiate yourself, but she offers you no opportunity at all. Wang Zhan, aware that she could not outmatch her, had already witnessed the prowess of this journey. Emboldened by the protection of Wang Weiren behind her, she drew her sword and charged at Qingling. The others were left utterly bewildered by her audacity. Jinner, cease at once. Alas, Wang Weiren's words did not come as swiftly as Qingling's hand. Observing her clenched fist, Qingling mused on how significant the leap in her cultivation truly was. Stepping forward, she addressed Taoist Wang. What confidence do you possess to believe you can engage in such murderous pursuits for treasures? Wang Weiren felt a twinge of embarrassment, imploring, Sister Ji, for my sake, please do not hold this against her. He then turned to reprimand Wang Zhan, exclaiming that this girl was far too overconfident. If left unchecked, she might attract serious trouble. Qingling remained silent. It was not merely out of consideration for Wang Weiren, but rather a recognition of her own doubts about confronting Wang Weiren, who was at the 8th level of qi refinement. It was wiser to avoid a confrontation, and Wang Weiren was indeed reasonable, not overly protective. Brother Wang, look. Lu Yong called out, pointing to a particular spot. What is it? Observe the blood on the ground and the carcass of that blood-toothed wild boar. That was what I disposed of earlier and left there. Lu Yong approached, running his hand over the beast's corpse. The blood was still fresh, just as it had been when they entered. They had been inside for at least a few days. and thus the passage of time within the secret realm differed from that of the outside world. Chapter 64. The Hunt for the Six Cave Bear. Beside him, Guan Yunxiao reflected on what his grandfather had previously told him. It was possible that this secret realm was a subspace left behind by Kong Qing. He had heard his grandfather mention that in certain subspaces, the flow of time could vary greatly from that of the external world. In some, time passed much more swiftly, ideal for cultivating spiritual herbs and nurturing spirit pets, while in others, time flowed much more slowly, conducive to cultivation. Regardless of the speed of time, Qingling pondered another issue. She was reluctant to continue with the mission, as Wang Zhan was erratic and unpredictable, leaving her uncertain of when he might scheme against her again. However, since their task had yet to commence and the captain remained silent, she held no authority to make any decisions. The group searched the mountains for 2 days, collecting a significant quantity of spiritual herbs and slaying several demon beasts, until they finally discovered traces of the Six Cave Bear. Wang Weiren pointed to a dirt pit obscured by dead trees, weeds, and stones. The Six Cave Bear should be nearby. This was likely one of its many pits. The group began to investigate and soon found several similar deep pits in the vicinity. The Six Cave Bear earned its name for its penchant for digging pits, fully understanding the wisdom of not placing all eggs in one basket. Typically, a single bear would dig several deep pits to serve as its storage. They preferred to catch live prey, discarding any surplus into the pits, which were concealed beneath layers of trees and stones. In such a dense thicket, it was difficult to detect their presence. The depth of the pit is quite profound, with branches and stones resting atop it, making escape nearly impossible for ordinary demonic beasts. Wang Weiren identified several locations and instructed others to lie in wait. Anticipating the arrival of their prey, Qingling and Chunshan took their position at one spot. Following this mission, Chunshan held Qingling in high regard. Naturally endowed with great strength and possessing pure spiritual energy, Qingling exhibited a clear mind and remained composed in the face of challenges, quite unlike a novice embarking on her first task. In terms of strength, Chunshan felt no confidence in her ability to surpass Qingling. Junior Sister Ji? Yes? If our team is summoned for the next mission, would you still come? Wang Zhan would join us, right? Indeed, Chunshan harbored some reservations about Wang Zhan, yet she was somewhat familiar with her senior brother. She likely would, as she is a close cousin of senior brother Wang. Qingling shook her head. In that case, I shall not participate. Although Wang Weiren and the others are quite decent, Wang Zhan's disdain is sufficient to overshadow any goodwill. There is no need to invite discomfort upon myself. Chunshan sighed, the response aligning with her expectations, yet she felt a tinge of regret. Qingling was truly remarkable. As for junior brother Guan, she believed that such a talented disciple would surely attract many teams vying for his attention. Here it comes. Qingling whispered to Chunshan. Thump, thump, thump. Beneath the trees over there, the head of a Six Cave Bear was faintly visible. When it rose to its full height, even from a distance, Qingling could sense an overwhelming pressure. Its body was robust and massive, with long, dense fur. Its sharp claws appeared capable of effortlessly tearing apart its prey. What an enormous bear! As the captain, Wang Weiren was the first to charge forward. Upon sensing the presence of cultivators, the Six Cave Bear instinctively turned to flee. But neither Guan Yunxia nor Lu Yong afforded it the opportunity. The two, armed with their weapons, swiftly maneuvered to its rear. When Qingling and Chunshan advanced, they could distinctly feel the forceful gust generated by its swinging fists. Should they be struck, it would undoubtedly take at least 10 days to recuperate before they could resume their normal cultivation. Chunshan's defensive hairpin proved to be an exceptional artifact. When the Six Cave Bear lunged at her, it was apparent that a barrier was in place to obstruct its attack. Each punch, upon nearing her, lost its potency, and after several attempts, the bear, not lacking in intelligence, wisely chose to cease its offensive against her. At that moment, Qingling dared not engage in a contest of strength with the creature. Instead, she drew her lingxi and joined forces with the others to encircle the Six Cave Bear. Wang Weiren's mid-grade spirit sword was a significant upgrade from his previous weapon. The formidable power it exuded greatly bolstered his confidence. Seizing an opportunity while the bear was preoccupied with attacking others, he leapt and struck its back with a precise thrust of his sword. The bear, feeling the pain, turned to locate the source of its discomfort, momentarily halting its assault. At that instant, its ample rear was perfectly positioned towards Qingling. Without a hint of hesitation, she swung her blade, landing a strike on the bear's posterior. It is often said that one should not touch a tiger's back. Little did she anticipate that a bear's rear was equally off-limits. The bear emitted a resounding roar of anguish, a testament to the injury inflicted upon it. Enraged, it pivoted towards Qingling, seething with the desire to devour this diminutive human cultivator. With a series of powerful punches aimed at her position, each strike creating a crater in the ground, Qingling was left in a state of alarm, preparing to activate her escape talisman. With a swift motion, Guan Yunchao's longsword pierced through the neck of the great bear like a skewer through meat. With a deft twist of his wrists, the blade spun within the creature's neck before he released it, allowing it to fall backward as he retreated a few paces. The great bear, struck by this sudden and lethal assault, ceased its pursuit of Qingling. Clutching the sword's hilt with both paws, it staggered a few steps before collapsing with a resounding thud. At last, it was over. Once the six-cave bear ceased its convulsions, the group gathered around. Wang Weiren stored the beast's carcass in a spatial pouch, his expression one of relief as if a great burden had been lifted. Previously, they had discovered several deep pits containing living creatures, which they had refrained from opening. Now, with the six-cave bear deceased, those prey naturally belonged to them. Indeed, apart from one pit filled with a bounty of spiritual fruits, they also uncovered several enchanting pigs and spirit rabbits in the other pits. Qingling mused that the bear had merely been a glutton. They gathered the spoils, and while the fruits were manageable, the living creatures could not be stored in the pouch. Wang Weiren had no choice but to distribute the enchanting pigs among the group, allowing each to handle their own. The journey back proceeded smoothly. Along the way, Lu Yong discreetly inquired if Qingling would consider joining their team. It seemed her performance had garnered the approval of her companions. She was indeed eager to find a stable team with which to undertake tasks. Ji Qingyuan and Ji Hui devoted most of their time to cultivation, inevitably resulting in fewer missions for her. Each outing brought new companions with unknown temperaments, necessitating a period of acclimatization. Should she encounter a nefarious captain, it would only lead to frustration. Had Wang Jin not been part of the team, she might have readily accepted the offer. There are simply no ifs. Wang Jin is the cousin of the team leader. In just a few days, she has come to believe that Wang Weiren is likely not the kind of person who would abandon Wang Jin. Chapter 65. Returning home. Additional update for August rewards. Upon returning to Tai Gate, everyone collectively submitted their tasks at the mission hall. Wang Weiren, perhaps due to Wang Jin's unusual behavior, felt a sense of apology towards Qingling. Moreover, Qingling indeed performed admirably, not to mention Guan Yuchao, who, despite his modest cultivation level, demonstrated formidable strength. He decided to evenly distribute the rewards from this mission and also shared the remaining fire essence grass and other spiritual herbs acquired along the way. Originally, the captain was supposed to sell these items first before distributing the proceeds, but it seemed that everyone would not be in immediate need of spirit stones, so it was preferable to divide the items and let everyone handle them as they saw fit. He then delivered a standard speech praising everyone for their excellent performance and expressed hope for future collaborations. After the pleasantries, everyone prepared to disperse. Guan Yunchao called out to Qingling, "Junior sister Ji, feel free to seek me out for future tasks. I do not have a fixed team." After leaving his address, he departed. Qingling inwardly scoffed, remarking on the arrogance of a single spiritual root child who showed no regard for Wang Weiren and the others. However, she refrained from saying much, bidding farewell to the others before leaving. Wang Jun was infuriated by Guan Yunchao's insolence. "Brother, that Guan Yunchao is utterly ungrateful. You kindly invited him to undertake the mission, and he didn't even utter a word of thanks." Wang Weiren looked at Wang Jun with disappointment. Still unaware of the guilt he should feel for his previous actions. "Junior sister Chen, junior brother Lu, please don't leave just yet. We need to discuss the matter of Jenner taking items without permission." The two readily agreed. Had Wang Weiren not broached the subject this time, they might have contemplated switching teams. However, despite their clarity on the matter, they could not shake the anxiety of separating from Ji Xiaomei for the first time in all her years. During their time in Shaowang Mountain, their parents often ventured out to hunt, and Ji Xiaomei had grown up trailing closely behind them. Just then, Qingling's voice echoed from the courtyard, likely a result of his cultivation practice, hindered by the barriers outside. Yet, she was eager to share her recent discoveries with him. Inside the room, the siblings sat at the table, with Qingling recounting the events of the past few days to Ji Qingyuan. Will that spirit tool be confined to the secret realm indefinitely? Ji Qingyuan pondered, his curiosity piqued by their journey through the five elements realm. While feeling a twinge of sympathy for the spirit tool, it was not entirely accurate to say it was imprisoned. After all, the secret realm was its very essence, as spirit tools are born from their vessels and cannot be separated from them. This spirit tool had once traversed many places alongside the esteemed Qingling. Yet now it languished in solitude, possibly in the depths of the ocean, a desert, or a snow-capped mountain, awaiting the day it might be discovered again. The rules set by that elder were indeed merciless. Like other ethereal beings, this spirit tool possessed intelligence, especially after spending considerable time in the company of humans. Its thoughts would naturally align with theirs. Of course, all they could do was lament this unfortunate circumstance. Qingling then produced a mid-grade magical artifact. I already possess a Lingxi. You should take this sword, he offered. Just as Qingyuan was about to decline, Ji Xiaomei interrupted him. In the future, should you possess any valuable items, I would certainly not decline. You may conveniently return that sword to my father. Accepting the sword, Ji Qingyuan refrained from further refusal. He was determined to forge a superior treasure for his younger sister, Ji Xiaomei. As for Wang Zhen, would she venture to speak of anything? Ji Qingling shook her head, stating that senior brother Wang assured them not to worry. He would manage the situation adeptly. Indeed, Wang Weiren is rather commendable. This is primarily due to Elder Zhou's travels. The three of them sought a secluded spot to commence grilling meat. As a dedicated gourmand, Ji Qingyuan's storage pouch was naturally stocked with an array of seasonings. The fragrant pig, inherently small in size, was filled with various spices and entrusted to Ji Qingyuan, who would take charge of the grilling. The other two sat nearby, indulging in fruits and engaging in conversation. How did Elder Zhou embark on his travels? My father had always enjoyed wandering, but after my mother gave birth to me, he remained by our side. Following my mother's passing, he ceased to venture out. Ji Qingling nodded. Generally, once cultivators reach the foundational stage, they often embark on journeys to seek opportunities. In times of leisure, they tend to live like carefree clouds and wild cranes. Those who remain in the family for extended periods are typically either the clan leader or those lacking in talent and responsibility. Additionally, there are couples like Ji Linhai and his wife, as well as Elder Zhou, who have children they cannot leave behind. No, we ourselves are merely at the qi refinement stage. She is rather delicate, and bringing her along would likely lead to incessant complaints along the way. Therefore, she should prepare more explosion talismans, movement talismans, and earth escape talismans. Meanwhile, Ji Qingyuan proceeded to the outer sect's deacon hall to request leave. The Tai sect does not prohibit outer disciples from venturing outside. However, if one is to be away for several days, it is essential to report to the deacon hall. Otherwise, the sect would remain unaware of whether you are on a mission or have fallen victim to an ambush. 2 days before his departure, Jizwa sought out Ji Qingling. How did you know, Brother Jizwa? She inquired. Your brother went to request leave from Song Xianhe, and upon encountering Han Guangbi, he mentioned this matter. I am also acquainted with Han Guangbi. He came to Sunset Peak yesterday for business and happened to run into me. Knowing that you are my clan's younger siblings, he informed me. Why? Ji Qingling asked, perplexed. Sister Xia? Did she not say there was no one at home? Ji Qingling was genuinely taken aback by this revelation. Chapter 66. Ji Xia's partner soon enough. Ji Qingling discovered the identity of Ji Xia's partner, the very same doe by whom she had previously beaten to a pulp. How astonishing that he was Ji Xia's chosen companion. Ji Xia regarded Ji Qingling with a look of skepticism. She indeed owed her younger sister an explanation. When you came to find me that day, he was indeed not my partner. We had not expressed any mutual feelings. I truly had no knowledge of him causing you trouble. Ji Qingling continued to gaze at her in silence, her disbelief palpable. I would not trust you even if you were a ghost. Our becoming partners is something we owe to you, junior sister Ji. Me? Ji Qingling exclaimed, pointing at herself in disbelief. I have known Doubai for quite some time. He rescued me when I was at the 3rd level of qi refinement. If we were to undertake a mission together, Ji Hong would only take me and Ji Man along, not anyone else from our clan's team. Beyond that, we do not interact on a regular basis. However, junior sister Ji, when you grow up, you will understand that when someone harbors affection for you, it need not be explicitly spoken. You can sense it. Ji Qingling pondered. Is this not mere narcissism? How could you know he likes you if he does not express it? After you injured him, I took care of him, and it was during that time that we mutually confessed our feelings. If possible, I envisioned settling down in the Ji family, much like my parents did, with someone to cultivate alongside and raise children together. Ji Xia chuckled softly, stating that it does not matter. Regardless, I do not wish to remain here any longer. The Tai sect is commendable, Yet for someone of my aptitude, the distinction between sect and family is negligible. I find little worth clinging to. After all, the question of entering the inner sect remains, let alone becoming a direct disciple. Non-direct disciples of the Tai sect's inner sect are indeed countless. But how many can truly rise to prominence? She paused momentarily, adding that although the actions of Ji Hong over the years were not my design, as you mentioned, I did not intervene. Now, I am unwilling to continue in this manner. If the Ji family is indeed not as splendid as I imagined, I shall depart and seek refuge elsewhere. The world is vast, and finding a place to settle should not be overly difficult, should it? What of Doubai? Speaking of Doubai, a gentle expression graced Ji Xia's face. Over the years, he has treated me well, both openly and subtly, and I believe he is quite a commendable person. On that day, I directly inquired of him. Ji Qingling's interest was piqued. Sister Xia, how did you ask him? I asked him if he would be willing to leave this place with me and join my family. What did he say? He expressed his willingness. Is that all? I further inquired if he would be willing to become my partner in the path. He affirmed his willingness. Ji Qingling was left speechless. The two of them seemed rather casual, don't you think? Just a question and an answer, and such a significant matter was settled? How hasty. Of course. Ji Xia was unaware of Ji Qingling's thoughts, and she certainly did not pose her question so directly at the time. Recalling the sight of Doubai's flushed face that day was quite amusing. She had said, Junior Do, I wish to discuss our relationship. With a hint of bashfulness. Doubai stuttered, Senior Ji, what? What relationship do we have? Ji Xia replied, currently, there is nothing, but if you take the initiative, there will be something in the future. Say Senior Ji, what do you mean? Ji Xia decided to be straightforward. Junior Do, I believe you have feelings for me. Am I correct? Huh, I like you too. I am asking you with utmost seriousness today. Please think carefully before you respond. I will only ask once, so you must contemplate it thoroughly. Instantly, a blush crept across Ji Xia's face, for little did anyone know the courage it took her to utter those words. Do you wish to become my partner? This time, Doubai nodded emphatically, I do. In fact, the Tai sect does not encourage disciples in the Qi refining stage to form partnerships, unlike families that often wish for early unions to produce offspring with promising talents. The sect, however, does not impose such expectations. They prefer their disciples to concentrate on their cultivation. Thus, although there may be some disciples who share deep affections within the sect, they are only permitted to formally unite as partners after establishing their foundation. Typically, disciples of the Tai sect do not contemplate matters of partnership until they reach the golden core or nascent soul stages. It is exceedingly rare for couples to form during the foundation establishment period within Tai. Many, even upon reaching the nascent soul or transformation stage, refrain from seeking a partner. And it is not uncommon for those who ascend to be solitary. 3 days later, the siblings arrived at the designated location where Ji Xia and Doubai were already waiting at the entrance. Upon encountering Ji Qingling, Doubai felt a twinge of embarrassment. His injuries had healed remarkably well, yet the sight of Ji Qingling reminded him of the potency of the explosion talisman, causing the now mended wounds to throb faintly. Nevertheless, considering their current statuses, he steeled himself to greet her. Qingyuan Junior Brother, Qingling Junior Sister, he addressed them. Do Senior Brother, they replied respectfully. The past was behind them. And now that he had united with Ji Xia, they would henceforth be considered kin. Having become accustomed to the talismans from Master Li's shop, Ji Qingling sold the surplus spiritual herbs and demonic beasts from their recent mission. She purchased additional talismans from Master Li for future use. Ji Daoist, do you need to hire a carriage? Of course, we must visit Chun S at the city gate. Their shadow flow carriages are quite renowned. You may inquire there, as renting from them is very reasonable. None of them had previously rented a carriage, so they were naturally unfamiliar with the process. Given Master Li's recommendation, it was indeed fortuitous. Following his guidance, they made their way to Chun S establishment. Upon hearing their intentions, the young attendant led them to the backyard, where several exceptionally tall and majestic steeds stood, exuding an air of grandeur. These are the shadow horses of my family. You only require a single carriage. Ji Qingling contemplated the long journey ahead, destined for Tongqing. The young man nodded in understanding and assured them, fear not. These horses possess immense strength and can travel great distances, capable of pulling 1,000 pounds for 10 consecutive days without rest. Is that truly so? Ji Xia inquired. How do we go about renting the carriage? The carriage is 10 spirit stones per day, and should you desire a coachman to accompany you, it will amount to 20 spirit stones each day. Qingling gasped. That is rather exorbitant. Considering the journey from here to Tongzhou would take 10 days by carriage. It would cost each of the 4 companions merely 25 spirit stones, which is quite reasonable. With this revelation, they promptly agreed to a 10-day rental period. Chapter 67. Encounter with robbers. After reaching an accord, the young attendant led one of the black shadow horses to the entrance of the shop. From his storage pouch, he produced a palm-sized carriage and placed it on the ground. Upon reciting the incantation, the carriage instantly expanded to accommodate multiple passengers. After exchanging the spirit stones, the young man handed them a talisman. Once you arrive in Tongcheng, affix this talisman to the carriage, and the shadow horse will return on its own. Upon exiting the city, the shadow horse emitted a resounding neigh, followed by a loud whinny, and began to gallop with great speed. Moments later, they comprehended why Chen's shadow horses were renowned. Regardless of the terrain's ruggedness, those seated in the carriage felt nary a jolt. Qingyuan carefully examined the objects both inside and outside the vehicle, deducing that they were likely crafted by a disciple of a renowned artifact master. The ingenuity behind such practical creations was indeed impressive. But why a disciple? Could it not have been the master themselves? Qingyuan tapped her forehead, pondering. Do you think that masters of qi cultivation are a common sight on the streets? How many master talismans have you encountered while roaming about? After spending considerable time working at the artifact hall, Qingyuan had developed a profound admiration for artifact crafting. However, her seniors consistently emphasized the importance of solid foundational skills, and she currently found herself tirelessly hammering raw materials by the furnace. Qingling nodded in agreement, noting that to be deemed a master, one must possess at least a 5th-tier skill. Such individuals typically conjured spiritual artifacts and would not squander time on trifles. Jixia, sitting nearby, observed the camaraderie shared between the siblings, feeling a twinge of envy. If only she had a sibling, perhaps she wouldn't feel so isolated. Are you both pursuing artifact crafting and talisman crafting? Qingling affirmed. Yes, my brother is currently assisting at the artifact hall in the inner sect. It was rare for disciples in the qi refinement stage to diligently practice their skills. Although there were frequent lectures on various techniques, most attendees were foundational disciples. The outer sect also provided facilities for artifact crafting and alchemy, albeit without any guidance. Some fortunate individuals gained the attention of their seniors and were granted early access to the technique halls in the inner sect, much like Qingyuan. The number of disciples aspiring to learn artifact crafting in the inner sect was overwhelming. There was little need for them to seek menial tasks in the outer sect. Disciples with aptitude and talent often found themselves approached well before reaching the foundational stage. Disciples of mediocre talent, such as her, are plentiful in the Tai sect. Even if one exhausts all efforts to successfully establish a foundation and enter the inner sect, they are typically assigned by the Elders Hall to various main peaks, where they are primarily instructed by senior brothers and sisters. The master remains oblivious to your existence, and you do not appear among the ranks of his personally taught disciples. It is merely a transition from the outer sect's classrooms to the inner sect, where perhaps one may have the opportunity to attend lectures given by formidable beings in the transformation stage and nothing more. To obtain anything, one must rely on completing tasks to earn contribution points for exchange. With further diligence, one might even reach the golden core stage, and that may well encapsulate the entirety of her existence. This is the common trajectory for disciples in most sects. The outer disciples are not the core, and only within the inner sect can one truly engage with the essence of the sect. Others have traversed this path, ascending step by step towards their own pinnacle. However, she has grown weary of this. She longs for tranquility, for a home and a child. It is not jealousy towards her junior disciples, but a sincere desire for a different way of life, akin to that of her sister Qingling's parents. As she gazed at Doubai, who was driving the carriage, an inexplicable sense of peace washed over her. For several days, the 4 of them took turns driving, using sunstones to illuminate the road both day and night without respite. Each carried provisions, and the carriage was spacious enough. Just as Qingling believed they would reach home without further incident, trouble finally arose. On that day, Qingyuan's voice called out from outside the carriage. Who goes there? The carriage had come to a halt, and the 3 inside leaned out to investigate. Standing by the roadside were 2 men and a woman, the latter being supported, seemingly injured. Qingling noted that the most formidable among them was an older male cultivator at the 9th layer of qi refinement, while the younger man and woman behind him were at the 6th and 7th layers, respectively. A sense of apprehension stirred within her. Could it be a robbery? Jixia, Being the elder, naturally contemplated these thoughts as well. My friend, I apologize, but this is not on our path. She settled beside Ji Qingyuan, saying, Qingyuan, let us depart. Just as Ji Qingyuan was about to continue guiding the carriage, the man supporting the female cultivator retorted, this road undeniably leads to Nanming City. You are clearly making excuses. Regardless of whether it was indeed a necessary route, we cannot accommodate you, so kindly step aside. The elder cultivator coldly replied, if you do not wish to go to Nanming City, then may you never set foot there. With that, he ceased further discourse and directly launched an attack on Jixia. The male cultivator struck fiercely, aiming for critical points, and Jixia quickly found herself at a disadvantage. Doubai, worried for Jixia, grasped his weapon, only to be halted by the youth. Your opponent is me. Ji Qingling hurriedly joined the fray alongside Jixia. The previously injured girl could no longer feign weakness and would not allow Ji Qingling to intervene. Naturally, Ji Qingyuan would not permit her to obstruct Ji Qingling either. Indeed, they were a band of robbers. With Ji Qingling's arrival, Jixia began to turn the tide. Zhaoji did not anticipate that this newly joined girl would prove to be so formidable, far more challenging than the earlier female cultivator at the 7th level of Qi refinement. As he just managed to deflect Jixia's assault, he had to evade Ji Qingling's successive slashes. Meanwhile, Zhao Tongguang and Zhao Rou had also entered the fray. Soon, Zhaoji realized that the latecomer had suppressed her cultivation level, which agitated him greatly. He exerted all his strength, intending to eliminate Ji Qingling first. Ji Qingling beheld the sword tip that appeared before her. It was Jixia's sword, having pierced through Zhaoji's back to manifest before her eyes. Zhaoji's lips began to ooze thick blood, disbelief etched in his eyes. You, like many villains in their final moments. He could utter but a single word before his breath ceased. Jixia withdrew her sword, and Zhaoji collapsed in response. Father! Father! It turned out they were family. The male cultivator, upon discovering his father's murder, charged at Jixia like a madman. The female cultivator also ceased her attack and rushed over. Thud. Ji Qingling, frightened, stumbled back a few steps to avoid the rolling head on the ground. Moments ago, Doubai had severed Zhao Tongguang's head just as he turned. Blood gushed from the headless neck like a fountain. Just like his father, he lingered for a brief moment before completely falling. Time seemed to freeze as the female cultivator, rushing over, stared blankly at her brother, now headless. She uttered softly, Brother? Ji Qingyuan clutched his injury, weakly leaning against his horse. The female cultivators were ruthless, and he had sustained several wounds in a short time. After all, with a 2-level disparity in cultivation, it was only through sheer effort that he had managed to last this long. He feared that if he fell, Ji Qingling and the others would be in peril. Ji Qingling immediately supported him. Are you hurt? Ji Qingyuan swallowed a medicinal pill, urging them to address the immediate situation first. Zhao Rou raised her eyes to them, declaring, You villains will surely meet a terrible end. Her voice brimmed with unbridled hatred. Ji Qingling averted her gaze from the 2 corpses, replying, What face do you have to call others villains? Are we highway robbers, then? There was no need to kill them. Not kill. Would you spare us? What did your father say that you have forgotten? He said we would never be able to reach the southern Ming City. Chapter 68. 5th Layer of Qi Refinement. The young girl began to scream hysterically. This is also your doing. Loose cultivators are constantly exploited and oppressed in the markets. Just look at yourselves. She pointed at Ji Qingling and Ji Qingyuan, unleashing a mid-grade spiritual weapon against them. While we have traversed nearly all the markets of Dongyue for a single foundation establishment pill, were it not for the oppression from your esteemed families and sects, we would not have been reduced to this state. Ji Xia pressed a sword against Zhao Rou's neck, declaring, Junior Sister Ji. There is no need to waste words with her. The blade dug in deeper, and blood began to seep from Zhao Rou's neck. Humph. You would do best to kill me. Otherwise, as long as I draw breath, I will never let you go. With the sword pressing in further, Zhao Rou emitted a muffled groan. She sat quietly, neither crying nor making a sound, her eyes vacant and filled with despair, resembling a lamb awaiting slaughter. Evoking a sense of pity, Ji Qingyuan hesitated, suggesting, Why not just take their storage bags and let it be? Jixia glared at him. Junior brother Ji. Ji Qingling remained silent, fully aware that to eradicate the threat, one must eliminate it completely, lest it bring endless troubles in the future. Doubai also spoke up. Let her first wipe her spiritual consciousness from the storage bag and hand it over. This indicated his agreement with Ji Qingyuan. Jixia shot him another glare. causing Doubai to shrink back, daring not to speak further. If glares could kill, they would have been dismembered by Zhao Rou long ago. She retrieved her own storage bag and handed it to Jixia. It truly seems unnecessary. Jixia reached out to intercept, but do not think this would spare her. At worst, she would grant you a swift end. At that moment, Qingling shouted, "Sister, be careful." Alas, it was too late. Fortunately, Jixia's protective barrier remained intact. As two talismans exploded in succession, she instinctively retreated a few paces. This brief moment was sufficient for Zhao Rou to escape. Qingyuan fixed his gaze on the spot where the figure had vanished. It was a soil escape talisman. And a second-tier one at that, likely their family's trump card for fleeing. Indeed, they discovered several second-tier soil escape talismans in the other two storage bags as well. They had been too complacent. Had they taken precautions beforehand, even a second-tier talisman would not have allowed her to evade them. Regrettably, as the two talismans detonated one after the other, by the time they processed the situation, the person had already disappeared. Jixia's face darkened like ink. Had it not been for the weakness shown by those two, she would have already slain that woman. She boarded the carriage in silence. Doubai drove ahead, while Jixia sat in the carriage, brooding. "Junior sister Ji, do you also believe it was wrong for me to wish to kill that female cultivator?" Qingling hastily shook her head. "No, Sister Xia. They were the ones who sought to kill and plunder first. I agree with eliminating threats before they can grow." "Then why did you not speak up?" Qingling offered an embarrassed smile. "Sister, I apologize. I was afraid. I have never killed anyone." Jixia sighed. "Alas, it's fine. You are still young, and some hesitation is natural. Now that she has escaped, should she ever have the chance to strike at us in the future, I believe." As she indicated, she would show no mercy. She pointed towards the other two individuals once more. The male cultivators, upon seeing the delicate female practitioner, could not help but feel a twinge of pity. How lamentable. Qingyuan opened his eyes, slightly embarrassed as he denied it. "Senior sister, I do not. You both clearly feel sorry for her. It's simply because she possesses such beauty that you are soft-hearted." Jixia glared at him. "You should focus on your own matters." A few days later, the carriage finally arrived at the outskirts of Tongqing. Upon seeing the familiar city gate, Qingling felt a pang of nostalgia mixed with trepidation. She wondered how her parents were faring. Doubai affixed the talisman, which he had obtained from Chen's establishment, onto the carriage, and with a swift motion, the carriage transformed into a small object that zipped into a bag on the horse's back. The ethereal horse let out a long neigh and galloped back the way they came, swiftly vanishing from their sight. Upon entering the city, the familiar streets and the occasional familiar faces filled Qingling with warmth. Upon reaching the entrance of Datong Alley, Jixia halted. "Senior sister Ji?" Qingling looked at her. "Didn't we agree to go to your home first?" "Qingling, I still wish to seek out Elder Sin first." Qingling understood Jixia's feelings. The original home was no longer hers. Entering the alley would only heighten her sorrow. So it was better to first find Elder San and sort out their accommodations. Jixia nodded and, along with Doubai, headed to the Ji family estate. "Please prioritize the important matters," Qingyuan urged as he pulled her into the courtyard. "Are my parents not home? Is no one else from the other three families here? Have they all gone out?" It was then that she realized her parents were in the Ji family's medicinal fields. Qingling recalled that Ji Hui had informed them that Elder Jiu had arranged for Ji Lin Hai and his wife to work in the Ji family's medicinal fields. Much easier than mining, and moreover, Ji Lin Hai is currently unable to utilize spiritual energy. The medicinal field is indeed more suitable for him. Upon arriving at the Ji family's medicinal field, they found Imo Sanyang casting a water spell to nourish the spiritual herbs, while Ji Lin Hai crouched nearby, diligently removing pests from the plants. "Father, mother." Upon hearing the familiar voices, Imo Sanyang turned around with a hint of surprise, only to behold her long for children. Back at home, the couple gazed at their significantly taller offspring with great comfort. Noticing that both had reached the 4th level of Qi refinement, they marveled at the advantages of being part of a prominent sect. Qingyuan, recalling the necessity of attending to important matters first, exchanged a knowing glance with Qingling. Qingling produced a soundproof talisman and flung it into the air, then retrieved several bottles of spiritual spring water from her storage bag, explaining their origin to their parents. Ji Lin Hai felt a surge of excitement. It was one thing to be unable to use spiritual energy, but it was another to rely on Imo Sanyang for daily infusions of energy to nourish his Dantian. Ever since his injury, Imo Sanyang's cultivation had stagnated, leading to a few disagreements between them. However, he was well aware of her stubborn nature, which made it impossible to sway her resolve. If this spiritual spring water truly held efficacy, it would at least alleviate Imo Sanyang's inability to advance her cultivation. Following his brother's advice, he directly consumed a drop of the spiritual spring water. Indeed, Ji Linhai felt the rich spiritual energy filling his dantian. This nourishment was far more effective than what Imo Sanyang had been providing. A single drop could sustain him for several days, and with these few bottles, he could last a long time. Ji Linhai wiped the corner of his eye, remaining silent. Imo Sanyang nudged him, reminding him that they were in front of the children. Laughter erupted among them, and the shadow that had loomed over their family finally began to dissipate. Ji Qingling exclaimed with surprise, "Uncle Qingshan has achieved the golden core?" Indeed, it was the Grand Elder himself who procured the elixir to assist him, allowing for such a smooth transition. In the clan, the Golden Core Elder holds considerable influence, and henceforth, the clansfolk of Shaowang Mountain shall have a pillar of support. The following morning, the siblings ventured into the streets to indulge in long-missed delicacies. With Ji Qingling indulging in a shopping spree. In her own words, only exquisite cuisine could alleviate the pangs of homesickness. Ji Qingyuan chose not to expose her. Since their stay in Tongsheng had been brief, they had not forged any friendships. After a couple of leisurely days, they settled back into their cultivation routine. Seizing this opportunity, Ji Qingling showcased her cultivation at the 5th level of qi refinement, leaving Ji Linhai and his wife utterly astounded. Is this child's talent truly of such caliber? Achieving the 5th level of qi refinement at merely 13 years of age. Yet, regardless of their astonishment or trepidation, life must persist. Recently, there had been little activity concerning the medicinal fields, prompting Ji Linhai and his wife to visit only every few days. On this particular day, Ji Qingling crafted several spirit-replenishing talismans and tossed them over to Ji Qingyuan before glancing at the sky and clapping her hands as she departed. Upon arriving at the medicinal fields, she observed the circle of Ji clan members gathered. After listening for a while from outside the circle, she realized that her parents' lives were not as carefree as they had portrayed. Linhai, it's not that I'm criticizing you. But if it weren't for the intervention of the 9th Elder, how could you, a cultivator incapable of practicing, be assigned such a favorable position within the clan? The long-absent supervisor Dong remained as haughty as ever, standing there with an air of superiority, admonishing Ji Linhai and Imo Sanyang, both of whom were also in the foundation establishment stage, as if they were mere children in need of correction. The crowd gathered in curiosity, yet none offered assistance. Ji Linhai's clenched fists were firmly grasped by Imo Sanyang. Consider the families tending these medicinal fields. Which of them does not possess family elites capable of serving their lineage? Now, look at you. One at the initial stage of foundation establishment, the other a waste. You are asked to contribute an additional 10% of the spirit herbs, and yet you express such dissatisfaction. Ji Linhai suppressed his anger and explained, Manager Dong, this plot of medicinal field rightfully belongs to the disciples or bloodline descendants of Elder Jiao. He has granted us the opportunity to cultivate it, and like other clansmen, we are to surrender 80% of our harvest. Now you demand 90%. How can this medicinal field yield any surplus? Manager Dong was well aware he would invoke Elder Jiao. I acknowledge it was Elder Jiao who assigned you this task. But you also admitted that it is cultivated by his disciples or blood relatives. So I ask you, who among you is his disciple? Or who among you is a blood descendant? Your family merely has a daughter who flatters Elder Jiao. You, Ji Linhai retorted. Manager Dong, you know it was Elder Jiao who permitted our family to cultivate this field. How can you disregard him now that he is absent from the clan? Ji Qingling stepped forth from the crowd, having grasped the situation. It turned out that the cultivation of medicinal fields within the clan was indeed a coveted privilege, requiring only the surrender of 80% of the spirit herbs harvested, with the remaining 20% retained for oneself. Thus, those permitted to cultivate such fields were predominantly the descendants or disciples of the elders, or the esteemed families. Naturally, the allocation of this particular medicinal field to her family would provoke envy among others. After all, the 20% from this plot was far safer than venturing out to hunt demonic beasts. Moreover, there is no need to venture into the mines, and it is only natural for some to harbor jealousy. It is worth mentioning that the planting rights to this medicinal field were granted to Elder Jiao as a benefit from the family. Now that Ji Hui is at Tai's sect, Elder Jiao's disciples are deeply engrossed in alchemy. Is there any issue with him allowing my family to cultivate it? The clan regulations stipulate the proportion of the harvest to be delivered. Do you claim that the additional share is at the behest of the clan leader or your own initiative? If it is indeed the clan leader's suggestion, We shall seek clarification from him directly. If it is your own proposal, does that imply that your authority supersedes clan rules within the Ji family? Qingling firmly believed that the clan leader would never act in such a manner. The offerings were too meager to warrant his intervention. The steward, Dong, found himself momentarily at a loss for words as he faced Qingling. Yet another figure emerged from the crowd. Ji pointed at Qingling and said, "You." A mere girl in the Qi refinement stage, he faltered mid-sentence, realizing she had reached the 5th level of Qi refinement. How could this girl have advanced so swiftly? At most, she appeared to be 13 or 14 years old, having joined Tai sect just 2 years ago. And yet her progress was astonishing. Dong, the steward, recognized this as well, contemplating whether it would be prudent to confront the girl's family. However, Qingling showed no signs of retreat. She remarked that if Dong's family had a descendant as clever and endearing as she, they might as well try their hand at charming others as well. Dong suppressed his impulse to strike the girl down and turned to leave the medicinal field. As a practitioner in the middle stage of foundation establishment, he was certainly not intimidated by this young girl, regardless of others' opinions on her qualifications or talent. He would have easily subdued this arrogant child, yet she is undeniably a member of the Ji family. The elder and the third elder are acutely aware that he has harmed such a remarkably talented scion of the clan. He fears he may indeed be destined for the mines. His aptitude is mediocre. His continued presence in the family's affairs hinges not solely on having an elder of the Golden Core, but rather on his understanding of the family's boundaries, limits he cannot dare to breach. As the crowd gradually dispersed, it became evident that, regardless of the era or realm, the spectacle of witnessing events unfold remains humanity's greatest pastime. Father? Mother? Imo Sanyang gently grasped her hand to offer comfort, assuring her all was well. The day had originally been designated for the collection of amber spiritual mushrooms, but this incident had severely disrupted their progress. Qingling picked up a jade box and assisted in gathering the amber spiritual mushrooms. A temporary silence enveloped the three. She first submitted the medicinal herbs destined for delivery, wishing to avoid any prolonged complications. On the way, Qingling discerned the melancholy that Ji Linhai endeavored to conceal. Should an unfortunate event transpire that rendered her incapable of cultivating further, she would likely endure a lifetime of frustration, ultimately succumbing to despair. While she could empathize with Ji Linhai's sentiments, her current state left her feeling powerless beyond her sorrow. Father, Ji Linhai turned to his daughter. Do you believe in me? I will soon establish my foundation, and when that time comes, I shall venture to Zhongzhou to seek out the Qingmu sect. I am certain they can heal your wounds. Gently ruffling his daughter's hair, Ji Linhai spoke with paternal affection. Linger, heed my words. In this life, having your mother and you siblings has brought me immense contentment. Do not take such risks. Rest assured, I will be here to witness my Lingo grow into adulthood. Qingling shook her head, pondering how this could be deemed an adventure. After establishing a foundation, it is only natural to venture out for experience. We happen to have a purpose. Isn't it quite reasonable to seek out the Qingshan sect in Zhongzhou? She blinked, continuing. Can you bear the thought of leaving our mother behind once she successfully forms her core? She is so strikingly beautiful. What if other high-ranking cultivators take a liking to her, showering her with affection and seeking to become her partner? Just imagine, in such a scenario, she might end up with someone else, while we, her children, could be left to suffer. Would you truly find peace in that? Ji Linhai was momentarily taken aback by her words. What on earth had this girl learned over the past 2 years? Such notions of dual cultivation and flying together, where did she acquire such ideas? He gently tapped her forehead, admonishing her not to speak nonsense. Your mother is not that kind of person. Yet Qingling pressed on. Father, we all know mother is not like that, but after forming her core, she would have a lifespan of 1,000 years. Ji Linhai hesitated, conflicted. He had inquired and learned that even if they located the Qingshan sect, only those at the nascent soul level could heal her injuries. He was torn between not wanting his children to face danger and the troubling thought of Imo Sanyang living alone in the days to come, or worse, possibly forming a bond with someone else. Such a thought was unbearable. Rest assured, Father, life is long. Opportunities will arise. Chapter 70. Kindness and Remediation in the Ji family estate. The third elder regarded the steward kneeling before him with a sigh. Were it not for the fifth elder's influence, he would have considered sending him off to mine instead. For the past 2 years, the clan leader had been in seclusion, while the grand elder rarely attended to the clan's trivial matters. The elders, with the exception of those in seclusion or journeying afar, have a multitude of affairs to manage. Fortunately, with Ji Qingshan recently achieving core formation, Many responsibilities can be entrusted to him. Jidong, it seems your monthly allowance from the clan has been diminished. It is evident that Jidong is no fool to have retained his position of authority for so many years. The third elder exclaimed, Jidong, you acknowledge your mistakes. My additional collection of 10% was not intended for personal gain. It is merely the clansman here. The third elder slammed his palm upon the table, commanding silence. Jidong, frightened, prostrated himself on the ground, too intimidated to utter a word. The first elder has repeatedly admonished against any mention of this side or that side, or of us and them. The third elder wished to see no more of this individual. Thankfully, he possessed the restraint not to lay a hand on the young lady Qingling. Otherwise, even the fifth elder would not be able to shield him. He produced a selection of elixirs and a pouch of spirit stones. Tomorrow, you shall deliver these items to Ji Linhai's residence. He too sustained injuries for the sake of the family. Jidong gazed at the pile on the table, a pang of anguish gripping his heart. Third elder. Though he was injured for the family's sake, we have supported him well and treated him generously. I commanded you to be silent. The third elder, incensed, struck the table once more. Should you dare utter another word, you shall go and toil in the mines. Jidong hastily shrank back, refraining from further speech. Though his heart ached, he pressed his lips tightly together, fearful that a careless remark might provoke the third elder again. Nevertheless, he could not suppress the protest within. You have been in charge for too long. Perhaps you have forgotten how to treat others with courtesy? Shall I demonstrate it for you now? Jidong, unable to lift his gaze, refrained from doing so. Very well, you may leave now. Take Ji He with you, as he is increasingly lacking in discernment. Indeed, the third elder within the chamber sat in contemplation. The grand elder had specifically instructed Ji Qiao and Ji Qingling that they were destined for remarkable achievements in the future. It was presumed that both held no profound affection for the Ji family. Thus, it was imperative to compensate in every regard, allowing them to perceive the family's goodwill towards them. The following morning, individuals arrived at Ji Qingling's residence. The steward, Dong, placed the items on the table and, with a smile, addressed Ji Linhai, Brother Linhai, these are the elixirs and spirit stones from the clan, as you sustained injuries on behalf of the family. They should have been given to you sooner, but amidst the busyness, it was regrettably forgotten. The Ji Qingling family was astonished at the audacity of this individual. Who could speak such blatant falsehoods? To forget for over 2 years, only to remember after humiliating Ji Linhai just yesterday? Surely, it was an insult to their intelligence. As for the reason behind today's visit, Ji Qingling could surmise. After all, her cultivation speed was comparable to Ji Qiao's, and it was only natural to cultivate relationships with such promising descendants. Moreover, the steward produced a jade box. Given your current injuries, your need for spirit stones is understandably greater. The clan is considerate of your situation. Henceforth, your family's medicinal field shall only require a contribution of 70%. The entire family was taken aback, especially Ji Linhai, who was about to express his gratitude when Ji Qingling intervened. She handed a cup of tea to Ji Linhai, saying, Father, please have some tea. The child, having dutifully served tea, found himself graciously accepting the attentions of Ji Linhai towards Ji Qingling. He took a sip of the tea. Jidong clenched his fist, suppressing his irritation. At that moment, Ji Qingling also took a seat at the table, saying, Brother, I wish to have some tea. Ji Qingyuan, unsure of her intentions, complied and poured her a cup. Ji Qingling savored the tea leisurely, as if it were an exquisite delicacy. She gestured to Ji Qingyuan, instructing him to tidy up, remarking that it was, after all, the property of the Ji family. It was then that Ji Qingyuan finally grasped her motives. She was imitating the demeanor she had displayed during their first encounter with the steward. Jidong could scarcely recall how he exited Ji Linhai's residence, and Ji He, trailing behind him, dared not utter a word. Observing Jidong's demeanor, it was evident that the elders had compelled him to make this visit, ostensibly to honor Ji Linhai's family. Sighing, he resolved to avoid provoking this family in the future. Ji Qingling leaned against the courtyard gate, watching Jidong depart the alley with a notably stiff posture. Mo Sanyong approached with an amused expression, playfully tapping her. You were quite audacious, provoking him. He has the fifth elder backing him. Oh, mother, his presence today signifies that the fifth elder will not intervene in this matter. Otherwise, do you believe he could come home and speak amicably with my father, given his temperament? Ji Linhai remained somewhat apprehensive, but he had been summoned by the third elder. To disrespect him would be to affront the third elder himself. Father, the third elder has bestowed us with such generosity. We must pay a visit. Though it need not be the entire family, my presence will suffice. Ji Qingyuan had come to a clearer understanding of the situation. Father, let her go. She is full of clever ideas. Mo Sanyang and Ji Linhai were not foolish. If they could not discern the truth, there would be no need for them to pursue immortality. Alas, they were indeed benefiting from the child's fortune. The following day, Ji Qingling strolled through the streets, and when the time seemed right, she sought an audience with the third elder. Third elder, I have brought the most renowned spirit wine from the Tai sect's market for you to sample. The third elder was momentarily taken aback. A gift of wine? She then expressed her gratitude for the items the third elder had provided for her family, which had included a reduction in the mandatory contribution of spirit herbs. She spoke of the circumstances at the Tai sect, particularly about individuals of exceptional talent like Ji Qiao, knowing that the third elder would take special interest in this matter. She then mentioned her studies in talisman crafting at the Tai sect, presenting her recent creations, the explosive talisman and the divine movement talisman, for the third elder's appraisal. As a golden core cultivator, the third elder was discerning. He had not anticipated that this young girl, Qingling, possessed such skill in talisman crafting. Although the entry barrier for talisman creation was relatively low, few cultivators truly grasped its essence. Upon examining Ji Qingling's talismans, he noted the abundant spiritual energy contained within them. At merely 13 years of age, she had already reached the 5th level of qi refinement and exhibited considerable talent in talisman crafting. His respect for the Grand Elder's discernment deepened. Thus, the two grew increasingly cordial. One, a golden core elder with genuine concern for his junior, and the other, a compliant and attentive qi refinement disciple, creating an atmosphere of warmth and harmony. Before leaving, Elder 3 reminded Ji Qingling, as the clan sister, to maintain a good relationship with Ji Qiao, emphasizing that they are both members of the Ji family and should support each other outside. Ji Qiao, with her reclusive nature, required proactive engagement, to which Ji Qingling readily agreed. After her departure, Elder 3 took a sip of the spiritual wine. Ah, this girl. This is unmistakably the renowned spiritual wine from Tongqing Street. How has it found its way into the Tai sect's marketplace? Chapter 71. A chance encounter with robbers outside the gates of Tongqing. Ji Qingling was playfully clinging to Mo Sanyang, saying, "Mother, I cannot bear to part with you." Amused, Mo Sanyang gently pushed her away, saying, "Stop trying to be cute. Without my supervision, you live quite comfortably." Ji Qingling nodded in agreement. Mo Sanyang then turned to Ji Qingyuan, saying, "You have done remarkably well. At your age, reaching the 4th level of qi refinement surpasses what your father and I achieved in our youth. As long as you maintain a clear mind and pursue your path diligently, you will surely discover your own way." Ji Qingyuan replied, "Do not worry, I understand." Ji Linhai, as usual, echoed his wife's sentiments, agreeing that what she said was indeed wise. Ji Qingling had considered using a spirit supplement talisman, but given the long journey ahead, a few talismans would be of little help. Moreover, she currently lacked the capacity to assist another in replenishing their spiritual energy. It seemed prudent to assess the situation later. The primary focus now was for both her and Ji Qingyuan to establish their foundations early and seek out the Qingmu sect in Zhengzhou. The return journey progressed slowly, with both of them stopping frequently, especially when they encountered marketplaces, where Ji Qingling took the opportunity to indulge in a plethora of delicacies. If she were to remain in the sect for 3 years of closed-door training, she would not suffer from hunger. After more than half a month, they had only traversed half of their journey. On this day, they encountered yet another group of robbers. Indeed, it was ill-advised for those in the qi refinement stage to wander outside. Within just a few days, they were beset once more. Among the two robbers, one was an attractive young man with a cultivation level of the 7th layer of qi refinement, while the other was a tall and lean practitioner at the 6th layer. Both were male cultivators, and upon seeing Ji Qingyuan, a young boy at the 4th layer, accompanied by an even younger girl at the 5th layer, they couldn't help but delight in their fortune. Such youthful individuals could fetch a handsome price at the alchemical pavilion, especially considering the girl as promising 5th layer of cultivation, which hinted at exceptional talent. Individuals of such caliber were highly sought after and commanded exorbitant offers everywhere. Of course, they intended to savor their prize before selling them off. The handsome cultivator gestured towards Ji Qingling and declared to his companion, "That little girl belongs to me." The tall and lean cultivator retorted, "Why is it always the pretty ones that go to you? I want to get close to her as well. You are at the 6th layer, and she is at the 5th. Do you really think you stand a chance? Perhaps it would be wise to wait until your cultivation surpasses mine." Seeing the two discuss them as if they were mere commodities, Ji Qingyuan suppressed his anger and communicated with Ji Qingling telepathically. Shall we flee? Yes. But if we cannot escape, that handsome one is mine. The two activated their movement talismans and fled at great speed. The tall and lean cultivator shouted, trying to escape? After them. Despite the aid of the talismans, they still struggled to evade capture. The tall cultivator employed some unknown spell, moving with remarkable swiftness. Upon catching up, he wasted no time and launched a flurry of lethal strikes, suggesting that he was no stranger to the art of robbery. Ji Qingyuan soon noticed that the handsome cultivator was closing in as well. Ji Qingyuan withdrew, leaving the tall, slender cultivator to Ji Qingling. This one is yours, little sister. Alas, it was not as if they had agreed to this arrangement, but given the current circumstances, there was no room for distraction. Ji Qingling had confidence in her ability to handle this individual. She could only hope that Ji Qingyuan could hold out a little longer. Aware of his intentions, she resolved to exert herself to the utmost. She activated her defensive talismans and unleashed the golden armor technique to its fullest extent, hurling explosive talismans recklessly, striking blow after blow to shatter her opponent's protective barrier. The tall, slender cultivator realized he was outmatched and opened his mouth to shout, but alas! Before a sound could escape, Ji Qingling severed his head with a swift stroke. Without a moment's pause, she turned to join Ji Qingyuan in his battle. Well done, little sister. Ji Qingyuan thought to himself that had she arrived any later, he might have met his end. With Ji Qingling's arrival, the previously dominant handsome cultivator began to falter. Ji Qingling wielded her lingxi to fend off the attacks. Deriding the irony of such a striking figure resorting to banditry, truly the lowest of the low, Ji Qingyuan remarked, "Why do you people always seem to favor selling others to the furnace tower? It's as if the roots of your moral decay are intertwined." As she fought, Ji Qingling shouted, her fierce onslaught drawing much of the handsome cultivator's attention. Thus, when Ji Qingyuan plunged his sword through the man's body, the expression on his face was one of not only fear but profound regret. Indeed, engaging in robbery seldom leads to a favorable outcome. When they encountered two young cultivators on the road, they likely never anticipated that their path of cultivation would end here. A dawning realization struck Ji Qingyuan. Did we just take a life? Ji Qingyuan utilized a cleansing spell to purify both himself and Ji Qingling, responding with a subdued, She placed her hand over her heart, overwhelmed by an indescribable sensation. Was this truly what it meant to take a life? It felt unsettling, almost nauseating. I just severed that man's head. Ji Qingyuan intended to nod in agreement as he shared a similar sentiment, a wave of nausea washing over him. However, as the elder brother, he felt compelled to maintain his composure. He embraced his younger sister's shoulders and offered her a reassuring pat, reminding her that every cultivator must confront such trials. They were deserving of their fate. Today, we have brought their tyranny to an end. In the future, no one else shall suffer at their hands. After all, not every cultivator possesses your formidable prowess. Ji Qingling's previously agitated emotions began to settle slightly. Indeed, they were ridding the world of malevolence. Ji Qingyuan, don't you feel anything? This is your first time taking a life, isn't it? Who am I? Can I be like you? A timid young girl, frightened and nauseated by the act of killing. Such weakness is unbecoming of a cultivator. It is merely the act of slaying a person. For every scoundrel that crosses my path, I shall vanquish them. For every pair, I shall eliminate them in kind. Despite knowing he was boasting, Ji Qingling chose not to challenge him. Ji Qingyuan's fortitude was perhaps linked to her own feelings. He too was merely a child. How could he not feel fear? Yet, he seemed to believe she needed comfort, and thus put on a day of strength. Once they had gathered their emotions, the two began to scavenge for spoils. Ji Qingyuan examined the footwear of the tall, slender cultivator for an extended period before casting a small fireball, incinerating them. He removed the shoes and scrutinized them closely. Indeed, they were high-quality magical artifacts. It was likely these shoes contributed to the cultivator's swiftness. He offered the items to Ji Qingling, who disdainfully waved her hands, declaring, "I absolutely refuse. Even if they are exquisite magical artifacts or top-tier spiritual tools, I shall not accept them." Sighing, she added, "I have employed a cleansing spell. Regardless, I will not take them." Years later, in a hidden realm, as Ji Qingling fought with others for a pair of shoes torn from a skeleton's feet, the memory of this moment flickered in her mind, proving that one must never speak too confidently. At that time, two nascent cultivators, having finished rummaging through the bandit's storage bag, were left with a singular thought. Indeed, robbery is a lucrative shortcut to wealth. With the spoils from this venture, along with the treasures acquired during the previous incident with Jixia, Qingling was able to clear her debts and still had a substantial surplus. That year, Qingling was 13, having reached the 5th level of Qi refinement and killed for the first time. Ji Qingyuan, at 16, was at the 4th level of Qi refinement, also committing his first act of murder. Chapter 72. Half a water clan life at Tai sect passed swiftly. Time flowed as Ji Qingling diligently practiced her cultivation, crafted talismans, and honed her skills over the course of 3 years. One morning, she opened her door and stepped into the courtyard, inhaling the fresh air. This time, her period of seclusion had lasted longer than usual, and she had finally broken through to the 7th level of Qi refinement. Ji Qingyuan and Ji Hui had gone out on a mission, leaving her with no one to boast to. Senior sister Ji, have you broken through? Ji Qingling turned to find Sun Xiang, her fellow disciple from the same courtyard, who had progressed to the 3rd level of Qi refinement after years of training. Yes, I just achieved it last night. In these years, Sun Xiang had undergone the most significant transformation. She had initially struggled to shed her identity as a pampered young lady from the mortal realm. She always felt that everyone had to accommodate her, to indulge her. After encountering a few setbacks, she learned her lesson. Now, she has become much more humble and treats others with courtesy and politeness. When she first arrived, she often compared herself with her peer, Ji Qingling, but after several years, she has come to a stark realization. Although they both possess 3 spiritual roots, it seems unlikely that she could catch up to Ji Qingling in the near future. Sun Xiang gazed at Ji Qingling before her, though not breathtakingly beautiful. She possessed a striking elegance, her features delicate and refined. Most importantly, her cultivation speed was remarkable, and her skills in talisman crafting were exceptional, earning her a modest reputation within the outer sect. In the Tai sect, there were countless first-tier talisman masters, yet in recent years, the number of people coming to purchase talismans had significantly increased. Her talismans were exceedingly popular among practitioners of the same rank, to the extent that she no longer needed to sell them in the market. They were pre-ordered long in advance. Contemplating talisman crafting, Sun Xiang approached Ji Qingling. Senior sister Ji, this is a talisman I created. Either it ignites spontaneously, or it is devoid of spiritual energy. Could you please take a look? Ji Qingling examined the talisman and found it to be a useless one without spiritual energy. Junior sister Sun, I was once in the same predicament during my initial studies. I have already shared everything I learned with you. Be sure to comprehend that introductory talisman manual thoroughly. Sun Xiang felt a surge of anxiety. Coming from a mundane background, the gold and jewels she brought with her were of no use here. The mere acquisition of talisman crafting required a talisman brush, which depleted all her savings accumulated over the years. She was in urgent need of mastering a technique that could earn her spirit stones, even if it was not at Ji Qingling's advanced level. Senior sister Ji, I truly followed your guidance to replicate the runes from the introductory talisman manual, but it has proven utterly ineffective. Ji Qingling felt helpless. This technique inherently depended on talent, and how could she articulate that? Junior sister Sun, I have already demonstrated how to dismantle the runes for you. The rest will depend on your comprehension. I reiterate, not everyone is suited for rune crafting. Perhaps your aptitude lies elsewhere. Most importantly, you are merely at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement, and your spiritual energy cannot sustain the continuous drawing of runes. I sincerely appreciate your enthusiasm, but perhaps you should wait until you reach the mid or late stages of Qi refinement to try again. But senior sister Ji, you also learned rune crafting at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. Ji Qingling found herself momentarily at a loss for words. It was true that she had started her studies in rune crafting during the early stages of Qi refinement, with her uncle Ji Rue offering patient guidance. However, mastering a technique is not solely reliant on hard work. She genuinely regretted her moment of weakness in agreeing to junior sister Sun's request to give it a try. Now that it had not borne fruit, her junior sister was reluctant to let go. Wait until the lecture by the rune master. You can listen then. I have shared all that I can teach you. Not wishing to elaborate further, she turned and entered her room, as there were other matters to attend to. She activated the defensive array, barring Sun Xiang and her runes from entering. From her storage pouch, she retrieved a thumb-sized orb, crystalline and translucent, yet devoid of any spiritual energy. This was a reward she had obtained after navigating the trials within the 5-element secret realm. The spirit tool, 5th brother, had told her that it was a treasure, urging her to consume and refine it once her cultivation was sufficiently advanced. Ji Qingling believed her current level of cultivation was adequate for that. As for its effect, it resembled what human cultivators referred to as an anti-water pearl. But such a pearl merely ensured one would not drown. It offered no utility for cultivation underwater, and once spiritual energy was depleted, it served no purpose. This is a direct quote from Fifth Brother. This bead is 100 times more advanced than the water-repelling bead you are familiar with. The water-repelling bead can only remain in water for a few hours at most. But this one allows you to cultivate within the water to the point of ascension without ever having to surface, should you so desire. This was acquired by Qingling in the Wuwang Sea during a time when he was on the verge of ascension, and he paid little heed to it, leaving it cast away in the five elements realm. Back then, for the sake of this bead, those fellows from the Wuwang Sea fought fiercely, sustaining injuries and shedding blood. Although Qingling had never encountered a water-repelling bead, she grasped its nature from the context. Holding the bead in her hand, she furrowed her brow, feeling it was hardly something that could be easily digested. Should she simply swallow it? She wondered how many hands had touched it before. After performing a cleansing spell, she still felt uneasy and decided to wash it once more before carefully swallowing it. Subsequently, when the bead materialized within her dantian, she felt no surprise whatsoever. In the realm of cultivation, is it truly fantasy if not enveloped in the extraordinary? Gradually, under the impetus of her spiritual energy, the bead within her dantian began to shrink until it completely vanished. Had it been refined? She turned her inner vision inward to sense it. There was nothing particularly remarkable about it. She would need to seek out a small river or lake to test it. Fortunately, the outer gate of Tai's sect was vast, with hidden lakes nestled among the mountains and forests. Standing on the shore and adjusting herself for a while, Qingling slowly immersed herself in the water. Once she was fully submerged, the anticipated pressure did not materialize. Indeed, it felt just like being on land, without any discomfort. There was no need to shift to internal breathing, nor to utilize her spiritual power. It was as if she were strolling in her own courtyard. With no obstacles in her way, Qingling darted through the lake like a jubilant fish, the water a vibrant green and crystal clear, with fish and shrimp occasionally swimming past her. She descended to the lake's depths, treading upon the smooth stones, surrounded by abundant aquatic vegetation, without the need for any incantations. The pearl enabled her to perceive everything clearly beneath the water's surface. Swiftly, she snatched a shrimp that darted past her. It was impressively large, transparent, and the length of her palm, a delightful find. Summoning an ethereal fish basket, she placed the shrimp within, intending to catch more for a sumptuous feast later. Thus, Qingling strolled alone in her underwater realm, relishing the solitude of her aquatic world. She brushed aside the water plants that resembled long whiskers, aware that such places were prone to conceal treasures. Wait, something seemed familiar. The leaves were a vibrant, translucent green, gracefully swaying in the water, undeniably beautiful. Snake silkgrass? After scrutinizing it for a while, she confirmed that this was indeed one of the rare spiritual herbs she had encountered in the Spirit Plant Compendium. Today was another day blessed by the goddess of fortune. Merely venturing out had yielded such a rare herb. This substantial specimen could fetch a considerable sum of spirit stones. After carefully collecting the snake silkgrass, Qingling continued her leisurely exploration in the water. She even attempted to sit down and cultivate, finding that the elemental energies were still abundant for her absorption. Despite being submerged for quite some time, she felt no discomfort, as her fifth brother had said. As long as one is willing, one could cultivate in the water until ascension. With a delicate push from her toes, she executed a lightness technique, leaping from the lake and tracing a graceful arc in the air before plunging back into the water. Like a dolphin, she leapt and dove, traversing the entire lake. Fortunately, the outer sect was spacious and seldom visited. Otherwise, she might have been mistaken for a water spirit and hunted down. Having played to her heart's content and filled her basket with shrimp, Qingling finally consented to return to the shore. As she cleaned the shrimp, her mind wandered to her current predicament. Was she now half a member of the aquatic realm? Once she established her foundation, the ability to soar through the skies with her sword would render her capable of reaching the moon and diving into the depths of the sea, accomplishing anything. Alas, there was no ocean here. Otherwise, she would have explored the mysteries of the abyss. After consuming a substantial portion of the grilled shrimp, she at least had the decency to leave some for Jiqing Yuan and Ji Hui. Upon seeing her, Qingling had yet to utter a word when Guan Yichao began to complain. Sun Xiang, standing behind him, was about to say something as well. Brother Guan, I must say, with your remarkable talisman drawing skills, why not produce a few more sound transmission talismans? Every time I need to find you, I have to make the journey myself.
Chapter 73. The Egg Thief. Sure, bring the spirit stones. Upon entering the courtyard, she greeted Sun Xiang. Sister Ji. Junior Sister Sunday. Among all her talismans, the sound transmission one sold the least. Outer disciples were generally impoverished and would opt for cheaper options whenever possible. Guan Yichao contemplated tossing a bag of spirit stones at her head, exclaiming, "Money grubber. What do you need from me? Someone is looking for a task and found my cousin. He mentioned there are 2 spots available for me and asked if you would like to join." Qingling was taken aback that she was specifically invited. Brother Guanping? With his level of qi refining at the peak, who could he not find in the outer sect? Why would he want me to accompany him? Of course. It's because your talisman-making skills are exceptional. He hopes you can sell him more talismans in the future. The rewards for this task are quite generous. It would be a shame to miss out. Over the past few years, they had completed several tasks together, their personalities meshing well and their synergy growing, gradually turning them into friends. Oh, you've reached the 7th layer of qi refining? You've caught up to me rather quickly. Qingling refrained from responding to his inquiry regarding the task at hand. Guan Yichao was the first to enter her room, stating, "All right," so shrouded in mystery. Inside, Guan Yichao finally elucidated the matter. Zhou Yin from the outer sect was a junior of an esteemed figure from the inner sect. The rules of Tai sect dictate that those without foundational cultivation are merely considered outer disciples. Recently, another junior had discovered a spirit beast egg in the outside world, purportedly resembling the egg of a 6th-tier, 9-tailed phoenix crown sparrow, which had been slain by Lord Yunhua of Zixia Peak. This junior's family was renowned for their expertise in taming beasts, lending considerable credence to his claims. Unfortunately, other ferocious beasts were guarding the egg for reasons unknown, and he lacked the prowess to confront them. Somehow, Zhou Yin became privy to this information and purchased it at a high price. Given Guanping's notable reputation in the outer sect, he sought assistance from a few others. The offered remuneration was indeed enticing, and Qingling found no reason to decline. They agreed to meet at the designated gathering point the day after tomorrow and exited Qingling's room. Guan Shixiang, wait a moment. In the courtyard, Sun Xiang gazed at Guan Yinchao with a blush. What is it? Guan Shixiang, may I accompany you on your mission? I don't require any compensation. Just having me along would suffice. That is not permissible. Sun Xiang chased after him, but regrettably, Guan Yinchao had already fled several paces away with remarkable speed. Alas, this Guan Shixiang possessed exceptional talent and high cultivation, coupled with striking looks. Countless senior and junior sisters from the outer sect had expressed their admiration for him. Though somewhat aloof in nature, his usual companions were all individuals of outstanding aptitude, either possessing remarkable gifts or being favored direct disciples of the elders from the inner sect. Regrettably, apart from the female cultivator with whom he regularly undertakes tasks, he seldom engages with other women of the same ilk. His frequent visits to Qingling to purchase talismans have made Sun Xiang somewhat familiar with him, though this familiarity merely signifies a recognition of her identity. From a young age, she understood a fundamental truth. Young ladies from affluent merchant families seldom associate with those from humble backgrounds. Given her qualifications, the prospect of Guan Yinchao regarding her with favor seems nearly impossible. Hence, she must cultivate a rapport with Qingling, as it may offer a glimmer of hope. Since she has embarked on the path of cultivation, her thoughts extend beyond the trivial concerns of young maidens. Aligning herself with a prodigy like Guan Yichao, who possesses a singular spiritual root, would undoubtedly yield benefits in the future. 2 days later, Qingling arrived at the predetermined location. Guanping greeted her warmly. "Junior Sister Ji, over here." He proceeded to introduce a fellow female cultivator beside him. "Allow me to present, this is Junior Sister Zhou Yin. She is the one who entrusted us with this task." Zhou Yin, who appeared to be around the same age as Qingling, approximately 15 or 16 years old, also possessed a cultivation level of qi refinement 7th layer. Qingling acknowledged her with a respectful call, "Daoist friend Zhou." Zhou Yin had not anticipated that Guanping would bring someone so youthful, yet given Guanping's reputable standing within the outer sect, she felt reassured regarding Qingling's capabilities. Qingling had interacted with others in Guanping's group and exchanged greetings with each of them. Once everyone had gathered, they set forth on their journey. Along the way, Zhou Yin introduced another individual to them. This is junior brother Wei Xuan, the one who discovered the spirit beast egg. Wei Xuan, belonging to the group, shyly greeted everyone. As the captain, Guanping naturally paid great attention to the matter of the spirit beast egg. "Junior brother Wei, you mentioned that there are demon beasts guarding the area. But has the 9-tailed phoenix crown sparrow already been slain by Lord Yunhua? How then could its egg appear here?" With the mention of spirit beasts, Wei Xuan inevitably felt more at ease. This 6th-tier demon beast has the ability to transform. How could a creature capable of such metamorphosis be found in Dongshan, a locale frequented by human cultivators? Its presence must surely serve a particular purpose, and it conveniently discovered the egg of the 9-tailed phoenix crown sparrow. I surmise that it is pursuing the egg thief who absconded with its precious treasure. An egg thief? Which demon beast would resort to stealing another egg? Wouldn't it rather lay its own? Coughing slightly, he continued, the egg of the 9-tailed phoenix crown sparrow is a tremendous boon for all demon beasts. Hence, I see. Guan Yinchao inquired, how can you be so certain that the egg belongs to the 9-tailed phoenix crown sparrow? Wei Xuan, feeling somewhat offended by the doubt cast upon his knowledge of spirit beasts, replied, my family has been tamers for generations. I have been intimately acquainted with various spirit and demon beasts since childhood. I am absolutely certain. Qingling pondered for a moment, then asked, what tier is the concealment beast? If I recall correctly, it should be a 3rd-tier concealment beast. A 3rd-tier concealment beast? Why would such a lesser demon dare to steal the egg of a great demon? What you may not know is that the concealment beast is a master of hiding among demon beasts. If it wishes to conceal something, it is exceedingly difficult to detect. It was merely by chance that I happened to catch a glimpse of it this time. Qingling felt a tinge of doubt. These 3rd-tier demon beasts were comparable to the foundational stage of human cultivators, and among us, the highest cultivation level was merely the consummate stage of qi refinement. Could we truly manage this? This inquiry seemed to cast a shadow on Guan Ping's abilities, yet he remained unfazed. He gestured towards his companions, assuring Ji Shimi, rest assured. With our combined strength, and considering the low offensive capability of the concealed beast, defeating it should pose no challenge. Moreover, Brother Wei mentioned that it is injured, so there should be no cause for concern. The group followed Wei Xuan through a series of twists and turns until they finally reached their destination. Brother Wei, you mentioned that the spirit beast egg lies within the lake? Indeed, Sister Zhou, it is certainly within this body of water. Zhou Yin appeared somewhat at a loss, pondering how to locate it. Guan Ping patted Wei Xuan on the shoulder, saying, Brother Wei, please spare us the suspense and elucidate everything clearly so we may commence our endeavor promptly. The concealed beast that possesses the spirit beast egg is indeed considered rather lackluster among its kind. Such creatures lack allure for cultivators. Their offensive prowess is feeble. They do not seek treasures, nor do they track scents, and their flesh is unpalatable, coupled with an unappealing dark appearance, rendering them less useful than purely ornamental beings like the luminescent cat. Upon breaking through to the 3rd tier, they gain the ability to fly. Yet their diminutive size renders them unsuitable as mounts. Their exceptional stealth, however, is noteworthy. Certain families or sects might train them for message delivery, proving invaluable when distant communication through voice transmission talismans is unfeasible. Chapter 74. The hidden master. Wei Xuan pointed towards a nearby stony beach. A few days ago, when I last beheld it, it was lounging upon that very stony shore, with the spirit beast egg nestled at its feet. I could never mistake the egg of the 9-tailed phoenix crown sparrow. At that moment, it was feeding, but upon noticing me, the concealed beast swiftly snatched the spirit beast egg and darted into the river. For reasons unknown, its wing was severed in half. Severed in half. Wei Xuan nodded, having observed it closely before being discovered. Indeed, it was the left wing that was broken. Therefore, I surmised that it would be nearby, even if not in the lake. Injured mythical beasts often seek out water sources to recuperate, so the group divided into several teams to search the vicinity. Soon, they uncovered traces of nibbled spirit herbs in the nearby woods, which could very well belong to the elusive beast. However, that creature was adept at concealment. They spent an entire day without catching a glimpse of it. Zhou Yin lingered by the lakeside, where the tranquil surface revealed no anomalies, merely rippling gently in the breeze. Could it be that they truly needed to venture into the lake? They decided to camp here for the night and continue their search the following day. Qingling felt a twinge of curiosity. If this elusive beast remained cloaked, could it sustain its magic while injured? Wei Xuan shook his head, explaining that the beast's magical prowess was not formidable enough to maintain invisibility for long periods, let alone in its current state of injury. Might it have already vacated this place? Previously, the 9-tailed phoenix crown sparrow had been vanquished by Yunhua Daojun on East Mountain. If the elusive beast had fled from East Mountain after sustaining its injuries, it may have reached this location only to be unable to press on further. Guan Ping noted that night had fallen and suggested they try their luck in the water the next day. On the following day, Qingling and her companions stood eagerly at the water's edge. Guanping, puzzled by why junior sister Ji insisted on accompanying them, cautioned her, "Junior sister, once you descend, remember to regulate your breathing and avoid exhausting your spiritual energy." Qingling nodded, assuring him that she understood. Aside from the last time at the small lake by the outer gate, she had not ventured into the water elsewhere, and her curiosity about what lay beneath was piqued. She believed that undertaking a task should not be without purpose, and within her squad, her swimming prowess was arguably the finest. After several individuals entered the water, as previously agreed, the highest-ranked cultivator, Guanping, along with another teammate, sought deeper waters. Qingling and another member scoured the vicinity, while the rest remained vigilant on the shore. The lake revealed nothing extraordinary, merely fish and aquatic plants. Due to the elusive nature of the concealment beasts, which could render themselves invisible and suppress their presence, even their third-tier beasts could not be detected through spiritual awareness. The two had no choice but to separate and employ a net-like method of searching. Qingling meticulously observed the surrounding currents. Invisibility does not equate to absence, and as long as one is submerged, the flow of water around them would surely differ. After an extended search, she finally noticed that near a colossal aquatic plant, the water's current appeared atypical, as though it had not passed through the vegetation. Something was amiss. She stealthily approached, and before her hand could touch the aquatic plant, she inadvertently encountered the very concealment beast they had been seeking. In that fleeting moment of contact, the beast transitioned from transparency to a deep black, darting away with great speed. Perhaps due to insufficient magical power, it alternated between invisibility and visibility as it fled. Clutched in its rounded form were the very eggs they sought, the nine-tailed phoenix crown sparrow's egg. She cast a spell toward the water's surface, and a golden incantation shimmered upon the lake. On the shore, Zhou Yin and the others spotted the signal and rushed in that direction. However, beneath the surface, Qingling, despite activating her spirit movement talisman, could not catch up to the third-tier beast. By the time the others arrived, the concealment beast had once again vanished without a trace. As the crowd assumed that another dive was necessary for the search, Qingling gestured for silence, pointing discreetly towards a direction on the shore, whispering, "Hush, over there." This time, they detected the presence of the concealed beast, likely unable to mask its essence due to severe injury. With a few agile maneuvers, they swiftly reached their destination. The scene before them left everyone astonished. Was this a newborn concealed beast? The injured beast, with a broken wing, lay there, desperately clawing at the spirit beast egg, attempting to bring it to the mouth of its offspring. Regrettably, the little one, much like its parent, was struggling to breathe, and it seemed unlikely to survive. Guanping stepped forward, picking up the egg and handing it to Zhou Yin. Only then did the concealed beast cease its struggle, emitting a soft gurgling sound. Wei Xuan, gathering his courage, approached for a closer inspection. Clearly, the larger concealed beast had stolen the egg for this small one. Zhou Yin, intrigued, asked Wei Shidi, "What gives it the audacity to steal an egg from a sixth-tier demon beast?" "Look at this little one," she continued, "born with insufficient essence. It likely won't survive much longer." Perhaps the larger one sensed its offspring's frailty and, before giving birth, sought to steal the egg, hoping to secure a chance at life for its child, as this demon beast egg is truly a great boon for them. Wei Xuan pointed at the egg in Zhou Yin's hands. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yin felt the weight of the egg grow heavy in her grasp, sympathy swelling within her for the two concealed beasts. So it stole the egg solely for its child? Zhou Yin sniffled, placing the egg beside the little beast. "Never mind. Its mother has sacrificed a wing for it. I shall not keep this egg." "What? The beast egg that everyone painstakingly searched for, and now it's simply dismissed?" Guanping was truly astonished by Zhou Yin's actions. "Junior sister Zhou?" Without casting another glance at the egg, Zhou Yin retrieved a pouch of spirit stones from her storage bag and handed it to Guanping. "Brother Guan, this is the promised reward." "You this?" Zhou Yin smiled. "It's nothing. I originally intended to gift this egg, but now it serves a greater purpose for this little beast. I shall find something else to give instead. I sought your assistance to locate this egg, and having found it, you must receive your due reward." Zhou Yin knelt down, placing the small beast into the embrace of its mother, and positioned the egg beside them. She was the first to turn and walk back the way they had come. Wei Xuan called out to her, "Senior sister Zhou?" "What?" "It's futile. They cannot survive. Neither the large one nor the small one can live." Zhou Yin halted, the smile on her lips gradually fading away. Wei Xuan continued, The larger one will perish shortly, and even if the small beast consumes the egg, it too will not survive. You might as well take the egg with you. Are you certain? Wei Xuan sighed. Then we shall wait here. It won't take more than a stick of incense. Waiting it is. Zhou Yan strode angrily towards the concealed beast. Once again, she turned to Wei Xuan and exclaimed, "Is there no elixir for them to consume?" "None." This time, Wei Xuan's voice was faint, feeling that Zhou Yan's inexplicable ire was directed at him. Qingling did not leave. She squatted beside Zhou Yan, resigned to fate, for it was her destiny. After a long pause, Zhou Yan softly murmured, "No one's fate is meant to end in death." Chapter 75. The little beast before long. A stick of incense had burned away, during which the mother beast continuously nuzzled her offspring. The soft cooing sounds gradually diminished until they faded into silence. The larger of the two hidden beasts had perished. Zhou Yan wiped away her tears, cradling the egg, and shot a fierce glare at Wei Xuan as she passed by him. Wei Xuan remained speechless. Qingling lifted the smaller beast, which still showed signs of life, akin to a premature infant. With tender care, survival was not impossible. Guan Yuchao stood hesitantly to the side, saying, "Fellow practitioner Ji, this little beast is far too small. And I have not heard of the hidden beast's meat being particularly delectable. Perhaps we should leave it be." Had it not been for Zhou Yan's earlier outburst, Qingling might have roasted it, allowing him a taste. However, under the current circumstances, consuming the young one seemed rather. Qingling was infuriated, her eyes glaring fiercely at Guan Yuchao. "Guan Lu, have you lost your mind? Do you think I would dare to consume a fellow being in your presence?" She had previously instructed him not to call her Guan Lu. Qingling paid him no mind. Ever since learning from Guan Ping that he was referred to as Guan Lu among his brothers, the name had occasionally slipped from her lips. Sighing, Guan Yuchao felt a headache coming on. It was hardly befitting of his cool, aloof demeanor as a genius with a singular spirit root. Wei Xuan, however, surmised her soft-heartedness. "Sister Ji, it is futile. The concealed beast is not a rare creature. Just place it beside the great beast." Guan Ping thought that, in any case, the matter was resolved, and he took out some spirit stones to distribute. After walking a few steps, he turned back to gaze at Qingling. "Sister Ji, how did you know that the concealed beast was hidden there?" Guan Yuchao suddenly recalled. "You discovered it in the water and did not lose track of it?" Qingling smiled with pride. "You guessed it right. Indeed, this fellow must have concocted another talisman." "What talisman did you create this time?" Guan Ping's smile widened upon hearing this. "Sister Ji, what marvelous item have you produced? Please show it to your senior brother." Having grown familiar with them, Qingling had no reason to conceal anything. She produced a talisman and handed it to Guan Ping. "A tracking talisman." "A tracking talisman? Does it possess an extended duration?" Guan Ping was aware of her talismans, which brimmed with spiritual energy. Attack-type talismans inflict greater damage, while auxiliary-type talismans have prolonged effects. Qingling nodded. In addition to its extended duration, it can track targets of higher realms. This one should be applicable to those at the foundation establishment stage. Moreover, this talisman is invisible upon use, rendering it undetectable by the target. At this point, the group recognized the talisman as genuinely exceptional. Typical tracking talismans are not invisible and must be discreetly affixed to the target, making them easily discoverable otherwise. Guan Ping immediately expressed his desire to order, "Sister Ji, I will take 20. Senior brother Guan, there are only 5 in total, and one has already been used. Then ensure you draw more and give them to me first." Guan Yuchao examined a talisman, glancing back and forth. "How many spirit stones?" 15. The other party raised their thumb before her, a sign of disdain. In front of them, Zhou Yan slowed her pace, and when she was parallel to Qingling, she leaned forward to take a glance at the small beast. "Ji, are you planning to raise it?" Qingling gently stroked the creature nestled in her arms, offering it a chance at life. "Ji, you are a kind person." Receiving a card proclaiming her goodness, Qingling thought, "Is it not your tearful pleas that stirred my compassion? Ji, I would like to order 20 of those tracking talismans as well." "Very well, but they must first be given to Brother Guan." Zhou Yan nodded at the small beast in her embrace. "All right, no problem." Before long, she inquired, "Ji, do you think it can survive?" Qingling looked at her as if she were foolish. "I do not know." Upon returning to her dwelling, Qingling gently extracted the small beast from her bosom. Fortunately, it still breathed, yet she felt a pang of regret. If this creature were to perish, her sorrow would be even greater than before. She cradled the tiny creature in her palm, its eyes still closed, its body a deep, inky black, limp and feeble upon her hand. Drawing from her previous life's knowledge of premature infants, she wrapped the small beast in a cloth, nestling it against her chest for warmth. With no other options, she resolved to use her body heat to keep it warm. During the first half of the night while cultivating, she enveloped it in her spiritual energy. As she slept in the latter half of the night, she was careful not to crush the creature, positioning it close to her heart. The following morning, the moment she opened her eyes, she eagerly pulled aside her garment to check on it. Fortunately, there remains a breath of life. The small black figure rises and falls, seemingly with even greater vigor than yesterday. Jidaoyu, Jidaoyu? A voice calls from outside. It is Zhou Yin, standing in the courtyard, her face alight with joy upon seeing her. Jidaoyu, what became of the concealed beast from yesterday? Qingling stands there, a headache brewing. What is Zhou Yan's situation? Zhou Yin breezes past Qingling into the house, glancing around in search of the small creature, but finding none. She turns to Qingling, her expression a blend of inquiry and hesitation. Qingling surmises that she fears the little beast has perished, hence her reluctance to ask. This girl, how has she grown up so cluelessly, entirely unlike a practitioner of the 7th level of Qi refinement? She resembles a Na'vi young girl of her age, innocent and foolish. With a sigh, Qingling retrieves the concealed beast from her bosom and presents it to Zhou Yan. Upon seeing that the creature is still alive, Zhou Yan's spirits lift once more, yet she dares not accept it, repeatedly waving her hands. I won't take it. Just place it properly, please. Qingling's expression darkens. Zhou Daoyu, did you come seeking something from me? Zhou Yan, reminded of her purpose, produces 2 jade vials and hands them to Qingling. With a skeptical glance, Qingling accepts them. What are these? They are by Yuan pills, specially formulated for spirit beasts. Zhou Yan replies. Will it be effective for it? I don't know, nonetheless. Spirit beasts love these. I obtained them from my uncle at the beast taming hall. You should give them a try. Without a hint of hesitation, Zhou Yan declines. I certainly won't nurture it. That Lord Shernan gifted me perished under my care. He is renowned for its resilience. How could one possibly allow it to die? Zhou Yan, fearing that Qingling might be reluctant to care for the creature, sought to appease her, saying, Friend Ji, perhaps you should take charge of it. I can assist you, and I shall take responsibility for its by Yuan Dan in the future. Why? The contrast is rather striking. Qingling observed Zhou Yan, who remained silent with pursed lips, and continued, This hidden breath beast is hardly a rare spiritual creature. Why such concern for it? Chapter 76. Zhou Yan's heritage sigh. Qingling refrained from pursuing her further. She took one of the pills Zhou Yan had given her and fed it to the small beast. She pondered whether to seek a veterinarian for it, unsure if any existed in the market. Frenchie, Zhou Yan reappeared at the door. Qingling sighed inwardly, Come in and have a seat. She retrieved a small basket, lining it with soft furs, and placed the small beast inside. Zhou Yan settled down, and for a moment, silence enveloped them as they both gazed at the creature nestled in the basket. My mother passed away when she gave birth to me. Zhou Yan spoke softly. Is it dangerous for cultivators to have children as well? Qingling inquired cautiously, having gathered from Zhou Yan's previous actions that her past experiences were likely intertwined with this topic. Zhou Yan lowered her gaze. Not really. I don't quite understand what you mean. Qingling listened intently. For cultivators, giving birth is not inherently more perilous than for ordinary women. It was just that my mother was injured at the time. Indeed, Qingling felt a twinge of guilt, regretting her previous comments about fate. Yesterday, I witnessed that mother beast nearing death, fiercely protecting her young. I imagine my mother must have fought valiantly in a similar situation. Zhou Yan found it difficult to continue. She had never met her mother. Daoist Ji, could you care for this concealed beast? I would be willing to visit regularly to assist you, if it can survive. I could indeed nurture it. Qingling responded, not finding the concealed beast unappealing, as it was not a contracted beast, and thus of little concern. I have a plan. Before I arrived, I thought we could take it to the Beastmaster Hall in the inner sect to consult our master. Inner sect? The inner sect of Tai E sect does not prohibit outer sect disciples from entering. Qingyuan frequently visits the inner sect's refining hall for menial tasks. This was Qingling's first visit, and the two stood before the entrance of the Beastmaster Hall. A foundational period master took the small beast into his hands. Have you been feeding it spirit pills? Qingling stepped back, not wanting to be perceived as a foolish girl alongside Zhou Yan. Each spirit pill was far more valuable than the little concealed beast, A typical cultivator would not engage in such folly. Zhou Yin, however, was oblivious to the implications. Master Wu, can it still survive? We've fed it spirit pills, yet there seems to be no improvement. Such waste, Master Wu lamented. Using such precious spirit pills on this seemingly futile concealed beast. He returned the small creature to Zhou Yin, stating, "You have already fed its spirit pills. There is no other recourse. Its survival now rests solely upon its own will." Zhou Yin waved her hands, refusing. No, let the masters take care of it. With that, Master Wu offered no further comment and turned to leave. On the journey back, Zhou Yin consoled Qingling, saying, "I believe its vitality has strengthened since yesterday. It is certain to survive." Qingling retorted, "Are you trying to comfort me? If it does not survive, you will surely be the one to weep bitterly." She then inquired of Zhou Yin, "Do you intend to raise that nine-tailed phoenix crown sparrow to craft a magical garment? The rarity of this bird lies in its feathers, which are highly prized for their defensive capabilities in the creation of protective clothing." Zhou Yin nodded, explaining, "My esteemed master Yuanji has cared for me diligently, and I wish to find someone to fashion a garment from this. I shall present it to him upon his ascension." It would take several decades for the nine-tailed phoenix crown sparrow to mature, indicating that Master Yuanji is indeed a significant figure in Zhou Yan's life, worthy of such dedication. As for the identity of Master Yuanji, Qingling deemed it a matter of Zhou Yan's privacy and refrained from inquiry. In the days that followed, Qingling kept the small beast nestled against her heart, and it proved to be resilient, its vitality steadily improving. Although still frail, it had opened its eyes and occasionally emitted soft coos. Qingling sought beast milk from the spirit beast garden in the outer sect to nourish it, and its condition improved with each passing day. Guanping approached Qingling to collect the previously ordered spirit talismans and, in discussing Zhou Yin, recounted her backstory. At the time of these events, Guanping had only recently joined the Tai sect's outer sect, and much of the tale unfolded gradually. Zhou Yan's mother, while with child, had heard of a prenatal spirit pill being auctioned at the Central Plains auction house. The couple naturally could not miss such an opportunity. However, they were ambushed and attacked while en route after successfully acquiring the elixir. Severely wounded, the mother made the heart-wrenching decision to protect her child at all costs. After exerting every effort to give birth to Zhou Yin, her mother sadly passed away. Zhou Yan's father, gravely injured, emerged from his retreat 6 months later. Managing only a fleeting glance at his daughter before departing with his master, Dao Jun Shernan, to the treacherous wilderness. This man had endured the profound sorrow of losing his beloved for half a year, with time offering no reprieve for his grief. As Zhou Yin was born with injuries, he now embarked on a quest to procure the life-sustaining elixir for his daughter. For the past 6 months, it was Dao Jun Shernan who employed secret arts to sustain her vitality. This duration had reached its limit. After all, the wilderness was a perilous realm, rife with ferocious beasts, where countless formidable predecessors had perished. Driven by paternal instincts, he ventured deep into danger. Thus, at merely 6 months old, Zhou Yin had never set eyes upon her mother and had likely only seen her father twice. From that point onward, the family was destined never to reunite. Zhou Yin grew up on the Sunset Peak, under the care of Dao Jun Shernan's disciples and the benevolent Yuanji Jinren. When Zhou Yin turned 6, her innate fire spirit root was measured at an impressive 90%, prompting her transfer to the outer sect. Yuanji Jinren took over her care entirely, nurturing her as if she were his own daughter. Qingling, upon hearing this name, inquired about Yuanji Jinren. As the conversation turned to him, Guanping's curiosity surged anew. Lowering his voice, he began to recount the tales of Yuanji Jinren and Zhou Yin as parents. Yuanji Jinren was a junior disciple of Zhou Yan's mother, and rumors suggested he had harbored feelings for her for a long time. Unfortunately, unrequited love prevailed, as she regarded him merely as a brother. Zhou Yan's mother had just ascended to the nascent soul stage when she united with Zhou Yan's father, with whom she shared a mutual affection. The woman deeply loved by Yuanji has wed another, a reality he could not accept. Thus, he embarked on a lengthy journey, wandering far from home. Yet, as the beloved has departed, Yuanji sat in quiet contemplation before her grave for an entire day. Thereafter, he devoted himself entirely to caring for Zhou Yin at Sunset Peak. It was said by all that he treated Zhou Yin with greater affection than a biological father, providing her with anything she desired, fearful even of the slightest discontent. In the outer sect, he arranged for her a separate courtyard, unwilling to let her endure even a hint of hardship. Qingling, with a sense of wonder, remarked that it was no surprise Zhou Yin spent spirit stones without a second thought. The disparity in wealth among the second or even third generation of immortals was indeed staggering. In the days that followed, Qingling continued her life of cultivation, crafting talismans and nurturing small beasts. Zhou Yin would often visit, and gradually, a familiarity blossomed between them. Qingling discovered that Zhou Yin was not spoiled. Rather, she was simply a bit too innocent. At the very least, she harbored no ill intentions and remained unguarded around others. Under their attentive care, the small beast was now able to stand and take a few steps, though it still experienced weakness in its legs. Nevertheless, the worry of its untimely demise had lessened. Chapter 77, The Toothless One. On this day, the two encountered their first disagreement regarding the naming of the small beast. Jidaoyu, why call it toothless? Such an unpleasant name, Zhou Yin exclaimed. Qingling pried open the beast's mouth for her to see. Look, do you see any teeth? She questioned. That doesn't mean we should name it toothless, Zhou Yin retorted. Perhaps she too found her own statement rather awkward, as she burst into laughter. Then, she proposed a more melodious name. Since it has been nurtured to a glossy black, how about we call it ink jade? Intrigued by the other's misfortune, Qingling teased Zhou Yin. You truly cannot even keep it alive? The high tier possesses a shell impervious to even the strikes of golden core cultivators. It is indeed robust and resilient. Typically, various sects maintain a few for the purposes of crafting weapons or creating defensive garments. One could merely toss the turtle aside, provide it with sustenance occasionally, and it might remain stationary for decades without a care, yet you somehow manage to let one perish. Zhou Yin let out a long sigh. In my youth, I cared for various spirit pets, including some rare avian and beast species, yet they always seemed to die inexplicably. Just the day before, they appeared perfectly fine, and by dawn, they had already succumbed. Once, a colorful luminescent beast exploded right before me. Had it not been for Master Yuanji shielding me, I might have been injured that time. It burst open from its abdomen, and its body was scattered in bloody fragments. I was splattered with gore. Yet the little creature's head let out a few whimpers before it finally drew its last breath. Qingling nodded. At that tender age, any child would be left with a haunting shadow in their heart. It wasn't until I arrived at the outer sect and reached the mid-stage of qi refinement that Dao Junshernan gifted me a mutated golden one. Quite a sight to behold. Concerned that I would struggle to nurture a beast and thus be unable to form a contract with a spirit pet, he gave me the for practice. Yet, to my dismay, within just a few days, it became utterly motionless. From that moment on, I devoted myself to diligent cultivation. For Master Yuanji warned me that lacking a spirit pet would diminish my strength in battles against others. Listening to her, Qingling felt an urge to comfort the girl. Her misfortunes were truly excessive. After establishing their foundation, most cultivators begin to select their contracted beasts. Of course, those impoverished wandering cultivators are unlikely to do so, as nurturing a spirit pet requires a significant expenditure of spirit stones. Once a contract is formed between a person and a beast, their minds become interconnected, allowing for seamless cooperation in battle without the need for the cultivator's commands. Most cultivators opt for combat-oriented spirit beasts as their contracted companions. Unless the master willingly chooses to dissolve the contract, it remains binding. Thus, the spirit pet remains utterly loyal to its master, even unto death. Alas, Zhou Yin has already sighed for the second time. I am aware that many claim I am destined to be a harbinger of misfortune. At times, I reflect on the fact that my parents indeed perished because of me. Zhou Yin, Qingling called her with a grave tone. You cannot possibly believe in those absurd theories of fate, can you? Qingling shook her head. If that were the case, then your parents' deaths would be utterly unjustifiable. Your father and mother chose to sacrifice themselves out of love for you. You are their bloodline. They would not wish for you to depart from this world before even experiencing its wonders, and it is not due to some ludicrous notion of predetermined demise. Love me? Zhou Yan's gaze appeared somewhat bewildered. Qingling rubbed the goosebumps on her arms, feeling that such words were rather sentimental. Indeed, the love parents have for their children surpasses all else, including their own lives. She then tapped Zhou Yan's arm and added, Moreover, we are cultivators. The path of cultivation is inherently one of defiance against fate. If you were to believe in these theories of destiny, why would you even pursue cultivation? Your parents undoubtedly wish for you to relish the beauty of this world, rather than wallowing in self-pity. Zhou Yin murmured softly, at a loss for words. Over the years, each recollection of her parents has filled her with profound guilt and sorrow. Yuanji, too. harbored a sense of regret for not being able to assist his senior sister at the time, lamenting it every time it was mentioned. Reflecting on it now, it is clear that her parents, having devoted themselves to safeguarding her life, must have wished for her to live freely and joyfully. Observing Zhou Yin sitting there in silence, her head bowed and appearing forlorn, Qingling felt the atmosphere grow heavy. She clapped her hands and stood up, inviting Zhou Yin to accompany her to the market, suggesting, "Today, let us forego cultivation and instead explore the bustling marketplace." However, upon turning to leave, she found that Zhou Yin had already slipped away. Initially intending to distract Zhou Yin with an activity, Qingling now abandoned her own plans to venture out. Alas, she wondered where Qingyuan and Hui had gone on their errands, as it had already been several days. With the assistance of the supplementary spirit talismans provided by Qingling, she managed to balance her endeavors adequately. In his own words, Master Han had advised him that once he broke through to the later stage of qi refinement, he could begin experimenting with crafting small trinkets. The following morning, upon waking from a restful slumber, Qingling prepared to engage in her cultivation. Since acquiring the little sprout, she found that aside from the occasional all-nighter while crafting talismans, she generally required only a portion of the night for her practices, or sometimes, she would forego it entirely. Delightfully, she would indulge in her sleep, awakening the next morning to circulate her spiritual energy until her meridians could absorb no more. The little creature, Wui, nestled beside her pillow, was currently striving to crawl over to Qingling's side, appearing weary and panting as it lay there. As Zhang Wuya once again rummaged through the small basket, a voice called out from outside, "Jie Daoyu, I have arrived." Qingling helplessly tapped Wuya's head and remarked, "Your friend is truly enthusiastic." After tidying herself up, she opened the door to find Zhou Yin seated in the courtyard, conversing with Sun Xiang. "We have many siblings in our family. My father has a total of 13 children, including both legitimate and illegitimate offspring." Zhou Yin expressed her curiosity and envy towards such a large family. "How wonderful!" Upon seeing Qingling emerge, the three exchanged greetings. Sun Xiang took the initiative to invite them, Sister Zhou, Sister Jie, today in the lecture hall. There will be a presentation by Yuaning Daojin. Shall we attend together? Certainly. Qingling had intended to go anyway, and now it was merely a matter of 3 rather than 1. "Zhou Daoyu, have you made a breakthrough?" It was only then that she noticed Zhou Yin had reached the 8th level of qi refinement. Thus, her hurried departure yesterday was due to this? "Yes. I had a profound realization while at Jie Daoyu's place yesterday and managed to break through." "Ah, that's quite uncommon. Breakthroughs typically occur only when one is stuck at a certain realm, yet such instances are rare during the qi refinement stage. For example, in my case, I naturally advanced after completing the 1st level." Chapter 78. The first market stall. The Tai E sect holds a monthly trade fair in the Outer Gate Square. On this day, disciples within the sect bring forth their unnecessary items for sale or exchange with their fellow sect members. Qingling and Hui chose this day to embark on their very first venture into setting up a stall, having been at Tai Gate for several years. Aside from the items submitted for tasks, anything else is sold at a small shop in the market, albeit at a meager price. Hui has a father who possesses a golden core, thus, she need not worry about resources for cultivation or spirit stones. Qingling hardly requires spirit stones for her training, and can even produce some recovery talismans to support Qingyuan. By the time they arrived, it was already quite late, and the more conspicuous spots had long been claimed. They found a corner to display the items they no longer needed or had outgrown. Qingling picked up an item and handed it to Hui. "Hui, isn't this the one you insisted on buying last month at the market, despite my objections? And now you wish to sell it? I used it once, and indeed, it pales in comparison to my current weapon, huh?" Hui felt a pang of regret for not restraining her impulse. She had purchased it solely for its aesthetic appeal, which turned out to be impractical. "Of course. Your weapon is a medium-grade spirit tool. How could this inferior-grade magical sword ever find use?" It was then she noticed that many of the items Hui had displayed were trinkets purchased but never utilized, all sharing the common trait of being visually appealing. "What is this?" "The blood of a ghost-faced demon spider. I collected some during our last mission to give to you." Qingling gladly accepted it. As she often set aside a portion of the talisman she drew for Hui, whenever Hui spotted items Qingling might need while out, she would help procure them. Nowadays, the beast blood Qingling used for her talismans was no longer sourced from elsewhere. It was meticulously refined according to the specific attributes of the talismans. "During my last visit to the market with Hui, I casually mentioned my desire to find some toxic beast blood, and unexpectedly, this led to its acquisition. As anticipated, the two of us had no visitors to our stall. After a prolonged period of neglect, Qingling decided to leave the stall in Ji Hui's care. "I shall take a stroll," she declared. Ji Hui, who was amusing Waya, waved her off, encouraging her to go. Indeed, wandering among the stalls proved to be far more enjoyable. However, I wondered if it were permissible to sell buns here. The vendor, a round-faced cultivator, noticed Qingling gazing dreamily at his buns, which emitted a tantalizing aroma. "How much for these buns?" she inquired. 3 spirit stones each," he replied. Seating herself behind the stall, Qingling began to eat while engaging in conversation. "Junior brother, are buns allowed to be sold here?" "Well, they haven't explicitly said we can't, so that implies we can." "That makes sense. These buns are indeed delectable." Qingling calculated the number of people who might partake in her buns and relayed a figure to the vendor. "I would like this many." The round-faced youth was taken aback. "Senior sister, do you wish to purchase so many?" Qingling sighed. You have no idea how people today cannot bear to see others enjoy good food. Whenever I discover something delicious, I always buy extra. Otherwise, when I indulge, the likes of Zhou Yin and Guan Yunchao will stare at me, ruining my appetite." Little did she know that their stall had already attracted a throng of people. Such prosperous business, she thought. "No, that's Ji Hui's voice." Qingling hurried over. Ji Hui stood there, cradling Waya, encircled by a crowd. "I said it's not for sale, so it's not for sale. What's the matter?" Qingling asked. "They wish to buy Waya, but I told them it's not for sale, and they refused to listen." Qingling took Waya from Ji Hui and tucked him into her cloth bag. Until one reaches the foundational stage, the use of spirit beast bags remains unattainable. Thus, at present, one can only carry the toothless creature wrapped in a cloth. "Dear friend, is this little beast yours?" inquired the young woman in purple, standing at the forefront. Previously, Ji Huilian had mentioned to her that it belonged to someone else, and she had assumed it was merely a pretext. As Qingling crouched down to tidy up the disordered items at her stall, she replied, "Indeed. Very well. We wish to purchase this little beast. Name your price." "Not for sale," Qingling retorted without lifting her gaze, continuing her task. The young woman in purple furrowed her brow. "This little beast has caught the eye of Senior Sister Su from Yunhafeng." Qingling stood up. "Yunhafeng? I see that you, like me, are merely at the 8th level of Qi refinement." The young woman in purple did not anticipate Qingling's lack of gratitude. Though all those in the Qi refinement phase were outer disciples, many had already been chosen for the inner sect. For instance, Su Yuan beside her was the direct disciple of a Taoist lord. For a moment, silence enveloped them. Su Yuan, having gained a modicum of fame among the outer disciples, initially regarded the elusive beast in Ji Huilian's possession as merely a smaller, endearing version of an ordinary cub. It was not an absolute necessity to acquire it. Yet with so many gathered, abstaining from a purchase seemed impossible. Su Yuan interjected to halt the purple-clad maiden. "Junior sister, I offer 100 spirit stones for this elusive beast cub." 100 spirit stones was indeed a generous offer, considering such creatures rarely attracted buyers. "Senior sister Su, I have grown fond of this little beast. It is not for sale." 200 spirit stones. "Not for sale." 300 spirit stones. Surrounding individuals began to marvel. 300 spirit stones. 500 spirit stones. "Junior sister, do not be overly greedy." Su Yuan's voice was tinged with anger. The girl in purple retorted sharply. "You must not be excessive." Ji Hui could no longer endure it, exclaiming, "You people are truly peculiar. We have declared this item is not for sale. Regardless of the amount of spirit stones you offer, if we say it is not for sale, then it is not." Suddenly, Qingling posed a question to Su Yuan. "Senior sister, while the little beast appears adorable now, it will eventually grow to the size of an ordinary concealed beast. How do you intend to handle it then?" Su Yuan was taken aback, replying, "If I no longer wish to keep it, I would naturally send it to the spirit beast garden." Most disciples dealt with it this way. If they were dissatisfied, they would simply send it to the spirit beast garden. Qingling sighed. "Senior sister, I have already developed a bond with this young beast. Regardless of how it may change in the future, I shall take care of it." Not wishing to engage further with these individuals, she tidied her belongings and turned to leave. Waya, nestled within the cloth bag, poked its head out and chirped. Su Yuan remained silent, her expression as cold as water. The girl in purple, noticing this, reached out towards the cloth bag, exclaiming arrogantly, "How audacious." Qingling had long been alert and swiftly retreated, evading the attack. Do you wish to fight? How tiresome. There are rules against private duels within the sect. And with so many witnesses present, this is not comparable to the incident with Doubai. Qingling? Chapter 79. The timid and helpless little one amidst the crowd. Zhou Yan entered, having noticed the gathering while perusing the stalls. Upon realizing Qingling was present, she wondered if a confrontation was imminent. The girl in purple also recognized Zhou Yan, asking, Zhou Yan, do you know her? Sister Yujia? With the arrival of Zhou Yan, both parties ceased their hostilities. The girl in purple, named Li Yujia, grasped Zhou Yan's arm and remarked about the small beast, which Yuan cherished, stating that it had already reached the value of 500 spirit stones, yet it still seemed unsatisfactory. The onlookers scoffed at Li Yujia's words, for it was evident that the owner had no intention of selling it. The amount of spirit stones was irrelevant. Such a talent for twisting the truth was remarkable. Yuan, do you wish to purchase the toothless? Su Yuan nodded, finding it somewhat adorable. Unfortunately, the current toothless only recognized Qingling. Familiar faces could coax it for a while, but for strangers like Su Yuan, the prospect of taking it away was utterly impossible. Sister Wan, even if you buy toothless, it would be futile, as it only acknowledges Qingling. Before she could finish, Li Yujia interrupted. Zhou Yan, have you truly forgotten how? Back in the inner sect, everyone referred to you as the Celestial Lone Star, and no one wished to associate with you? Li Yujia appeared increasingly agitated. As if she felt betrayed by Zhou Yan, her voice rising in fury. Were it not for our efforts to engage with you, you would have been weeping alone in a corner. The mention of past grievances caused Zhou Yan's expression to stiffen. She had nearly forgotten the bullying she endured during her time in the inner sect. A timid and helpless little wretch. No one played with her, and those tasked with her care were solely concerned with whether she had eaten enough. Although she had the protection of Lord Shernan, the children were indifferent to such matters. After all, it was easier to bully those without parents. Eventually, it was Su Yuan who first accepted her, occasionally including her, and gradually, the other children ceased their harassment, though they continued to ignore her. This is quite satisfactory. No one has cursed her to her face for causing her parents' demise, and she feels content with that. Unfortunately, Su Yuan soon found herself relegated to the outer sect, falling back into her solitary routine of counting ants in the corner. Noticing Zhou Yan's silence, Su Yuan felt a flicker of resentment. Zhou Yan, perhaps you should inquire with your friend, if they are willing to negotiate. The price could be discussed further. Initially, she wasn't insistent, but as more people gathered, it became imperative for her to have it. Zhou Yan shook her head, Sister Yuan. That Waya is Qingling's. A gentleman does not take what another cherishes. Besides, it's gone. Without allowing Su Yuan to finish her thoughts, she left in a huff. Naturally, Li Yujia and the others followed suit. Qingling let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Zhou Yan hadn't insisted on her selling Waya. Otherwise, she would regret having brought buns for Zhou Yan. The onlookers dispersed, and Ji Hui and her companions lost interest in continuing their stall. They found a secluded spot and sat on the grass to enjoy their buns. Ah, Xiao Qingling, these buns you bought are delightful. Indeed, Qingling had an eye for quality. Zhou Yan also praised the buns, appreciating their soft texture and rich flavor without being greasy. Qingling was glad she had purchased extra, as Ji Hui had already devoured several. Observing the two indulging in the buns, Zhou Yan remarked, This sister Su Yuan is the daughter of 2 Jindan cultivators from Yunhafeng. My father is also a Jindan cultivator, Ji Hui implied. Who doesn't have a Jindan father? She is also one of the designated disciples of the esteemed Taoist Jun from Yunhafeng. Is Sister Su particularly gifted? Qingling was still somewhat unclear about the specifics of this predetermined arrangement. As a native disciple of the Tai sect, Zhou Yan naturally felt obligated to elucidate the matter for them. The outer disciples of the Tai sect are generally categorized into 3 types. The first category includes individuals like Zhou Yan, who were born and raised within the sect. The second category consists of those like Qingling, who have been recruited from various families. The third category comprises loose cultivators, or those who come from mundane backgrounds. Aside from the third category, the first 2 typically form their own circles or small teams. Su Yuan stands out as a paragon within the first circle, possessing a singular woodroot affinity, exceptional qualities, and remarkable talent. Therefore, wherever she goes, people tend to show her respect, particularly as she is destined to become a direct disciple of a future nascent soul master, whose esteemed ancestor is none other than the Sage of Transformation. However, little did she anticipate that her encounter with Ji Hui and Qingling would lead to such a loss of face today. an embarrassment that would likely not be easily forgotten. As one of the three great sects of Donghua, the Tai sect's 7 peak masters have long ceased to accept new disciples. Being a direct disciple of a nascent soul elder of any peak is the aspiration of all outer disciples. While individuals of exceptional aptitude like Su Yuewan or Guan Yunxiao are undeniable, even those of lesser quality but remarkable talent have already been claimed by the various nascent soul elders. Only then do the Golden Core Masters have their turn. Zhou Yin recalled that in half a year, the sect would hold its decennial minor competition, where everyone's performances would be closely observed by the elders. A minor sect competition? Ji Qingling and Ji Hui had never heard of such an event. Zhou Yin clarified, stating that notifications are typically given 3 months in advance, and that it was still early. Moreover, those who ought to know were already aware, rendering the need to discuss it inconsequential. Ji Qingling did not comprehend what was meant by saying it was inconsequential whether or not it was spoken of. In the sect's minor competition, there are 2 categories, the inner and outer sections. All participants from the outer sect in the Qi refinement stage are eligible to compete, with the last 50 receiving rewards of foundation building pills, while the top 10 will receive additional prizes. Indeed, those who have reached the pinnacle of Qi refinement must have witnessed the sect's minor competition. If they seek rewards, they should have prepared in advance. Thus, is there truly a need for us to participate? After all, they are all at the peak of Qi refinement. Ji Hui, who initially felt a spark of excitement, soon found her enthusiasm waning. Ji Qingling playfully nudged her with her toe. Coward! Ji Hui lunged at her, attempting to claw her, when a small shadow darted over, aiming to bite Ji Hui's pant leg. Oh dear, you little toothless creature, where has that obedient demeanor gone when I fed you meat? Ji Qingling and Zhou Yin erupted in laughter. Ji Qingling affectionately ruffled the creature's head. Good little toothless one. The small beast nestled in her arms chirped happily at her. After the 3 shared a moment of merriment, Zhou Yin proceeded to brief them on various aspects of the sect's minor competition. Qingling, will you participate in the sect's minor competition? I will. So will I. Then I shall take my leave. Upon receiving the desired response, Zhou Yin waved goodbye to them. What do you mean? Are you looking for a fight? Thus concluded their inaugural attempt at setting up a stall. They had not sold a single item and had inadvertently offended a highly talented senior sister from the inner sect. Ji Qingling was not particularly concerned about this. After all, seniors from the inner sect were often generous purchasers, buying dozens of talismans at once. Occasionally, they would purchase an entire month's supply in one go without haggling. Initially, they were potential patrons, yet now they had alienated them, making it unlikely for them to patronize their business in the future. One must never cross paths with spirit stones. Chapter 80, Second-Class Talismancer. After years of diligent practice, Ji Qingling's talisman-making skills have become increasingly proficient. Today, she endeavors to concoct a talisman she has only encountered in books. Having grown accustomed to the beast's blood, she has refined herself. Those sold in the marketplace no longer pique her interest. During her last visit to the quiet contemplation hall, she learned from a golden core talismancer that esteemed talismancers always utilize their own refined beast's blood. The first step in this process is to identify a suitable demonic beast whose blood possesses the characteristics required for the talisman. For instance, the blood of the ghost-faced demon spider, which Ji Hui has collected. The second step involves the extraction of a potent liquid from toxic spiritual herbs. Ji Qingling retrieves several jade boxes. This marks her initial foray into gathering tasks assigned by the mission hall. She expended several hundred spirit stones for these toxic herbs, and just the thought of it causes her heart to ache. She then produces a pill furnace the size of a wooden fish. This furnace does not require a fire spirit root and can be operated simply by placing spirit stones at its base. It is particularly suitable for low-level cultivators lacking a fire spirit root. She tosses a spiritual herb into the furnace, and upon inserting the spirit stones, flames begin to flicker at the bottom. With her spiritual energy, she meticulously controls the transformation of the herb within the furnace. When the herb morphs into a dark green liquid, she adds the blood of the ghost-faced spider. The dark crimson blood intertwines with the green liquid. A narrow strip of talisman paper is laid out upon the table, and Ji Qingling first visualizes the runes from the book in her mind from beginning to end. Indeed, there are no errors. It is time to put pen to paper. A pale blue jade talisman brush, obtained from the 5-element secret realm, is held in her hand. The brush's shaft is exquisitely smooth and delicate, while the tip, crafted from the fur of an unknown demonic beast, is exceptionally soft. Ji Qingling occasionally employed minor spells to conceal her soft brush, transforming it into an elegant jade hairpin that she delicately inserted into her hair, bestowing upon her an exquisite charm. This talisman brush proved to be significantly superior to the one previously gifted by Mo Sanyang, allowing for fluid strokes that danced with her intent. As the brush glided, it absorbed spiritual energy with remarkable ease, consequently enhancing her success rate in talisman crafting. With a sudden pop, the talisman she had crafted ignited, marking yet another failure. She conjured a cleaning spell to tidy her workspace and retrieved another sheet of talisman paper, determined to try again. Despite having meticulously analyzed the process, her hand remained steady. Pop. The second sheet caught fire. Undeterred, she pressed on. Pop. The third. Pop. The fourth. Pop, pop, pop. Taking a deep breath, she laid out the 10th sheet of talisman paper, having endured the frustrations of the previous 9 failures. She began to recalibrate her mindset, realizing that the repeated failures at the same spot must have a reason behind them. Thus, she resolved to accelerate her strokes at that juncture. Pop. The 10th sheet. Ah, how vexing. Ji Qingling cried out in exasperation, vigorously rubbing her head in frustration. Her companion, Toothless, who had been napping on the bed, was startled awake. Goo goo. It's all right. Ji Qingling reassured Toothless. After exhausting her efforts on 10 failed attempts, she decided to take a break. Let us go for a walk. Upon arriving at Tai Gate, a place she had never visited before, she felt reluctant to remain indoors, engaging in futile endeavors, and sought to refresh her spirit by taking a stroll. Although it was merely a casual walk, Ji Qingling cradled Toothless as they meandered aimlessly outside Tai Gate, her mind still preoccupied with the dissection of the talismanic script. Senior Sister Qingling. She halted at the sound of a youthful voice calling her name. It was Ji Qiao. Junior Brother Qiao. She turned her head to glance at her surroundings. Ahead lay the entrance to the inner gate. Sister Qingling, what brings you here? Oh. I grew weary of drawing talismans and decided to stroll out for a change of scenery. Ji Qiao nodded. Did you come from the inner gate, Junior Brother Qiao? Yes. I encountered some perplexities in swordsmanship and came to seek guidance from Taoist Yunhua of Zixia Peak. I see. It appeared that Ji Qiao had indeed been chosen. And surely he must have traversed the enlightened path. Otherwise, he would not be so forthright in mentioning Taoist Yunhua. The Ji Qiao before her was no longer the timid child he once was. He had blossomed into a promising young man, full of vigor and ambition. When he first arrived at Tai sect, Ji Qingling was at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, while Ji Qiao was merely at the 1st. Now, Ji Qingling had ascended to the 8th level, and Ji Qiao had reached the 7th level. It seemed that not only did he possess exceptional spiritual roots, but he also lacked neither talent nor diligence. Comparatively, Guan Yunqiao, who shared the same singular spiritual root, had not progressed at such a rapid pace. Junior Brother Qiao, do you primarily practice sword techniques? Indeed, a slight awkwardness hung in the air, as she seldom engaged with the Ji family. Nowadays, Ji Mingxi no longer associated with Ji Hong, opting instead to undertake missions with Ji Qiao, seeking other teams at the mission hall. Both of them were highly talented, so finding a team was never a concern. Occasionally, they would join Ji Qingling and her companions. Their strength was commendable, and their reticence made them decent allies. Ji Qiao likely sensed the discomfort of the silence as they walked along the straight path, finding no suitable excuse to part ways. Thus, she sought to initiate a conversation. In the past month, I have been practicing a new sword technique, which I serendipitously acquired from the market. I believe it suits me quite well at this stage. Ji Qingling nodded, acknowledging that the market often yielded some delightful treasures. However, as I progressed in my practice, I increasingly sensed a formidable resistance. Initially, I attributed this to the intricacies of the swordplay, prompting me to intensify my training. Yet, this persistent obstruction remained unresolved within the entirety of the technique. At this juncture, Ji Qiao chuckled sheepishly, confessing that this issue had rendered him unable to concentrate on his cultivation. Ji Qingling wholeheartedly agreed, advising that when faced with a dilemma, one should not become ensnared in rigid thinking, but rather change vantage points to potentially uncover new insights. Indeed, I ultimately discerned that the fault did not lie within my practice, but rather in the very essence of the swordplay itself. The swordplay was flawed? Ji Qingling halted in astonishment. To validate my hypothesis, I sought the counsel of Taoist Master Yuanhua, who, upon a single glance, confirmed the inherent mistakes within the technique. Ji Qingling remained still, pondering the implications of a flawed swordplay. Ji Qiao, feeling slightly embarrassed, admitted that the master had rectified the errors for him. Junior brother Qiao. What? Ji Qingling expressed her gratitude abruptly before swiftly employing her agility to depart. This truly is rather peculiar behavior for senior sister Qingling. Upon returning to her quarters, Ji Qingling tossed Wui onto the bed. Wui landed awkwardly, protesting with muffled sounds directed at Ji Qingling, particularly in regard to the specific point of failure. After a prolonged moment, Ji Qingling meticulously arranged the talisman paper once more. When she revisited that particular point, she made slight adjustments to the runes. With a soft poof, another sheet was incinerated. Onward, one sheet after another, she continued her endeavor. At last, she had completed the entire rune, and with the final stroke, the talisman emitted a faint glimmer of light. Success! She held the talisman, which had consumed several hundred spirit stones to create, and scrutinized it closely. Wait, what is this? At the lower right corner of the talisman, there were two delicate golden threads. Was this a second-tier talisman? Ji Qingling twirled around the room with the talisman in hand. What to do? She was overwhelmed with joy. Her little pride made her yearn to immediately rush out and show off to Ji Qingyuan and Ji Hui. Yet, she constantly reminded herself to remain low-key, and even more low-key. Perhaps she could casually mention it during their next encounter, aligning with her composed demeanor. Moreover, this approach seemed to enhance her sense of achievement. Chapter 81. Ninth layer of Qi refinement not intending to flaunt. Ji Qingling planned to scoop up Waya for a celebratory cuddle. At that moment, however, she sensed something amiss with her dantian. The spiritual energy within began to fluctuate. Was she on the verge of a breakthrough? Yet, it had scarcely been a while since her last one. Nevertheless, a breakthrough was a positive development. She set up defensive formations in her room and began to focus on her advancement. This time, the fluctuations of spiritual energy were more intense than ever before. Unlike the usual calm and gradual movements, this energy surged swiftly through her meridians, relentlessly impacting her. Was this meant to forge her meridians? But was the forging of meridians typically associated with breaking through realms, such as advancing from the peak of Qi refinement to the foundation establishment stage? During that process, the meridians would be tempered, becoming even more robust than before, capable of absorbing and containing greater amounts of spiritual energy, thereby enhancing the potency of the spells cast. As time gradually passed, the impacts within her meridians grew increasingly fierce. After 2 days and nights of meditative absorption, Ji Qingling opened her eyes. She blissfully thought to herself, this cultivation is not so difficult after all. With the mere flutter of her eyelids, she had progressed from the 8th to the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Savoring this accomplishment, she turned her focus inward to examine her dantian and meridians. The little sprout remained unchanged, a slender stalk with 2 delicate leaves. To her astonishment, the speed at which her meridians absorbed spiritual energy had accelerated. Did this signify that her cultivation speed could advance even further? Previously, the emergence of the little sprout merely reduced the time Ji Qingling needed for daily cultivation, affording her more opportunities to study techniques and practice spells. While her aptitude was decent, it was not exceptional, and the amount of spiritual energy her meridians could absorb each day was limited. Compared to those prodigies with single spiritual roots, her cultivation speed still lagged behind. However, with the extra time, she not only practiced drawing talismans, but also frequently undertook tasks at the mission hall, hunting ferocious beasts and gathering spiritual herbs. Occasionally, she would challenge others in the martial arts hall, rapidly enhancing her practical combat experience. Now, even when facing prodigies of equivalent cultivation, they might not necessarily prove to be her adversaries. The events of the past 2 days had instilled in Ji Qingling a newfound confidence regarding the upcoming sect competition in 6 months. At the very least, she would not be eliminated in the initial rounds. With her spiritual energy brimming after the breakthrough, she was eager to make the most of it by crafting more talismans. It was time to clear out her stock of first-grade talismans. For the following half-month, aside from her daily cultivation, Ji Qingling dedicated all her time to talisman crafting. Initially, her explosive talismans and swift travel talismans still yielded first-grade results. Gradually, the appearance of second-grade talismans increased, with a success rate reaching 90%. With the results in hand, Ji Qingling felt quite satisfied. She kept her portion and divided the rest into 2 shares for Ji Qingyuan and Ji Hui. Naturally, Ji Qingyuan's share included additional spirit-replenishing talismans over the years with their assistance. He had managed to maintain a commendable level of cultivation despite his mediocre aptitude and had made significant progress in his refining techniques. She sent them a message through a communication talisman, agreeing to meet at their usual spot. The next morning, she secured the toothless creature in a cloth bag, tossed it a piece of dried meat, and slung it over her shoulder as she stepped outside. Upon opening the door, a rush of fresh air greeted her, while the sun had already risen, casting golden rays that enveloped her in a warm embrace. In the courtyard, the most accomplished cultivator, Zhou Yinyun, sat in a daze by the stone table. Since the very first day at Tai's sect, this senior sister had achieved the peak of qi refinement, yet astonishingly, after several years, she remained stuck in this stage. Senior sister Zhou, Qingling greeted her. Zhou Yinyun glanced at her and replied with a curt, Now, after years of stagnation at the peak of qi refinement, Zhou Yinyun's face bore the signs of decline. Had she not taken the youth-restoring pill, she might have already appeared as a frail old woman with white hair. She noticed Qingling had made another breakthrough, now at the 9th layer of qi refinement. This junior sister had attained such cultivation within less than 10 years at Tai's sect, and it was rumored that her talisman-making skills were exceptional. Given her rapid cultivation speed and innate talent for talismans, it was likely that a nascent soul elder would take her as a disciple. Unlike herself, with a limited lifespan, it seemed her journey would end here. Even if she managed to establish a foundation, the Golden Core masters of the inner sect would hardly consider taking her in. Truly, it was a matter of envy. The two individuals had little interaction in their daily lives. After exchanging greetings, Qingling exited the courtyard. Upon arrival at their destination, they found the other two already present. Take out all the talismans from your storage bags. Qingling, perplexed, inquired, What trickery are you up to now, Qingling? Qingling playfully rubbed the ears of the toothless creature, exclaiming, You startled my toothless friend. Hui pointed at her, stammering, You have broken through again. Little sister Ji? Yes, I have. After the initial surprise, Qingling chuckled. Oh, chasing after you has nearly exhausted me. Hui leaped onto Qingling, saying, Are you going to let anyone live? Meanwhile, Qingling feigned an air of superiority, clasping his fists in salute to the two. I am humbled, truly humbled. I don't care. We are heading to the market later. It has been ages since I enjoyed steamed crabs with wine yeast with Brother Qingling. All the talismans Hui currently employed were crafted by Qingling. Aside from requesting a delightful meal, there seemed little else to extort. Qingling recalled a previous query. What do you need the talismans for? Of course, to exchange for new ones. What do you mean by new ones? Qingling directly handed each of them a stack of talismans. Second tier, Qingling was the first to notice the two golden lines at the bottom of the talismans. He found it hard to believe. It was not uncommon for someone of this age to reach the 9th level of qi refining in the outer sect. Yet a second-tier talisman master of this age had likely not been heard of in the Tai sect for centuries. Hui swallowed nervously and softly inquired, Qingling, are you now a second-tier talisman master? Her tone suggested that speaking too loudly might frighten away the newly ascended second-tier master. Observing the two of them, clearly unaccustomed to the world, Qingling felt a sense of balance. She was not alone in her astonishment. The advancement of a talisman master had arrived without the slightest hint, catching her off guard as well. After a considerable while, the two finally regained their composure from the shock. Qingling believed that his family was indeed on the verge of producing a master talisman maker. Qingling, eager to test the potency of the second-tier talismans and the newly crafted poison spirit talisman, had spent several hundred spirit stones and now felt quite impatient. Let us head to the task hall tomorrow to accept a mission, preferably a simple one nearby. Just the three of us, Qingling proposed. Agreed, came the response. Finally, Qingling cautioned the two not to disclose her recent advancement to second-tier talisman master just yet, as she had only recently broken through to the 9th layer of qi refinement. It would be better to wait for an opportune moment to reveal this news later. What if someone comes seeking to purchase your talismans? People always place orders for your creations, Qingling pointed out, concerned that continuing to sell talismans would make it impossible to keep the matter secret. Sister Ji, perhaps you should refrain from selling spirit talismans in the future and instead focus on your cultivation. The spirit stones earned from missions should suffice, he suggested. Qingling shook her head, believing that the truth would eventually surface. She merely wished to delay the announcement of her recent breakthrough. For now, I still possess several first-tier talismans, enough to keep me occupied for some time. Qingling was reluctant to abandon her thriving talisman business. After all, Talismans crafted solely for herself would diminish the joy they brought. She simply felt that the simultaneous emergence of her advancement to the 9th layer of Qi refinement and her promotion to second-tier Talisman Master might lead others to draw connections between the two developments. Who knows if this continues? Someone might pay special attention to her and eventually uncover her secrets. Thus, it is better to remain low-key. Chapter 82. Treasure Pavilion stimulated by Qingling's 9th level of Qi refining and her status as a second-tier Talisman Master. I ventured into the market and first inquired about the prices of second-tier spirit talismans at a few small shops. Indeed, mastering these techniques is quite lucrative, as the price of second-tier talismans is 3 to 4 times that of first-tier ones. Upon exiting the shop, a smile lingered on Qingling's lips. She felt as though spirit stones were floating above her head. Within the market, there exists a treasure pavilion. Summoning her courage, she entered once, but quickly exited, realizing it was not a place meant for her. Now that she was aware of the prices for second-tier talismans, she considered upgrading her equipment. Standing at the entrance of the treasure pavilion, its facade was significantly broader than that of other shops, with the doorframe intricately carved with exquisite patterns. The wood from which it was crafted emitted a unique fragrance intertwined with the surrounding spiritual energy. Upon stepping inside, a graceful female cultivator approached her. "Welcome, fellow practitioner. How may I assist you? We offer a comprehensive selection of weapons, robes, elixirs, spirit talismans, and formations, the most complete in this market." Qingling nodded. "I am merely browsing." "Very well, please take your time," the woman replied before stepping aside, allowing Qingling the freedom to explore. Each item displayed on the treasure pavilion's shelves was accompanied by a jade plate indicating its price. A jade gourd, a mid-grade flying artifact, was priced at 10,000 spirit stones. A flying sword, a low-grade flying artifact, was 3,000 spirit stones. The Jiuli war drum, a mid-grade attacking spirit weapon, was priced at 8,000 spirit stones. The coiling dragon wall, a mid-grade defensive spirit weapon, was 9,000 spirit stones. In the realm of spiritual artifacts, the exquisite Rohan pearl stands as a superior offensive spiritual tool, priced at 30,000 spirit stones. As Qingling surveyed the offerings, she noted that the most affordable item was a low-grade flying artifact, available for 3,000 spirit stones. Both Ji Linhai and Mo Sanyang possessed such artifacts, which were quite common among Foundation establishment cultivators. The coiling dragon arm guard caught her eye. Its defensive capabilities resembled that of a protective robe and could be effortlessly worn on the arm. She gazed at the coiling dragon arm guard for a while when the female cultivator approached her. This arm guard was particularly suited for female cultivators, as wearing it on the arm would not interfere with their disciple robes or protective clothing. Although classified as a mid-grade spiritual tool, its defensive properties surpassed those of an ordinary item of the same grade. "Do take a moment to appreciate its texture," the female cultivator suggested, lifting the mid-grade artifact from the display for Qingling to try. "It feels almost like jade yet not quite, akin to leather yet distinctly different." Fitting snugly on the arm, Qingling found herself captivated by it. "Is there any possibility of a discount on that price?" The cultivator remained composed. "My apologies, esteemed friend, but all items in our treasure pavilion are clearly priced. Thus, not a single spirit stone could be deducted." Qingling felt a twinge of hesitation. 9,000 spirit stones was the exact amount she could muster, a sum she had accumulated through careful planning with Qingyuan before her arrival. Though she was in the late stages of Qi refinement, she had resolved to purchase suitable equipment upon finding it in the market. This accumulation of spirit stones was set aside for moments like this, when neither she nor Qingyuan required them for their cultivation. Should she proceed with the purchase, her financial reserves would dwindle dramatically. Yet, the more she examined the arm guard, the more her desire intensified. With a determined breath, she decided, "Very well, I shall take this item." The female cultivator smiled warmly. "Excellent choice, esteemed friend. Please, follow me to the counter for your payment." Qingling followed her to the counter to settle the transaction with spirit stones. "Do you accept spirit talismans?" The shopkeeper took her spirit stone and replied, "Esteemed friend, our establishment does not accept first-grade talismans. Indeed, the pride of a grand establishment. Do you accept second-grade ones?" The shopkeeper examined the talisman, noting the 2 prominent golden lines. It was undeniably second-grade. The spirit energy contained within was abundant, clearly crafted by a seasoned talisman master. Qingling presented several second-grade talismans to him. After a moment's contemplation, the shopkeeper inquired, "Esteemed friend, How many second-grade talismans do you possess? There are only about 30 here. I will need to await my master's instructions for the next batch. The shopkeeper nodded, acknowledging that the Tai sect had quite a few second-tier talisman masters in the foundation establishment phase. Judging by the spirit energy, it appeared that this individual had considerable expertise in talisman crafting. As for why such a skilled talisman master would sell their creations rather than having them pre-ordered within the sect, that was beyond the shopkeeper's concern. The price for the strengthening talisman was 30 spirit stones each, while the explosive talismans were 51 each. The spirit travel and defensive talismans were priced at 35 spirit stones each. Why is the strengthening talisman priced lower? Qingling inquired, puzzled. The strengthening and defensive talismans utilize a similar amount of spirit energy, and previously, they were all priced alike. The explosive talismans, however, require more time and spirit energy to produce, hence their higher cost. Esteemed friend, these second-grade talismans are primarily used by Foundation establishment cultivators, who tend to focus on spell attacks. The strengthening talisman is more suited for close combat, thus the demand is naturally lower, resulting in a reduced price. Very well, let us proceed with the sale. Upon exiting the treasure pavilion, Qingling found herself with only the spirit stones acquired from selling the talismans. However, she still intended to purchase the rice wine steamed crab. The business at that restaurant remains thriving, and the flavor of the wine steamed crab continues to be exquisite. It is a message from Zhou Yan. Qingling, I need to see you urgently. I am currently at junior sister Ji Hui's place. Come swiftly. Upon arriving at Ji Hui's, after hearing Zhou Yan's insistence about needing assistance, she contemplated turning to leave. Ji Hui's expression mirrored her own perplexity. Zhou Yan had come to enlist them for a task, but Master Yunji had advised her to concentrate on her cultivation, discouraging her from engaging in such beast-hunting missions. He asserted that after establishing her foundation, opportunities would abound. For now, the most crucial matter was to attain foundational establishment promptly. There was truth in his words. As many disciples from prominent families or the inner sect seldom undertook tasks for spirit stones or contributions. Most of them harbored a singular ambition within the outer sect, to establish their foundations and ascend to the inner sect, the true core of the Tai sect. However, for someone like Zhou Yan, who had already reached the 8th layer of Qi refinement, it was rare for her to venture beyond the market. Having only left the mountain gate a few times, over the years, aside from those she had met in the inner sect, she had grown familiar only with Qingling. Moreover, the small factions from the inner sect did not particularly favor her. Initially, Qingling was willing to accompany her on missions, but after just one outing, she realized her error. The entire experience was truly disheartening. Accompanying Zhou Yan was a foundational establishment cultivator. Typically, outer sect disciples would not have a foundational cultivator join them on tasks unless the difficulty was significant and they could persuade someone from the inner sect to assist. This foundational cultivator had been assigned by Master Yunji to ensure Zhou Yan's safety. If the cultivator was merely there for protection, it would not be an issue, as it would provide them with an additional layer of security. Who knows if this so-called protection includes the responsibility of hunting demonic beasts? After discovering the beast, they merely stood by and observed as the elder in the foundation establishment stage swiftly dealt with it. If there were collection tasks involved, it would have been acceptable. Zhou Yan was permitted to gather spirit herbs, but only to that extent. Any other tasks that might pose a danger would not be allowed. Qingling felt that she had previously taken advantage of the situation, and now she and Zhou Yan could practice together and compete in the martial arts arena. However, they were absolutely forbidden from undertaking tasks together. Zhou Yan was well aware of Qingling's concerns, yet Taoist Yunji was remarkably stubborn, leaving no room for negotiation. Chapter 83, Crimson Blood Thunder Leopard. The true person has entered seclusion. Zhou Yan earnestly promised that the previous situation would not occur again. Ever since the last mission with Qingling, she had not engaged in any tasks for quite some time. With Taoist Yunji now in seclusion, she devised a plan. I will inform my protective elder that I intend to undertake a task 3 days from now, and I will wait for him at the entrance of the task hall, but we will set off tomorrow. Qingling still disagreed, stating that Zhou Yan had no need to accept any task, and that she believed Taoist Yunji's words held merit. Opportunities like this would be abundant after reaching foundation establishment. Oh dear, Qingling, let us just go together. You know those people disdain me as the fated lone one. Stop. Let us just go tomorrow, all right? I know what you're going to say, I understand. Zhou Yan then turned to Ji Hui. Ji Hui immediately responded. I'll go too. Wherever you go, I shall follow. Zhou Yin was quite satisfied, yet felt that there were still too few people. Qingling, why don't you call your brother or Guan Yinchao? 3 of us seem a bit lacking. Are you here to undertake a mission or merely for a leisurely outing? Qingling was truly on the verge of being defeated by Zhou Yin. It was a rare occasion to step outside, and it was much more lively with a larger crowd. My brother and I, along with Ji Hui, had initially planned to take on a mission as well. I will call my brother to join us, though it seems Guan Yunchao is in seclusion. That's fine, but you are quite biased. You invite your brother and Ji Hui for the mission, yet refuse to include me, Ji Qingling retorted. Do you not understand why you are not invited? Zhou Yin chuckled foolishly, suddenly realizing something. Hey, you've made a breakthrough. You've reached the 9th level of Qi refinement. Remember to address me as senior sister from now on. Zhou Yin declined. Don't even think about it. I will definitely catch up to you within a year. Ji Qingling approached her, speaking earnestly. Junior sister Zhou, do not think too much. It will be impossible to catch up in the future. You may have to wait several centuries to call me senior sister. This provoked Zhou Yin and Ji Hui to pursue her together. Since they had made plans, the group agreed to meet at the entrance of the mission hall the following morning. That foundation building elder was not always with Zhou Yin. It was only during missions that Master Yunji would arrange for someone to accompany her. After all, the elder also needed to cultivate. Moreover, Zhou Yin had not been out for quite some time. After stating that she would leave in 3 days, the elder would not have anticipated that Zhou Yin would sneak out early. When the day arrived at the mission hall, they discovered that Zhou Yin had already departed the mountain gate. Master Yunji was in seclusion and dared not disturb him. So he decided to inquire at the mission hall about what tasks they had accepted. At this moment, Ji Qingling and her companions had located their target, the uniquely horned Kangwolf. Zhou Yin, upon sighting the magical beast, was filled with excitement and attempted to charge forward, only to be halted by Ji Qingyuan. Let us first test the spirit talisman. Ji Qingyuan pursued the uniquely horned Kangwolf, affixing a spirit talisman to its body before swiftly retreating. With a resounding bang, the uniquely horned Kangwolf exploded on the spot before it could flee. The potency of the second-tier spirit talisman was indeed formidable, capable of annihilating a first-tier magical beast with a single talisman. Zhou Yin stared in astonishment at the carnage strewn about, exclaiming, Qingling, if you employ this explosive talisman during the sect's minor competition, those senior brothers and sisters will surely despise you. Although one at the pinnacle of Qi refinement would not be killed outright, a deficient defensive barrier could lead to considerable suffering. Ji Qingyuan inquired of Zhou Yin whether spirit talismans were permitted in the minor competition. I have not heard otherwise, she replied. For the sake of caution, he advised Ji Qingling, we must ascertain this clearly. We cannot afford to be unprepared and lose our composure in the heat of the moment. Ji Qingling knelt beside the corpse of the uniquely horned Kangwolf, rummaging through its remains. This cannot be used now. Fortunately, you did not place it on its head, or else the horn would be rendered useless, wasting a talisman. It was already quite a waste. And now the carcass of the magical beast was worth less than the talisman itself. Subsequently, they encountered other magical beasts, and Zhou Yin wielded her superior grade spiritual weapon, the red lotus staff, with great ferocity, exuding an impressive aura. Ji Qingling tested the new second-tier spirit talismans, finding the results to her satisfaction, particularly with the poison talisman, which was well worth the expenditure of several hundred spirit stones. Just then, a rustling sound arose from the surrounding vegetation. A monstrous beast sprang forth from the thicket, positioning itself before them, its long and powerful tail trailing behind, leaving a distinct mark upon the ground. It was the Crimson Blood Thunder Leopard. Ji Qingyuan halted the group. Ji Qingling drew forth her lingxi, cautioning, be careful, it's a 4th-tier beast. We must not linger. If we can flee, we must. The 4 turned to escape. Suddenly, with a whoosh, another emerged before them. 2 Crimson Blood Thunder Leopards, one in front and one behind, trapped them in a dire predicament, both being 4th tier. Cold sweat broke out on Ji Ling's brow. Was this not the periphery? How could 2 4th-tier beasts appear simultaneously? Zhou Yin tightened her grip on the Scarlet Lotus staff, realizing that they had no choice but to fight with all their might. Ji Xiaomei and Ji Hui will handle the one in front. I will confront the one behind with Zhou Yin. Ji Hui glanced around, perplexed by the 2 beasts in action. Just as her words fell, the 2 monsters lunged forward as if choreographed, attacking in unison. The 4th-tier beasts possessed strength comparable to that of cultivators in the late Foundation establishment stage, and even 2 against 1 proved to be quite a challenge. The long tail of the crimson blood thunder leopard could summon lightning. And despite the group activating their movement talismans, they could barely evade the onslaught. Qingling's strike aimed at the beast was deflected, and she felt a sharp claw slash across her arm. Vivid red blood streamed down her limb. Fortunately, the protection of the dragon wall shielded her, or her arm would surely have been rendered useless today. As the force struggled against the overwhelming odds, Qingling made a swift decision. Ji Hui, go assist my brother. The three of you need to combine your strength to take down one swiftly. Naturally, Ji Hui protested, how can you withstand it alone? In this dire situation where neither side could find a resolution, the tension escalated to a life-threatening climax. Zhou Yan shouted, I will hold them off. Qingyuan, you assist them. Qingyuan declined, asserting, I shall stay. Your cultivation is superior, and the three of you can resolve this matter more swiftly. There is no point in arguing. I possess the highest cultivation level and can endure a bit longer. You three should swiftly deal with that creature, and then we shall unite our strength to confront this one. Qingling then urged Ji Hui, hurry. After Ji Hui departed, Qingling ceased her offensive actions. Her defensive talismans held without the slightest lapse. At that moment, she felt an overwhelming gratitude for having acquired the dragon wall. Otherwise, she would likely be queuing for reincarnation. Explosive talismans were hurled one after another, yet the fourth-tier beast suffered little from the spiritual symbols. Qingling's body bore an increasing number of bloodstains. Her gray disciple's robe now stained a deep crimson. Meanwhile, the other three were consumed by anxiety, yet dared not halt their assaults. Ji Hui fought back tears as she battled. At last, Zhou Yan's staff pierced the abdomen of the crimson thunder leopard. Qingyuan rushed towards Qingling, closely followed by Ji Hui. With their combined efforts, the other crimson thunder leopard succumbed as well. Exhaling a breath of relief, Qingling felt her taut nerves finally relax. She attempted to steady herself with her spiritual connection, but alas, she faltered. As her weakened body collapsed towards the ground, Qingyuan caught her just in time. Ji Xiaomei,